Today, this young man and his buddy Yathup Tam headed to the National Sports Center to catch the arrival of the country's fiercest fighter, Pak Hen-wong. Pak Hen-wong was an arrogant dude who thought he was unbeatable. He looked down on the scrappy players from Lassie Trunhan's crew, even openly calling them useless trash. To teach Pak Hen-wong a lesson, Yathup Tam threw in 2 hot pot meals as a bet, pushing Lassie Trun to face off against him at that time. Lassie Trun had only been playing the game for 2 months and just barely mastered the rules last night, yet, all for the price of 2 meals. He boldly stepped onto the stage to challenge Pak Hen-wong, but no one expected Lassie Trun to shut Pak Hen-wong's mouth completely and score a crushing victory. When reporters interviewed him after the match, Lassie Trun did not hide the fact that it was his very first time playing the game, a true newbie. This truth only made Pak Hen-wong feel even more humiliated. Imagine the top fighter in the country losing to a freshman who just picked up gaming for the first time. That day, Lassie Trun shattered Pak Hen-wong's pride and restored honor to Team Z amidst roaring cheers. He rose in one leap to become the new king of the game called Battle Armor. After that match, Lassie Trun skyrocketed to stardom in the esports scene. With record-breaking wins and top leaderboard spots, he successfully entered the Hall of Fame. But as always, the heavens envy the gifted. Just as Tron was basking in glory, he crossed paths with a reckless driver. Thanks to that accident, he was lucky to keep his life, but his brain nerves suffered severe damage, making recovery uncertain. When intensely focused, Lassie Trun's reflexes would lag by a full 3 seconds. Normally, this would not disrupt everyday life, but for a hardcore gamer like Lassie Trun, it was devastating. From then on, his ranking took a nosedive. Once top of the leaderboard, he fell below rank 100. Those who once respected him now openly mocked him every time they met him in game. Today, a pounding headache hit him again. Lassie Trun planned to just crash and forget it, but as he stood up, he spotted something under the desk. It was the virtual reality headset for the game Vay Tongue, specially made for Hall of Fame members, sent recently by the Guide Engine Corporation. After all the chaos, Lassie Trun had almost forgotten he was a Hall of Fame member. Curious, he decided to check out this brand new game. The moment the headset powered on, Lassie Trun felt like he was swimming in a sea of data. And Guide Hengus for tech was seriously next level. Soon, Lassie Trun found himself standing in the Grand Hall for new players. It felt so real, like he had actually stepped into a majestic palace. Even the stone pillars in the hall looked authentic. Welcome, Lassie Trun, to the new player hall. A clear, gentle voice echoed. Hello, I am the Spirit System. A tiny fairy appeared before Lassie Trun, representing the Thin Tongue system. After verification, the system recognized him as a Hall of Fame member from Team Z. Hall of Fame players get exclusive special ed privileges. Lassie Trun could keep using his old ed. Lassie Trun. He also had the option to switch to a new name, Chech Kizams. To start fresh, Chech Kizams means iron not yet tempered. Must forge myself to become better. Lassie Trun really liked the meaning behind that name. After confirming his id, the system let him choose his race and class. 10 basic classes appeared before him. This time, Lassie Trun took a long time to think. He was not sure which class would suit him best. Should he be a knight with strong offense or a balanced warrior with both attack and defense? While Lassie Trun was still weighing his options, the system suddenly popped up another notification. The VR headset would automatically take a blood sample through a tiny needle on its left side to monitor his health status. After that nasty injury, Tran was terrified of blood draws, so his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Once the blood sample was taken, the system quickly spit out his health check results. And the baffling part? Every single one of Tran's stats was flashing red alarms. For example, his heart rate was 30% below normal, his body temperature 70% lower than standard, and his brainwaves were firing off at over 120% of a typical person's level. Most shocking of all, his vital signs were only at 50%. Half alive, half gone. This left him utterly freaked out. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that his VIP-level gaming headset was just a fancy paperweight? That night, a blazing red light and the voice of a young man's singing burst from Tran's apartment. Damn it! Do not mess with me like that. But strangely, Tran's alarming physical condition unlocked a hidden class, the Death Spirit Swordsman. Talk about finding a silver lining in a storm. The Death Spirit Swordsman is the strongest warrior in the training hell, a descendant of the Tula god clan, wielding the power of death spirits, ruling over all night spirits. Tran never imagined he would get this lucky. There was no reason for him to turn down the Death Spirit Swordsman class. After confirming his class, Tran instantly logged into the game. He woke up in the Newbie village, feeling like a beaten loser left to rot. Burning with stubborn revenge, Tran appeared as a dry skeleton, an actual skeleton dug out from the ground. He was totally disgusted. Why start the game off with such a pathetic mess? How the hell does this look anything like a cool Death Spirit Swordsman? The system seemed to read his mind and patiently explained that this skeletal form was just the training state of the Death Spirit Swordsman. Luck-Tran decided not to argue no matter what. This was a special hidden class, so he would just have to deal with it. The one who picked him up was the village chief of the Newbie village, a level 10 spirit mage. After a heart-stopping greeting, Luck-Tran's inventory got a new gift from the chief. A trusty wooden staff. Luck-Tran grabbed his new weapon and headed to the Radish field to take on the level 2 spirit rabbits lurking there with their tiny health bars. One swing should be enough to take them down. Luck-Tran's biggest hurdle was a 3-second delay in processing information, so he decided to outsmart the system by predicting the enemy's move and swinging his sword 3 seconds early. The plan sounded perfect until he actually tried it and completely missed. He swung and missed, taking a painful kick from the spirit rabbits in return. If 3 seconds early was too much, then maybe slowing it down would work. Luck-Tran tried swinging 2 seconds early, still missed. Then 1 second early, missed again, but when he timed it at 0.9 seconds early, his attack finally landed. Turns out, it was not the rabbits that were just too fast, it was his delayed reflexes improving, even though he eventually got knocked back to the respawn point by those pesky spirit rabbits. Luck-Tran felt ridiculously happy. Arena 13. Chaos Shadow. The world's #1 swordsman is back. Luck-Tran raised his sword and marched back to the Radish field once again. On the way, he kept wondering why his reflex delay dropped to 0.9 seconds instead of the 3 seconds the doctor mentioned. His mind spun wildly, like he was forgetting something important. Random flashbacks flooded his head, from a sports car with a crushed front end, a bloody baseball bat, to an image of Guan Yu himself. None of it seemed connected. Luck-Tran was baffled why these random images kept popping up in his mind. He also remembered the doctor saying his nervous system might heal itself. At the time, he thought that was just comforting talk to keep him hopeful, but judging by what is happening now, it looks like the doctor's words might actually be coming true. Senja, you still need to get checked out at the hospital. As for the immediate issue, it is time to teach those spirit rabbits a serious lesson. The system kindly reminded him to aim for the rabbits. Next, they are the biggest weak spots. Luck-Tran obediently followed orders, and with the revelation that the cognitive delay was not actually 9 seconds, he quickly turned the tide in his favor. The reduced cognitive delay made Luck-Tran feel incredibly refreshed. The more he fought, the more fired up he became, hoping that eventually the cognitive delay would completely disappear, allowing him to rise once again to the pinnacle of fame. After slaughtering the entire mustard garden, Luck-Tran suddenly caught hold of a strange creature. Upon a closer look, it was another player, known in-game as Tonight's Chill. Seeing how badly this guy was getting beaten, Luck-Tran immediately guessed what was coming next. It had to be the big boss of the mustard garden. Sure enough, not long after, the massive level 10 spirit rabbit appeared, holding Lonely Tonight by the ankle. The big-eared rabbit king was a muscular beast ruling the entire mustard garden. Compared to Luck-Tran's mobile bone armor, this guy's muscles were an entirely different league. Lonely Tonight got launched like a rocket after one hit from that beast. At the same time, Luck-Tran used Tonight's Chill as a human shield. The two bras charged headfirst at each other, then instantly grabbed hands and spun back to their respawn points. You two head out safely. I got your backs, Luck-Tran said coolly. After handling those unrelated guys, he focused on the real challenge. This was Luck-Tran's first boss fight since the cognitive delay was reduced, and he could not help but feel pumped. He gripped his spear tightly, ready to face the enemy head-on. Surprisingly, the Rabbit King was armed too. Seeing Luck-Tran draw his spear, it quickly strapped on a set of razor-sharp bear claws. This gangster-style flex was starting to put some real pressure on Luck-Tran, but he forced himself to stay calm. The opponent was clearly a high-speed, melee attacker. The best way to handle this kind of foe: use stillness to counter motion, dodge during their attacks, then exploit openings. Just as Luck-Tran was thinking this, the Rabbit King launched its assault. True to form, its speed was insane, and Luck-Tran could not dodge in time. What shocked him most was that the very first strike drained 25% of his health. While he was still reeling, the system's fake window popped up with a notification. Undying trait of the Death Spirit. Before hitting 0p, the Death Spirit Swordsman can rapidly regenerate damaged bones, maintaining skeletal integrity, but health cannot be restored. Luck-Tran read it twice and still could not make sense of the system's jargon. If health can be restored, then what is the point of being undying? But none of this mattered as much as dealing with this gangster rabbit. If one hit took away 25% of his health, how much damage would his full-strength strike do to the boss? Luck-Tran poured all his strength into a blow, but only dealt 8 damage. He quickly stepped back. This Nameless was going to be tough, fast, aggressive, and with rock-solid defense to boot. Luck-Tran picked a safe distance to retreat to. The moment his foot hit the ground, the spirit rabbit lunged aggressively again. This was exactly what Luck-Tran expected. Borrowing that forward momentum, he carefully sliced a blade straight at the opponent's vital spot, the neck. But to his surprise, Beneath the rabbit's fur was a layer of bone armor. It is just a boss of low-level minions. Does it really need to be this monstrous? The Rabbit King was furious after Luctran's counterattack. One punch smashed a nearby ancient tree clean in half. Luctran swallowed nervously. If he got hit with a direct punch like that, his bone armor would shatter to dust. In this situation, finding a breakthrough felt impossible. The Rabbit King's weakest spot was fully protected by bone armor. Judging by the damage both had taken, the Rabbit King could withstand dozens more hits. But if Luctran took one more hit like that, he was done for. He had not even figured out a way to handle this yet. Meanwhile, the opponent was getting fired up. It ripped a willow tree out of the ground barehanded and swung it straight at Luctran. Taking down a scary opponent like that bunny seemed tough. But Luctran was not so wrecked that he would be crushed by a tree. He unleashed his rapid strike combo to counter the willow branch. But bad luck struck while Luctran was busy smashing that tree. The Bunny King seized the chance to sneak in a hit. Who knew something so big and brutish could be so cunning? However, as it charged, a shard of broken wood flew into its eye, instantly causing 20 damage. Luctran spotted a breakthrough point from that moment. Looks like the eyes are the real weak spots on this guy. Distracted by this, Luctran got punched. Thankfully, he instinctively tilted his chin down with the punch's momentum, so it was not a direct hit, only 15 damage lost. But before he could celebrate, the opponent quickly landed another punch, this time right in the ribs. The crunch of shattered ribs cost him another 40 health points. Luctran got slammed by the Bunny King and crashed hard against a nearby tree trunk. Now, he only had a mere 5 health points left. The punch left a massive hole in the tree's bark. Luctran's upper body was stuck inside it, with only his legs dangling outside. And the Bunny King was not about to give up. Seeing his foe trapped in the tree hollow, it charged again, preparing one last deadly strike. But as the Bunny King's fist flew forward, Luctran vanished into the hollow. Its arm got caught tight in the vines inside the hollow, while Luctran slipped out smoothly. Turns out, this mobile bone frame thing is pretty handy. Its size lets him slip through tight spots easily. Hey little bunny, I am right here, Trent said smugly, perched on a branch. You like the surprise I got you? This dry tree was tangled with vines inside, and once you get wrapped up, escape is nearly impossible. The Bunny King struggled fiercely, but Luctran knew the more it fought, the tighter the vines would grip. Its only way out was to destroy the whole tree, but Luctran was not about to give it the chance. Clutching his blade, he leapt down from the branch, stabbing directly into the boss' eyes for a whopping 100 damage each strike. The eyes really were the Bunny King's weak spots. It was left with less than half its health bar, but the downside, Luctran's attack triggered its rage mode. The Bunny King's speed and defense dropped by 50%, but its attack power shot up by 50%. Still, Luctran was not too worried. Facing a blinded enemy with slowed speed and lowered defense, even a stronger attack could not scare him. Though his counterattack was delayed by 9 seconds, he could still control the fight. Finally, Luctran triumphed over the big-eared Bunny King. He leveled up straight to level 4 and snagged the boss's loot. The reward was a reverse draw armor set that boosted 20 health and 9 defense, plus a giant magic stone. That stone could be traded with merchants for a good chunk of gold. Luctran quickly equipped the armor, covering some of his ghostly, bone-like body. The boss drop had only 2 items, but the level-up reward came with 10 free attribute points. Luctran could use those to boost his health, mana, strength, or speed. Since the armor already added 20 health, he did not need to focus there just yet. Those 10 points, he was not sure how to split them just yet. While he was still pondering, a loud scream cut through the air. From his perch high up in the tree, he watched 2 players scrambling like their lives depended on it, and somehow, those 2 guys looked kind of familiar. Turns out, they were the same 2 dudes from earlier, the ones who seemed a bit chilly and lonely tonight. But what were they doing here? Lucitron dropped down from the tree, and the moment they saw him, the duo cursed their luck. Dang it, first the deadly spirits, now the mighty dragons. Looks like the gods want to wipe us out. Seems like they were being chased by someone relentless. Luckily, Lucitron was not here to start trouble with them. In fact, he even helped block an arrow aimed at them. You two, get out of here fast. I will hold this spot. Lucitron waved them off like he was shooing away ghosts. Truth is, he was not really worried about their survival. What caught his interest was the hunter chasing them, a skilled archer. Judging by that arrow, the shooter's firing speed was crazy fast, but their technique was kinda basic. With Lucitron's lightning-fast reflexes, those arrows did not stand a chance. The enemy was a level 7 archer, known in the game as Showdown, part of the Mad Dragon Guild. Dude looked all tough, but moved kinda like a diva. His bowstring was pulled tight, ready to shoot again. He was seriously pissed off that Lucitron dodged every single shot. A level 5 skull-headed guy playing the hero. What a joke. Showdown cursed and unleashed his ultimate move, the Whirlwind Arrow Barrage. Even though it was his strongest attack, it still was not enough to phase Lucitron. After all, Tron was a gaming prodigy, now mastering his 0.9-second delay perfectly, making his moves silky smooth when that whirlwind arrow barrage came flying at him. Tron did not even bother dodging, he faced it head-on and neutralized it. Ho Dung gritted his teeth, grabbed another arrow, and launched a full-on assault again, but he had no clue how Tron magically appeared right behind him in the blink of an eye, with his opponent right behind him. You can guess what happened next. Tron even had the decency to say goodbye before sending Ho Dung, arrow flying back to the respawn point. Archers are long-range attackers, typically fragile and easy to break in close combat, so no wonder he got wrecked. Right after Ho Dung was sent packing, the ground beneath Triumphant shook violently, scaring all the birds in the forest into a frenzy. What the heck? That kind of rumble can't just be some new players fighting, right? The tremors got worse and worse. Tron guessed that the guild and Long were clearing the area to trap a boss, explaining why Ho Dung chased those two newbies earlier. Sadly, they failed and let one slippery fish slip right through. Tron curiosity got the better of him, so Tron ventured deeper into the Divine Forest, and sure enough, a fight was raging. On one side, a level 15 Blue Dragon King with half his health gone. On the other, newbies led by a guy named Long Hun the Ents. Level 9. Class Knight. Though he was leading, Long Hunting did not actually fight himself. Instead, he threw cash around to control the battle. He promised that anyone who dealt even a drop of damage to the boss would earn 50 coins. This cash-heavy tactic blew Tron's mind. 1 drop of health for 50 coins, so 1,200 drops from the Blue Dragon King meant a whopping 60,000 coins. Spending that much just to take down a level-locked boss. Is this rich guy nuts? Every newbie here was basically a slave to the money. They cheered for Long's generosity and the Mad Dragon Guild, but deep down, it was all about the cash. Still, even though the Blue Dragon King was a level-locked boss, he was no joke for newbies. Casualties were rising fast compared to the big-handed rabbit boss Tron just took down. This beast seemed way more terrifying. Tron doubted the remaining Mad Dragon Guild members could hold out much longer. The more Tron heard Long Hun the SE talk, the more he facepalmed. This strategy was so obvious even a newbie could have come up with it. What kind of tactical genius is that? The problem is, attacking so recklessly only ends up hurting our own side big time. It is such a simple concept. Could the rich kid seriously not figure that out? Tron felt drained and powerless, but even then, it just was not enough. Not nearly enough. It is such a simple concept. Could the rich kid seriously not figure that out? Tron found it a bit fishy. He suspected Long Hanthian had wanted to slowly chip away at the boss, except using other players' lives. Numbers started spinning in Tron's head. 300 coins compensation per death, plus 500 more if they got demoted. With 50 guild members, if they all got sent back to respawn and demoted, that did total 40,000 coins, adding in the bonus for damaging the boss. Long Hanthian would blow through 100,000 coins in total, spending 100,000 coins on a forced level boss. Seriously, is that even worth it? Playing the gossip card, Tron kept to the sidelines, watching every move of this battle with sharp eyes. With Long Hanthian's meat shield tactic, the Green Cockroach King CP did drop, albeit slowly. A squad of archers placed on the outer ring began firing in unison. That wave of attacks shaved off a decent chunk of the boss' health, and Long Hanthian was grinning ear to ear. Those archers shoot like pros. When the boss's CP gets low, they stop so I can land the final blow. Tron smirked. No wonder this kid is already close to level 10 so early in the game. Senza always plays the money game to buy chances at finishing off bosses like this, but the lowest boss AP phase is always the toughest part. No surprise the Green Cockroach King entered a berserk state. 6 extra arms sprouted, doubling its attack speed and power, and boosting its defense by 50%. Things looked grim for Long's guild, but those disposable pawns bought with cash kept charging relentlessly. They all wanted to chip away more of the boss AP, hoping to earn a little extra cash for themselves. Long Hanthian had timed it perfectly. When the Green Cockroach King CP hit a single dot, he made his move. But this rich kid never saw it coming that some random stranger would steal his boss kill right from under his nose. Just as his weapon was about to land on the Green Cockroach King, Tron knocked it away. You have been standing there all this time, not just watching. Huh. With far more experience and skill than Long Hanthian had, he successfully blocked him from stealing the boss kill. Long's face twisted with fury, veins bulging on his forehead like they were about to pop. Who the hell are you? Long Hanthian spat each word. Just a passerby, Tron replied coolly, and completely unfazed. His tone was casual, almost dismissive. I happened to walk by, saw your guild chasing away tons of players, so I thought I would step in and fight for some justice. Justice? Please. You just want to steal my chance to kill the boss. Do not kid yourself. Longhand Thianha sneered, I am just here to clean up the game environment. Luctran showed zero shame. But enough back and forth, let us wrap this up. Longhand Thianha was not about to let anyone mess with his loot. Especially after spending so much money to gather it all. Long launched an attack from one side, while the Green Cockroach King, with its last bit of strength, swiped wildly from the other. Luxtran was caught in a pincer but stayed ice cold. To him, both Longhand Thianha and the boss were just walking dead. Their struggling only sped up their inevitable demise. In one swift second, Luxtran plunged his sword through Longhand Thianha, sending him back to the respawn point. Go home and practice your skills. Money alone won't get you anywhere. Before Longhand Thianha vanished completely, Luxtran gave him a friendly, senior player warning. Luxtran knew this spoiled rich kid would come back with a whole squad to get revenge, so he had to speed up the boss kill. Just then, the Green Cockroach King's berserk state ended. Its speed dropped by 150%, defense by 100%, and attack by 200%. Luxtran took a single flawless strike and wiped out the enemy. Even though his eye sockets were hollow, Luxtran's eyes now seemed to glow with an eerie light. He was super hyped, eager to see what loot the boss would drop. But instead, the system hit him with a glaring red warning. Luxtran's health was way below the threshold, forcing him to exit the game. Luckily, the system showed mercy and auto-saved all his XP and gear from defeating the boss. Luxtran logged out of Vay Tongue, feeling totally frustrated. Just as he took off his gaming headset, a furious pounding echoed from the door. Luxtran thought it was some burglar, grabbed his baseball bat, and rushed to open it. But it turned out to be Tam, and the guy looked genuinely panicked. What the hell are you doing here at this hour? Luxtran was totally confused. Like, duh. Of course I am worried about you. Tam was out of breath, clearly having sprinted all the way over. You did not reply to my texts or pick up my calls. What the hell, man? Before Tam could finish, he looked up and froze. Luxtran's appearance was downright terrifying. He screamed, then stumbled backward. Holy crap! A zombie. Seeing Luxtran's dazed face, Tam pulled out his phone to show him just how bad he looked. Even Luxtran was shocked. His face was covered in a patchwork of weird blotches that looked like they were eating away at his skin, and those marks were twitching. Only a corpse would have skin patterns like this. What is worse, the blotches were spreading fast, creeping down from his eye sockets. Tam said grimly, Hey, it is midnight, cut the jokes. It is probably just some crazy skin allergy. Tam was not kidding. What was happening to Luxtran matched every detail in his family as forensic medical files. Head pounding, drained, and freaked out by the blotches, Luxtran quickly blacked out. Tam rushed him straight to the air at People's Hospital No. 4. The head of the department, Triumphant, was his dad. After a thorough checkup, confirmed the blotches were definitely corpse spots. In all his years practicing medicine, he would never seen a living patient with this condition. Immediately ordered blood samples and a battery of tests. The blood results gave him an even bigger headache. There was a massive virus in Luxtran's blood that defied current scientific knowledge. Strangely, instead of attacking healthy cells, the virus was trying to repair damaged ones. The problem was, Luxtran's body had way too many damaged cells. This slowed his blood circulation to a crawl. The severely oxygen-deprived areas were the root cause of the corpse spots covering his body. But those spots were not the worst part. If his circulation slowed any further, it could stop completely. And everyone knew what that meant. Luxtran would be pushing daisies before long. Seeing Luxtran's crushed spirit, Triumphant quickly tried to comfort him. Don't lose hope, medicine has come a long way. I am confident there is a way. We have already prepared the treatment plan. First, let us check if the virus is affecting any other parts of your body. Yes, thank you so much, Uncle Do. No need to be so formal with me. Kiddo, have you experienced anything weird these past few days? Luxtran paused for a few seconds before answering Triumphant's question. He had indeed faced some strange things, but they were all so vague that in the end, he decided to keep quiet. He stepped into the treatment room and began the scanning process. Outside, Tam was burning up with worry. Dad, when you asked just now, were you implying that Uncle Luck might be hiding something? Trung shook his head, saying he just wanted to double-check, because there is a good chance Luxtran himself can't even remember what happened to him. That is the brain's way of protecting itself. In other words, Luxtran got peeved and forced himself to block out certain memories from his past. But judging by his current circulation rate, Trung is convinced Luxtran must have suffered some serious trauma, maybe even come close to dying once. Luxtran's condition is not looking good at all. Trung urged his son to quickly inform Lucca's family, seeing his closest friend fighting for his life. Tam was completely devastated. Meanwhile, the rash on Luxtran's face started slowly disappearing, and in the midst of the rain, Luck suddenly felt a warm energy enveloping him. Once the pestive scan finished, Trung told his son to rush Luxtran to another scan room while he went to grab the images. But as soon as he stepped inside, Dudap Tam could not hold back a scream, because every single rash on Luck Tran's body had vanished complete, leaving Du Can Trung dumbfounded. After living over half his life, this was the first time he would witnessed something this defies science. Little Luck, how are you feeling now? Luck Tran honestly described feeling a sudden wave of warmth inside him during the scan. Afterwards, the headache vanished, and now he felt zero discomfort. Du Can Trung found it hard to believe he kept shaking Luck Tran's face from side to side for a thorough check. This is just unreal. His face looks totally normal again. Hands fine. Pupils normal too. Could a single PET scan really wipe out all those rashes? To Du Can Trung, Luck Tran now seemed like a rare exotic creature that they escaped its cage. Even though it was late, he was so hyped he dragged Luck straight to the lab. And so, Luck Tran ended up stuck in Du Can Trung's lab for another 3 hours. When he came out, his face was pale and he was drained, needing Dudap Tam's help to walk. Du Can Trung almost wanted to dissect him to study his body. Luck Tran felt weak because the doctor had drawn nearly 800 cc of his blood for experiments. After 3 grueling hours, Du Can Trung confirmed that X-rays could suppress the virus. That is why Luck Tran's rash disappeared after the PET scan. The 2-dose situation was finally looking up now. If they can find the right X-ray wavelength for treatment, Luck Tran's full recovery is guaranteed. The clock struck 6 and Dudap Tam helped Luck to the sofa to rest while he went out to grab breakfast. Luck was too exhausted to respond, staring at his smooth, flawless hand. Wondering how it could be after everything, Du Can Trung said he would suffered severe injuries. So why did not he remember any of it? Not long after, Dudap Tam returned, carrying a breakfast bag. He also brought some hot gossip he would just overheard. Yo Luck, there is a smoking hot chick in a sports car arguing with the security guard right outside the building. She has got a sporty headband on, looking fierce like she is here to confront some homewrecker. Wanna go check out the drama? Hearing hot chick, headband, and sports car, Luck's head started pounding again like it was getting smashed by a hammer. Dudap Tam, did you manage to snap a pic? Dudap Tam loved gossip. So yeah, he got a photo. Looking at the picture, Luck's head spun again because it was the guild leader of Thai Nat Phuong. The jumbled, fragmented memories in his head slowly became clearer, then pieced together. Luck Tran finally remembered everything. Last night, after his first date with the leader of Thai Nat Phuong, he died. The gorgeous woman Dudap Tam snapped was none other than Thai Nat Phuong herself. Her real name is Hang Yim. The moment Luck Tran recalled everything was also when Hang Ying stormed up and started pounding on the door nonstop. Dudap Tam panicked so badly he dropped his phone. Even though Mota did not understand what was going on, he could tell Hang Yi's tone was not exactly friendly. Alright then. Since you two know each other, why not come open the door and settle this face to face? Saying that, Dudap Tam stood up and headed for the door, which sent Luck Tran into full panic mode. Luck Tran tried to call out to Dudap Tam, but ended up face-planting hard on the floor. His whole body was still trembling after losing 800 cc of blood from Du Can Trung's extraction earlier. I need to talk to you. Luck Tran's voice was so faint and weak that Dudap Tam did not even catch it. Outside, Hang Ying was furiously banging on the door, screaming so loud it was making Dudap Tam lose his mind. Just as he grabbed the door handle, Hang Ying shoved her way inside like a wrecking ball. Lux Tran. Hang Ying's eyes darted wildly, desperate to find any sign of him. Dudap Tam feigned ignorance, claiming she would come to the wrong room and that he had no idea who Luck Tran was. But Hang Ying was not about to be fooled that easily, especially since she just heard Luck Tran's voice inside moments ago. Ignoring Dudap Tam's protests, she tore through the place searching for her beloved. Finally, Hang Ying stormed straight into the bedroom. Luck Tran was hiding behind the wardrobe in that very room. This is bad, Luck Tran thought desperately. Dudap Tam, did not you tell me to find a way to get her to leave on her own? So why did you let her barge into the bedroom? Why would you let her just waltz right in? Hang Ying was closing in on the wardrobe, her voice filled with accusations, demanding why Luck Tran was avoiding her. Luck Tran did not even dare to breathe heavily, but just as Hang Mi's hand reached for the wardrobe handle, Dudap Tam suddenly burst out screaming, Luck Tran is dead. Hang Ying's hand froze, then slowly started trembling uncontrollably. No way. No way Luck Tran can be dead like this. You are definitely lying to me. 100% sure. If you do not believe me, go check the forensic report at public hospital no. For yourself, Dudap Tam said with deadly seriousness. And sure enough, it worked like a charm. Hang Ying trembled for a long moment, then burst into tears, cursing Luck Tran as a damn trickster before rushing out. Only after her figure disappeared did Dudap Tam dare to open the wardrobe door. Luck Tran was slumped inside, looking so dazed and stunned it was almost comical. Back at the hospital, I thought that just using energy rays would heal me, make me feel normal again, but after my memory lock was broken, I am not even sure if I am truly alive anymore. Luck Tran's weak, trembling voice was filled with despair, and what he said just crushed Dudap Tam's spirit even more. Hearing you say that just confuses me more. So what actually happened to you last night? It sounds crazy. But you were buried alive. Dudap Tam was horrified hearing this. Turns out, yesterday afternoon, Luxtran accepted an invite to meet Hang Yin. At first, he thought it was just a casual online meetup between friends, but he had no idea she was actually the vice president of G's Asia. Hang Yin had sold Luxtran sold gaming gear for 200,000 yuan and invited him to join a new team she would put together. She also confessed her feelings for Luxtran, which she had been holding back for a long time, but he rejected her. And Dudap Tam felt so sorry hearing that, because turning down someone as talented, beautiful, and rich as Hang Yin, not many could pull that off, but Luxtran had his reasons for saying no. With his sick condition and delayed reflexes, being together would only be a burden to Hang Yin. He did not want someone like her wasting time on a loser like him. Luxtran knew he could not win, so he set a trap halfway through to force a final showdown with her. The other side had overwhelming numbers, plus every player was armed to the teeth. Luxtran and Hang Yi's situation was nothing short of desperate. They were hanging by a thread, caught in a nightmare with no easy way out. In that desperate moment, to save himself, he set the fuel tank on fire, causing a massive explosion, but that blast would not hold them off for long. Hung Ud even passed out from the shock. Just then, a rusty truck rolled by. It smelled terrible, but Lashatron had no choice but to toss Hung Nun inside to escape. The hunters' mission ended in total failure. They took out their frustration on Lasatron, exhausted and heavily outnumbered. He could not avoid the nightmare of being chained up, until he nearly stopped breathing. After venting their rage, those bastards were convinced Lusitron was done for, so they dragged him to a mass grave north of the city. There, barely hanging on to life, Lusitron was buried alive. Zathuptam turned pale at the words mass grave. Clearly, this was not their first time committing such a crime. Back to the main point on that day, fate had not completely sealed Lusitron's fate, because right after those scumbags left, a heavy rainstorm poured down. The thick layer of dirt covering Lusitron softened from the rain. Though unconscious, he crawled up from the earth like a zombie. Lusitron had no idea how he still moved, only feeling the pain in his body slowly fading away. When he finally regained consciousness, he was standing, half-dazed, in front of his own door. And the crazy part, except for his clothes being shredded, he had no wounds on him at all, just occasional dull headaches. Zathuptam suspected that the massive virus his dad discovered inside Lusitron and must have infected him while he was buried. At least it helped his body heal. It is hard to believe, but what Zhe Shentrung said was spot on. Lusitron went through a huge trauma. He basically came back from the dead, so his brain wiped out memories to protect him. When the memories returned, Lusitron's emotions were a tangled mess. Thuppy Tam, tell me, do I even count as alive anymore? Zaydhup Tam could not answer that just yet. He only knew that all the secrets were buried in that mass grave north of the city, and that pushed Zaydhup Tam to go check it out. Lusitron wanted to come too, but with his body the way it was, even standing was a struggle. Plus, Zaydhup Tam was not heading straight there first. He had to go to People's Hospital No. 41 in Chon Cizia. Earlier, Zay Senentrung asked him to bring Lasitron's gaming headset for study. After breakfast, Zaydhup Tam grabbed the headset and headed to his dad's expert lab. The moment he stepped inside, he froze for a few seconds. Not only was Zhe Shentrung there, but also a few silver-haired old-timers heavyweights in their field. While Zaydhup Tam was outside, Lasitron silently sat, plotting everything he needed to do before he died. That included finding someone to keep his dad company and secure his retirement funds, helping Han rebuild the Dream Sword, and leaving behind a proper farewell letter. Not long after, Zaydhup Tam returned. As soon as Lasitron heard him, he hurriedly hid his plan. Zaydhup Tam came back loaded down like he was running away from home. And well, he basically was before Lasitron could say a word. He declared he was moving in, but there is only one bed in the house. Lasitron was totally baffled and crossed his arms. No worries. Your couch can hold us both just fine. Lasitron felt a headache coming on, judging by Zaydhup Tam's expression. Lasitron guessed it was 90% certain his health had deteriorated enough to need someone by his side. Nonsense. You are just bored living alone, and you are definitely not going down that fast. As he spoke, Zaydhup Tam pulled out a health report on Lasitron. It said his body was actually in great shape. Zaydhup Tam admitted he did not believe it at first, but after multiple tests by old professors, he reluctantly trusted the results a bit. Actually, Dukan Trung did not want to reveal Luxtran's illness, but the virus's genetic sequence in his body was overwhelming. He had no choice but to find someone else to help. That someone was the group of silver-haired doctors Dudap Tam saw in the meeting room. Then more and more people showed up, older and higher ranking each time. Eventually, they formed a council of elder scholars brimming with expertise. This was no ordinary meeting, it was a full-on medical showdown, and these old professors, They are heavy hitters with serious clout. One phone call from them, and that mass grave north of Kien City would instantly become a military no-go zone. So Tam saw no point in wasting time heading there himself. In no time, every secret buried in that grave had been unearthed. Beneath that dumping ground was actually a mass grave dating back to the late Han Dynasty. According to Tam, it might even be connected to Guan Yu. Sounds unrelated, but fragments of that legendary figure appeared in Luck Tran's scattered memories. The real mystery. A strange fluid oozing from outside the tomb contained a virus prototype, and it shared the exact same genome as the virus running rampant inside Luck Tran's body. This was a groundbreaking discovery. Luck Tran was infected with a virus from 1,000 years ago, since he was patient zero. The doctors named the virus after him. While Tam started packing up, Luck Tran kept scrutinizing the report with intense focus. He noticed the virus characteristics section was vague and lacked detail. Understandably so. The report was written in just half a day. Even with decades of expertise in that room, no one could fully decode the virus traits that fast. But they did confirm one thing. The virus has insanely high regenerative powers. It repaired Luck Tran's damaged cells and boosted his body's strength to surprising levels. Yet what bothered Luck Tran most was that none of these elder experts seemed interested in his body. The reports hinted at heated debates breaking out during the meeting. Most wanted to lock him in a lab for 24/7 observation, but a few top dogs insisted on respecting his wishes. Tam explained this later. Those leading doctors found the virus prototype held greater research value, so Luck Tran's importance was downgraded. Now, he was just a reference subject for studying the virus prototype. Hearing this, Luck Tran finally exhaled in relief. His biggest fear was becoming a blood donor drain. Chung alone already took 800 cc of his blood and tortured him for hours. If a dozen more professors did the same, Luck Tran would not survive. He muttered to himself, "This virus has drained me 3 times already. 3 times. I thought it was only twice." Tam was puzzled. First, the cell regeneration that pulled him back from the brink. Second, the virus prototype prevented him from being drained dry by the professors. And finally, it reduced his reflex response time to just 0.9 seconds. That last one was news to Tam since Luck Tran's accident. Excited, he grabbed Luck Tran's gaming headset and urged him to jump into the game and feel it out. It was also a chance to test if the Tyax system Chung installed actually worked. That is when Luck Tran noticed something different about his gaming device. Tam proudly said it was his father's major invention. He would install a device system that emits Tyax rays to suppress virus growth. This meant Luck Tran no longer had to go to the hospital for daily radiation injections. Besides the upgraded headset, Tam also brought back a life monitoring bracelet. It tracks Luck Tran's vital stats and sends real-time data back to the hospital for research. Still, Luck Tran needs to visit the hospital once a week for a full checkup to keep the data updated. Before Tam could even finish his word, Luck Tran abruptly cut him off. That was because the bracelet just slipped onto his wrist, was flashing an intense red light, and Luck Tran was jolted by an electric shock that shook his whole body. Seeing this, Tam was completely freaked out. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? And just like that, the ambulance had to roll up to Luck Tran's lobby once again. Chung showed up too, after some tinkering. The red lines and electric shocks completely disappeared. The reason this happened was because Tam hastily wore the bracelet without adjusting its settings. First basic rule forgotten. Now, he was drowning in self-blame. Uncle Tam's had a rough day, so it is understandable he forgot a few things. Luck Tran quickly threw in a few words to ease the tension, but Chung did not fully trust his precious son yet. Since he was here anyway, he took it upon himself to school Luck Tran on the bracelet. This device can continuously monitor Luck Tran's health status. Luck Tran will emit an electric current like before to restore his vascular system. If the bracelet glows blue, it means Luck Tran's lungs are in trouble. It can automatically fix that by injecting into the glands on his shoulders. Finally, if a green line appears, it signals a blood circulation problem. Luck Tran's physiology is abnormal because of the virus inside him. Earlier, Tam did not adjust the parameters before slapping the bracelet on, so the red alert immediately popped up and Luck Tran got shocked. Chung advised him not to worry too much. Once the bracelet sends a distress signal, as long as it is within the city limits, he can rush over within half an hour. So if you want to leave the city, you have to give us a heads up. It is all for your own safety, I hope you understand. Chung laid down the rules, but Luck Tran knew this was not just advice, it was a demand. He was now a special subject under surveillance. Being restricted to city limits was only natural. After their agreement, Chung headed back to the hospital. Only then did Luck Tran turn his attention to the gaming headset. Hey old man Luck, your game it's still the same? Let us hop online and team up. Changed it. What about you? Luck Tran revealed his new in-game name to Tam, who had also switched to a fresh, even cooler name. Ultimate Master. Luck Tran paused for a few seconds, then threw a thumbs up. Man, with that attitude, you have got Tam totally hyped. What do you mean? Like, Who would not be pumped with a name like that, for sure? Hurry and set up the server. I will go online, and you better take me flying. Ultimate Master. Everyone knows Tam's a total noob at games anyway. Luctran tossed out a few jabs on the surface. But deep down he was silently promising to recover soon and turn Tam into a true ultimate master worthy of that name. They would already wasted a lot of time since last night. For a newbie grinding in the early stages, every hour counts. Luctran logged into the game ASAP. And as the headset powered up, the system's light beams activated too. That warm, cozy sensation washed over Luctran's body once again. This feeling was pure comfort. Pure bliss. As he logged into Vay Tongue, the system automatically brought him back to the last coordinates before disconnecting the green dragon's lair deep in the spirit forest. Now Luctran had a chance to check out the gear he would receive. It was a sword named Pine Forest 6-color blade. Luctran was itching to test the power of this new weapon. Swinging the sword, he sliced a huge tree in half with a single blow. It was razor sharp. Imagine how deadly it would be against monsters. Just as he thought that, a monster suddenly lunged at him. Wasn't he still in the green dragon's lair? Even though the Blue Roach King was taken down by him, tons of monsters under its command still remain, mostly level 7 or 8 blue roaches. This kind of challenge was exactly what Luctran was looking for. With a fresh weapon in hand, he unleashed a powerful slash. Every swing from Luctran sent another blue roach to its doom. Owning the battlefield like this, man, it was pure satisfaction. I am in a hurry. So how about you all come at me at once? Seeing these blue roaches were not that tough, Luctran threw out a cocky challenge, but to his surprise, these monsters actually understood human speech and charged at him all at once. Still, even with that, the difficulty only nudged up a bit. No way they could shake his control over this fight. The more Luctran fought, the fiercer he got. Soon enough, the battle was over. He would wiped out the entire blue ant colony. Although he was still a bit behind his previous best, this guy could not help but feel he looked downright badass. Just now, Chick Chick Shimja, a loud voice echoed. Luctran thought maybe Tam had come for him. Or worse, Longhand Tianha was here to settle the score. But when he turned around, he saw a total stranger. The system flashed a warning. This was a Judgment Wraith, a top-tier spirit from the underworld, able to cross into the mortal realm via contracts. Its true power still unknown. For some reason, Luctran suddenly felt a little tense. This guy definitely was not here to make friends. After confirming Luctran's identity, the Judgment Wraith started delivering its verdict. Luctran had no clue what was coming. Then, the spirit tossed a bounty order into his hands, an arrest warrant for Chick Chick Cham Cha, valued at 250 gold coins. This was called a spirit bounty, a way to put a price on other players' heads in the game. And this particular bounty was issued by none other than Longhand Tianha himself. Any player who successfully hunts down Luctran and causes him to lose a level would claim that reward. 250 gold coins is no joke. Each coin equals 100 yuan. One successful hit and you pocket 25,000 yuan. Clearly, that bastard's trying to buy his way to kick Luctran out of the game. Even though Luctran started this beef, this move still pissed him off big time. He clenched the bounty order in his hand. Longhand Tianha, just you wait. Let us see who gets booted from this game first. Putting that aside, after wiping out the Blue Roach nest and defeating the boss earlier, Luctran completed the main Blue Roach mission. He leveled up to 10 and earned the right to advance his class. Now, all he had to do was head back to the Newbie village, grab the class advancement letter, then go to Henbang Kong to complete the promotion. Luctran was so pumped he literally jumped for joy. Finally, class advancement was within reach. Right after, Tam and the top-tier in-game master sent him a guild invite. Luctran accepted, then saw a worried message from him pop up. Of course, it was asking who Luctran pissed off to get slapped with a 250 gold bounty. Old Luck, you still have not advanced your class yet? Not yet. Getting ready, Tam sighed. No wonder there is a whole squad of class advanced players eyeing you like you are dinner, ready to swarm. Luctran knew the bounty would attract hunters, but he did not expect a full-blown raid to be organized this fast. Check the channel. You will see what I mean, Tam urged. Luctran usually ignored that stuff, but since Tam said it, he had to take a peek. Sure enough, the channel was exploding. Everyone saw him as the prime target, with squads forming just to hunt him down. Tam looked super worried, but Luctran, he stayed surprisingly calm. No wonder he was chill. Anyone else understand the pressure of being hunted like this better than Luctran? After all, he survived the final year in the spirit realm despite being chased by the entire gamer community. Yeah? I have got to ask, how the hell did you make it through that last year online? Tam was genuinely curious. Thinking about it made Luctran's blood boil all over again. For an entire year, he spread fake rumors, faked his own death, disguised himself as a savage beast, and even pretended to be a roadside rock. Then he used a fake name to sneak into the enemy camp, and eventually stayed inside Boston's crew for half a month. Basically, He did whatever it took just to survive. Back then, his own crew had nicknamed him the Great Escape Master. Who would have thought that after just one day playing the game, the Great Escape Master had to make a comeback to the wild world to take on the hunters chasing him. He already had a plan cooked up. First, he snapped a photo of himself, then sent it to Du13. Next, he asked Du13 to spread that pic around, claiming that Luctran was lurking in the Spirit Light Forest. His goal? To lure those players into the forest, while he used the distraction to make his class change. And there it is, old luck. Du13 could not help but chuckle. Too flashy. Man. That is just the basics for the Great Escape Master. After wrapping up the plan, Luctran used plants to camouflage his entire body, then slipped away. Soon after, Du13 did exactly as told, broadcasting the photo across the world channel. Sure enough, all those clueless players took the bait, rushing into Spirit Light Forest chasing the money, clueless that the guy they wanted was the very rock they would just pass by. Meanwhile, Luctran returned to Newbie village to get his class change letter. The village chief told him to find the Spirit Swordmaster Tuluan at Hanbang Gang and give him the intro letter saying Luctran was allowed to become his disciple. He sprinted all out once he reached Hanbang Gang and changed class. He would be set. That place was the territory of the Wild Spirit Battleground. Any normal players on the righteous side who entered would automatically be flagged as enemies by NPCs. Still, Luctran had a bad feeling since Hanbang Gang was the only class change spot for wild spirits. His gut told him that Longhand Thean had definitely sent troops to ambush there. But Luctran could not keep running forever. Changing class was a must. Even if his enemies were waiting right in front of him, he dashed across a vast misty valley once through. He would be in Hanbang Gang. He found the highest vantage point to scout out how many enemies were outside Hanbang Gang. If they were few, he would confront them head-on. If they were many, he would pull a Sun Tzu move, strike from the east and attack from the west, then slip inside amid the chaos to change class. Just as Luctran guessed, a few ambushers waited outside Hanbang Gang. The lookout was a level 12 archer. With her were a level 15 engineer, a level 13 warrior, and a level 14 shield warrior. They all thought Longhand Thean was way too cautious, sending 4 people to deal with a kid who had not even changed class yet. Just as they were gearing up, the female archer suddenly said, "After all this waiting, it is finally showed him." Following her gaze, at the end of the path, Luctran slowly emerged, seeing only 4 opponents. He let out a relieved breath. Good, not too many otherwise. This would get way harder. Hey, we just met and you are already yelling to fight. Can't we sit down and talk this out? Luctran spoke up, but really, he was stalling to find the perfect distance to strike. Of course, the 4 ignored his words. Makes sense, they were all from the Furious Dragon Guild. Luctran had stolen their boss and beaten their guild leader before. There was no way they would sit down for a chat now. Worse, they thought he was scared since he was trying to delay the fight. So they looked down on him even more. Furious Dragon Guild. You have got cash but your manners suck. I am just a little punk skull if I am scared. It is no shame. Luctran fired back with attitude. But if you big shots want to throw soft punches and pretend I am invisible, I won't, he complained. Saying that, he stepped forward a few paces. The distance between Luctran and his foes was 10 meters, just 2 more steps, and he would be in striking range. Meanwhile, the level 12 archer was already drawing her bow, sword ready to strike. The rest were all on high alert, ready to strike. Fine. I will let you slip into the frozen steel first. Go ahead and make your move. We are not that desperate to rush you. Long Thigu. Order the archers to open fire and take them out. But honestly, your attitude is not bad. Maybe I will just let you respawn once and call it a day. Big bro? Leveling up is not easy for any of us. Why make things harder by fighting each other? Lassie Trun kept stalling, stepping forward as he spoke. Now, he was just about 3 meters from them, standing perfectly still. Lassie Trun put on a look of conflicted regret, blaming himself for crossing the wrong people, hoping to make them a little wary. To his surprise, they took it seriously, puffing up their guild's reputation like they owned the sky. They even dared to compare their tiny together dragon guild to the legendary Bamboo Shadow Chaos Guild. Lustron could not hold back his laughter any longer. He burst out with a loud, mocking chuckle. Haha, you guys really think you are on the same level as Bamboo Shadow Chaos? What a bunch of clueless fools. Damn it! Who dares mock our guild and dragon? They are just begging for a beating. Lustron was not interested in this pointless banter anymore. He would already close the distance he wanted. Honestly, dealing with these knave kids was not worth his breath. They saw a tiny level 10 Reaper like him talking big with no fear and decided to teach him a lesson until he dropped to level 0. The fellow archer at level 12 made the first move, but even with the level advantage, she was just paper thin. She could not block a single strike from him. Lassie Trun took her down in a second. Now who is the joke? Yet they put that archer right on the front lines. Your weak team coordination is honestly making me laugh. Just because the enemy said 2 words. You blindly rush forward. Are you all mentally handicapped? Lucy Tron's words dripped with unapologetic mockery. And panic started to spread among them, but they had to pull themselves together. Reminding each other they still had 3 people handling Lassie Tron was nothing. The knight quickly ordered a split attack, trying to sandwich him from 3 sides. But Lassie Tron stayed completely calm, without any sneaky archers meddling. Just in close combat he was unbeatable. That level 13 warrior tried to sneak an attack. But before she could even swing, Lassie Tron spotted her. The 3 of them charged together, trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, but Lassie Tron was not scared. Except, suddenly, he missed his strike. This time was different from before. With more experience, he quickly realized his reaction time had dulled. Now, to be safe, he needed to create distance and figure out exactly how much his reflex delay had increased. Lassie Tron's spirits lifted given how fast his nervous system was recovering. Maybe in 2 days, he would be strong enough to face Bamboo Shadow Chaos. After testing, he confirmed his delay had dropped to just 7 ticks. That actually made things easier to handle. The furious warrior who missed his strike unleashed his ultimate move, Earthquake Fury. Too bad it had 0 effect on Lassie Tron. In Lassie Tron's eyes, even a level 14 warrior was just fresh meat, just like the archer. That warrior was quickly sent back to respawn. Now only the most stubborn level 15 knight remained. He was finally scared, hurriedly speaking up. Wait, can we just sit down and talk this out? Too bad before he could finish, Lassie Tron's sword was already buried in his forehead. After sending his opponent off to respawn, Lassie Tron casually wiped his blade clean. Only when it gleamed like new did he step into the frozen steel stronghold. The Together Dragon Guild's forces are arriving. I have got to pull back. As he turned and left, the wound on the knight's forehead magically healed itself. No one knew how he did it, but there was no denying he had not gone down for good. Seeing Lassie Tron walk away, the guy finally stood up and let out a relieved breath. But before he could even celebrate, Lassie Tron appeared behind him like some ghost from England. Hey, just one sentence from you scared the other guy stiff. Man, Lassie Tron closed in from behind, like a true demon from hell. How can someone just come back to life right there on the spot? Is this some secret resurrection potion or what? Nope. Bro, that knight dude explained only players level 15 and up can revive right where they die. I just hit level 15. Lassie Tron sighed. This on-the-spot resurrection thing does not really work in his favor. If the enemy revives and gets caught immediately, game over. Looks like leveling up to 15 means you gotta be way more careful. Bro, I told you everything straight. Can I go now or what? The knight carefully pushed Lassie Tron's sword away from his neck. His sneaky, crotch-bowing stance made Lassie Tron feel pure contempt. But this time, Lassie Tron was ready to teach this arrogant punk a lesson. So he kept tapping the sword on the guy's head, each hit only costing 1 HP, but stinging and humiliating big time. Just as Lassie Tron was getting warmed up, Longhand Thean has suddenly called the knight. The knight got super nervous, trying to answer before Lassie Tron noticed and hung up. But there is no way he could slip past Lassie Tron's hawk eyes. Lassie Tron grabbed the knight's hand, forcing him to pick up the call. Hello? Long Thieu. Hi Long. Longhand Thean's excited voice came through the line. I got the location you sent. Keep him busy. I am on my way. This time, we are killing him until he is completely out of the game. The knight was tense as Lassie Tron caught him sneaking a Japanese ping to Longhand Thean. But Lassie Tron did not even bother with him. He just shouted into the phone. Longhand Thean. You guys are pathetic losers who can't even back up your trash talk. On the other end, Longhand Thean flinched back, scared stiff by Lassie Tron's booming voice. After all, he would been beaten back to the respawn point once before by Lassie Tron, so this guy was still a little scared of him. You are a death trigger snake assassin. That is right. It is. Your so-called Hai Long has been taken down. I am waiting for you at the ice shack. If you want to take me down, you are not even worthy yet. Then, Lassie Tron swiftly slit the knight's throat to set an example. Longhand Thean was still yelling at Lassie Tron to leave his friend alone. But before he could finish, the call got cut. His buddy was dead. Longhand Thean ground his teeth in frustration. He split his followers into 2 groups, one to head to the ice shack with him, the other to guard the respawn point, hoping to trap Lassie Tron the moment he respawned. Soon after, Longhand Thean arrived outside the ice shack. The moment he spotted that familiar blue jacket, he launched the attack. A whole squad of players followed his lead. Charging in, all kinds of pros joined the assault, unleashing an unprecedented storm of attacks. Longhand Thean laughed, confident that no matter how strong Lassie Tron was, his player level health bar could not survive this onslaught. But before he could enjoy his laugh, a blazing red warning window popped up right in front of him. That meant the system had issued a red alert. Longhand Thean, Big Lady Long, the Earth King, and other players had triggered the Night Spirit Patrol to attack at the Ice Shack. All human faction players in the Ice Shack zone were now considered enemies by the Night Spirit Patrol. The announcement sent chills through every player there. They would just logged in and barely leveled up, and now they would gone and made enemies of the Dark Faction and PCs. Even Longhand Thean had not seen this move coming while he was still wrestling with 1,000 questions. The blue-jacketed figure was already being dragged down by the enemy. Humans, your guts just keep getting bigger. Daring to attack the Great Lord Fa. When the cloak was pulled down, Longhand Thean finally realized it was not the target he wanted to hit, but the Night Spirit Patrol captain. This was clearly a trap set by Luctran. And unfortunately, the rich but dim-witted bastard just walked right into it. Fak is a high-level NPC commander in the Night Spirit faction. Being marked as an enemy by him, yeah, that is definitely bad news. Longhand Thean urged his team to stay calm and hold formation. But seriously, who the hell can stay calm right now? As for Fak, he was not about to let those who attacked him get away. Dream on if you think you are running. Dead men do not get second chances. At Fak's command, the ground cracked open, and dry skeletons burst forth, grabbing the player's legs tight. Longhand Thean included, facing a whole army of skeletons. It was damn near impossible to escape, especially when they were controlled by a top-tier commander like Fak. Longhand Thean panicked wildly, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Hurry! Call for backup." Fak felt like he would just heard the joke of the century. His weapon blasted straight into Longhand Thean's head. "Backup, bring it on. Taking down a few nobodies like you won't even scratch my rage." Longhand Thean was beaten senseless. While his crew was slaughtered by the Night Spirit army, no one escaped. The entire scene was witnessed by Luctran, who was hiding nearby. He was ecstatic to see his plan to kill by proxy succeed. Those $10 spent on buying 10 sets of ripped clothes, just like mine in Newbie Village, really paid off. Remember earlier, when Luctran met Fak, he poured on the charm, hyping him up with every word, claiming to be a true fan, treating him like royalty. Then he took the chance to gift him an outfit, just like his own, freshly bought from the village shop. When Fak put it on, Luctran showered him with praise until he refused to take it off, leading Longhand Thean had to totally misidentify him. After all this, Luck hoped the guild and Long could stay low for a while. But no luck, the bounty orders kept updating non-stop. Before, you would get 250 gold for hitting Luctran's level down. Now, just killing him once, no level drop needed, nets you 500 gold. Plus, anyone bringing intel on him gets 10 gold. The bounty money is skyrocketing like Longhand Thean has fury. Luctran was not worried. The richer they got, the more chances he had to face off against top dogs, and each of those top dogs would be a stepping stone, climbing him back to glory. Once Longhand Thean's crew was wiped out, Luctran confidently pushed deeper into the ice fortress. Finally, he found the spirit swordsman the village chief had mentioned. Overcome with excitement, he practically jumped up and down. "Master, I have come to find the person to pass on the legacy." "What is this? Some stinky ant from my territory dares to step in here." "Halt right there." As expected, the Night Spirit faction's enforcers are as hot-headed as ever. In the end, Luctran had to flash the village chief's letter to make Tulun's sword stop. Village chief Van is an old friend of Tulun. If he personally vouched for me, then Tulun has no reason to refuse me. I will follow my old friend's advice and take you on as my disciple. But kid, you gotta remember this well. As a spirit swordsman, our body and soul must be as pure as ice. Whatever Tulun said, Luctran nodded seriously. "I will remember that, Master." Tulun seemed pleased, even ruffling Luctran's hair, kindly quite the change from his fierce sword stance earlier. He said before the transfer, he needed to awaken Luctran's talent a bit first. The hand on Luctran's head seemed to press down with a bit more force. Then Tulun began to speak loudly and clearly. "Master of the Lost Soul Boar is sleeping soundly. Let your soul power illuminate every corner and overthrow every rule in this world. Descendant of the Lost Soul, awaken your innate talent." So this is what awakening your talent in the Heavenly Vault looks like. Pretty epic. After a moment, the system announced that Luctran had unlocked a talent called Soul Force. Soul Force Level 1 awakens the power of the sleeping lost soul, boosting all damage dealt to enemies by 5%. Each level up increases this talent's effect by another 5%. This talent can max out at level 10. At that point, Luctran could rack up a 50% damage boost. This is exactly the kind of power everyone drools over. Tulun looked pretty proud seeing his new student grasp such a top-tier talent. Then he started another ritual to officially grant Luctran the title of Lost Soul Swordsman. Once the ritual finished, Luctran checked his attribute panel. Everything had leveled up. Luctran felt his body brimming with newfound strength. There was just one thing that left him a bit bummed. Even after officially becoming a Lost Soul Swordsman, he still looked like a skull, nothing heroic or handsome about it. Tulun patted Luctran on the shoulder to comfort him. "The path ahead is tough and bitter, kid. Being a skull is just who we really are. You look a little crazy, but in a cool way. Here are 3 skill books that will help you level up fast. Tran's eyes lit up, but before he could even thank him, Tuluan snatched the skill books back. Turns out, even between master and student, these are precious, and Tuluan still charged Tran 5 silver coins per book. Tran's heart sank. He felt like he would been stabbed. He would just finished grinding quests and boss fights to scrape together 24 silver coins. And now his new master just snatched 15 coins the moment they met. Master, come on. Can't you cut me some slack here? We are supposed to be a team. No way, this is already the cheapest price for a skill book. Kid, Tuluan said without a hint of mercy. He took Tran's coins, tossed him the 3 skill books, and kept going on about how he was practically losing money. Tran could not wait and ripped open the skill books. He gained 3 new skills. Basic swordsmanship, boosting swordsman-related damage by 5%. Next, looting the dead, which helps him find more items from corpses. And finally, slash combo, increasing damage to all targets by 10%. Doing the math, just basic swordsmanship and slash combo together already raised damage by 15%. Add that to the talent boost from his new class, and that is a solid 20% damage increase. Before, when he played as a spirit, his swordsman skills only bumped damage to a fixed cap. But now, as a Lost Soul swordsman, his skills can boost damage by a full 100%. So with these basic boosts, his damage output will keep scaling up. This class is seriously op. The best way to test these new skills: a fight. With that in mind, Tran turned to ask Tuluan, Master, got any good quests for me? Still riding high from pocketing 15 silver coins, Tuluan lazily tossed him a single quest scroll. It was a top-tier force quest called Skull Fingers. The mission: head to the Great Graveyard, kill 50 low-level skull soldiers who've been freeloading off humans, and collect 10 skull fingers to hand over to Tuluan. Tran gripped the quest scroll. Suddenly feeling way more hyped, he rushed to the Great Graveyard, where the skull soldiers were level 12. Back then, he could barely take them down, but after his class change, his attack power had soared. Tran took one swift sword strike and cleanly took down a skull soldier. But as the soldier dropped, its body flared up with a blinding purple flame. That thing charged straight at Tran. Even though he had no clue what it was, his instincts kicked in and he raised his sword to block. But Tran's sword just sliced through thin air. That thing did not have a real form. There was no way to dodge now. Tran got hit dead on by the blazing flame. The fire seared right through his body. Strangely, Tran did not feel pain or burning, just a strange sense of calm. The system notified him he absorbed a fire spirit soul, but his experience did not increase, and his attributes remained flat. Tran found this weird. Could it be this thing only gave a momentary rush with no real benefit? He planned to check the forums for info after logging out. For now, let us see if that skull soldier drops anything valuable. But Tran had built up high hopes and ended up even more disappointed. From that skull soldier, he only got a torn piece of worthless cloth trash. No value at all. Man, what a stingy loser, I wasted my time. Tran shouted in frustration. Time for more hunting. There is no way all skull soldiers are this lame. Not long after, Tran had slashed through 50 skull soldiers and collected 10 skull fingers. Mission complete. He leveled up to level 11. Now all that is left is to head back to the Frozen Steel to claim his reward from Tuluan. From the last skull soldier dropped a tiny demon stone, useless, but still better than 49 scraps of cloth. Tran sighed, about to head back, when he realized he would wandered way too far. He would enter the blue bone area deep in the tomb, surrounded by towering tombstones for photographs. For some reason, Tran had a gut feeling something was about to show up. Sure enough, a massive misty figure appeared. It was a blue bone skull level 15, but this one was not just big, it was colossal. Standing before it, Tran felt like an ant facing off against an elephant. Seeing its sheer size, he started to sweat nervously. Hey little skull brat, where do you come from? How dare you mess around in our turf? The blue bone skull bellowed, its booming voice echoing across the land. Tran was not about to chat with some NPC monster he struck first. Thinking this opponent was tough, he unleashed all his skills in a full-on assault. But despite the blue bone skull's intimidating size and aura, Tran took it down with ease. He even scratched his head in disbelief. Why was this mini-boss so much easier than the skull soldiers? Reading Tran's confusion, the system quickly explained. Blue bone skulls are the main race in the blue bone tomb area, big but weak fighters. However, they excel at team battles and love to act in groups. Tran zeroed in on that love to act in groups part. No sooner had he read the message than a flaming arrow shot straight at him. Tran jumped to dodge and muttered, Man, I just poked the hornet's nest. The blue bone skull he would just killed was probably just a scout. The real threat was the skull team attacking from behind. They coordinated attacks from multiple angles, highly organized and powerful, but still, they were not strong enough to take Tran down. Seeing his strength, more blue bone skulls kept coming, and Tran started to get irritated. Even if they were weaker, Dragging out the fight would wear him down. Then he had an idea. Was not he surrounded by those towering tombstones? He slashed a line across the tallest tombstone with his sharp blade, then circled behind and kicked it hard. The tombstone toppled instantly from where he struck. Blue bone skulls caught in its fall were crushed under the weight. Luxtran planned to use the chaos to make his escape, but before he could even make a move, an overwhelming pressure crashed down on him. With a force this intense, the Senza boss has definitely arrived. Sure enough, those towering Than-Ket skull heads all dropped to their knees, bowing with utmost reverence. The creature that just appeared casually flicked its fingers and lifted the tombstone like it weighed nothing. Calm down. Who exactly are you to dare harm one of my people? Lusitron swallowed hard, his nerves on edge. The command from the skull boss Lusitron was now completely surrounded by the Than-Ket skulls. What stood before him was not just some ordinary skeleton, it was the Wraith Lord Than-V. Level unknown. The system warned Lusitron he was not strong enough to take this enemy on, yet retreat was the only option. Since he could not see the opponent's level, it had to be at least 2 tiers above him. Lusitron was not stupid enough to pick a fight he could not win, but the problem was, now he was surrounded in layers by those Than-Ket skulls. Escaping would not be so simple. Wraith Lord Than-V began to advance slowly, without even noticing. He stepped on a crippled Than-Ket skull, cracking its skull instantly. Lusitron's tension skyrocketed. He struggled just to slice that skull with his blade. Yet this guy crushed it with a single step. Accept your fate, weakling, Than-V declared coldly, his voice icy. No hint of joking whatsoever. With every step he took, the ground cracked open beneath him. Lusitron's mind went blank. This was pure terrifying power. How on earth was he supposed to handle such a monstrous foe? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lusitron's head. He scanned around quickly, pinpointing the surest route back to Hen Bang Sign. Than-V had now closed the distance, standing right in front of him. Got any last words? Lusitron snapped out of his earlier fear, flicked his middle finger, and laughed mockingly, even though this was the Wraith Lord standing before him. What? You think a broken tombstone is gonna scare me? And calling yourself the Frost Lord? You really think you are some kind of king, or what? If you are so tough, why do not you smash me with that tombstone and see what happens? Lusitron's attitude froze. For a few seconds his rage was reaching a boiling point. The Wraith Lord's right hand shot into the sky, fingers glowing red with a menacing aura that sent chills down everyone's spines. You bastard. And Gaim will pay for his arrogance. As he struck down, the tombstone hurtled straight towards Lusitron, and it was flying exactly in the direction of Hen Bang Sign. Seeing his enemy caught in the trap, Lusitron grinned inside. He timed it perfectly and jumped onto the flying tombstone as it soared toward him. See ya, skull boss. As Lusitron zipped past, the Than-Ket skulls could only exchange stunned glances, while Than-V seethed, dropping all his usual arrogance. What were you just standing there for? Chase him down. Do not let him get away. Than-V barked. The Than-Ket skulls snapped out of it, but it was already too late to catch Lusitron. When they reached the border of the Great Graveyard, the giant tombstone had been left far behind. Lusitron even carved a few words on it, just for kicks during his escape. Thanks to the Wraith Lord for the giant tombstone gift. He even etched a big heart next to the message. The Than-Ket skulls stared dumbfounded. Those words looked neat, and the heart was oddly charming. Than-V was so pissed off by his minions' nonsense he felt like vomiting blood. His whole body radiated an intense aura that terrified everyone around. The Than-Ket skulls bowed their heads low, begging their lord to calm down. He ordered them to hunt down Lusitron no mercy, kill him on sight. But how could they catch Lusitron when he had already returned to Hen Bang Sign, willing to hand over the mission? As Tula received the 10 fingers, the mission was officially complete. Lusitron leveled up again, gaining 1,200 experience points. He also earned 5 fame points and a glowing wrist armor as a reward. This thing boosts your physical resistance by 8, magical resistance by 4, and strength by 2. Lusitron hurriedly strapped it on. These gauntlets actually match that reversed armor set pretty well. Finally, new gear. One more step closer to a full body upgrade. Lusitron muttered under his breath. His stats had definitely taken a nice jump. Sure, he still could not face off directly against the Spirit Warlord yet, but he could at least throw down with those blue bone skulls to level up. Tula was visibly shaken hearing that you have already crossed paths with the blue bone skulls and the Spirit Warlord King Wu. That is right. Lusitron nodded emphatically. If I had not been quick on my feet, I might never have made it back. Tuluan's face suddenly turned serious before he gave Lusitron a firm pat on the shoulder. He said since Lusitron's tangled with the Spirit Warlord, he has got to take on a new mission. Recently, that King Wu is gathering a huge army of skulls to attack Hen Bang Kong. Given the situation, Tuluan thinks they need to strike first to seize the upper hand. As soon as Tuluan finished, a fresh set of missions popped up for Lusitron. These were all top-tier grade E tasks, a big step above those earlier skull missions. The first mission, hunt down 200 blue bone skulls and bring back 20 of their fingers to Tuluan. Completing it rewards a piece of Blackstone gear, 2200 XP, and 21 fame points. The second mission. Slaughter 200 thorn dust skulls and collect 40 fingers for Tulun. The reward. Another gear piece. 3,000 spi. And 45 fame points. The final and toughest mission go head-to-head with the skull guards of the spirit warlord King Wu. Buying time so Tulun can hunt down the warlord himself. Complete it to earn a bronze sword gear. 4,500 XP. And a whopping 100 fame points. Luxtran read through the mission list. Sweat breaking out all over. The rewards are generous. But damn. These tasks won't be a walk in the park. Wealth and glory always come wrapped in danger. As long as you do not let the spirit warlord absorb your firebug soul, you will be fine. Tulun spoke to reassure him. Tulun explained that the firebug soul is the very essence of the spirit clan's life force. The spirit clan splits into 4 major tribes, ruling over all the spirit beings together. The largest tribe by numbers is the mighty spirit warlords. Next up are the corpse demons, known for their tough bodies. Then there are the shadow elves, masters of advanced magic. And finally, the nether ghosts, ghostly beings who are immune to any physical harm whatsoever, largest by numbers. Huh? Luxtran asked skeptically. Why do I get the feeling our spirit warlord tribe seems kinda inferior? Among the 4 great tribes, only our spirit warlords can absorb firebug souls and evolve endlessly. We are actually the strongest spirits of all. Luxtran was not totally sure what strongest meant yet, but judging by Tulun's serious expression, it was not just talk. Master, what happens if the firebug soul gets absorbed? You fall into a dark abyss, erased from this world's records. Luxtran swallowed hard. So that is basically a total wipeout from existence. Turns out the spirit warlord tribe's survival is brutal. They rely on absorbing the souls of their kin to keep evolving. Starting as mere spirit warlords, they level up to spirit generals, then spirit warlords, and eventually spirit kings. Finally, by absorbing enough firebug souls, they can become the most powerful beings in the night spirit world, the absolute rulers, the night spirit monarchs, or as it is more succinctly called, Tulun gazed at Luxtran thoughtfully before continuing. The Tula is the never-ending path of evolution, a glorious responsibility for the spirit tribe. I want to get that chance anymore. But you have awakened that unique spirit power. Your future is bright, and I am rooting for you all the way. Luxtran gave a slight nod, then said he wanted to hunt those green bone skeletons. His master warned him to be careful. He was the last hope of the Tulin tribe. The silhouette of Luxtran quickly disappeared, so he did not hear the rest of his master's words, the hope the master placed in him. Outside the green bone tomb, a group of level 15 green skeletons stood guard. Suddenly, a level 3 messenger fruit scurried over, letting out a few sharp calls. The green skeletons stared, confused and suspicious. Was there something up there causing all that noise? Another shook his head, dismissing the idea. Don't be ridiculous. How could anything climb these towering burial mounds? And he was not wrong, the mounds were insanely tall. They figured it was just some birds perched up there, but there was someone Luxtran hiding atop one of those tombs. He waited until the green skeletons had moved on before exhaling a sigh of relief. That was close. I gotta scout somewhere else. Luxtran dodged the green skeletons and began patrolling. After half an hour, he had a clear read on the situation. Outside the Greenbone Tome area, there were 8 patrol squads. Each squad had 5 skeletons and a messenger fruit for communication. Luxtran knew he had to take out that fruit first to cut off their calls for backup. The tricky part, every 10 minutes, 2 squads would meet up, so every 10 minutes, he would have to take down 2 squads without getting caught. This was a huge challenge for Luxtran. He paused, then steeled himself. As the skeleton patrol approached, he started the timer and struck without hesitation at the first squad. Taken completely by surprise, the green skeletons were visibly shaken, but before they even had a chance to react, Luxtran's sword sliced clean through the messenger fruit's body. An initial victory. His speed was unreal. The skeletons could not keep up. Each strike sent a skeleton crashing down, the slime and goo splattering everywhere in the chaos. Luxtran started tapping into his skills. In the blink of an eye, pale purple sparks flickered around him. The skeletons panicked, fearing his skills would wipe them out. One even lunged aggressively, swinging a mace at him, but Luxtran flawlessly executed his skill combo, his sword beams striking the skeletons faster than lightning. The sword beams moved so fast they were invisible to the naked eye, too quick even for the skeletons to track. Luxtran's skill set was devastating, yet he still felt too slow. He had to speed up, time was running out. Before long, all the skeletons were down except one floating blue finger bone lingering in the air. Luxtran frowned. Just one drop. The drop rate was way too low. The timer hit nearly 2 minutes. Luxtran knew he did not have time to use his ultimate move anymore. At this pace, the second squad would show up in 7 minutes, meaning he had to clear each battle in under a minute, a tight squeeze, timed by Then suddenly strange lightning crackled in the sky, leaving the patrolling skeletons baffled what the hell was going on. But when they saw the corpses of their comrades and the fallen messenger fruit scattered on the ground, panic set. All 8 squads wiped out if not for the change of shift. No one would have noticed during the patrol shift change. One skeleton hesitated, debating whether to report this to their master. Another cut him off. We already pissed off the boss by letting one slip away today. If we add this to the list, he will be beyond disappointed. Hearing that, the others nodded in agreement. The leader ordered a doubling of patrol squads. But even doubling the numbers and 4 messenger fruits expanding their search area might not be enough to catch the troublemaker. Meanwhile, Luctran hid in the sickly zone, silently checking the remaining skeleton count. He would only taken down 40 so far. Only 4 finger bones were retrieved, far from enough to complete the mission. The only option was to delve deeper into the tomb to keep hunting. But Luctran still made some progress. He would taken down 40 enemies and reached level 13. Complete this mission, and he would hit level 15. Wonder where he ranks now. Curious? He could not resist glancing at the leaderboard, and when he saw the top spot, he felt a surge of awe. Demon Valley was sitting at level 18. Way ahead, probably a fellow level 18 warrior. Meanwhile, he was stuck at 13, so what was his rank? He kept scrolling, hunting for his name. But it did not show up until past the top 100 at position 125. Seeing this, he was instantly frustrated. He would always been top 100 in the spirit realm. But here he would drop to 125. No way he would accept that he had to break back into the top 100. With that thought, he grabbed his sword and took off immediately. But just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. It was the spirit knight Demon Valley. Luctran stared in shock. It really was Demon Valley. Through Demon Valley, Luctran learned he was now wanted. He was caught off guard. Why the sudden bounty on his head? Demon Valley came for the 500 Vang Teen bounty, originally hunting him down but unexpectedly ran into him here. Luctran squinted at him, smirking. Good luck getting your hands on my bounty. Demon Valley chuckled softly. Perfect. If you cling too tight, it is no fun at all. No sooner said than done. His blue spear lunged straight at Luctran. The thrust was not too fast. Luctran easily dodged the strike. Demon Valley was stunned. Luctran actually dodged and even countered, dealing damage. He immediately counterattacked, spear striking again, this time grazing Luctran's arm, drawing blood. Luctran seized the moment his opponent retracted his weapon and leaped back, his expression darkening as he stared him down. His reflexes were a bit slower than Luctran's, but his defense was rock solid. This had to be the weakness of a spiritual knight's craft. From this point, the Demon Valley disciple was brimming with battle intent. His opponent was skilled, and he was eager to keep fighting, so he charged forward again. Luctran gripped his sword tightly, ready to counter. When the spear's tip nearly reached him, he sensed the perfect moment. He struck back with the tip of his sword, knocking Demon Valley's spear away. Demon Valley stared in disbelief. Luctran timed it perfectly, flipping his spear aside. In that split second of shock, Luctran charged in, taunting him. Don't zone out like that, I am the best. Remember, at that moment, purple energy blades appeared around him as he activated his skill, unleashing sharp sword slashes that dealt heavy damage to Demon Valley. By the time Demon Valley recovered, he gripped his spear firmly to defend. Though wounded, he seemed unfazed. Regaining his footing, he snarled fiercely. If you have used all your skills, then it is my turn. Without hesitation, he readied himself and charged. In seconds, his spear was enveloped in pale blue spirit flames, streaking toward Luctran, but his weakness was speed too slow to react. Luctran dodged the piercing attack, yet moments later, a sudden sharp pain shot through his head. Luctran's body wavered uncontrollably. The pain was excruciating. He had to brace his sword against the ground to steady himself. At that moment, caught off guard, he was pierced by a spear, losing a significant amount of blood. Collapsing onto the ground, Luctran fell into deep thought. What had just happened? His head felt like it was about to explode. Noticing Luctran's faltering, Demon Valley shouted aggressively, hurling curses, telling him to quit wasting time. Now unable to dodge, Luctran had no choice but to raise his sword and block the incoming spear. Gritting his teeth, he fought to hold the defense, but the spear pushed deeper and deeper. The Demon Valley hair clearly had the upper hand. With a subtle twist of his wrist, he sent Luctran's sword flying out of reach. Luctran watched helplessly as his weapon soared away, silently thinking, this is it. I need to run and grab it back. But the Demon Valley hair was not about to give him that chance. With a phantom command blocking his path, Luctran was stabbed again by the spear's tip, losing more blood. Panic crept in. His weapon was gone. His blood was half drained, while his opponent stood unfazed, fully armed and ready. At this rate, defeat was inevitable. While Luctran's mind raced, the Demon Valley hair wasted no time, thrusting the spear forward again. Seeing the spear about to pierce his chest, Luctran cursed under his breath, no way I am dodging this one. Sure enough, the strike hit him hard, sending him flying back into the tombstones behind. The Demon Valley Hare smirked in triumph. Retrieving his spear, this fight was about to end easily, but Luck Tran was unscathed. Still standing. He could not believe he would actually block that hit. The Demon Valley Hare stared at the man rising before him, still alive. Fine, he thought, pulling out a camera. A skull appeared in the air. He wanted to record Luck Tran's defeat so he could claim his reward. He would almost forgotten. He readied for a proper fight. But then his expression shifted to surprise when he saw Luck Tran's next move. Luck Tran was intently staring at the leaves in front of him. And suddenly, purple sword lights flickered from his hands. The Demon Valley Hare could not make sense of this weird move. Is he chopping leaves now? His eyes widened in horror as the falling leaves were sliced into 100 tiny fragments mid-air. Luck Tran laughed triumphantly, of course. The intense headache was due to his delay being cut by half a second. That familiar feeling. A delay of just 0.2 seconds. Locking eyes with the Demon Valley Hare, Luck Tran's smirk bloomed. Now he had the perfect test subject. Hey, you want to dance? Round 1. Bring it on. The Demon Valley Hare was infuriated by Luck Tran's cocky attitude. An unarmed punk acting tough. Unbelievable. He swung his spear fiercely. Murderous intent blazing. This strike was meant to finish Luck Tran. The pressure was palpable, but Luck Tran stayed calm, casually blocking the spear tip with a single finger. 1 second later, the spear was deflected aside. The Hare's speed was just too slow. This stunned the Demon Valley Hare. How could a single finger stop his attack so easily? Furious and unwilling to accept defeat, he launched another assault. This time, he unleashed a rapid multi-thrust barrage. The spear like a whirlwind of deadly shards slicing through the air. But the result was the same. Luck Tran effortlessly knocked them aside with a finger, squinting mockingly. Luck Tran taunted. Is that all you have got, Demon Valley Hare? Of course. The hare refused to back down. Don't get cocky. Those were just warm-ups. Let us see how you handle this without missing a beat. His spear morphed into a razor-sharp lance and charged forward. Yet Luck Tran stood his ground. Unfazed, he grinned slyly, dripping with disdain. This kind of attack. No need to block. He did not move. Did not dodge. The lance sliced right through him. But what shocked the Demon Valley Hare was that the strike passed through without causing any damage. For a split second, the hare was dumbfounded. Luck Tran closed in and warned. Now's not the time to zone out. Then he landed a solid punch. The Demon Valley Hare could not dodge in time. He had no clue when Luck Tran had gotten so close. What just happened? Of course, no one was there to answer him. At that moment, Luck Tran clenched the lance in his grasp with fierce force. He kicked the hare's stomach, causing him to spill blood, not giving him a chance to react. Luck Tran yanked the spear straight out of his hand with brute force. The Demon Valley disciple, caught off guard, slipped and fell hard, his weapon flying far from him. Seeing him sprawled on the ground, Luck Tran could not help but mock him. He was weaponless now. Meanwhile, Luck Tran had already pulled his sword from the tombstone. Now the tide had turned. Without missing a beat, he sprinted forward. Once again, he unleashed a flurry of linked strikes with his magic incantation aimed right at the Demon Valley disciple. He was determined to end this in one swift blow. But the Demon Valley disciple was not about to go down easy. He activated his demon armor to shield himself. Smirking, he told Luck Tran this armor was not something you just break through on a whim. Luck Tran frowned, staring at the invisible protective layer before him. Impressive. Truly. But what shocked him even more was what came next. The Demon Valley disciple suddenly made a move. Could he have a backup weapon? Just as Luck Tran suspected, the disciple pulled another spear from his jeer and hurled it fiercely toward him. A pale blue energy enveloped the entire spear. Soon, the area in front of him was engulfed in a sea of flames. At that moment, the demon armor's effect ended, and the disciple entered a weakened state for 15 seconds, slashing his defense by 80%. Watching the raging fire before him, Luck Tran let out a relieved breath. Finally, he would got him, but his spear only stuck into the tombstone behind Luck Tran. As the flames died down, Luck Tran stood there cool as ever, even raising an eyebrow to taunt him. Did he really think he was done for? No way was he finished. Demon Valley disciple could not believe the guy standing right in front of him had just taken his rocket fire attack without a scratch. Luck Tran chuckled softly, teasing him for asking too many questions, then vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the disciple, stabbing him with his spear and dealing massive damage. The Demon Valley disciple gritted his teeth fiercely. His defense was way too low now. Even a normal strike dealt 106 damage. After his skill ended, his defense stats had plummeted. Luck Tran caught on immediately. This was the perfect chance to finish him off. He pressed the attack relentlessly. His sword slashed fiercely, moving so fast the Demon Valley disciple simply could not keep up. Luck Tran did not even need to use any special skills to take him down. He smiled victoriously at the fallen foe. Not bad for a level 1. Just unlucky to run into me. But only then did he realize the Demon Valley disciple was dead. He frowned, dead just like that. Looks like it is game over for him. At the disciple's place, even after dying, he could not tear himself away from the screen. Still watching the battle replay. Unbelievable, he slowed it down to half speed and still could not figure out what went wrong. Gongsun Valley had no clue how Luctran pulled it off. He would have to analyze it frame by frame to understand. He kept fiddling with the controls, adjusting the speed to watch the replay over and over. Just like that, he kept fiddling with the machine, adjusting the speed to replay the scene. The slow motion replay showed Luctran's subtle movements clearly. Gongtunkov hit pause to analyze every detail. He finally spotted the flaw. Luctran barely shifted and dodged the attack, then snapped right back to his original spot, creating the illusion that the spear had pierced through. The speed, the precision, it was downright unbelievable. Only top dogs in the Hall of Fame like Bamboo, Shadow Chaos, and Lactran could pull that off. Thinking of that, he got hyped and grabbed his gaming gear. There is no way a guy with hands this big would miss out. Meanwhile, in the game, Luctran suddenly sneezed twice, no clue if someone was cursing at him or what. In the life tome, darkness and dread still hung heavy all around. The Ghost Valley kid quickly returned, but there was no sign of Luctran. Maybe he logged out or was off on a mission. Doesn't he matter though, as long as he is in Hanbang Kang or the big graveyard. He will definitely be found. Luctran, who had been hiding on a tombstone, sneezed again. No way. Not again. He started wondering if he would caught a cold. Or maybe someone kept reminding him, because why else would he keep sneezing like that? Lost in thought, a sharp voice suddenly cut through. The Blue Mist Patrol was complaining loudly. Someone had ambushed them, forcing them to work overtime on their day off, wrecking their plans for a date night. They kept yelling about cowardly sneak attacks, accusing the ambushers of being too scared to show their faces. Then they insulted Luctran, calling him a single loser who does not know how to enjoy a day off, did not miss a word, which made him cringe, and still had the nerve to call him a coward. So he decided enough was enough, shouted loud, "Lip down," and attacked, making the Blue Mist squad jump in shock and look up in disbelief. The messenger yelled out in panic, while the Blue Mist leader glared fiercely at him. Before they could react, Luctran sliced one down and did not even bother hiding it, flat out admitted he took them out. The messenger and the Blue Mist leader's perch got cleaved in two by Luctran's blade, and in the blink of an eye, they collapsed right there, staring at the bodies at his feet. His eyes burned with hatred. Those damn dry ghosts dared call him a lonely dog, but he just did not want to upset his guild leader any more than necessary. The Blue Mist crew was stunned by his assault, then finally realized and shouted that he was the one they would have been desperate to catch. The patrol squad's nightmare. Within moments, messengers filled the sky, and the leader quickly ordered the others to follow him. At the same time, the sky messenger sounded the alarm. Sector 6 in the northeast of the Tome was under enemy attack. Seeing this, the Blue Mist leader smirked confidently and told Luctran to just give up his life already. But Luctran was not scared one bit. In fact, he praised their smarts for scattering the messenger signals, which they could not block. At that moment, the Blue Mist leader charged at Luctran, telling him to watch his move. Luctran stared coolly, his eyes dripping with contempt. Seeing his cocky attitude, the leader ordered the whole squad to rush and take him down together. In a flash, a brutal fight erupted in one corner of the Tome. The Blue Mist squad did not stand a chance against Luctran no matter how hard they fought. They could not land a hit. Then they were stunned, wondering how he could dodge attacks so effortlessly. Luctran did not answer. Another voice called out from Zen and Hall, reinforcements were coming soon. Luctran smiled brightly. Perfect. Just hoping they would get here a little faster. Taking down the guys in front and waiting was boring, so without hesitation, he struck again. Pale purple energy crackling wildly in the air. Their speed was so fast it was invisible to the naked eye, followed by terrified screams. Then the Tome echoed with the messenger's urgent alerts. Patrols kept getting ambushed, but Luctran kept switching directions so fast they could not predict him. The Blue Mist captain, hearing Sector 8 was attacked, ordered his squad to rush east to block Luctran's escape. But as they ran, Luctran was running right toward them. The captain sensed something and stopped. Something was coming. Before he could react, a flash of sword light appeared from nowhere, slashing toward him. His weapon was severed in half. This left him stunned, totally confused about what just happened. He quickly asked the Blue Mist squad behind if they were okay. Just when he looked back, terror struck him. His soldiers were completely wiped out, and floating in the air were two severed fingers. The captain glared furiously at the fallen soldiers, shouting, "Who the hell did this?" He quickly scanned the area and spotted a blurry figure standing there. He recognized it as the dry fog guy he would been hunting for. Meanwhile, Luctran up front ignored him completely. Lost in regret, he still had not regained his former speed and precision, letting even one lucky survivor slip away. After all that, Luctran had only collected 215 blue fogs and 19 fingers, still not enough. The captain, feeling snubbed, snapped in anger and pressed. Aren't you supposed to be in the Eastern Tome area? Luxtran suddenly remembered, smirking as he mocked the reinforcement's slow arrival, so he had no choice but to come here himself. At that moment, his sword twitched as if eager to strike. Enough talk. Time to finish off the last one. The captain, now furious at being disrespected, yelled at him for being insolent. He wildly swung the heavy club in his hand, aiming to crush Luxtran, but his slow reflexes betrayed him. Luxtran dodged smoothly, and the club slammed down empty. Surprised he missed, the captain was even more shocked as Luxtran's figure flickered like a ghost, appearing and disappearing. His sword, glowing with violet energy, suddenly unleashed a critical strike against the captain's body. Within seconds, the captain collapsed to the ground. Dropping an item, the final finger was secured. Mission complete, the system quickly announced, congratulating him on completing the task and instructing him to claim his reward at Han Bing Gang. After finishing, Luftran finally considered his new skill no more 2-second delay. Dealing with those pesky blue fogs was now a piece of cake. Han Bang Kang, the land where the southern sky is swallowed by freezing cold. Luxtran arrived here, following the system's orders to collect his prize. He wondered what kind of enhancement stone he would get this time. Fingers crossed it is a pair of gauntlets. After claiming the reward, he still had to find a place to fix his damaged weapon. The sword had taken a serious beating in the last fight. Just then, Luxtran's steps abruptly stopped. He heard crying echoing from somewhere nearby. Moments later, a group of people suddenly appeared, carrying a coffin that radiated a dark and eerie vibe. Luxtran stared in confusion as the group approached him. The leader sobbed uncontrollably, lamenting how someone so young was gone, no head left, and tossed out some round white talisman papers. Luftran frowned slightly. A patrol member dead, missing his head. This had to be a hidden quest. No way he could just walk away. Without hesitation, he asked the person leading the group what had happened. It was Faker, the patrol team captain. Faker, startled by the noise, turned quickly, seeing Luxtran. He grabbed his hand excitedly, saying a huge disaster had struck the patrol. Only the body was found. The head was missing. Luxtran feigned outrage, saying this was outrageous. The patrol's job was to protect Han Bang Kang, not to seek revenge. As he spoke, he put on an angry face and cursed the Ironback Bear for attacking from behind like a coward. Hearing this, Faker looked at him with deep trust and praised him for being so sharp. His future was bound to be bright. Luxtran nodded without hesitation and told him to rest easy. Just like that, he accepted a high-level F-rank mission. Take down the Ironback Bear, earn 20 prestige points, and 2,000 experience points. Reading the mission details, Luxtran could not help but smirk. This quest was time-limited, meaning he needed to move out immediately. Faker instructed him to head 500 meters east to a spirit blacksmith's workshop. Luxtran thanked him and quickly set off in that direction. The spirit blacksmith's workshop was not far, a vintage building with a skull displayed prominently at the entrance. Luxtran arrived shortly and paused at the threshold, deep in thought. This was the workshop, but something was off about the blacksmith. The respected Master Lang hung a blacksmith sign around his neck. Luxtran asked if he was the blacksmith. Master Lang openly admitted it and boasted about his many talents. He stood up from his chair, stepped in front of Luxtran, and asked if he wanted to enhance, repair, or dismantle equipment. Luxtran honestly said he was here to repair, but this kind of work required stamina. Did Master Lang think he could handle it? Master Lang smiled and shrugged off his black outer robe, revealing his sturdy, muscular frame. He confidently joked that fixing small gear was nothing to break a sweat over. Raising an eyebrow at Luxtran, he told him to hand over the equipment. After hesitation, Luxtran handed him his sword. Master Lang took the sword, threw it into the forge to absorb heat, then began hammering it fiercely. Holding his blacksmith hammer, he smirked at Luxtran and said, "Watch closely." Immediately, he started pounding the blazing hot sword on the anvil. Luxtran watched intently, genuinely impressed by the master's skilled and practiced technique. Soon, Master Lang reached the final step, tempering the sword, causing milky white sparks to dance around the blade. In no time, Master Lang exhaled deeply, holding a flawless sword. No scratches, no flaws. Luftran took the polished sword in his hands, eyes gleaming. It looked perfect, like new. Flattered by the praise, Master Lang slipped his robe back on and boldly declared, "Don't even ask who is the #1 blacksmith down here." Luxtran declined to comment and asked how much it would cost. The man said since they were acquaintances, it would only be 1 silver coin. Luxtran quickly paid and turned to leave. Next up was the Iron-Backed Bear mission. 45 minutes left. Plenty of time. The Hanbang Trail connects Hanbang Kang to Fubang City. It is a battleground between the forces of light and darkness. On the right lies the Blue Forest. Two worlds collide here. No surprise this border is fiercely contested and clearly defined. Luxtran figured the bear had to be at the green stop, so he turned his face that way and called out. He kept shouting, but no one answered. Yet, At that moment, his expression turned serious, a twinge of unease creeping in, because right ahead, a colossal level 20 iron-armored bear was sound asleep so massive it stunned Luck Tran. Its eyes glowing a terrifying blood red, the giant iron bear's body suddenly rose up, nearly blocking Luck Tran's vision. It was awake and ready to fight, but after a tense moment, it just stood there silently, staring at him, then laid back down as if Luck Tran was not a threat worth worrying about. If that is the case, then he would make his move right away. Without hesitation, he aggressively leaped onto the back, swinging his sword down aiming for its head, but the bear seemed to sense the danger. Eyes snapping open as it sat up instantly, Luck Tran's sword only clanged against its armor, barely scratching the surface. He stared in shock. Its armor was insanely tough, blocking all his damage. Now where he was attacking, the iron bear did not hesitate to swipe its massive claws at him. Luck Tran cursed loudly and dodged to the side. Once he landed safely, he furrowed his brow thoughtfully. This time, he had underestimated his enemy. How could he expect to sneak up on a scout so easily? Besides, its defense rivaled that of a Quikoku warrior. It was going to be tough. With that thought, he faced the iron bear again and told it to keep coming. The giant bear seemed enraged by the provocation, letting out a fierce roar before charging at Luck Tran. As it closed in, Luck Tran smirked confidently. This dumb bear had tough armor. Sure, but that did not mean every part was invincible. Without missing a beat, he stabbed his sword straight into its belly. This time, the damage was way more significant than before. The bear collapsed to the ground, unable to fight back for the moment. Luck Tran squinted and gave a faint smile. Sure enough, the belly was softer than the armor-plated back, but his joy was short-lived as the bear got back up. Now its eyes burned with murderous intent as it let out a savage roar straight at him. Yet Luck Tran stayed calm. He would found its weak spot and was ready to strike. But no sooner had he spoken than a layer of iron armor started growing over the bear's belly. Watching this, Luck Tran was stunned. How was there another trick like this? Under Luck Tran's horrified gaze, the iron bear suddenly curled its massive body, spinning like a whirlwind straight at him. He jumped up to dodge at the last second. The bear slammed into the ground behind him. Luck Tran let out a breath. This was way too close for comfort, but the bear did not stop, spinning again toward him with relentless force. Luck Tran bit his lip, gritting his teeth as he shouted for it to stop, gripping his sword tighter than ever. As the bear's massive body closed in, Luck Tran's sharp blade began to flash in mid-air. He struggled to hold back the giant iron bear's momentum, but its force was overwhelming, making it tough for him to keep his ground. Still, Luck Tran refused to give up, pushing all his strength into his hands as he yelled for it to back off, then threw the beast's huge frame aside. The iron bear's body was flung backward by Luck Tran's strike, rolling a full circle before landing far away. Luck Tran raised his brow. This spinning move was not just about power. It also boosted its defense. If this kept up, he would be on the back foot. He could not let it curl up into a ball again. The iron bear got back on its feet. Its eyes blazed with pure hatred as it stared down Luck Tran. Then it let out a guttural roar and lunged at him. Luck Tran saw its back was turned. This was the perfect chance to finish it. As the furious giant charged, Luck Tran dodged nimbly. The iron bear tumbled forward onto the ground. Luck Tran stayed cool, muttering, "It is done attacking now. It is my turn." Without hesitation, he swung his sword fiercely, the sharp blade cutting deep and wounding the bear badly. The iron bear howled in pain, glaring fiercely back at Luck Tran. Before you could even react, it struck back again, making you jump back in surprise. Without hesitation, it lunged forward with a wide step. In no time, it was right in front of Luck Tran. Seeing this, you realized it was about to curl up again. But at that moment, Luck Tran figured out how to stop its attack. All he had to do was stab into its spine. Without hesitation, the sword in his hand targeted the ironback bear's spine and plunged down. That way, it would never be able to curl up again. The ironback bear's massive body was pierced through by Luck Tran's blade. The giant beast beneath him began to struggle back to its feet. Watching its body, Luck Tran could not help but admire its resilience. Despite a severely injured spine, it was still standing. Knowing it was about to counterattack, Luck Tran shouted, "In your dreams," and lunged with his sword to block it. Luck Tran's lightning-fast move caught the ironback bear off guard, stabbing it straight in the eye. He even leveled up to 15. Before long, tons of loot dropped from the ironback bear's body, making Luck Tran beam with excitement. Level up rewards included a great demon stone, guardian pants, and a mask. The ironback bear's haul was seriously next level. First thing, he swapped on the guardian pants. In no time, Luck Tran had the new gear equipped. Although the cloth gear was not as tough as metal armor, it boosted his quickness and defense nicely. Luck Tran was pretty pleased. Thanks to the new gear, his strength and agility surged noticeably. Glancing over the remaining loot, Luck Tran could not help but admire the mask it offered. Camouflage. Wearing this, he could finally leave Henbang's stronghold. Mission complete. Luck Tran headed back to Henbang's stronghold. As soon as he arrived, he shouted out to Faker, "Mission accomplished," but then he noticed someone else standing beside Faker. Surprised, he asked if they were traveling together, thinking it was perfect to hand over both missions at once. Faker explained he would known the swordsman Sullen for over 500 years, and they often trained together. Luxtran did not pay much mind. Then, he handed his blue bone finger to Sullen, who praised him for a job well done. Without wasting time, they handed over the rewards. Completing 2 missions earned him over 4,000 XP, 40 plus reputation points, a carved stone, and he leveled up to 16. Luxtran's eyes lit up as he checked his hall leather gloves, fan, and just missing boots and gauntlets to complete his set. He would just leveled up, got new gear, and his stats shot up big time. But one thing still puzzled him: how the heck do you use this king fan? Thinking it over, he asked Sullen if the fan was a strategist's weapon he could not use or maybe trade. Sullen shook his head: no dice, but at the Fubang Bridge Market, a human bazaar, he might get lucky. Luck frowned. Since he was not too keen on Delin, he figured he would try using the camouflage mask and see what happens. At the Fubang Bridge Market, wearing his disguise mask, Luxtran slipped in unnoticed. He even traded the king fan for boots and 11 silver coins. Not bad. Just then, something suddenly blocked his path, forcing him to stop dead in his tracks. Sure enough, a razor-sharp sword swung straight at him from nowhere. The attacker was the assassin Kong Longbone Ripper. Squinting, Kong Longbone Ripper watched Luxtran's sword block his strike. Stunned. Damn, this rookie's reflexes are lightning fast. He actually blocked me. Luxtran stared at the man before him, frowning. I do not know what you mean by not familiar with the long spear. You have got the wrong guy. Even so, inside he was freaking out. Why had Kong Long's men figured him out? Kong Longbone Ripper pointed at Luxtran's sword. No matter the mask or disguise, it was way too recognizable. Luxtran suddenly realized he would forgotten about his 6-colored spirit sword, the only one of its kind in Ice City. Before he could react further, Kong Longbone Ripper did the unthinkable. He spun around and shouted, 50,000 bounty. The spear wielder right before him swore on the honor of the Mad Dragon Guild. Standing tall and proud, Luxtran did not expect this move at all. Furious, he yelled, what kind of dirty trick is this? But casually added, as long as it works. Who cares how you play the game? With a bounty of 50,000 coins and black stones on the line, the group before Luxtran started closing in. Mad Dragon Bone Scraper sneered, telling Luxtran to surrender his life. Squinting, Luxtran stared at them with disbelief. They seriously thought they could take him down. What a joke. Instantly, he raised his sword, clearly ready to strike. Bone Scraper's eyes sharpened. He knew Luxtran was about to make his move. But then, Luxtran shocked everyone by suddenly turning and sprinting away. A few seconds later, Bone Scraper snapped out of it and gave chase. That bastard's playing us for fools. While chasing Luxtran, Bone Scraper radioed his people, warning him that Luxtran was heading toward Henbang Kang's territory. Quick, gather squads 1 and 2 at the canyon entrance for an ambush. But on the other end, they said they could not mobilize troops. Hearing this, Bone Scraper's face twisted in panic. Someone quickly explained that Feng Si Hoyan 2 had just wrecked the main headquarters, and their guild leader was taking the whole team to hunt her down. Bone Scraper bit his lip, cursing under his breath. Damn it! We have not even finished with the spear wielder. And now Feng Si Hoyan 2 stirring up trouble. With no other choice, he ordered his men to handle Feng Si Hoyan 2 while he took on the spear wielder alone. Meanwhile, Luxtran had darted into the pine forest beside Henbang's trail. Once past these green pines, he would reach Henbang Kang's safe zone. But fate had other plans. Luxtran sensed danger creeping up fast. Bone Scraper had caught up and wasted no time, lunging with twin blades. Luxtran hurriedly raised his sword to block, pushing him away with force. Luxtran snarled, damn you. Like a dog that won T let go. Bone Scraper barked orders and glared at Luxtran. You sticking around any longer will ruin Mad Dragon's reputation. You have to disappear. Luxtran scanned his surroundings but saw no reinforcements. He raised an eyebrow and asked, you are alone. Hearing that, Bone Scraper's flashed with caution. Luxtran was clearly about to unleash a skill. Sure enough, the moment Luxtran moved to activate his blade technique, shimmering sword energy began crackling in the air. Danger surged. Bone Scraper dodged desperately as Luxtran's sword energy struck true. Luxtran was stunned. Bone Scraper actually managed to evade that, but what shocked him even more was that another figure suddenly appeared behind Bone Scraper. Luxtran frowned. Why was that person here? Meanwhile, Bone Scraper watched the scene in shock. These two clearly had history. He turned around, and there stood the Ghost Valley Master. The Ghost Valley Master was watching Luxtran closely, because Luxtran wore a mask. He did not recognize him immediately, just a vague sense of familiarity. He studied Luxtran's gear, especially the green sword. Moments later, he realized who it was. The instant recognition hit. He hurled a wolf-shaped projectile at Luxtran, Bone Scraper jumped aside to dodge. Luxtran calmly sliced the wolf in half with his sword, eyes blazing with anger. Another pain in the neck. The Ghost Valley Master was not done. He charged with his spear. It would have been a long time since their last fight. Luxtran coldly warned him to stay away, making it clear he did not want to see him at all. As he spoke, he dodged the man's attack. The spear slammed into the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Elsewhere, Ninjuoket watched this unfold. Stunned, they were really holding their own against each other. Seizing the moment, he decided to propose a partnership with Ghost Valley's disciple. But the Ghost Valley disciple barely acknowledged him and swung a blade that struck him right on the spot. Bone Scraper was stunned. Were not they enemies? Why attack him? No one answered. His life ended swiftly. The Ghost Valley Master looked down with utter contempt. Battles between the strong do not need petty tricks like this. Bone Scraper gritted his teeth in frustration, warning that the Ghost Guild would not let the Ghost Valley Master off the hook. Then he vanished from the fight. The Demon Valley Hare paid no mind to Mingoket's threats. What was this wild dragon even trying to prove by daring to intimidate him? He flicked his gaze over to Lassitron and bluntly declared the pesky insect was gone. Let us keep going. Lassitron found him annoying. Who even wanted to fight this guy? But the Demon Valley Hare noticed Lassitron had leveled up. That meant he was definitely stronger. Without hesitation, he attacked again. Seeing the energy-charged spear swinging at him, Lassitron snapped. Don't you understand human language or what? Saying that, he did not even dodge. But this time, the Demon Valley Hare's speed was way faster. His strike sliced right past Lassitron's arm. Watching this, Lassitron could not hide his shock. His speed had improved. Alright, he needed to strike fast and hard. With that thought, he launched a counterattack. His sudden move caught the Demon Valley Hare completely off guard. In just a flash, Lassitron's blade sliced into him, drawing a heavy amount of blood, but Lassitron did not stop. His sword kept swinging relentlessly. His strikes came like lightning bolts. He leapt through the air, leaving after images the Demon Valley Hare could not track. Taking hit after hit under Lassitron's blade, the Demon Valley Hare ground his teeth fiercely. Too fast. He had not expected Lassitron to be even quicker than before. Then, Lassitron kicked him, sending him flying. His body slammed into a pine tree behind him. The Demon Valley Hare was furious. Why? Despite putting all his bonus points into agility, was he still losing? While he was lost in thought, Lassitron charged again. When the hare realized Lassitron had closed in, panic flashed in his eyes as he called out for his demon armor. Too late. Lassitron's absorption skill activated. Pale purple energy enveloped his sword as he struck, inflicting even greater damage on the Demon Valley Hare. That blow was enough to kill him on the spot. Lassitron exhaled deeply. Finally, it was over. Time to retreat, but barely a few steps in, the Demon Valley Hare revived. Lassitron froze. How did he come back so fast? Should he keep fighting? The Demon Valley Hare glared at Lassitron, then spoke slowly, warning that if he defeated him a second time, it would be instant death. Then, hesitating, he shouted, "Are you a member of the Grand Prestige using a Smurf account?" Lassitron flinched, so he had not guessed his identity. After all, quickly, he waved the idea off. I know, and I am definitely not part of Grand Prestige right now. But the Demon Valley Hare refused to believe it. He stubbornly insisted Lassitron was a Smurf, claiming there was no way he would lose twice to some nobody. Only someone from Grand Prestige could pull that off. Lassitron raised an eyebrow. No way. This guy was reminding him of Grand Prestige. He could not be just a nobody. Those words stirred memories from back then at the Unmatched Tournament Finals. While he was prepping his weapon, people were debating who'd win the final match, assuming it would be the Smurf. Everyone was sure the Smurf would take it, and that Lassitron was just a newbie who got lucky. Back then, he would snapped, saying, "No way, that is true." But the results proved them wrong. He won, beating the Smurf, so he believed nothing's impossible. It is all about whether you want it or not. Hearing that, the Demon Valley Hare was a bit stunned. Lassitron ignored his reaction and pressed on. "You really think gear and level decide everything?" The Demon Valley Hare frowned, ready to argue but found himself speechless. Lassitron continued, "Heavenly skill is not just about highest level gear. Being top dog like you does not guarantee a win. The real rival is the player. If you do not have the guts to fight other players non-stop, you might as well quit now." Hearing that last line, the Demon Valley Hare snapped. "What gives you the right to say I lack fighting spirit?" Lassitron shrugged nonchalantly. Then who just lost to someone with lower level and gear than him, and throwing in the excuse that the opponent was from Grand Prestige. Then refusing to admit defeat. The Demon Valley Hare was so mad he was speechless. Lassitron chuckled, called him a joke, then spun around and walked off. The hare scrambled to stop him. Don't walk away. He thought his loss to Luxtran was just because he was not in the right headspace. He was not about to quit. He was dead set on winning, even if he were some chaotic shadow. No exceptions. Luck Tran sighed the moment he heard that stubbornness. Luck Tran did not back down either, waving him off with a smirk, saying he was looking forward to that day. But honestly, he would better go back and rewatch the footage. His state during the fight was downright terrible, and his skills pretty sloppy. Those last words hit like a dagger, leaving the Demon Valley guy watching Luck Tran's retreating back in stunned silence. Back at the noble Demon Valley, he popped in the old busted tape. Though the crappy gear made the data load painfully slow after a while, he finally logged into the game. He wanted to see if he really was that bad, or if he would just been off his game that day. He watched the footage intently, but after a moment, his expression darkened. The video showed him finishing a move, but his health bar had already dropped significantly. He smacked his forehead in frustration, muttering that he must be a total noob. After activating his demon armor's weakening phase, he was left with just a third of his health, and still he charged straight ahead. His skill point distribution was all over the place. He leveled up fast, but raised critical hit chances too low to catch up with his opponent. Such a waste. A strategist should focus on boosting stamina and defense first. So there he sat, glued to the screen, watching the footage over and over. The more he watched, the more he realized Luck Tran was not just any player, he was something else entirely. He stood up, walked over to the board on the wall, and started jotting down notes. After a long time, satisfied he would miss nothing, he finally stopped. The board was covered with every scrap of info on Luck Tran, himself, and even details of his 2 losses. He furrowed his brow staring at the data, muttering to himself that his full-on attack build, while packing the biggest punch, left too many openings. If a monster caught on, they could not take him down, but a pro like the spear wielder would fall with one solid hit. On defense, though, he would have the upper hand, so against that spear wielder, he would have to rely on stamina and defense, counterattacking like a pesky fly, just waiting for his opponent to slip up. He was certain this strategy would work. His eyes burned with determination. He was going to bring down that spear wielder no matter what. Meanwhile, in Han Bang Kong's residential area, a resting spot for the beast tribes, there was a special chamber to help beast warriors recover from fatigue. Luck Tran had returned here. His second brother was too tired to get scalded. He would stay up all night again. He was just about to slip into the chamber to log out and crash, but someone was not about to let him have that chance. The Demon Valley guy had tracked him down here and launched a sneak attack from behind. Luck Tran leapt into the air to dodge as the spear slammed into the chamber behind him. Furious, Luck Tran shouted, "You crazy? Destroying the chamber is just asking for a holy spear to the face." The Demon Valley guy squinted confidently, saying he would study the footage and found a way to beat Luck Tran this time. No more losing. Hearing that, Luck Tran just stared at him like he was nuts. Did he really think just watching the replay gave him Luck Tran's number? Well then, let us put that to the test. Instantly, they clashed. Energies collided with a thunderous boom. It was not long before the Demon Valley guy was down. Luck Tran sat back on the tombstone, sipping an energy potion. His defense counterattack strategy was sound, but still missing a little something. Moments later, the Demon Valley guy revived and laughed smugly at Luck Tran. This time, I lasted 18 minutes. He was ready to keep challenging Luck Tran, but the result was the same. Luck Tran still took him down. Again. He revived, fought, and got slammed. A never-ending loop. No matter his level, he refused to quit. This really started to annoy Luck Tran. This time, he did not finish him off. He snapped the guy's spear in half and grit his teeth, yelling, "Are you for real or what?" The Demon Valley guy had been beaten down to level 15, but still seemed clueless about what was going wrong. Luck Tran gave him a fierce kick, telling him to calm down. "I am not your punching bag or free training dummy. Want to keep fighting? Fine, but how far were you willing to go?" Hearing this, the Demon Valley guy clenched his teeth. Silent, in the great graveyard of the thorny tums, everywhere was tangled with dense thorny vines. Luck Tran came here on a mission. He just smashed the thorny bone skeleton connected to that tan, and seeing he was only level 10, he felt confident. How did he level up so slowly? Luck was almost at level 20. Daptan grumbled, thinking everyone was some kind of monster like him. After a moment's thought, Luck suggested send him some money to buy gear and potions, urging him to level up fast. Daptan lit up with joy, praising Luck and promising to help update intelligence at the guild headquarters. Luck complimented him once more, then cut the call. Meanwhile, Luck was locked in battle with a thorny bone warrior. One slash landed massive damage, while he took barely a scratch, just 5% reflected damage. Realizing this, a sly smile flickered in his eyes. He taunted the beast to struggle before dying, then struck again. This fight was about to get ruthless. The thorny bone skeleton dropped dead from a single blow, and Luck collected 242 thorny bones. With enough bones in hand, mission complete, and he would just hit level 20. He was over the moon. He opened the leaderboard. It had changed a lot. Luck Chan did not make the cut, and the guild scene was brutal, even at level 20. He was not in the top 10 yet. There was Feng Sakyoin Tong, Tula, and Dakba all ahead. The top 10 had 4 players, and the top 20 included 9. Compared to solo players, the Dakba Guild was the biggest threat to Ko-Ki Mung-han's future dominance. He had to get that Tam to focus on intel. Just then, his stomach growled loudly, making him suspicious. The system instantly warned that his fullness was dropping. Weakening his status, he needed to eat a sap. Luck Chan Roenri collapsed to the ground. He would totally forgotten about this. He had not eaten since logging in. The system kept alerting him, biting his lip fiercely. He thought he might be the first player to die of starvation in his hunger-induced haze. He suddenly noticed the grass in front of him with no other choice. He plucked a handful and swallowed it. His body barely held on, but he felt awful. Still, cornered like this, he had no choice but to eat it. Suddenly, a voice behind him asked what he was doing. Luck startled. The voice belonged to a little girl. He quickly pulled on his mask before turning to see who it was. Behind him stood a cute little girl in a pink dress, shoulder-length hair, carrying a basket. Her name was Saran, a newbie humanie. Luck was a bit startled, shyly stammering, but she was sharp and knew he was starving. Without hesitation, she pulled out an oat bread from her basket and offered it to him. Her mom baked it, and she said it was delicious. Luck nodded gratefully and devoured the bread. The bread restored him to normal. Luck was thrilled. Just one loaf and he was full again, feeling energized. He suddenly punched a big tree in front of him, snapping it in half. Saran watched in awe. Admiring his strength, Luck chuckled softly. Crediting the bread for his power, he pulled out a silver coin to pay her, but she refused, saying one loaf did not cost much. Luck frowned slightly. If she would not take money, it must be a quest. He asked if he could help. She shook her head, saying her mother was sick, and only white mushrooms could cure her. Luck was skeptical. Did she want to handle this alone? No quest given. He hesitated but warned her of dangerous wild spirits nearby, asking if she could manage solo. She was not scared. Her eyes blazed with determination. Just 2 white mushrooms a month, and her mom would recover. Luck frowned again. A whole month? This must be a high-level quest with great rewards. He would have to keep an eye on it. With that, he dropped a silver coin into her basket, telling her to bring him a loaf every day for the next month. Consider it payment for the flour. Siren nodded, said goodbye, and left. Luck watched her retreating figure, curious to see how this newbie PCS quest would unfold over the month. Elsewhere, Kwaikok checked his to-do list, thought a bit, then decided to buy supplies before going to hunt a boss. But before he could leave, arrows whistled through the air, tearing toward him from behind. He jolted back, dodging as arrows slammed into the central area, piercing ancient trees and causing them to explode. Who is the fierce guy from the Demon Valley showing off those big brows? Just then, a loud laugh echoed. The Demon Valley son turned around to see the proud dragon demon leading his troops this way. With a cold glare, he sneered at the Demon Valley son, warning him that the Dragon Demon clan would not let this slide. The Demon Valley son's eyes went icy as he vowed revenge, then charged forward. Before his spear could even reach the proud dragon demon, it struck a shield. He frowned and told the other to step back, but they stood firm. The Demon Valley son was so focused on his foe that he forgot about the attack from behind. His health bar kept dropping as the proud dragon demon stabbed him in the back. He glanced back with a face full of hatred. Elsewhere, at the Hen Ice Steel Cross, Luxtran completed his mission and earned 3,000 experience points, 45 prestige points, a spiked club, plus hacking gauntlets. Sulan saw his rewards and grinned, thinking he was finally geared up. Sulan spoke up again. Luxtran's sweeping mission was done. Now it was time to hunt down the supers. With that, he raised his sword to the sky, summoning his troops. Instantly, a squad of Dry Frost soldiers appeared. Luxtran could not hide his amazement. These Frost Sword warriors could actually respawn in bulk. That was seriously cool. Sulan nodded and asked if he wanted to learn. Luxtran agreed, but only after finishing off the supers first. They quickly headed to the massive graveyard of Steel Frost, ready to take down the super soldiers. Luxtran unleashed a barrage of attacks, wiping out scores of supers, then shouted out for the Super Rabbit Emperor to face him. Those words left the Steel Frost soldiers stunned. Soon after, the Super appeared, leading his own squad of Steel Frost soldiers. Opposite them stood Sulan, Luxtran, and the Steel Frost troops. The Super immediately ordered his soldiers to take down Sulan's group. Both sides clashed, and the battlefield quickly filled with fallen soldiers. The Super grew furious watching Sulan's troops hold their ground. The Steel Frost soldiers were no match for him. Reviving the Spirit Killer this time was useless. To defeat a Super, you have got to kill the king first. With that thought, the Super narrowed his eyes at Sulan, who was surrounded by Steel Frost soldiers. Lunged forward, aiming to take Sulan out. The Super swung wildly at Sulan, who quickly raised his sword to block. The Super glared angrily, questioning why Sulan was still alive. They clashed blade to blade, the clang of metal ringing out relentlessly. Sulan met the super's gaze. Not only still standing, but just one step away from becoming a Sura. Those words struck the super with terror. Without a word, Sulan flicked his hand, pushing the super backward. Just then, Luxtran vanished into the ground, shocking the super. Moments later, he burst out from below, attacking the super with a spirit killer strike that dealt heavy damage. The super winced in pain, swearing at Luxtran, then charged fiercely at him with his sword. Luxtran smirked, provoking him, then revived the spirit killer. In the blink of an eye, a spirit killer shielded him from a blow. The super's powerful strike landed hard, dealing massive damage to the freshly revived spirit killer. The super narrowed his eyes. Suspicious. Is Luxtran also a spirit killer? He bit his lip in frustration. A lone spirit killer swordsman can't evolve into a Sura unless he absorbs the soul of the Eastern Flame Worm, but spirit killers are rare. Finally, he understood why Sulan managed it. He was truly cunning. Luxtran pointed at the super's face and taunted, "What is a spirit killer gonna do? Starve on my turf?" The super just snorted twice, saying nothing. Then suddenly, he burst out laughing. "Don't you get it yet? Your good master. He wants to rat on Sulan." Before he could finish, a burst of celestial energy pierced his throat, blood spurting out violently. Sulan appeared from behind, urging Luxtran, "What are you waiting for? Finish him?" Luxtran nodded slightly. Then he shouted, sword energy crackling in the air, and the super was taken down just like that. "You gained 4,500 experience, instantly leveling up to 23. And the loot was seriously stacked." Luxtran nodded with satisfaction. Those 2 bronze weapons only needed 2 more levels before they could be used. But at that moment, pale purple fire spirits suddenly slipped into Luxtran's body, leaving him stunned. He furrowed his brow and asked Sulan what was going on. Sulan casually said he was old and did not need them anymore. Told Luxtran to absorb them quickly. Letting those fire souls fade away would be such a waste. Hearing this, Luxtran understood and nodded, starting to absorb the fire spirits. After a while, the last spirit was absorbed, but he was still just dry ashes, unable to evolve into a true soul commander. Sulan bluntly said this was the sorrow of the soul commander. Luxtran frowned, wondering why it was sorrowful. Sulan explained slowly, soul swordsmen are a special kind of family spirit. Their ancestors stole part of Shura's power, cursed by the primordial god. The evolution path of a soul swordsman has no shortcuts, just a starting point as a soul swordsman and an endpoint as Sura. Luxtran doubted, asking if there was only an endpoint. What about the evolution path his master once mentioned? Sulan nodded slightly, fearing Luxtran would lose hope. This path is brutal, uncertain, and directionless with only a vague endpoint. Sulan had given up, but hoped Luxtran could succeed. Luxtran was not discouraged. Instead, he got pumped up, saying that is what makes it exciting. Su smiled, satisfied he knew he had not picked the wrong guy. Luxtran stared at him, slightly speechless. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Ghost Valley and the Mad Dragon Guild, though the Ghost Valley warrior had taken down many, there were still plenty left. He was alone, his health bar flickering dangerously. A hot-headed guy glared at him, warning him not to push his luck before finishing him off. The Ghost Valley warrior let out a cold laugh, saying if it were not for the chaotic teamwork, that guy would have been dead already. Hearing this, the other guy hesitated but did not dare bring out his spear. The Ghost Valley warrior activated his demonic armor to block, but the spear pierced right through it. Outside the Great Forest, Luxtran arrived on cue to wait for the Ghost Valley warrior. While waiting, he pulled up the leaderboard, finally cracked the top 10. Even the Mad Dragon Guild's beast was no match now, but it was past noon. So why had not he shown up yet? Luxtran remembered when he asked how much the guy was willing to give, and he said everything, even if it cost him dearly. It would not matter. Yesterday he made that vow, and today was the first official day of training. He would not be late. Yet he had not even replied to messages. Luxtran saw he would been online for a while but had not leveled up once. That did not add up. Luxtran's suspicion pushed him to check the world channel at the Ghost Forest near Hanbangang. The Ghost Valley warrior was finally overwhelmed. He sat slumped against a tree, surrounded by the Mad Dragon Guild members. Mad Dragon's leader scowled at him, impressed but also mocking true top 10 skill. Even with shattered armor, he still fought on fiercely, trying to coax the Ghost Valley warrior to join their guild, promising to spare his life. But the Ghost Valley warrior was arrogant, dismissive and cold. Seeing this, Mad Dragon's leader flew into a rage, calling him a fool courting death, and ordered his men to advance. The group immediately rushed toward the Ghost Valley warrior. Before they could act, powerful sword energies blocked their path. The sword strikes came so fast they could not keep up, and several of them fell. Mad Dragon leader stepped back warily, demanding to know who it was. As the dust settled, the newcomer's figure appeared clearly before them. It was none other than Luxtran, standing between them and the Ghost Valley warrior, glaring at the crowd and gritting his teeth. You dare mess with my guy? Just as both sides readied to clash, a shout rang out, no need for more drama. Luftran faced Mad Dragon's leader and barked. Perfect timing. Now I do not have to hunt you down. I will send you all off right here. With that, he spun and dashed back. As he moved out, some of the others prepared their magic and archery formations, ready to respond to the enemy's next move. Chen Hamixa wore a smug smirk, folding his arms behind his back, acting all high and mighty, but really, he was just bluffing. Ha! I dared to come alone. Of course I have got my secret weapon to show you all the deadly skills of the Death Swordmaster. Then he pulled 2 healing potions from the Ghost Valley Assassin's bag. The assassin was stunned. Wait. What? You have got moves like that too? Without hesitation, Chang Chuninchemsa raised his sword to the sky and shouted. Recover. Dragon's Cage. Both Long Yinjuo Ket and the assassin stared up, utterly baffled. What the heck was that? But when nothing happened, they sensed trouble and looked back only to see a log. Cheng Chen and Chemikse and the Ghost Valley assassin had already bolted. Then Long Yinjuo Ket and his crew exchanged shocked glances. Damn. We got played. The ghost assassin shouted. Chase them down. Meanwhile, the archers and mages behind started unleashing skills, surrounding the 2 fleeing figures. Explosions lit up the sky nonstop. The Ghost Valley assassin was sprinting for his life, yelling, keep it up and we will burn out. Whatever. We are dead anyway, let us risk it and turn back. Chen Ying Sen. Trust me and follow me. A bomb flew toward them, forcing the pair to leap far away or they would be toast. Behind them, the archers and mages kept hammering their position. Long Yinjuo Ket roared. No stopping. Burn 'em all. Firepower blanketed them completely. These guys have no limits, dropping skills like they are free. The relentless barrage from the archers and mages terrified the Ghost Valley assassin. Oh man, run. The 2 grabbed hands and sprinted forward as bombs exploded behind them. They dashed toward the Spirit Patrol camp. Already blasted to hell, the debris kept flying everywhere. Long Yinjuo led his squad, closing in behind them, laughing. Che Yin 7. You are trapped now, time to die. Chang Chendam say turned back calmly. No way out. No way out. That is what you think. He waved his hand at the main gate, leaving Long Yinjuo Keka puzzled. Chang Chuninchemikse shouted. Spirit Patrol, get out here. Instantly, a host of spirits swarmed, surrounding Long Yinjuo Ket's men who were stunned and scared stiff. Only now did Long Yinjuo Ket realize he would walked right into a trap. He would been played hard. The Spirit Patrol captain spoke up. Good thing Chin Chin sent word. We hid in wait. You humans dared to raid our camp. The Ghost Valley assassin was stunned. Oh crap. This was all Chin Chin's plan. Furious, Long Yinjuo bellowed. Chen Hendems, you little snake in the grass. I will show you what a real man looks like. Chan Chen Chimexa cut him off. Don't he listen to his crap? He is just stalling to heal. Brothers, get ready. Clenching his fists in rage, Long Yinjuo Ket ordered. Ghost Valley assassin, you are in charge. Spirit Patrol handles the captain. Shield bearers and ranged fighters. Cheng Chendenchevi gave the orders, and the assassin nodded in compliance. Then Chenghyun raised his sword and charged ahead. He lunged at Long Yinjuo Tet, his sword morphing into a crescent blade. Now Long Gokot was on his toes, defending with both hands. Damn it. The Spirit Patrol captain wielded a staff to suppress the enemy, shouting, kill every last human. Spirit soldiers were clashing fiercely with mages and archers. Kill them all. The attackers screamed as their foes panicked and stumbled in agony. Don't he come here. Help. The Ghost Valley assassin faced off against the Azure Dragon King, smirking arrogantly. No backup from archers or mages. You are weak. The Dragon King just growled in frustration. Damn. The assassin attacked mercilessly. Like I said, I will solo you in minutes. Chum Tromsa shot forward like an arrow, speeding toward the assassin, tossing him a healing potion. He said, take this, remember to heal up. The assassin thanked Chim Tromsa gratefully. This is the power of teamwork. Right here. Chum Sin Tromsa slashed at the waist of a Long Yinjuo Ket soldier and an assassin, catching them off guard. Just as Chim Sim Tromsa was about to finish off Long Yinjuo Ket, a soldier appeared behind him. Finally, a perfect chance to take him down. Die. The soldier shouted. But Chim Tromsa reacted just in time, blocking a deadly strike with his sword, barely holding on by a thread. The captain Fuffapikex just killed the mage and burst out laughing. Haha! Disciples, wipe out all these invading humans now. Right then, a spear flew through Feepeeps, decapitating him instantly. The attacker holding Fepitiet's skull in his hand. It was Kwang Min Du Hepi Feng Such Hien Tenfeng, one hand gripping the skull, the other wielding a sword slung over her shoulder. mask and cloak fluttering fiercely pure badass energy. Chan Zen, Trumsa was shocked. Quickly killing Fikupch, who knew Kung Long had a powerhouse like her. Tayu Longvung, battling Ku Si Ti. Shouted. Fong Sut Hein, Tifeng finally agreed to join Kung Long. Ku, you are dead meat. Ku Fifizi charged forward, slamming his spear down on Tiu Long Vedin. Even if she is helping, she is toast. Long Ving cried out for help. Fong Hein, Tifeng, get here fast. Kusu Si Ti taunted. No backup. Guess you do not know how to fight. Huh, he chuckled slyly, noticing Fong Such Hai and Tifeng zooming in fast on him, but instead of helping him, she dashed to Tu Long Ving and beheaded her in one swift strike. Kususi watched in disbelief. Aren't we supposed to be on the same side? Then Fong St Hai In Tung swung her sword at Ku Hu Sets Ti. Both Tu Long Ving and Ku Kuptaseta fell. Chema Tram Sa was deeply worried. Ku Chime Tram Sa lunged at Fong Such Hein to Feng, slamming his sword into her. Why are you helping her? Damn it! Fong Hein Tifeng spun around, skillfully dodging his strike. Using the momentum, she unleashed a brutal slash straight to Chem Tim and Tram Sa's neck. She was terrifying one strike and everyone was down in seconds. The ground was littered with bodies, while she calmly spun her camera to claim the bounty. A message popped up. Ku damn. This woman's too strong single-handedly cleared the field in no time. Chem Tin Tram Sa replied, yeah, just bad luck for us. Our blood was not enough. If we do not move now, she will grab the bounty and lock down our bodies. He glanced at Kutuct and sent a message. We are near the XA line camp. Let us revive quickly. On my count 1, 2, 3 resurrect and kill her. Then retreat. Kutuct answered. Got it. No way we let her walk away with that cash. The countdown echoed. 1, 2, 3. Chum Tram Sa signaled. Rise up. Fong Sak Hein Ti stood there, spinning her camera, analyzing the scene. As Kukutiv CT and Chim Tram Sa resurrected, they charged simultaneously, unleashing their skills. Chin and Minahaka then launched a spear thrust at Fong Sek Hein Ti. The clash created a massive explosion, black smoke billowing everywhere. Their first attack was not too effective. Fong Ska Hein he dodged swiftly and snatched Ku Tseko Se T's spear. Trum Tram Sa stepped back, signaling Ku T, who obeyed instantly. Come on, I will cover you, said Chemne Se, unleashing Laozu Quang Trum. Ku Tsu Si countered with Ku Jeepetha to block. Fong Ska Hein T started losing health, life points down to 124. Ku Fufi T praised. Nice work. Gritting her teeth, Fong Hein T snarled. You are asking for it. She swung her sword in a furious counterattack. Chem Tram barely dodged but still lost 89 life points. A spear strike hit Fong Sakshi Haini, dropping her life points by 221. Fong Sak Hein Ti retaliated quickly, stabbing Ku Cet. How dare a lowlife like him get cocky? That hit cost Ku Cet 246 life points. Seizing the moment, Chem Tram Sa launched another ambush. Using speed and raw power, he struck hard. Fong Sakshi Hein Ti's health plummeted to 125 life points. She was losing balance, starting to falter and fall. She collapsed to the ground. Ku Fizi stepped forward, angrily kicking Fong Sachi Hein. Thought you were hot stuff. Still got killed like the rest. Let us keep your body overnight and see how tough you really are. Chum Tram Sa grimly grabbed Ku Kutasetti's hand. Hold your head down. We gotta retreat fast. No Vong Line Patrol here. If Kwang Long's crew revives soon, things'll get messy. A notification appeared. Vong Line Patrol revival countdown 23 hours, 58 minutes, 13 seconds. Chemsra and Kutsukaseti turned and bolted. No time to waste. Level up now. Outside the Henbing port, Chem Tram Sa had already killed a few low-level monsters to grind, casually munching on bread he brought along. Look down and see what has got Tem M Hein so down. She looks really upset. Hey, Tam Nian, you were not happy earlier. What happened? The girl nodded, pointing off into the distance. Big bro, there is an old man over there who looks hurt. Can you help him? He is injured. Chum Contrum M's eyes lit up with determination. All right, I will help you take care of him. Don't he be sad anymore. Temenheim could not help but smile and stood up brightly. Big bro, Temenheim knows you are a good guy. Chem Contrumexa laughed heartily in his mind. He thought, no mission briefing again. Well, checking it out 1T hurt better than nothing. Deep in the wild forest, Chum Contramsa ventured further and spotted an old man slumped against a tree, barely conscious. I'm gonna die. Wild bears have been attacking me for days. The loud cries meant he was still alive. Turns out, he was a wilderness hunter. Chem Contrumexa stepped forward cautiously. Sir, Are you alright? The old man froze in fear at his ghostly appearance. The death spirit. Then the old man brandished his bow, yelling, "Stay back. Don't he come closer?" Chom Contentrumix bit his hand. Crap. He forgot to put on his mask. Death spirits and humans are sworn enemies. Would the old man still give him a mission if he knew? Determined and risking it all, Chum Contra MSA thought. No way I'm letting this mission slip through my fingers. He dropped to his knees, pounding the ground in fake agony, tears and snot streaming profusely. Wah! You do not know I was a human soldier before, but after getting bitten by a death spirit on a mission, I turned into one too. But I always follow my principles. I only eat grass. I do not want to hurt anyone. The old man softened. That is a sad story. Huh. He stepped forward, patting Chim Contremexe's shoulder. A good kid, whether human or death spirit with a conscience, is a good person. Chem Contremexa nodded. I am a good guy. Then why are you hurt out here? The old man sighed. I am the only hunter in the village. I came looking for some meat but did not expect so many wild bears here. I got attacked 3 days ago. If you had not come today, I would be dead. Chem Contremexa shook his head and smiled. Don't worry. I will help you get out of the forest. The old man's eyes lit up, grabbing his hand excitedly. All right. Young man, just help me out of here. I will teach you my hunting and cooking skills. I am a famous hunter and chef around these parts. Chem Contremexa squeezed his hand. Don't worry. Leave this to me. Inside, he was thrilled 2 side jobs that others could only dream of. After finishing this mission, Chem Contremexa hit level 25, equipping new weapons and armor. He thought to himself, man, I am looking sharp. Suddenly, a status update popped up. Character info name. Kansaede. Class. Death Spirit Swordsman level 25. Tear 1 of 575. Mana 355. Strength 35. Agility 16. 2 stats. Attack 61 90. Defense 80. Movement 32. Fame 264. Magic Resist 49. Attack Speed 32. Luck 1. At the same time, a notification appeared. Your bounty rewards have increased. Your bonus payout has gone up. Then Zaidap Tam called out. Liss, what did you do? The bounties jumped by 80,000. What? 80,000. I feel like offing myself for that kind of cash. Thup Tam crossed his arms. If you can handle it, let me do it. He agreed quickly. Makes sense. Let us hit level 25 fast and grab that bounty. Zaidap Tam flattered. Haha. Leveling up takes resources. Lossies bro. Hook your little bro up with some cash. Chem Contremexi gave Thup Tam a deadpan look. Didn't I just give you 15 silver? Where'd it all go? Thup Tam explained. Liss, you do not know how pricey things are in the Ice City. Healing potions that restore 100 gup cost 4 silver each. Buying gear twice already drained the cash. Chem Contremepsa opened a skill menu and stared at the ingredients. 4 silver for that. Seriously, the cooking menu showed level 1 healing potion ingredients. 5 apples. 1 bottle. Effect. Restores 100p. Level 2 rice ball ingredients. 15 sticky rice. 5 chicken meat. 5 salt. Effect. Restores 200p. Back at the Sing Long Guild headquarters, Long Hunding Hay slammed the table angrily. Twice now. Twice. Our top elite soldiers in the Sveng Long Guild have been wiped out twice. This is humiliating. Taiyu Longving dared not say more. Only replied, Boss. Calm down. I have already increased the bounty. Someone will definitely either fail to kill him or end up hating him. But do not worry. Good news will come our way soon. Hearing that, Long Hunding Hay finally relaxed a bit. Alright. Let someone else chase the bounty and deal with them. Sitting next to Thukafetsi with Long Yinjua Kutit. The mood shifted. This woman's attitude was getting worse by the day. Didn't you say before not to give her any rewards and just ignore her? Long Hunding Hay chuckled coldly. Let her act all high and mighty. I have got my own plans for her. Kutafi Bang City Square. Bustling with people trading. Boss, how much for this item? Someone shouted from afar. Rare bear hide. Come quick, Kansaede. Disguised with a mask. Confidently called out across the square. Fresh applesauce. 2 silver coins a serving, plus premium bear hide. Smiling to himself. He thought, with my hunting skills, I pick apples myself, so I save on materials. 2 silver a serving is a steal. How can anyone beat my applesauce at 4 silver? A crowd passing by heard him and immediately stopped. Boss, how much did you say for the applesauce? Pointing to his ingredients and holding up 2 fingers. Chem Contremexe replied. 2 silver a serving. No scams, fake goods get 10 times compensation. Hearing that, a flood of people rushed over. I will take 5 portions. Make it 3 for me. I got here first. I want. Chem Contremexe quickly intervened. Hey, one at a time. Do not shove. Within minutes, he would made a ton of cash. Grinning, he checked his pouch 400 silver coins. Just like that. Just then, someone approached. Boss, that bear hide looks decent. How much? Chum Contremexe looked up, recognizing the buyer. Brother, you have got good taste. My bear hides are grade 2 materials. The man asking was Bithian Xiao Ruhi. Chem Contremexe quoted the price. Just 2 silver per piece. He clearly knew this guy Bithian Liao was the top dog of the ZFBA clan. Only someone with deep pockets could afford him. Bithian Liao held up the bear hide, inspecting it while Chem Contremexe pitched. Brother, this is prime quality bear hide. A good tailor can make 2 or 3 pieces of solid armor from one hide. Chem Contremexe added. Bithian Liao nodded in agreement. Not bad at all. This is wild forest bear hide. Level 28. Very rare. Without wasting time, Bithian Zhao pulled out a pouch of coins and said, I will take it all. Chem Contremexe happily accepted the money, chuckling. Thanks, boss. You are too generous. He thought to himself. Sure enough, fools with money are easy marks. Suddenly, Bithian Zhao smiled and said something that froze Chem Contremexe in place. You have got 80,000 in bounty, but still come to the market to sell. Just as expected of you. Consaede? Viliao said. Chem Contremexe drew his sword from behind, wary, and asked, What do you mean? Bithian Zhao quickly placed the money back in his hand, laughing heartily. Haha, no need to be tense. We are not enemies. I am just admiring your skill and guts. Chem Contremexe pondered for a moment, then began packing up. The shop's closed. Time for you to leave. Bithian Liao smiled softly. No rush to go. Since it is our first meeting, I want to propose a deal. Surprised, Chum Contremexe listened as Bithian Zhao explained. I noticed your applesauce is top-notch, and the rest is not bad either. I want 1,000 portions of your grade 2 chicken rice at your price. 1,000 portions. You are killing me, Chum Contremexe emphasized. Thinking, not only is ZFB packed with masters, they are loaded with cash too. This kind of deal can't be passed up. He calculated quickly, then tapped his fingers to bargain with Bithian Zhao. Max 100 portions at base price 10 silver each. The rest, 30 silver. Bithian Zhao nodded immediately and handed over a 500 silver deposit. Chum Contremexe realized he would lowballed himself. Scene shifts to the wild forest price. Chum Contremexe and Kutukasek had been sparing for a while. Haha. Are you itching to scratch me? Kutusi taunted. Suddenly, Chem Contremexe casually dropped his sword. Kutusi seized the chance. Kutusi launched a Brightfire double strike aimed straight at Chem Contremexe. Chem Contremexe just smiled. So you dropped your sword to fake me out? Huh. Nice fire tricks. From the side, a level 28 Wild Forest Dragon Spirit Bear lunged at Kutusi, disrupting his attack and causing his skill to fail. Taking advantage of Kutusi being restrained by the Dragon Spirit Bear, Chum Contremexe warned. Not every opening in battle is a real opportunity, sometimes it is a trap. Don't panic when breaking through. Stay calm, think it through, and choose the best move. Then he caught the sword. Kutusi is using his spear to block the bear's bite. He seems to have figured something out. Seizing the best possible chance, Kutusi swiftly combines his ghost armor to block the savage bear spirit's relentless assault. Even Chiem has to give credit. Kutusi's lightning-fast reaction could instantly shift his skill into a defensive mode that minimizes damage. Kutusi is still struggling to control that bear, but this one's level is even higher than his. Chem Contremexe stands calmly wiping his sword, explaining to Kutusi, this is a skull spirit bear transformed during a previous mission. I realized that no matter the level, once I kill them, I can turn them into summons, and as my level rises, those summons get even stronger. Only then does Kutusi deal with the 2 spirit bears. He immediately spins, aiming his attack at Chem Contremexe. Here's your opening, take this. But somehow, Chem summons another spirit bear, a huge one. Kutusi grumbles. Not again. Forced to shift focus to the second spirit bear, Kutusi swings his ghost spear wildly, cursing. Damn it! Why do my skills feel useless on summons? Meanwhile, Cham sneaks around the side and leaps behind Kutusi. Do not forget, he has got more tricks up his sleeve. A sharp sword flash, and Chimkin lands a critical hit. Kutusi crashes to the ground. Defeated once again today, as Kutusi wakes, He reflects on what he has learned so far. He is already ranked second on the bounty board. The gap to first place is still huge. No wonder Chim Trmexe is unbeatable. A small bird lands on Kukosatia's hand. He watches it thoughtfully. Realizing Chim is really teaching him how to read an opponent's every move. Even though I keep losing, I feel myself getting stronger every time. I need to find a real master to test myself. He stands up, determination blazing in his eyes. Cut to a dark swamp, level 30 Blackwater crocodile under attack by a group of people. They are from the IFBB clan, led by level 24 warrior Lefty Boas. Brothers, finish it off. The boss can take much more. The Blackwater crocodile is bombarded non-stop, barely holding on. Then, out of nowhere, Ku Truditi swoops in, landing a critical hit that drains 215 health from the croc. The Zai Kru gape in shock and surprise. The crocodile falls beside Kutsukosati, and Zaixubium points at him, shouting curses. You bastard. Furious, Zefi Badech is about to charge, but someone nearby grabs him back. Captain, do not lose your cool. He is Kutsukosati, the infamous name lately. He single-handedly wiped out several elite squads from rival guilds, ranked second on the bounty board, and the dragon faction is losing their minds over him. Zefi Badech throws his hands up to the sky. Why on earth did we have to run into this guy? Knowing his limits, Zefi Badech grits his teeth and warns. Ku, do not go too far. We are from Zef B. You know. Ku grins. You are IB? Perfect. Zefi Badech looks uneasy. What do you mean by that? Ku Fitihi stares them down. I just happened to zipbox. You guys, you are my real target. The Zaikubro members freeze, panic written all over their faces. Moments later, Kufusi T stands alone amid the fallen Zefabia squad, muttering, no wonder they are such a tough elite team, clenching his fists in quiet triumph. He thinks, I am actually stronger now. Scene shift to the bustling marketplace of Fubang City. At Food Shop 13, Adhup Tam is surprised. Did old Lu really put my name down as the owner? Soon after, they find out Tremtrunkse has picked up new trades. He has got two side jobs, gathering and cooking. He sources his own ingredients, cooks his own meals, and barely needs any capital for spices. If B then you knew, he would be crying his eyes out paying triple. Trem Hun fires back. What is there to cry about? This money is nothing compared to Zake Bia. Did you gather the intel I asked for? Thup Tam reports back. See Kim Mung Hun is pretty weak, lacking top tier players, and their leader has not logged in yet. Trumxa falls silent, lost in thought. Then he speaks up. I need to level up fast. You handle food sales. But if you meet anyone from C Kim Mung Hen, sell at a low price. Got it. 13 stroked his chin, confident as he said, leave the logistics to me. I am already familiar with it. Before leveling up, should old Lu give me your reward money? Trumkun glanced quickly at 13's gear, thinking, with your pale equipment, no one's gonna believe you got my reward money. Without missing a beat, Trem Hun tossed a stone hammer to 13. Here, take this hammer for now. In a few days, I will trade you for a full set of stone hammer gear. 13 caught it with a big grin. Brotherhood goals right there. Cut to Ice Harbor. A massive gate loomed ahead, shrouded in thick fog, casting a grim shadow over the scene. On the ground lay a level 17 spirit named Feng Lin, dressed like a beggar, sprawled out lifelessly. His hair was pure white, his gaunt face eerily familiar. As Trem casually walked by, he spotted the figure and suddenly froze, jaw-dropping. Ghost Valley Sun. He shouted angrily, who did this to you? Ghost Valley Sun quickly sent Trem Kun a message. Move fast. Feng Sujehon Tifeng and the Dragon Clan are planning to flood Ice Harbor with blood. Trem Kun read the message, smirked softly, and thought, flooding Ice Harbor with blood? That is a bold move. Above, Feng Sujehon Tifeng had been waiting for Trem Sen for a while now. He glanced at her with a look of annoyance, so it was her again. She jumped down, sword raised to strike Trem Trun, but luckily he parried just in time. With a sharp glare, she demanded, what is your problem? He sneered. You are top of the leaderboard, but hanging out with the Dragon Clan. Pathetic, she slashed back. Mind your own business. While they exchanged blows, the system pinged a notification. Ghost Valley Sun had revived. Sitting aside, he was deep in thought. Too quick and cautious to act, these two monsters were no joke. Feng Struhan Tekken kept attacking Tremkeen relentlessly, who defended with his sword but had not countered yet. Suddenly, Trem Hess summoned Spirit, a massive level 28 bear, ready to strike at the woman. The bear slammed her down hard, knocking Fong Suchun Hong to the ground, her vitality dropping from 12 to 11. Then 8. She was stunned, unable to comprehend how a summoned spirit could overpower its master. Before she could react, Trem Hun and the bear lunged together, attacking her fiercely. She raised her sword, a golden aura flaring around her as she sneered. Summoned beasts are just dark creatures. Nothing special. Triumphant stared in shock. And even the giant bear beside him hesitated. She unleashed the radiant wine technique. Golden light blazing brighter and bigger. Triumphant raised both hands to shield his face. The bear blocking in front of him, but the radiant blast still dealt 421 damage. Warning flashed. You are suffering from radiant illumination. Defense reduced by 20%. The bear spirit was reduced to a dry skeleton. Charred completely with not a shred of flesh left, Tombstone studied the skill closely. Killing the big bear fast reduces the defense buff. This radiant system skill hits spirits hard. She swung her sword at Triumphant next. You are up. But he raised his sword to block. He parried smoothly. Is that all you got? She pulled out a card. It was the Frost Snow Defense skill card. Two Dragon Clan members watching from afar gasped in surprise. Little Dragon King whispered to Long Hun and Thiechi. Fong said Huv and Tifeng actually has a skill card. Long Hun A molded over. Aren't those skill cards only for bosses level 35 and above? Still, since she is Feng's Kaiyan Tifeng, it is not that shocking. As the card was activated, countless shards of ice rained down on Triumphant, forcing him to raise his sword in defense. The falling ice shredded him, draining his health rapidly. 12 down, then 13 more, then another 6. The wind from the card was so strong it swept Triumphant up into the air with a grunt. Ghost Valley Sun nearby was blown away too. He cursed under his breath. Skill cards from this domain are insane. But this is next level overkill. Then she gathered the ice shards into one massive spike and commanded. The deadly ice projectile shot straight at the floating Trem scene. Ghost Valley Sun, holding tight to a rock to avoid being swept away, shouted out, "Watch out!" Triumphant. Suddenly, a burst of purple light erupted, shaking the ground beneath them. Kuchifati looked like he just dodged a bullet. Oh man, what a relief. Then, a massive wind lion appeared, smashing through the icy barrier of Feng Sikahain to Tang's spell. In Triumphant's mouth was a skill card. He stood tall, thinking, hey, I have got a skill card too. The fierce lion roared, the wind howling like a storm, sweeping away every shard of that weak ice she conjured. Because of that, the two guys from the Dragon Guild got blasted off their feet, clutching the pillar to stay grounded. Dragon dominance just got real weight. What? Both these guys have skill cards too. Feng Sahan Tefan bathed in blue light, and Triumphant glowed purple as they clashed fiercely, no one backing down. Feng Sahan Tefan studied Triumphant's skill card. After breaking through the blizzard storm, his card unexpectedly unleashed a massive heat wave. Their swords clashed, hers glowing red-hot and rising in intensity. Suddenly, her sword flew out of her hand, and Triumphant's blade slammed straight into the ground. Triumphant smirked. Drop your weapon. You are done. Then he readied his ring to finish her off, but she caught his strike with a knife, totally caught him off guard. Weapon in both hands, he was confused. Then she caught his sword with her other hand too. She unleashed a dazzling blade strike, almost killing him. But he dodged, he thought. Oh, this just got serious. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. If I had not dragged this out, I would not need to boost evasion with the blue flame cloak. But my stamina's already down to 34. Seeing Triumphant dodge her attack shocked her. No way she missed. Impossible. Running out of time, Trem quickly pulled out the Them Lang skill card. A purple glow enveloped him as the game system announced. You activated Them Lang. Attack speed increased by 5%. Movement speed by 5%. Lasting 30 minutes. Instantly, Trem swung his sword in a horizontal slash, but she quickly dodged back. Nearby, the two Dragon Guild guys watched, still holding tight to the pillar. No way. You can dodge skill card attacks. They gasped. Long Hunding A scowled. Jealous as hell. Our whole guild does not even have one skill card. And this guy's rocking too. Suddenly, they charged at each other. She stabbed Triumphant in the chest, dealing 288 damage, while he stabbed her in the gut, hitting 175 damage. Both collapsed. Triumphant grit his teeth, thinking, damn it, did not expect we would both go down. Skill balance messing things up again. Kusucd watched the whole fight, baffled, seeing both of them on the ground. He just shook his head in disbelief. This was real combat, no wasted moves. Both pushed to their absolute limits. How could he ever catch up to these two? Just as they died, the system announced both resurrected. Triumphant let out a loud shout and readied his ring again. She was not backing down either, launching her radiant blade attack. Long Hunding A watched, amused. These two are nuts. Quick, get Ninjago Code over here. The Dragon King nodded and took the order. Then the system popped up again. They killed each other over and over, dying and reviving countless times until both finally dropped to level 17. Seeing the stalemate, Triumphant laughed. Haha, let us stop killing each other. Leveling up against anyone's no fun. At the Hunden nodded in agreement. All right. Truce. Kuvufaziti chimed in. Finally, you guys cooled off. Look over there. Kun turned to see the traitors had finally shown their faces. Along with the Dragon Guild, a crowd was moving toward them. Long Hunli He laughed. No way I am missing this epic showdown, not even for a second. Fengstai Han Tifeng held up a camera orb, telling Long Henthen Have, you are just in time. The whole fight's recorded here. Don't you forget to pay the bounty and rental fees as agreed. Suddenly, Long Hunding He broke the camera orb in half. Shocking her beyond belief, Kustiusidi and Trumson stood there, eyes wide with shock. Fengska Hein Tifeng was furious. What the hell? Long Hunding He smirked arrogantly. Relax. It is just a camera. You are not seriously mad over a little gadget. Are you? Fengsche Houn Tifeng's face flushed red with rage. Ready to storm over to wreck Long Hunding and Svius ride. He started playing around. Oh right. She is only here for the bounty, hahaha. But my real target is not just them, it is you. Fengsk Hein Tifeng, you are top tier. Poking at the Sing Long Guild. And you still want to back out now. Then he went berserk, everyone's gonna die. The three over there just stood there, staring at each other. Totally baffled, Fengska Hein Tifeng was furious, cursing Long Henteng He like crazy, calling him a lowlife rat. She said, when you invited me to team up, I should have killed you right then. Damn scum. Player Trim Chim Chimxe invited you to the group chat. Long Hunding He kept taunting. I have invited you to join the Sang Long Guild plenty of times, but you refused. Don't blame others if you make your own choices. Tram Haramsa looked at her and nodded. Signaling something, the Sung Long guys stood off in the distance, watching the three of them with suspicious looks. Wondering what they were scheming, a message popped up in the group chat. Ku Katasti was roasting Feng Sesk Hein Taifeng, calling her crazy for screwing both herself and others with her so-called good deeds. Having fun now. Fengsk Hein Tifeng fired back. Ku, you want to die again, or what? Trum Hunta Mse asked. Hey, you dragged me into this just so he could trash talk me. Ku Fitazi was speechless. But Tramfernachemxe quickly stepped in. Everyone calm down. This ain't the time to bicker. Ku Tsuko CT and Feng Such Hein Tevin bickered fiercely behind Trum100N's back, both boiling with rage. Tron pointed straight at Long Hone the NS face. If you can have it, you will just destroy it. You are not even scared of getting kicked out and ruining the Ghost Dragon Star's reputation. Long Honding Ave pointed back at Trum San, laughing. Haha, a crazy thief boss killer, a cold-blooded assassin who murders for cash, and a wanted criminal topping the bounty list. Does any of you have a clue what you are talking about? A new group chat message from Trema Trenta Exa popped up. None of us have hit level 20 yet. Our only shot at winning is by teaming up. Kutsu the T agreed right away. Alright. Fengsk Hein Tifeng also nodded. Fine. I will team up with you this once. Long Honding A laughed arrogantly. The only video proof of the bounty I had, I destroyed it. Now, you all better quit the game and end this. Chang Long is for the people, not for harm. Then he ordered his minions to advance. They answered in unison. Yes, sir. Immediately, thousands of colorful arrows shot toward the three on the other side. The arrows exploded on impact, shaking the sky with a massive blast. Long Hondine H thought he would wipe out the trio and laughed smugly. Haha, gotta record this to post online. He wanted everyone to see what happens when you mess with the Sing Long Guild. More arrows kept flying from behind him. Then came an even bigger explosion, black smoke billowing everywhere. Suddenly, the three defended successfully and wiped the smoke off their faces. Nice try. Do not screw this up. The arrows kept coming, but Tramachun Chimxe and Feng Such Hein Tifeng were unscathed. They drew their swords and charged straight at the Sang Long Guild. Long Honding He sneered at Kun B. You are done for. Still struggling? Bring it on. Taiyu Long Vun unleashed a lightning-fast attack. Check this out, boss. Watch me work. Another minion charged forward with a spear. Opposite them, the three sped up like lightning. Trem Himexa swung his blade. Feng's Hai Houn Tefeng matched with a dazzling strike flash slash. Filled with fury, Feng Sexy Hein Tifeng shouted. Get lost. They slashed twice, and the two minions flew into the air, unable to counterattack. Long Honding A gripped his spear tight, muttering, worthless rookies. Didn't expect I would have to handle this myself. He unleashed his skill flaming spear assault. A fierce golden glow radiated from him, terrifying to behold. He swung at Kutudu CT, who quickly blocked the strike with his spear. Feng Shihan Hifeng and Trinandrek and Emsa flew beside him. Long Hon the H yelled. Ku, he confidently replied. Got this? Fong Ski Han Hefeng and Trem Sam zoomed past Long Hon Th. Noticing this, he sensed something was wrong. He turned and ordered his minions. Protect the hidden disciples far away. Kuthfifidi saw Long Hon the and distracted fighting him. Got furious. And attacked. Thinking, he is totally ignoring me. Long Hon then, hate quickly blocked Ku Kuptasefti's provocation. Thinking, once his defense skill fades, this loser's gonna get crushed anytime. Kusu CT was holding a bag in his hand, laughing out loud. Haha, bring me a bag of chicken rice. My Ku Rithib can keep going all day. Who else can handle this? Kusu CT continued, and there is one more thing crazy Long. Do you only protect the rear? You just sneered and attacked me. Ian Long Hon Thinhane heard this and glanced left. Hun blurted out in shock. What? A Ku Long Divine Healer was being hit by Fong Sexy High Ingius Radiant Strikes. His health dropping by 541. Hun panicked and begged for help. Why does this woman have light attacks? Save me. Meanwhile, Chime Sit and Chemipse next to them sliced the Ku Long officer's mouth open. Spilling blood, losing 421 health. Hun could not react. Just screaming. How can a level 17 kill a level 25? Long Hun the Hing A saw his subordinate getting slashed and gritted his teeth. Hun was so fixated on that he let his guard down. Ku Fu Hiti saw his chance and launched a blazing strike. But bad luck for Ku CCT, his opponent reacted lightning fast. Grabbing Kuasi's spear tightly, he gasped in disbelief. Blocked it. Man, the level drop is crazy. The attack power is not enough. Hun countered instantly, swinging at Ku CCT. Pathetic. Trying to hurt me with that. Get lost. Better stick to being my meat shield. Then Hen turned and ordered his troops. All-out attack. Support can T save you now. Finish them off. Chum Hunda Chemikse and Fongxax Han Inju kept fighting hard. But things were not looking good. Fongxaxahin TNU warned. Their attack's too strong. We gotta fall back. As Fongxaxahin moved to retreat, Chem Hunhexed grabbed her arm, calming her down. Don't worry. We are a team. Kutu CD rushed over. That is right. We are a team. Then he unleashed Ku Jippy Bitha, forming a shield to protect all three of them. They hunkered down inside the shield. Chai Khanem signaled. The attack's almost over. Get ready to strike back. Fong Huddy and nodded fiercely. Got it. The attack ended. And Chim Siden and Fong Siki immediately charged at Ku Long's troops. Long Hundane H. Seeing this, was furious beyond words. He snarled. Chum Hanems. You are done for. Fong Han Ing flew at him. Long Hundane H. Your opponent is me. She swung her sword at his shoulder. But he blocked just in time. Sneering. You want to die. Meanwhile, Chamsin and Chemchexa was surrounded by Ku Long's men who were bullying him mercilessly. You are dumb for jumping into a crowd like that. You are dead meat. Chum Hanems. He just smiled and pulled out a red skill token, the Firestorm skill token. Ku Long's subordinate gaped in shock. He still has skill tokens. Chum Sian activated the skill. A golden flash streak passed, followed by a massive blaze engulfing Ku Long's troops. Long Hundin he watched his men burn and screamed. Chim. Gun. Chem. Get out. You guys push me too far. He pulled out a yellow skill token with a unicorn emblem. A notification popped up. You have activated the Horn Demon skill. Attack 1. 100% crit. Attack 2. 200%. Attack 3. 500%. The skill powered him up. He swung fiercely at Fong Axek Han Ing. She tried to defend but was blasted away. Gasping. Too strong. After finishing with Fong Sex, he charged at Chim and Chimex. It is your turn now. Chim Im Sin. Chum Sin stood ready. Right on time. Long Unde A flew in, slashing straight at him. Chem Sin stepped back to block. He did not expect the blow to be so powerful it snapped his sword in two. Seizing the opening, Long Hen continued his assault. Chum Sin had no clue what to do. This round looked like a boxed lunch for him. Suddenly, Ku Jippy appeared, forcing Long Hun's spear to pierce only the shield. Ku Fifiti appeared, but Long Hun the Hei's spear shattered his shield. The spear pierced through Ku Tsipasiti's shield, bringing his health down by 418. Chemsen behind him could not help but praise. Nice one. Long Hunding Aishi and Kutsukosifti faced off. Long Hun was pissed. Damn it. Why is there always someone like you around? Ku Fu T shot back. I am the team's meat shield. Before I die, none of them will fall. Get ready to bleed. The Demon Valley Sun jabbed his spear straight into his gut, draining 110 vitality points. Still, he stood tall. You think you can take this busted gun and kill me? Dream on. The Demon Valley Sun shot back confidently. This is a team fight now. A crappy gun does not need to be sharp, it just has to get the job done. The Dragon Walker was clueless when suddenly, Fengxi Huiyantu raised his sword and appeared behind him. Say goodbye. You weakling. Using the flash-slash technique, a streak of light swept by, slicing the reckless Dragon Walker's head clean off. He lost a whopping 522 vitality points. He collapsed, body and head separated. The Demon Valley Sun slapped Chamken on the shoulder, laughing loud. Ha! Team fights rock. Man. This is the life? Chamken nodded. Right? And Fengxi Huiyantu just went humph. These three are all killers. Cut to a wild jungle scene. Fengxi Huiyantu wiped sweat and asked Chamken, Demon Valley Sun's gone? You have not logged off yet. Chamken was resting under a tree, replying, Yeah. Today was rough. Took a big hit on my rank. Gotta level up now. Fengxi Huiyantu coughed and asked, Aren't you from Province G? Chamken nodded. Yeah. From City? Fengxi chimed in. Same here. Want to meet up? Chamken agreed, but with a catch. Fine. But you gotta show me your face first. No face reveal. No meetup. Can T trust someone I can TC? Fengxi Huiyantu paused, thinking it over. Then she said, Alright, and lifted her hand to peel off her mask. Housengansam. A cozy little cafe downtown. Chun was fiddling with his phone, waiting for someone. It was almost 3 p.m., but the person had not shown up yet. Suddenly, a playful voice broke the silence as a cup of coffee landed on the table, making him jump and look up. Sitting across was a stranger, but the crowd around them seemed to know her, whispering and gossiping. From their chatter, Chun learned her name was Lam Jiat-han, the campus queen of universities. Chun frowned slightly, muttering the name Fengxi Huiyantu under his breath. Lam Jiat-han sat down opposite him. Chun knew he would guessed right, there was more behind this playful act. Definitely some hidden agenda. Lam Jiat-han smiled softly, shyly explaining it was her way of apologizing for the past. She admitted she would been greedy and got played by her own ambition. Chun shook his head, refusing to judge. She was right to act for the prize money, but beating them up a dozen times? That was overkill. Talking about it made Lam Jiat-han even more embarrassed. She whispered that the first time was about the prize, but the rest was just her letting off steam. Chun frowned deeper. She went on, explaining her old mission, to wipe out the Spirit Patrol team, which she would been planning for 10 hours straight. But then Chun and the Demon Valley Sun showed up with the Dragon Cult, crashing her plans. It was a low-level mission, yet she ended up with nothing. Trying to claim the bounty, she got taken down by him instead. The more she talked, the angrier she got. Her face flushed red. Chun chuckled after hearing her out. You guys got what was coming to you. Then he asked why she wanted to meet him secretly. He thought, this girl's got a serious grudge. Best not mess with her again. Lam Jiat-han did not beat around the bush. She wanted to form a guild and invited him to join. With the top 1 and 2 teaming up, success was guaranteed. But as soon as she said that, Chun flat out refused. No way I am joining. Seeing his resolve, Lam Jiat-han did not push it. After all, they would fought together before. If not joining, they could at least be friends. Chun had no problem with that. Then he asked, You are not just trying to take down the Dragon Cult, right? Lam Jiat-han did not hide it. Dragon Cult's one thing, but my real target is to dominate Dakba Dao and even you. Chun, hearing that, Chun cracked a faint smile. Interesting. They chatted a bit more, struck a deal, and then parted ways. The next day, Dap Tam and Chun were packing up. Dap Tam asked about his meeting with Lam Jiat-han yesterday. Hem was worried she might have messed him up somehow, and was suddenly looking for a place to set up a studio. Chun shook his head slightly, gesturing to the room in front of them. He calmly explained he would wanted to start a studio for a while. Unfortunately, after switching to Vay Tongue, he kept running short on cash, no money to rent an office. But after taking down the leader of the Kuanglong Guild, there was cash involved, so Luck Chan was super grateful for the Kuanglong's reward. The two of them strolled into the room, scanning the space around them. Dap Tam was pretty pleased. This place was solid. And then asked Luck Chan what the next move was. Luck Chan laid out his goal, recruiting the first member for the studio. The moment Dap Tam heard that, his eyes lit up, and was curious who he planned to invite, and suggested Fengsak Huiyantu, but Luck Chan just shook his head. Lam Jiat-han was not someone you could just casually invite, and she already had her own plans. Dap Tam raised an eyebrow. No matter who they invited, no new recruits were coming in, but Luck Chan smiled slyly and nodded. Every studio only needs one new recruit. Dap Tam knew he was hinting at himself and asked who Luck Chan wanted to bring on board. Luck Chan let out a cold chuckle and dropped a name, of course. It was Kwai Tu. The moment the name came up, That Tam was stunned. This guy was top 10 in level. And on the leaderboard, only Luck Chan's name ranked above him. He had just joined the studio. Luck Chan was confident, clapping that Tam on the shoulder, telling him to relax. Tonight, they would get some rest, then kick off the next phase. That evening, Luck Chan logged into the game at Hambangkwang's Demon Hunting Ground and messaged Kwai Kok Tu, inviting him over if he was not busy. Kwai Kok Tu quickly replied, asking what was up. Luck Chan said it was good news, and he immediately said he would come. Kwai Kok Tu was a rare top-tier player, though not quite on Luck Chan or Lam Ji at the NES level. He was still a heavy hitter who could handle elite enemies solo. A little while later, Kwai Kok Tu finally arrived. He got straight to the point, asking Luck Chan what was going on. Luck Chan called him Little Kwai and asked if he would ever thought about joining a guild. Kwai Kok Tu was suspicious, asking why the sudden interest. Luck Chan bluntly said he would just started a studio and wanted him to join. The spot was in the new district of city's easy access. Private rooms, food covered, and unlimited mana potions. Kwai Kok Tu furrowed his brows, then defiantly said he was top level, with tons of people chasing after him. Why join Luck Chan's studio? Luck Chan smirked and asked if he wanted to become a top-tier master. Kwai Kok Tu nodded without hesitation. Of course. He wanted that. That settled it. Joining Luck Chan's studio under his guidance made it totally doable. Hearing this, Kwai Kok Tu agreed to join and even promised he would one day surpass Luck Chan. With that, he walked off. Luck Chan watched his retreating figure, sighing helplessly. Why did everyone always set their sights on him? The next day at the train station, just as arranged, Confronting Kok arrived in cities. Luck Chan and that Tam went out to meet him. They casually called him Little Kwai, but he was seriously not feeling that nickname and snapped, telling them to stop. Luck Chan did not rush to take him out for hot pot. That Tam threw an arm around him and called him Little Kwai, saying they would be brothers from now on. Faced with that Tam's friendliness and the bro nickname, Confronting Kok awkwardly smiled, blushing as he said, "Got it. Got it." Luck Chan sat off to the side, watching the two. Feeling torn, was he happy or worried? Their studio's first recruit was actually a rival who had his sights set squarely on him. That Tam squinted at him, asking why he called him Bro B. Confronting Kok candidly replied he hated the number 13. So B. Hearing that Tam got mad and told him to stop calling him Bro B. Luck Chan smirked at their antics but thought, at least the studio's roster was getting stronger. A bit later, the three returned to the office Luck Chan had just rented. That Tam apologized, saying they had not cleaned up yet since they just moved in. Confronting Kok did not mind at all. After unpacking, they would just clean together. Luck Chan first showed him around the rooms, but then his gaze suddenly landed on a mask sitting on a shelf. Confronting Kok recognized it instantly and gasped. That was the Veer helmet used by the legendary Dasan Dan Vong. Could it be Luck Chan? Tears welled up as he looked at Luck Chan behind him, asking if he really was Luck Chan. Though earlier he said he was not part of Dasan Dan Vong. Luck Chan was straightforward at the end of the day. With all the madness going on, was Luck Chan really worthy of that title? At that moment, that Tam proudly took out Luck Chan's national championship medal, the first ever for Zan Vo Song. The person in front of him really was Luck Chan. Then he asked Confronting Kok if he really admired Luck Chan that much. Confronting Kok shook his head gently in denial. He had a true legend in his heart. The great Nitren. This prodigy kid had just beaten Park Han-ong at the National Sports Center. That was peak gaming glory for the homeland. Yet, when they heard that name, Lu Chan and that Tam exchanged sly glances. Clearly smug, Confronting Kok noticed their reaction and a suspicion sparked in his mind. Sure enough, he soon spotted a photo of Lu Chan with Park Han-ong displayed on the shelf. He could not believe it. Gasping out loud, how could this be? This boy was truly his idol. Nitren. Realizing this, Confronting Kok instantly lit up with excitement, rushing over to grab Lu Chan's hand, beaming as he called him legend. He knew how much it sucked to have your account wiped in Ling Dong. Today, as teammates, he was determined to help Lu Chan get revenge. Lu Chan just shook his head lightly. Yeah, revenge was tempting, but he did not want it. Instead, it was about their dream, a dream to dominate Fubang, conquer, and even compete alongside the world's top players to claim number 1. He suggested their studio be called the Bloodshade Mercenaries, since both Lu Chan and Confronting Kok were wild spirits, inseparable from bloodshed, and their startup capital was tight. They would have to take on mercenary missions to earn cash. Confronting Kok did not hesitate to agree the name was perfect, reminding him of brutal battlefield carnage. That Tam felt the same way. From now on, this place would be the Bloodshade Mercenaries studio. And just like that, the team was formed. The three of them sat on the sofa hashing out plans. Lu Chan asked what their initial goal should be. That Tam blurted out wanting to seize Fubang City and win over the girl gamers. But Confronting Kok wanted to crush Kong Long, destroy them. and take down Truck Long. But Lu Chen spoke seriously. Their main goal was to make money. As soon as he said it, Dap Tam and Kong Tung Kok were stunned. Dap Tam quickly pulled out his laptop to crunch numbers. Rent for half a year. 4 computers. In-game gear. So that 80,000 coin prize from just 2 days was already gone. Lu Chen sighed deeply, only enough left for food this week. If they did not earn more, next week they would be starving. Right then, Kong Tung Kok offered up his own bounty money. That reminded Dap Tam they still had bounty money from Little Ghost. Lu Chen agreed, saying he would go level up while the other two logged in to claim the rewards first. Outside, Lu Chen logged in and rushed to the mission spot. Soon, Dap Tam called, saying the special mission had been cancelled. Lu Chen was surprised, so the Koang Long gang finally got some brains. Dap Tam and Little Ghost could only team up to farm 40 silver in the dungeon. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded in approval. Nice. Leveling up and making money at the same time. Then Dap Tam got excited, saying he found a new gig for Lu Chen. A top-ranked master just ordered 100 portions of level 3 food, 50 silver each. They were in a rush. It had to be done within 12 hours. Lu Chen checked the ingredients list and frowned. A big shot needing that much food but dropping levels. That meant a boss fight was coming. He told Dap Tam to ask for an extra 5%. Dap Tam, sharp as ever, wanted to push for 10%. Suddenly, the bulletin board flashed news. Dokbae Blade had successfully reached level 30, the first player to hit 30 in Fubang City. Lu Chen felt a pang of frustration. If he had not dropped levels fighting Lam Ji at Han, he would be the first to reach 30. Oh well, time to focus on earning money. With that, he dashed to the mountain pass to gather green chili peppers, guarded by a massive snake. Who knew how many times he would have to risk his life? Seeing the snake, Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. It did not show a level, but it was clearly at least 10 levels higher than him. Just picking one chili was already a death wish. He would make that sneaky quest designer pay double. Thinking that, he did not hesitate and unleashed his dual-wielding attack on the giant serpent. His strike dealt a critical hit, and he was thrilled. Fighting snakes in packs really worked like a charm. Then he struck the same spot again, dealing massive damage. But suddenly, the serpent whipped its tail at him, making him cry out in pain. Not only that, it spewed a blue smoke cloud, attacking Lu Chen head-on. The moment you stepped into this blue smoke village, the system flagged you as poisoned, draining 5% of your current AP. You can't afford to frown. This poison is deadly strong. You gotta finish this quick. With that thought, Lu Chen immediately summoned his soul. The Mangsa kept spitting venom relentlessly at him, but suddenly, the Mangsa writhed in pain. Its health kept dropping, yet no attacker was in sight. But Lu Chen saw it clearly and smirked, praising his big bear for a job well done. Without missing a beat, he lunged forward, slashing the air repeatedly. His sharp sword strikes, slicing through the Mangsa like lightning, dealing massive damage. To finish it off, he stabbed fiercely into its back with his spear. Purple sparks danced wildly in the air, unleashing a storm of critical damage on the Mangsa until it finally dropped dead. The best part, defeating it pushed Lu Chen straight to level 31, crowning him the top dog of the Ice City. Standing coolly atop the fallen Mangsa, he scooped up loot while checking the leaderboard. He noticed Lam Jiet then had just hit level 30 and thought, this beauty's leveling fast, but she is still a step behind me. That Mangsa boss dropped a hefty chunk of XP and plenty of loot, all top-tier gear except for the skill bags he kept for himself. The rest he planned to sell high and get rich quick. Lu Chen eyed the Mangsa's corpse, thinking it would be a shame to waste it. Its power was no joke, perfect to replace his big bear. Without hesitation, he started the ritual chant, Death Grip, and summoned his soul again. In no time, he succeeded. His soul transformed into a mighty soul horse. Lu Chen grinned ear to ear, thinking, after finishing this level 3 upgrade, he would hit the training grounds to boost his power even more. At the Ice Cross Fortress, Lu Chen went to find Su Lan, but was immediately scolded. How could Su Lan trust him with the Sword Spirit's mission looking like this? Lu Chen could only plead he would done his best to level up as fast as possible. Su Lan sighed softly, then handed him 5 gold coins, saying he would perform the upgrade ritual and throw in 3 new skill books as a bonus. Hearing this, Lu Chen hesitated. Was it really that easy with no strings attached? Su Lan raised an eyebrow and asked how he wanted it. Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head, then handed over the 5 gold coins. Su Lan began the upgrade ceremony. He successfully ranked up to Bronze Swordmaster, but it all felt too easy, almost surreal. Still, he did not overthink it. He trusted Su Lan was not out to get him and immediately checked the 3 skill books. After a moment, Su Lan, once you master these new skills, get out there and fight, level yourself up. Lu Chen did not hesitate. He took off right away, watching his back disappear. Su Lan's smile twisted wickedly. He needed his disciple to get strong fast. He could hardly wait to snatch Lu Chen's soul. Meanwhile, at Weeping Coal Canyon, guarded by a fallen knight behind some bushes, Lam Jiet then Luck Chan hid. Watching closely, Lam Jiet then whispered, "This guy is tough to handle." She would be the main attacker, with Luck Chan supporting. Luck Chan nodded slightly, assuring her, "Don't worry. As long as the money's in hand, it is a piece of cake." Lam Jiet then snapped, "You greedy jerk," then proposed they charge together. She struck first, slashing with her light flash sword, but the fallen knight blocked it flawlessly, no damage done. Luck Chan rushed in right after, swinging his spear charged with purple energy at the knight's belly. But the damage was minimal. The fallen knight shoved Lam Jiet then aside to face Luck Chan alone. Seeing the sword slash heading his way, he dodged just in time. Glancing at Lam, then, he could not help but ask, "Hey, where do you get this high-level mission?" "Beauty," she bit her lip fiercely and snapped back. "This is my job upgrade quest." "Okay." Luck Chan blinked, surprised. Leveling up as a light traveler is that tough. Lam Jiet then blasted fire at the knight while explaining, "Whoever said leveling up is easy. Special classes have it even harder." Suddenly, a powerful beam of radiant energy appeared in her hand, shooting like a lightning bolt straight at the fallen knight. But Lai Chan was lost deep in his own thoughts. His mission seemed easy. Could Su Lonyi be pushing him to level up fast? Something is definitely off. At the same time, the Sazi knight was weakened by the light, dropping 20%. But suddenly, a sharp beam sliced through the radiant aura and lunged at Lam Jiet then. Startling her, she quickly stepped back, suspicion flashing in her eyes. How could a shadow creature slash through light? A sharp red sword beam was cutting straight toward her. Then, an explosion erupted out of nowhere, flames erupting wildly into the air. Luckily, before the blast, Lai Chan had revived his soul spirit and wrapped his tail tightly around Lam Jiet then, pulling her out of harm's way. She looked surprised and asked if he could really change the object being healed. He smirked, boasting, "You do not even know half the tricks I have got." Right after, he suggested they push forward together, and Lam Jiet then immediately agreed. Carrying the soul spirit phoenix, the two charged straight at the Sa-Yi knight. Lai Chan activated his true skill. Sword energy crackled through the air, striking like lightning and dealing a brutal critical hit to the knight. Meanwhile, the soul spirit phoenix sprayed venom at the knight. The poison made the knight's body toxic, draining 5% of his current EP every 10 seconds. The Sa-Yi knight's health kept plummeting as Lam Jiet then and Lai Chan attacked relentlessly, slowly cornering him. Seconds later, they unleashed their skills together, overwhelming the knight. Under their fierce assault, he finally fell. Lam Jiet then leveled up to 32 and grabbed the top spot on the leaderboard. Lai Chan sheathed his sword, grumbling that he would only held the top spot for 2 hours before she pushed him down, and that taking 2 gold from her felt unfair. Lam Jiet then smirked nonchalantly. "You told me not to go all out. Do not expect me to raise the price last minute." Then she mentioned she had a mission worth 3 gold coins an hour and asked if he wanted to team up. At the Sea Thech Gorge, a group of players was attacking the Sea Thech Guardian together. Nearby, hidden in the bushes, Lai Chan and Lam Jiet then watched. Lai Chan eyed her suspiciously. This must be her 3 gold mission. She openly admitted the level 40 boss belonged to Cheng Long, and it might drop a 100% chance seal card to tame a fierce beast. Hearing this, Lai Chan frowned, a little excited but insisted on extra pay. Facing this money-hungry guy, Lam Jiet then reluctantly agreed. Success means bonus cash. Lai Chan chuckled softly, telling her to trust him. She knew he was deadly but also warned not to get cocky this time. Cheng Long had real heavy hitters. Lam Jiet then was talking about the level 31 Danth Thate Ka warrior and the level 31 Kies Fin Havi. Watching the two skillfully fight the Sea Thech, Lai Chan sighed. So they joined Sing Long. No wonder top players immediately spotted the boss' weak joint. Lam Jiet then nodded in agreement. Long Hunding AHA had poured tons of money into Thin Ting, recruiting many leaderboard elites. Lai Chan clicked his tongue, wishing he would known Dantha Thikut was with Cheng Long earlier. He would have run out of level 3 food by now, but no regrets. Meanwhile, the battle between the Sea Thech and Sang Long's team grew fierce, skill energies exploding everywhere. The Sea Thech was so enraged by the harassment that Sang Long's group immediately pulled back. Lam Jiet then saw this and urged to close in and attack, but Lai Chan stopped her. She obeyed silently and continued watching the fight between Sing Long and the Sea Thech. Sensing the perfect moment, Long Hunding Ave quickly ordered a full-on assault. Instantly, a barrage of skills targeted the Sea Thech's joints, rapidly draining its health. The Sea Thech's HP dropped to just over 2,000 as Cheng Long's team kept hammering it. Moments later, its health was finally down to 2,000. The two charged forward like lightning, rushing at the Sea Thech. Lam Jiet then suddenly shouted, "Ambush!" They quickly raised their swords to block the surprise attack, But another explosion rocked the air this time. A massive fire spirit appeared overhead. Long Hunting He grinned smugly. Looks like the rat fell into our trap, and it is someone we know. He praised his teammate before ordering to finish off the boss with a blood attack. But at that moment, a voice dripping with mockery rang out. You really think that cold wind move alone can hurt us? Dream on. When they looked back, they saw the two Luctran standing atop the giant serpent's head. Luctran let out a cold chuckle, thinking, finally smart enough to set an ambush. Huh. Dantho Theat stared in shock at the two. How on earth were they unharmed? But no one answered him. The two charged forward alongside the Serpent King in unison. The Kwang Long gang saw the ghostly Serpent King of Luctran for the first time, and found it tough to keep up. They hurried to block the serpent's head, preventing the two from reaching the massive stone. Luctran let out a cold snort and swung his sword down, taking out one of them in a single strike. After wiping out a few steel eagles, 3 others raised their shields to block the trio, an invisible wall materializing around them. But the two stayed calm. Lam Jiet then calmly pierced through the barrier with his radiant attack. In an instant, a beam of light sliced clean through the invisible wall, shattering the trios encirclement right before their eyes. Then the two stood before the massive stone. Lam Jiet then smirked. Your turn now, boss. Without hesitation, they charged in, but the ghostly Serpent King of Luctran was already defeated. The two barely paid it any mind, focusing their attacks on the giant stone, though the damage was not all that great. Dantho Theat, watching this, tensed up and barked orders not to hit the boss by mistake. Focus fire on the two Luctrans. Control the boss's health. He has to use his final move. At the same time, after a fierce fight, the two Luctrans had whittled the boss's health down to 1,700. But the Kwang Long gang's attacks kept coming. Lam Jiet then immediately volunteered to take the hits so Luctran could deliver the finishing blow. Luctran charged to the top of the giant stone and swung down but missed. Lam Jiet then anxiously asked, You sure you can pull this off? Luctran scoffed. How can a man say no? Without hesitation, he activated his skill, and with a razor-sharp slash from the stone's summit, he struck down. The blow drained the boss' remaining health in one hit, killing it on the spot. Luctran leveled up to 32. The Kwang Long gang gawked, mouths wide open in disbelief. Dantho Theat shouted in horror. Over 1,700 health left. Even 2 critical hits might not finish it, yet Luctran did it with 1 strike, dealing massive damage. Fiend Van Fuckvu reacted quickly, telling him to grab the loot fast, and he nodded without hesitation. Both of them surged forward, but Lam Jiet then spotted it and used a light barrier to block their path, buying time for Luctran to claim the spoils. The Kwang Long gang, now furious, charged in a unified attack. Lam Jiet then noticed they were outnumbered and urged Luctran to move quickly. Luctran had collected everything and saw no reason to stick around. Moments later, the two dashed past the wall of fire and fled. The Kwang Long gang, fuming, yelled for them to stop, but who runs and then just stands still? Flames blasted continuously toward them, forcing the two Luctrans to dodge desperately. Lam Jiet then asked if Luctran had an escape plan. He nodded slightly. Then he ordered her attack the cliffs on both sides. Lambit then obeyed, hacking at the cliffs. Huge boulders tumbled down quickly, turning the ground into a sea of massive rocks in the blink of an eye. The Kwang Long gang was trapped inside, unable to chase. They howled in rage while Luctran ran off outside. Grinning smugly, the two quickly made it back to the outer forest and checked their loot. Lam Jiet then was not impressed, saying, We got ripped off. Only the seal was usable. The weapon was not even her type, and the rest were dark attribute items. They would have to pay you for those too. Hearing this, Luctran suggested she hand over the ring. She eyed him suspiciously, then she frowned. These are growth items. A little rental fee 1T, cut it. I want 15 bars. Not a penny less. Luctran laughed coldly, and when Lam Jiet then saw the dagger in his hand, she was stunned. It was the moon dagger. She had not seen one in ages. Then she proposed a trade. Luctran raised an eyebrow teasingly and tossed her own words back at her. Make it 25 bars or nothing. Lam Jiet then gritted his teeth, scolding the greedy kid, yet still handed over the ring. Then he grabbed the blade and threw in some extra cash. Deal done. Lam Jiet then thanked him and walked off. The kid barely glanced back, smirking, saying as long as there is cash, the bloody contract mercenary guild never lets you down. Meanwhile, deep in the frozen forest, a group of fighters rested after taking down a boss. Adhup Tam frowned. Eyeing Fake Lam's shadow, he questioned if the boss was truly dead, or if they would been played. Hearing this, Fake Lam just chuckled softly, telling Dap Tam and Tinkan Tukosi they could leave. But he needed to speak with 2 members from the ancient Sword Dream clan. He wanted to buy Leet Denjingus armor for 2 gold coins, sell it to him, and he promised not to attack. That was clearly a threat. Lit Dudingus' fury ignited instantly. He dared them to fight. The lowest bronze armor was worth at least 20 gold. Did they think they were fools? At that moment, Thup Tam patted Mun Nguite's shoulder beside Tren and, whispering, Don't worry. When it is the strong bullying the weak, we want to just stand by. Then he shot a glance at Tuntukakasi behind them. Kung Tundra stepped forward confidently, stating, "Our higher price is 50 silver. Final offer, or we will gut them right here." Fake Lam sneered coldly at this arrogant bravado. Thup Tam's gang might be reckless, but the bloody contract mercenaries absolutely would not let such nonsense slide. When negotiations fell apart, Fake Lam immediately ordered his men forward, aiming to capture Lita Deng and seize the armor. Both sides clashed fiercely. Fake Lam and Thup Tam squared off, but Fake Lam's skill far outmatched him. Thup Tam quickly found himself on the defensive, yet he wore a smug grin. The bloody contract mercenaries were not as strong as he would hoped. His eyes burned with battlelust, ready to land a killing blow on Thup Tam. Panicked, Thup Tam called out to Ku for backup. Already fighting enemies nearby, heard the call and rushed over, blocking Fake Lam's sword in the nick of time. The two Kukulisi instantly shouted, "Boss is here." Even Mengite flinched, and Fake Lam recognized the arrival of Addy, wielder of the spear Chimexa. Lasitron sheathed his sword, looked coldly at Fake Lam, and said, "You dare mess with my men?" Behind him, Mingite watched his retreating figure. Feeling a vague flash of memory, Lasitron had once stood before her and said something just like that. It felt just like the old Lasitron, no doubt about it. He really was him. Fake Lam looked momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped back, sneering, "Arrogant punk." Lasitron launched a straight-line attack but missed. Fake Lam laughed loudly, thinking Lasitron was all talk and no skill. How could he miss from point-blank range? Seeing that cocky attitude, Lasitron just smiled softly. "Oh yeah." Then suddenly, Lasitron shifted gears, striking with a precision blow using a spinning move that drew blood heavily from Fake Lam. Fake Lam bit his lip fiercely. How could the damage be so serious? He immediately ordered his men to retreat. Watching them drop like flies, Lasitron could not help but smirk. With nothing left to do, he called for Thup Tam and the others to leave. Elsewhere, at Than Gorge, Twihu rested on a cliff when Fake Lam's message popped up, warning him to watch out for the spear Chimexa. Twihu stared at the message for a long moment, then replied, "Got it. That spear ranked top 3 on the leaderboard, definitely no joke." Back with Lasitron and his two companions about to leave, Mingite suddenly called them back. Lasitron frowned, asking what she wanted. She thanked him for saving her, hesitated, then invited him to join the ancient Sword Dream clan. Lasitron was taken aback, hesitating for a long moment without answering. Mingite pushed hard, praising the clan's strength and deep resources. But Lasitron felt it was not the right time yet, so he turned around and declined, saying he already had his own bloody contract mercenary guild, but if they ever needed help, they could hire his team anytime. They would be happy to take missions from a beauty like her. Saying that, he led Kuct and the others away, while Thup Tam cheerfully waved goodbye to her. Lasitron was already part of the ancient Sword Dream clan. What was there to join? Mingite watched Lasitron's back as he left, a flicker of sadness in her eyes. She asked Eka Dean quietly, "Don't you think he reminds you of an old friend?" Huva knew exactly who she meant, sighed deeply, and called out Lasitron's name. Mingite spoke with a heavy heart, saying ever since that day, Ives has been like a ghost, losing all spark, and the chance to get promoted to director slipped right through his fingers. Haadung patted her shoulder, trying to comfort her. There is nothing to do but wait until Yves logs in again. Then he will help her grind levels. Mingite sighed, resigned. Yeah, that is all they can do for now. With that, the two turned and walked away. At the market, due to the Fibang City lockdown, Lasitron came here to buy a seal card. When it finally landed in his hands, he frowned and grumbled, "Just one card and it costs 20 silver. Total ripoff. If he did not already have a premium card, no way he would buy it. Wonder if the guild leader even got promoted to director yet." Lost in thought, he suddenly fell silent, then shook his head to drop the idea. Better focus on catching pets first. Lasitron scanned the lineup of pets before him. The green horse is an attacker type but painfully slow. Zim's a tank type, decent at soaking damage, and the fire spear tiger is solid too. Still, none quite hit the mark. He kept searching, then locked eyes on a 4.5-star attack pet. Fast speed, balanced defense, and solid health. Decision made. Lasitron darted off towards the poison forest. He found a big, sturdy scorpion and threw the seal card right onto it. A golden light instantly enveloped the scorpion. Moments later, it shrank into the seal card. Lasitron nodded, satisfied. Its starting stats hit over 19 points, not bad at all. Just then, Lumjid N messaged, asking what pet he caught. He sent her a picture and the stats of the golden scorpion. She sent back a snapshot of her fire spear. Lasitron eyed her fire spear, then glanced back at his golden scorpion with a hint of displeasure. Yeah, when you compare a pet to a mentor or skier, It is like night and day. While he was still mulling it over, two figures suddenly appeared behind him. The Poison Ba War God and the Poison Ba Cavalry General. They wanted to buy his golden scorpion for 5 gold coins. Lassie Trun spun around, sneering coldly. 5 gold. Dream on, buddy. No way he is selling. Seeing his stubbornness, the two warned him to hand it over politely or things would get ugly. Especially with someone like Li Den around. Without another word, they launched their attack blades flashing like killer mosquitoes, slicing through the air. Their strikes packing serious damage. By the time they reacted, Lassie Trun had vanished. He reappeared behind them, voice icy, telling them to surrender their lives. Before they could respond, his sword pierced straight through Poison Ba Cavalry General's body. Poison Ba War God lunged at him next, but Lassie Trun stayed calm, just sneered with disdain. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the War God's sight. His sword slashed the air as the War God swung wildly, only to be sliced clean across by Lassie Trun, now burning with rage. Lassie Trun realized these jerks were the ones who attacked A Ding. Nobody messes with the sacred sword spirit without payback. But just then, a sweeping strike from Poison Ba Dagger came out of nowhere, bleeding Lassie Trun badly. Startled, he spun around. It was that sneaky bastard Poison Ba Dagger attacking from behind. This punk did not care if it was fair or not. He kicked Lassie Trun hard in the chest. Lassie Trun crashed into a nearby rock pile. Poison Ba's crew nearby asked if Poison Ba Dagger should finish Lassie Trun off, but he shook his head, saying no need, no clear way out. Just guard this spot for now. Hearing this, a nearby thug praised him for his wisdom. Poison Ba guild leader, more like a sneaky coward. But Karma's biting him back suddenly. Su Lun appeared from nowhere, wildly slashing at him. The Poison Ba gang scrambled to dodge, but Su Lun's attacks were lightning fast. They could not avoid it, only managing to brace for the hit. One panicked guy asked if they should keep an eye on Lassie Trun, but Poison Ba Dagger shook his head, telling him to scram quick. Down in the pit, Lassie Trun had tumbled into a scorpion nest. Gritting his teeth, he cursed Poison Ba Dagger for the sneak attack. Once he is out, he is going to make him pay. But right now, what really worried him was the pack of scorpions before him. Tigers, assassins, all rare spawns, plus a boss lurking nearby. Yet, he noticed the legendary Windstorm boss was only level 1. Could it really be the highest grade legendary beast? Just thinking about it, he lit up with excitement. This is the true glow of a main character moment. Lux Tran muttered to himself, sometimes disaster brings fortune. He would stumbled upon a rare find and really had to thank Doc Badao for this one. This was clearly a golden opportunity, so he immediately pulled out his sealing card. But that mysterious boss stared at him with total disdain. Luftran felt a flare of anger. What a smug little punk. It was just a level 1 boss after all. So he decided to try the regular sealing card first. Without hesitation, he threw the card at it, and a strange pattern appeared, wrapping around the boss. The process paused at 90%. But Luxtran could not help but grin. There was hope yet. He frowned. Wasn't it supposed to take 5 tries? Is sealing a boss-level beast really this tough? He sighed reluctantly. Guess he had no choice but to use the upgraded sealing card. Thinking that, he tossed the red card at the boss. The swarm of bees immediately rushed forward to protect it. Luxtran swiftly sliced through the bees in front of him, smirking. Even a boss like this has its weak moments. But then another swarm of level 1 bees came to shield it. Luftran got annoyed. He had to break it no matter what. Then, he pretended to fumble his sword. Taking advantage, the bee swarmed him, chipping away at his health bar. But still, the boss would not budge. Eventually, he let himself die, playing dead. That is when the boss happily flew over to him. At that moment, he sprang up, grinning. Been waiting for you, buddy. Without hesitation, he threw out the upgraded sealing card. A red aura flared up, engulfing the boss completely. Moments later, the sealing was a success. Luxtran laughed triumphantly. This upgraded seal was totally worth it. He had to thank Quang Long for this. He quickly opened the boss's status screen, and his eyes widened in shock. Attack growth at 6. Agility growth of 5.5 stars. This Hoyan Feng was seriously op. Let us see if Lam Jiet can still act all arrogant this time. Thinking that, he called over the bee in front and sent its level 1 minions to scout ahead with him. So Doc Bai Dao was all alone, yet still dared to keep an eye on him. That is just plain stupid. With that thought, he grabbed his sword and jumped out of the pit, ready to take down Doc Bai Dao. But the moment he surfaced, Su Lan was standing there, blocking his way. He quickly sheathed his sword and asked why Su Lan was not at Han Bang Kong, but came here instead. Su Lan smirked. Why would not I be here? Then he tossed him a map, explaining that a ferocious pack of Hellwind wolves was terrorizing the northern forest of Han Bang Kong, hunting night spirits, and it was Luck Tran's job to clean them out. Luck Tran frowned, thinking, he went through all this trouble just to send me on a wolf hunt. Sulan got mad hearing this and snapped that he had to fight tooth and nail to snatch this mission from the Magic Chess clan. He wanted Luxtran to level up fast strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with him. Luxtran should be thanking him and getting the job done. Luxtran got caught off guard by the scolding and quickly promised, "Calm down. I will get the mission done." Without wasting time, he ran straight to the forest, ready to massacre the wind wolves. Not long after, the mission was complete. But he only got a level 3 upgrade, nothing special. Luxtran was suspicious. Why was a mission handed over by PC Dixon so simple? But he figured he would finish it first and see what Sulan had planned next. After wrapping up, he returned to the cross at Han Bangkong. Sulan handed over the reward, and the most notable item was the Wind Wolf Graves. Sulan explained with a proud grin that this gear did not just have great stats, it also boosted damage against beast-type monsters by 10%. Not bad for gear from a boss, he said. Luxtran quickly equipped the Graves and smiled. These are seriously up but still not worth Sulan coming all this way. What if others start seeing me as the area boss? Sulan just shook his head, telling him not to worry, he would grown stronger now. Sulan wanted him to get strong enough to face him someday. Luxtran frowned, thinking maybe Sulan had kicked Doc Badao to the curb, even though Sulan treated him well. Facing an old knight spirit like that still sent chills down his spine. This was dangerous. After that, he logged off and went out for a bowl of noodles with 2 members of the 13. One of them smiled, teasing him about how much money he would made. He even threw in 2 extra proof points for them. You refused to weigh in, told them to eat fast. Then got to work landing a 10 gold mission from Min Guide's crew. Hearing that, the 13th was instantly shocked and suspicious, asking if Min Guide hired you on purpose. Isn't this a leak? Lasitron just shook his head quietly. Maybe it is just a test. So this time he would support, letting Kuntasi take point. Kung Tuntausen nodded in agreement, then asked why Listron did not reveal his identity. While eating, Lasitron explained that the guy's soul shattered because of him. He had no right to rejoin, he could only protect them silently. Besides, right now, he was not even fully human, more like a demon, not something they wanted around. After finishing, Lasitron urged them to eat quickly, even surprising the two with a little gift. Excited, they immediately asked what it was. Lasitron kept it a secret, stood up to leave, and did not forget to remind them to wash their bowls. That sparked a hilarious battle over dish duty between the two. At Fioi Bank Square, Lasitron pulled out 2 pet sealing talismans and handed them over. These were rare quality pets, and both were thrilled. He made these just for them, telling them to gear up fast so everyone could witness the Blood Scar faction's power. Right after, bees appeared buzzing around the trio, sparking chatter everywhere. The pet system just launched, yet they already had boss level rare pets. Some even accused them of showing off. Just then, Mingite came over, gave them a cold smile. Wondering why there were so many bodyguards, turns out it was them. Lusitron said bluntly that he could not keep his clients waiting, then asked if she had 2 others with her. Mingite shook her head, just her and Lot Zun. Lasitron did not mind. If the party was complete, they were ready to roll. The group moved quickly. The 13th side, impressed Lotta Ding had already hit level 30 in his new profession. Lut Dung smirked, claiming he was nowhere near their Blood Scar crew, yet he had a pet. Up ahead, Min Guide asked Lasitron if his fight with the lone boss in the venomous bee forest was about the pet. He shook his head, denying it. Min Guide did not push further, then gratefully recalled how a few days ago her people were guarded all night by the boss, and he helped them retaliate. Lasitron chuckled dryly. Thanks, but I am not that sincere, cash works better. Min Unguite sighed but agreed to give him an extra cut after the mission. Soon, the group reached the icy forest. Was there a boss-level beast here? Lut Dudin quickly spoke up. It only had 1 skill, a relentless projectile attack. If you dodged that, it was not hard to take down. Ku nodded, then offered to activate his demon armor and stand up front so everyone else could focus on attacking. Everyone agreed it was a smart plan, but while no one was paying attention, a vine suddenly slid up through the ice, then painfully grabbed Mingguite's hand. Before anyone could react, it yanked her into the air. She gasped, calling for help. As the battle grew deadly close, Mingguite was seized by tentacle-like vines. The soldiers panicked. What the hell was this? Wasn't he the boss supposed to have only 1 skill? Feng Lam was confused. No one knew what was going on. Enough talking, save her. Someone is down. When one guy jumped in, he too was trapped by the vines, which kept growing relentlessly from the ground. No time for hesitation, Latron swiftly swooped in, slicing the stubborn vines with his sword until they turned to shadows. Mingite fell free, and luckily Lasitron caught her just in time. Another threat appeared, a terrifying eye technique. Lasitron was shocked and warned Mungite to be careful. It was the fire dragon technique, a dragon's blazing head. La Citron used his scarf as a shield against the scorching flames, while Mingguite supported him with healing spells from behind. Two clan, surprisingly sharing the same goal. Woo! The clan wants the boss too. Feng Lam greeted sarcastically. It has been ages, but now was not the time for pleasantries. The boss was still here. After some flailing, it finally revealed itself. Someone is down. Watch out! The boss just made its move. The boss unleashed a barrage of sharp arrows. Enough to wipe them out, but Luck Tren kept defending, shielding Mingguite behind him. Meanwhile, Feng Lam was thrilled, ordering the mages and archers on the front line to never stop firing, kill every rat, and the boss for him. Dudap Tam sensed trouble and asked Luck Tran about the next move. There were tigers lurking all around. But Mingguite was still supporting the team perfectly. They just needed healing. Luck Tran arranged the formation, commanding some to stay and handle the boss while he would swiftly deal with the clan warriors swarming below. With that, Luck Tran approached the enemy. Analyzing the situation, they were numerous, so he had to tackle the farthest group first. After setting the formation, he charged straight toward the densest cluster of foes in the distance. Halfway there, Feng Lam suddenly appeared, brandishing his sword, ready to strike Luck Tran. A wild attempt to block him solo. You think you can stop us alone? Dream on. As Feng Lam lunged with a deadly strike, Luck Tran swiftly dodged the killer blow. He immediately flew behind the fake figure. Reckless but bold. Without hesitation, he delivered a critical slash. No surprise, the reckless fool who blocked Luck Tran had to die. But in a brief lapse, Luck Tran took a glancing hit. Damn. He lost 0.2 seconds there. He quickly analyzed the Shadow Clan skills had no effect. All armored in dark steel. Their abilities barely made a dent, so he swiftly finished off these harmless pests with a final blow. Watching this, everyone was terrified. Damn. Feng Lam was insanely strong. He had taken down Feng and the mages. While the Shadow Clone tried to calm everyone down, she assured them, "Don't worry. We have numbers." Everyone's giving it their all to hold back Feng Lam. The two remaining mages are focusing on killing Modung Min Gai at first. Turns out, the terrifying fire dragon technique was hers. She braced again to take on Feng Lam, but he was not an easy target, swiftly dodging through the blaze. Charging forward, Channel was basically walking right into death. Down here, the offense and defense were led by those shadow clones from the deep sea, commanding rapid tactics, firing hundreds of arrows all at once. Luck Tran found himself in a tight spot, swarmed by countless arrows. Though each arrow's damage was low, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Suddenly, his defense stats skyrocketed. Healing glows surrounded him. Turns out it was Mingguite's magic. Thank goodness. Her timely healing made him raise a grateful thumbs up. Empowered, Luck Tran unleashed his axe skill, Silent Deep Strike, charging straight at the shadow clones. Channel lost her cool, growing larger in fury. You worthless trash. Can't even take down a healer. She spat, unleashing an icy barrage of razor-sharp frost beams. Luck Tran countered with a blade swift as the wind, shattering the icy shards as he closed in on Channel. Using his godlike speed, he sliced through the hailstorm of projectiles, crashing into Channel before she could even react. Her dropped in shock at his lightning-fast assault. With a single ruthless strike, Luck Tran struck Channel down, sending her flying backwards, but she quickly recovered, unleashing her fire dragon technique. Die, old hag, she snarled fiercely. Yet while defending, she did not expect her end was near. Luck Yang appeared from nowhere and landed a devastating spear hit on Channel. After the Shadow Clone's leader was nearly wiped out, they cursed under their breath. Damn it, but were swiftly taken down by Tiu Kuai right after. Luck Tran commended their lightning-fast takedown. Just like that, all the Shadow Clones were wiped out. Dudap Tam rushed over thankfully with Mingguite's support. They snagged the boss smoothly. Luck Tran praised. Well done, blood mercs like us. No one's gonna push us around, trying to squeeze secrets out of us. Dream on. And so, the squad geared up for battle once more. Brothers, no one gets left behind. Heals were not done yet, and knees trembling. The team tight. Healing spells. Stealth skills, no room to slack off. The system finally announced. Shadow Clone Feng Lam had quit the game. Next up was the Shadow Clone channel. Dudap Tam and Luck Yang were ecstatic after being pushed around for so long. They finally snagged a win. Fixes logs on at 10 p.m. tonight. Time to bring you good news. Luck Yang, with us blood mercs. Losing ain't even an option. Luck Tren mulled this over, thinking, so the boss is finally here. Mingguite approached, tossing out half the boss loot as bonus gifts, all level 4 armor crafting materials. This'll help the blood mercs a lot. Hope you will take it. Luck Tran was shy. Thanks. Looking forward to teaming up again. Dudap Tam once again saluted the ladies of Mingguite. Luck Tran, still deep in thought, The boss is here. 10 p.m. The ropes and wolf pelts should make decent armor. Wonder what his chest size is. Do that. Tam snapped him out of it. Warning. Hey, Lux. Things are not looking too good for us right now. Luctran jolted from his thoughts. Do that. Tam told him there were plenty of forum posts plotting their demise. From Mad Dragon to Toxic Dominator. From Shadow Skin Speed to notorious guilds in the capital, they all seem to have it out for them. Luctran shrugged it off. Is that all? Let us ask Tiuquai when enemies pile up like this. What should we do? Tiuquai replied bluntly. 1 kill. 2 kills. Wipe out the top dogs. Take down the strongest enemies first. Luctran grinned. Love it. The dream of blood mercs. To reign supreme. Even if it means stepping on rivals. No king's path is without enemies. He still remembered Luck Yang's words about the boss logging in at 10 p.m. So he hurried to score the entire map. After searching all 9 newbie villages, he still had not found the boss. He kept sprinting, eyes scanning every corner, running and glancing around. He wondered, where the heck is the boss right now? Suddenly, Luctran stopped dead in his tracks. He spotted a familiar figure. Looking again, it was none other than Min Gayat herself. Fearing being seen, he quickly ducked behind a tree. He kept an eye on Min Gayat as she walked on. If she is here, does that mean the boss is nearby too? And just as hoped, the boss finally appeared, a stunning girl with long blue hair. The legendary Shui Gu at the elite knight level. Min Gayat was over the moon, rushing over to grab Ivy's hand. Ivy, you are finally here. Ivy, equally bright-eyed, shook Min Gayat's hand warmly, their joy contagious. Spotting the sword tucked neatly at Ivy's side, Min Gayat asked, sword again this time? Glancing at her companion, Ivy smiled softly. She remembered Lefji Tron saying the sword was the king of all weapons in this game, agile and versatile, perfect for breaking through defenses. Even though her class was technician, she would decided to wield a sword from now on, saying it with pride. Min Gayat noticed Ivy still clung to memories of Lexi Tron and gently reminded her, don't he dwell on him. Lexi Tron's gone. You have got to move on, life's got to go on. Right? Ivy felt a pang of reluctance. Yes, life moves forward. But that did not mean she had to forget Levacy Tron. Just as she spoke, a sudden breeze stirred, scattering leaves everywhere. Ivy smiled wistfully, remembering that Lexi Tron once promised to stay by her side till the end. She always felt like he was still there, watching over her. Min Gayat fell silent. Touched far away, Lassie Tron witnessed this scene, heart aching deeply for the leader. Min Gayat shook off the heavy mood and pulled Ivy away. Come on. I will take you to level up. Dong is still waiting for us. With that, the two set off swiftly. Dawn broke over Phi Bang Square, the city bustling with a lively market. Items of every kind were up for grabs. Level 1 Hong Fong, attack level 4. Pure rare, rarity 19 points. Only 150 coins. One of a kind catch today, so hurry up. Lussie Tron strode through the crowd, oblivious to the chaos around him, lost in thoughts about Ivy's situation. The leader was still too weak. He had to figure out how to save her and boost her strength, no matter what. Suddenly, his thoughts were cut short as someone grabbed his arm unexpectedly. It was none other than Lam, the stunning beauty, who asked with a smirk, Hey, handsome, where you off to? Lassitron frowned, wanting her to let go. This is a public place. No need for all that dragging around. He grumbled, but before he could pull away, she tightened her grip. His arm was squeezed so hard he felt frozen. Resigned, he asked, What exactly do you want? Lem, she suggested he stay put, warning there were some nasty troublemakers nearby. Besides, he would actually benefit from this situation. But Lam underestimated Lesitron. Suddenly, he wrapped his free arm tightly around her waist, pulling her close. The sudden move caught her off guard. Benefit? Huh? She challenged, cheeks flushing. That is what I said. She snapped, embarrassed by his boldness. Lem's shy reaction only made him grin wider. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from afar. Step aside. Step aside. Long Hun and a squad of guards stormed over, eyeing Lem fiercely. He snapped, Why are you hanging with these riffraff? Dunty, you have better company. His face twisted with unnecessary hostility. Lem, visibly annoyed, told Lai Si Tron it was this guy who deep been pestering her. We barely met, and now he is glued to me like glue. Lai Si Tron chuckled. Poor guy's gotta have a thing for heartbreakers. Or maybe you just have crazy charm. Lum shot him a glare. Zip it. Will you? Fed up, Lum decided to set things straight. She turned to Long Hun. Why won't you leave me alone? Don't you know what annoying means? Lassie Tren stood ready behind her, prepared to back her up. Long Hun, clueless about manners, smugly asked if Lum had a pet. I will gift you one, he boasted, pulling out a sealed card. This is a Them Lang I just bought for 100,000 coins. Top tier rarity. You can use it for leveling up. He opened the seal, summoning a glowing tiger wolf beast. Lum burst out laughing. You call that rarity 29? Paft. Check this out. She pulled out her own sealed card. Her pet was a blazing flame creature. Level 20. Rarity 34. Humiliated. Long Hun forced a laugh. So you already have one? Well, that is kinda scary. Lum fired back. Long Lady's got the moves. See that? Fire ring. Rarity 34. Take your tiger and scram. Lashtron watched the showdown, chuckling nonstop. Long Hun got roasted and laughed that he was about to lose it. Cut it out, loser. Long Hen snapped. If you are so tough, show me your pet. Lasatron stayed calm, but accepted the challenge, so he instantly healed. The mystical aura flaring level 27 creature. Rarity 69. Top tier stats and power. Lasatron's pet swooped in, making the other two pets look downright scary. Long Hand was stunned, jaw-dropping, and a 6-level pet. Rarity 69. No way. Long was shocked too. How did this rotten frostball end up with him? Does he want to die twice over with a royal pet like that? Longhand still refused to accept it, arrogantly claiming Lasatron must be cheating to have such a mystical pet. Meanwhile, Lasatron was chill as ever, treating his pet well. No cheating here. He even thanked the special seal card gifted by Kwong Long. Hearing it came from Kwong Long, Longhand freaked out even more. And that fire ring from the beauty with the mystical aura. It is a special seal card capture too, both above the level of his pets, like a stab straight to his pride. Furious, Longhand charged Lasatron with a spear. But this was the Ice City's territory. Did he really dare start a fight here? This is a public zone. Fights are banned. Break the rule, and you are barred from all public areas for a month. So fine. The special seal card got snatched. Kong Long already took it. As for the mystical pet, Longhand threw down the gauntlet. Bring it on. But Old Luck was no pushover either. He priced it at 100 million, driving Longhand mad with envy. Come on. Do not joke around. Lasatron confirmed. The price is legit. No fooling. Fuming with frustration, Longhand finally stomped off, grumbling to take care of his pet. Don T let it die. Lasatron called after him. Relax. Even if you are dead, your mystical aura pet 1TD. But the drama did not end there. Miss Long was totally confused by the pet's weird name. Can you explain why you named your pet that? Scared, he promised to change it immediately. They slipped into a forest path. Kong Long's squad was growing stronger. Did she want to see them rise in Ice Star City? Lasatron asked John, who answered, aren't you supposed to be smart? Why not think about it? In Ice City, the people who really do not want Kong Long to grow. Well, it is not who you think. After walking a bit, mages and priests appeared. Both sides were on edge, clearly no good intentions here. Just like Lasatron said, the moment they saw each other, weapons were drawn. Watch out, they all have their own agendas. Jihan was puzzled behind priest strategists in front. Spellcasters behind. Only a fool would set up a formation like this. But if they pass us, the formation will shift into a standard battle line, he explained. The strategists surged forward, spirits high flames blazing. In their group chat, they split tasks. Mystical aura handles the strategists and priests, while Jihan agreed to take on the spellcasters. Quickly, he mastered the weapon of a level 33 blade phantom with ease. Then, with a swift ring strike, wiped out the enemy clean. Enemies attacked from all sides, no chance to rest. The rest focused all fire on Jihan. The assault was fierce, plus the fire dragon technique. Lasatron got hit hard. His health dropped. He could feel the danger creeping in, but the spellcaster did not stop, launching a Z-pattern attack. Lasatron realized this move would be deadly for others, but not for him. He dodged the spellcaster's direct slash with lightning speed. Lasatron slipped behind the enemy and struck with his ring. He had definitely hit his mark, but the health only dropped by 154. Why was the ring's damage so low? He was baffled. Turns out the enemy had support a powerful healing spell plus steel wall buff. The injured spellcasters quickly recovered. Steel wall boosted their defense and magic resistance by 5%. Lasatron frowned. Seriously? Healing that fast and with buffs? Bringing support is so annoying. Looking back at his squad, who just got beaten up but now had buffs, Jihan started to panic. One hit from them could take out 5 enemies. Well, he was down to half health. The enemy team quickly spotted Lasatron's weak spot, no healing ability. Taking him down was way too easy. They started cheering him on, casting spells that boosted attack and magic power by 5%, but overconfident. Before they could finish the spell, their head was severed from their neck. That was Miss Lamb. They died stunned. leaving everyone shocked. With backup in tow, Luxtran refocused on the mission, ordering his sovereign gunner to take out the distant target. No wonder he is ranked number 1. Their teamwork was flawless. The enemy, still nursing a grudge against Chamse, charged into battle. But they were not going to get through. But then Lam Rathen stepped in to block him. The other guy snarled in frustration. Fongsak Huan Tong, you are supposed to be dealing with Cham Suze. Better not overstep. Ignoring the warning, Rathen kept backing Luck Tran. You sly, I have got your back. Block Wow and finish off the other side ASAP. Hearing this, Lux Tran charged forward and commanded Fong Vong to take down the enemy ahead. The gunner obeyed instantly, and man, he was fierce. He shot a barrage of sharp spikes at the foe, who bolted screaming for help. Damn, even the gunner's power is insane. One enemy unleashed a fairy river strike. No matter how powerful a boss-level gunner was, they were doomed. He fired again while saying this. Lux Tran's sword intercepted just in time, catching the attacker off guard. How dare this guy try to hurt my sovereign? He launched a counterattack, but then the enemy unleashed a smoke bomb attack, blinding him. The foe got cocky until Luck Tran flipped the script with a swift counter, and down went the arrogant enemy. Wai Hao saw the turn of events and panicked. One sword strike, and 2 foes were down. The battle paused. The unstoppable duo was still intact. Moody was annoyed. Chamsa shocked. Didn't expect the number 1 Fong Sak to jump in and save Luck Tran. He thought if it was just Luck Tran alone, he would be handled it in a snap. Fong Sak Hoyan Tong nodded. No wonder he stepped in it as his mage buddy from the channel. Wai Hao was not giving up. Chamkanche, though ranked high, wanted to see if the guy would dare fight fairly without his pet. No fear. Lux Tran called back Fong Vong immediately. Fine. No more pet. Let us see what you are really made of, and if you can actually back up your friends. Just then, Wai Hao attacked with fiery poison blades, but Luck Tran was lightning fast, dodging almost every slash. Furious, Wai Hao kept swinging wildly but kept getting slapped down. Lux Tran seized the moment to counterattack. He repeated the counter move, missing the enemy. But the foe was sharper this time. It was not a miss, but a deadly shadow strike. Too late though. The enemy was already on the ropes, pinned beneath Luck Tran's blade. Luck Tran kept striking, breaking the strategist's sword. His bronze weapon shattered. The sword pressed against his neck, and the enemy was terrified beyond belief. But Luck Tran stopped there, holding back. Wai Hao was still trembling. Why did not he finish him off? The enemy stared down the blade at his throat, frozen in fear. Lux Tran sheathed his sword and signaled Rathan to train and level up. No more wasting time in this forest. Rathan nodded and followed, just escaping death. Wai Hao collapsed in fear. Damn, what did she do to make an enemy this nasty? Meanwhile, in Ula Valley, the cops found a grim scene, skulls scattered everywhere. Fong Skaha Hifeng Lem grabbed the seal card, successfully sealing a level 1 green skull, and the system pinged a congratulatory message. But then a reckless level 48 skull tried to sneak up and ambush her. How dare it underestimate her? It immediately got hit with a beam of light and lost its head literally. Nearby, Trum Contramixa Laxtron used his charm spell to wipe out the remaining reckless skulls. The system congratulated both players for completing the Bloodspread mission, granting 12,000 XP and 450 reputation points. By the end, Trum Contramexa leveled up to 39, and Fong Sehehon Tifeng hit level 40. Lush Trun asked with a smirk, leveling with you's not so bad? Huh? Not only did you level up, you snagged a green skull worth at least 400 gold on the arena market. Fong Sekshi Hei Tifeng nodded, seeing his point. Suddenly, a blood-stained skull popped up, but instantly freaked out and bolted. These 2 overlords were fighting over it fiercely. In the end, Lasitron won the prize, grinning like a kid. 1 shot, 1 kill. He really was heaven's chosen. Fong Sechi Hun Tifeng scoffed. Money talks, right? Don't laugh, I have got more good news. Lusitron raised an eyebrow. She quickly answered. Heroes token. Lustron froze. Did I hear that right? Heroes token. That is the ultra-rare item only bosses over level 60 drop. Just mentioning it lit up his eyes. Lum Fong Sekshi joined in. Players who get a Heroes token can officially form guilds and unlock group-wide buffs. Way better than just making a private guild now, she said with stars sparkling in her eyes. Resting at Ulan Valley, Lasitron wondered. You are top of the level 40 leaderboard, but no sign of any level 60 bosses yet. Can we trust this info? Fongwas is a Hon Tita Feng replied. It is legit. Word is, the devs want to drop Heroes tokens in unexplored zones to push players to expand. Kung Long and Sif B are already racing to claim territory. Lum Fong Sexy added. 2 powerhouse guilds are battling over the Heroes token. My Snow Silverpine guild is going head-to-head against them. Her tone was pleading. Lassie Tron felt a bit awkward. Something about her pitch made it sound like she just wanted him to join her guild. Realizing she would almost slip, Fong said Hoven he Tefn blushed and looked away. Still, the offer was tempting. She told him she would secure a piece of the hero's token to form the ancient sword guild. Missing out was not an option this time. Fong Ska Hoen Tifeng proposed, "Let us team up. Even if you do not join my guild, we can still steal the hero's token together." Las Tron nodded. "All right. Alliance it is." Decision made. They would fight Kuang Long and Zai Fifth to be a head-on and snatch that hero's token. Fong Sekshi Hun and Tifeng agreed, then suddenly jumped up, asking Lutzer, "Any other plans tonight?" He shook his head. She brightened. "Then half an hour from now, meet me at Gates for dinner and dress nice." Logging off and back to real life, Lusatron waited at Gates, dressed sharp and looking pretty handsome. The security guard was curious. "Hey, you have been standing here a while, waiting for Lum Fong Sakshi from the art dept." Lasitron was puzzled. "How do you know her? Are you friends?" The guard replied, "I see people like you waiting for Lum Fong Sxi 8 times a day. Just go home, you want tea last waiting." Lustron just laughed it off. But contrary to the guard's prediction, the money-loving guy arrived early, and the beautiful girl appeared. The guard was stunned. She really showed up. She grabbed Lasitron's hand and walked off, leaving the guard starstruck. On the main road, Lasitron asked where they were headed and offered to call a car. She smiled. "No need, the ride's already here." Suddenly, a sleek supercar pulled up beside them. Lasitron was shocked. "What? This car?" Fong Sedha and Tifeng confirmed it, and he thought to himself, "This is Ludrum Fong Suchi when she is rolling deep, always haggling. But today she just straight up called for a Bentley." Both settled into the car, and she ordered the driver to head out. Driver glanced at Lasitron through the rearview mirror with a hostile glare. "Is this guy crazy? Or what? Looks like he wants to kill someone." Then he turned back to Jishin, speaking warmly. "Jishin, this friend here, let me introduce you." His smile a bit forced. "Jishin? Using a nickname like that? Could this guy be an elder to Lin Jishin?" Luxtran started to wonder. Jishin replied, "He is a player of the game Heaven's Fate. No need to get acquainted." The driver listened. Clearly annoyed, he kept sneering. Jishin's way too obsessed with games, making friends all over the place, gripping the steering wheel tight as he spoke. Jishin's temper flared. "Mind your own business. This is my life, and I am the boss here. Who I befriend is none of your concern." Lum Dud then. "She is even at Leleka's birthday party," someone else said. "Isn't Lethy Thiu chasing Lum Dut then? Who is that guy with her? No need for this familiar face anymore." He looked kind of familiar too. Suddenly, an announcement came. "Miss University has arrived." Lufthigu vanished again. A man with pink flower-like hair, silver-streaked and slicked back, waved warmly. "Jishin, did not expect you would come. I thought you would skip Han's birthday." While speaking, the man, shockingly rude, reached out to grab her hand, arrogantly asking if she would receive the gift Han sent. Offended, Jishin panicked. "Lualus, I have told you 100 times, do not you dare call me by that nickname, D. Plus, today I am here with this guy for late-night dining, so stay out of it." Luff knew he would already made this arrogant guy angry. Luck sighed. Totally defeated. Just as expected. This party's not gonna be fun. Wherever this girl goes, trouble follows. Thought this time would be different, guess not. Just as predicted. Lualus, Prince of University's clique, stared at Luck like he wanted to devour him. Where did this jerk come from? Daring to roll with a beauty. Luck was not scared at all. Still, who the heck is this peacock strutting around, as if reading his mind? Tran said, "No need to feel shy. It is not that expensive. Most of the other guests are rich kids spoiling their sweethearts." Luck was puzzled. Why does it feel like some big party's going on? Jishin confirmed. It is actually someone's birthday bash. No wonder she said it was not costly, it is a free ride. Luck wondered. Aren't we supposed to bring a gift to a party like this? Jishin laughed. Nah. No need. Actually, I brought you a present. Luck was confused. A gift? What kind of gift? She handed him a gift box. Opening it, he was shocked to find a phone inside. Luck frowned. A phone? For me? Still in disbelief, he was baffled. Diamond studded with gold. Isn't this a bit over the top? It is kinda heavy too. Jishin chuckled. Of course it is heavy, the shell's real gold and 10k diamonds. Price tag's nearly 200,000. Luck panicked when he heard the price. What? You said 200,000. That is insane. Luck hesitated. Jishin, this is flashy and gaudy. If it was not real gold, only some country bumpkin would rock a phone like this. Hearing that, Jishin laughed so hard her face flushed bright red. What is this? A country bumpkin? Haha, you nailed it. It was a total noob who made this phone. From afar, a figure noticed Lam Han. As they approached, a wave of whispers broke out. Isn't he the campus queen of university? Lam Adep. She is even at Lailak's birthday party. Someone else chimed in. Isn't Talak Thiu chasing Lamdathan? Who is that guy? No need for that sketchy connection anymore. The guy looked familiar. Suddenly, someone announced, the beauty's here. Lakthiu just took off. A man with neat pinkish flower petal-like hair slicked back waved warmly. Hey, did not expect you would show up. I thought you would skip Han's birthday. While talking, the rude guy dared to grab her hand, cockily asking if she got the gift from Han yet. Shocked and offended. Dethen Penikit? Lilac, I have told you 1,000,000 times do not you dare call me by that cute nickname. Det. Besides, I came here tonight with a guy to enjoy dinner. Stay out of it. Luxtran knew he would just ticked off the princess. Luxtran sighed helplessly. Just as expected. The party's ruined. Wherever this girl goes, trouble follows. And here he was thinking this time would be different. He is officially out of moves. Just like predicted, the prince crew from Stott Lilac University was here, eyeing Luxtran like he was fresh meat. Where the hell did this jerk come from? And he is rolling with a beauty. But Luxtran was not fazed at all. Where did this peacock come from anyway? This spoiled brat suddenly spotted the phone that Luxtran had just gotten from Dat. Looking puzzled, Luxtran noticed and picked it up to check it out. Lakthiu's anger flared up. Turns out, that phone was a gift he gave to Lam Han. And now it is in the hands of the guy sitting right across from him. He yells at her. Dat, that phone I gave you. Why the hell is it in Luxtran's hands? Dathan can't take it anymore and snaps back at this clueless jerk. She has told him countless times, never call her Dat. Besides, she does not even want that phone. It is a lame gift from him that just annoys her. Dathan glares at Lilac like a bullet shot from a gun. If she wants to give it to someone else, that is her business. Knowing he can talk tough to Dathan, this arrogant Lilac turns to warn Luxtran. Kid, you better know your place. Give me back the phone. You do not deserve it. He snarls, eyes blazing like he is ready to throw down, while Dathan beside him is fuming. But if Luxtran did not speak up, he would not be himself. I do not even want to use it. But Dat gave it to me. That is a pretty sentimental move. So how I handle it is my business. He declares, while Dathan blushes shyly beside him. The arrogant dude loses it completely and decides to throw a punch. He slams his fist onto the table, sending a wine glass flying and the food scattering everywhere. Luftran quickly shields Dathan. After that outburst, everyone around is shocked. Luftran checks if Dathan is okay. She confirms she is fine. But the reckless guy fires back. I do not remember inviting you to this party. Get lost. Lam Dathan is about to explode. He told her she could bring someone. And this is exactly who she wanted to bring. Luftran says this as he firmly holds his arm. Luxtran is furious at this rude rich kid's behavior, his gaze full of silent swearing. Suddenly, people nearby hear the name Luxtran and start whispering, could it be Luxtran? The top? The senior? Yep, that is definitely him. A girl nearby chimes in. She introduces herself as Helin Lung, a third-year film student at university, admitting she has admired him for ages. The beautiful Helin Lung lights up seeing Luxtran. Senior Tran. I watched that match you played back then. I was at school too. And now, to randomly run into my idol like this, I hope you do not mind if I snap a quick photo with you. She is already pulling out her phone. Luxtran feels a little shy but can't say no. So they take the picture together, while he sneaks a glance at the mysterious figure beside him, his secrets out. The mysterious figure already knows Luxtran is Gnitran, and Luxtran is dreading that his cover's been blown. Both are stuck in awkwardness. The girl, Fan, wants another shot, lost in her own little world, seeing herself ignored. Nhakthiu is burning with rage. Who even is Nitran? Before anyone can answer, the crowd rushes in, knocking him aside at the news that Luxtran, the legendary Gnitran, is here. He is a mega idol, a gaming god. Everyone recognizes him as the mysterious legend of the Nitran Gaming Guild. The girls gather around, thrilled to see him in person. So handsome. Senior, the girls want selfies too. Luftran feels awkward about his identity being revealed. Meanwhile, Nhakthiu gets kicked hard out of sight. A friend asks if Henlakthiu is okay. He is still furious. Lilax, Who the hell is this duck quack guy? Disturbing my birthday like this. Turns out his friend is also a fan of Luck Tran, introducing him with huge admiration as the strongest guild leader in the university's gaming scene at just 18. Before he can finish, Lactheus' anger explodes again. De Quack's just a skilled gamer. Right? The friend awkwardly confirms, realizing he might have said too much. I am definitely gonna settle this. Amid the crowd, the friend tries to pull fans away. Lilac points at Luck Tran. You are Luck Tran. Right? You stole my phone, swiped my girl, and grabbed all my attention. This is my birthday party. Do you want to die or what? Seriously? Give me a break? Dad and snap. Who is his girl anyway? Don't you act like you own the place? She is left speechless by the burn. This is so humiliating. Lilac flipped on them instantly. Alright. Lambda. This is your call, crush those two. He barked orders to his fierce crew behind him, each looking downright menacing. Without hesitation, a shameless mob charged forward, ready to teach Luck Tran a brutal lesson. Like a true hero straight out of a game, Luck Tran refused to run. He stood his ground and fought back, telling Daihan to find a way out while he held them off. Daihan warned him to be careful. A weakling got kicked flying by Luck Tran. Seeing that, another thug, furious, threw a punch straight at him. But Luck Tran was not backing down. He countered with a powerful side punch. With his experience, he easily took down the blonde brute. A dark-skinned guy nearby got spooked, thinking, how is this kid so damn strong? Honestly, Luck Tran did not expect this strength either. Was this the physical enhancement virus that Tam mentioned? The dark-skinned thug was not convinced and sneaked an attack, thinking Luck Tran had some trick up his sleeve. But Luck Tran sensed it fast, blocked the punch, and slammed a fierce blow right into the thus gut so hard smoke seemed to rise. The big guy, almost twice his size, got knocked down spinning. Just like that, Luck Tran cleared out the whole gang. Lilac was out of options and resorted to dirty tricks. He hurled a bottle straight at Luck Tran. Everyone around held their breath, but thanks to the virus, Luck Tran was way quicker now and dodged it with ease, leaving Lilac stunned. He was thrilled his body reacted faster than his mind could even process. His reflexes had seriously leveled up. Lilac cursed like crazy. Damn it! Luck Tran shot back, calling him a useless loser who was good for nothing. Suddenly, Diane sprang out of nowhere and kicked him again, sending Lilac flying once more. Then she grabbed Luck Tran's hand and pulled him away from the mess. Where did you come from? What were you doing? Luck Tran was shocked. You have been here all along. Why would you leave me behind like that? Seeing this, Luck Tran felt stronger than ever and took the lead, holding Daihan's hand tightly. Alright, let us run together. Poor Lilac, he would just been kicked, and now the couple stepped right on his arm, making his eyes bulge from the pain. The henchman, still shaken, snapped out of it and tried to catch up. Lilac did not even wait to explain and ordered them to chase after the two. And just like a scene straight out of a romance drama, the young couple ran off together, leaving their pursuers in the dust. Suddenly, Diane tripped and fell. Worried about slowing him down, she told Luck Tran, "You go ahead, I twisted my ankle. Lilac won't dare touch me." Luck Tran was not about to leave her behind. He helped her up, scolding, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Diane could not help but feel a flutter. Behind them, the thugs grabbed all sorts of weapons, chairs, glass bottles, even plates, determined to catch and beat them down. When they could not catch up, they started hurling objects at Luck Tran. Even with his boosted health, getting pelted like that still hurt like hell. At Tingayat Park, after escaping that gang, the two collapsed on the grass to catch their breath. Damn, it took them 3 blocks to finally lose their tail. Daihan agreed. Those guys stuck to us like glue. But this time, we taught Lilac's gang a lesson. Let us see if he dares bother me again. Luck Tran was puzzled. This dude makes life hell for us both in game and real life. We do not just go hungry. We almost get pelted to death. Feeling guilty, Daihan clung to him and apologized. This one's on me. Still, she was sad she would cause so much trouble for Luck Tran. He looked confused. Huh? Isn't all the trouble you're doing? Daihan reminded him. Luck Tran, class president. I am the current advisor of the gaming club. Ever since you left, things have been a total mess. Luck Tran frowned. Daihan got even more annoyed. Since you beat the Hen King, every year a flood of top players come looking to challenge the gaming club president. When I took over, I got beaten up countless times. She said. Luck Tran analyzed. With your skill back then, that was no light beating. She continued. I was planning to expose that Clive Chantet dude. But you took all the evidence with you. Not even a photo left behind. Luck Tran chuckled. I am not stupid. Why would I leave clues for those experts to track me down? Suddenly, Jiethen stepped closer, leaning in tight. Even the senior knows how to keep secrets. Luctran blushed, this guy's really asking for it. He stood up and said, "Look, I honestly did not think this through. It is all on me. After running so long, I am a little hungry. Instead of making it up to you, I am going to treat you to some noodle soup." Saying that, he reached out to help her up. Jethan agreed right away, and they headed back to the mercenaries' blood-stained room where Luctran was treating Lao Luck. Amidst the house, a stash of healing herbs targeting all kinds of wounds. Dudap Tam was inspecting the injuries. Surprised to find none on Luctran's body, Luctran was stunned. How could that be? At the guest house, he should have been beaten to death. No wounds at all. Seeing Luctran's disbelief, Dap Tam suggested he check himself, and sure enough, no wounds. But the pain from before was definitely real. Looking in the mirror, his body was completely intact. Could it be something weird? Luctran took a risk and cut his own hand to draw blood. Dudap Tam panicked. Lao Luck, you are not hurt. Why would you hurt yourself like that? But the miracle happened. The wound and blood vanished on their own without a trace. Leaving both of them stunned, Luctran was amazed. As expected, this virus healing power is insanely strong. Dudap Tam reminded him. All tests came back normal, but today's situation was unusual. Maybe he should find time for a deeper checkup. Luctran agreed. In a few days, he would see Uncle Du for a thorough exam. Telling Dap Tam not to worry, he is one tough cookie. Suddenly, Luctran asked Dap Tam about their mission. Was it going smoothly? Did he need to jump in? Dap Tam sighed in defeat. Changing the subject again. You are fearless, are not you? But yeah, I do need your help with something. At Fubang Market, bustling as ever, a masked man approached and asked the level 4 red boss why the price had jumped to 50 silver coins per bottle when it was only 22 days ago. The boss, looking tired, sighed and explained that raw food supplies were scarce, and the price hike was due to cutthroat battles among the big guilds. Noticing the masked man's hesitation and calculating gaze, the boss snapped, "If you are not buying, then get out of my sight and stop messing with my business." Suddenly, a notification flashed on the screen. Congratulations! He just successfully sold blood potions to a player for 1,000 gold coins. After deducting a 5% transaction fee, 950 gold coins were deposited into his account. He was stunned, feeling like the heavens had just handed him a golden opportunity, with the money arriving at the perfect moment. It was like the perfect response to his earlier hesitation. Flipping his mood from anxious to downright ecstatic, with a cocky grin, he turned to the boss and declared he would buy it all 50 bottles of the red potion. No less. Hearing that, the boss's face immediately softened into a friendly smile and gladly accepted the order. Clutching the heavy red potions, he felt a surge of excitement. Thinking about how the big guilds were scrambling to stock up, the rumor was true. All eyes were on the hero's orders, and in his heart, he knew this was a fast cash grab he could not afford to miss in this high-stakes game. Suddenly, a string of squad messages popped up, announcing that Lac Thiu Day and Mo Dung Mingayat had joined the group, along with a frantic question about whether Lao Luck had bought the red and stamina potions, and urging him to rush to Yulin Valley. He smirked, thinking about how that Tam was hitting on Mingayat, and wondered sarcastically who this Lac Thiu was. Surely not that dumb Lac Thiu Day from the squad. Right? Another message alert rang out. The top-tier master asked if he would bought the red and stamina potions, and ordered him to get to Wulin Valley ASAP. The urgent tone made him realize time was running out, and things were getting way more serious than ever. Cut to Yulin Valley, where Lac Thiu is chatting with the stunning beauty Min Nugayat, mentioning that his guild desperately needs support like hers, offering a sweet 10 gold coins an hour. Meanwhile, Lao Luck has just arrived at the entrance of Yulin Valley. Hearing Lac Thiu say this, he thought to himself, classically Lac dumb as a rock, but loaded with cash and gold coins. With raises like this 5 levels at a time, there is probably no one else but him pulling this off. He mused, both mocking and sarcastic. As he stepped in, he was surprised to spot Min Nugayat. Seeing this, she quickly introduced herself, eager to earn some extra cash. Then, the ultimate expert appeared, offering 10 gold coins per hour for healing, stressing that everything must be upfront, no tricks, no scams. He was stunned, exclaiming that just 1 gold coin could hire a top-tier healer like her, making him feel like he was scoring a massive deal. But inside, he wondered quietly. Min Gayat, you are tricking Kwai, earning over 1,000 coins an hour, so I settle on just 1 gold coin. At that moment, Lac Thiu reminded her that Min Gayat had arrived and urged her to get to work. She replied she was not aware of this, creating a tense, urgent vibe between them. Lao Luck thought to himself, the king's not rushing, but the unit sure is. He added that with 10 hours boosting 5 levels, There is no need to rush, bringing a relaxed air amid the tension of their talk. Min Gayat asked Chuk Kich Chamsa about yesterday's sale at the auction how much the blood skull went for. He answered confidently, 1,000 gold coins. Surprised, Min Gayat exclaimed that was insanely expensive. She originally planned to buy one as a pet for a newbie friend needing backup. Lao Luk responded by asking the guild leader how things were going, explaining there is no rush to buy a pet since pets have to fit the class. Blood skulls only sync with mages and high-attack archers. For others, the blood skull would be useless, emphasizing only fools buy low-attack pets early on. Hearing this, Min Gayat laughed heartily and agreed. While Lak Thiu trembled, he heard the call for the blood skull he needed was already made. Just as the other guy finished speaking, Lak Thiu snapped angrily. I know already. Get lost. Making the tension spike, but also adding a touch of humor. Hearing that, Kim Mi obeyed immediately, quickly leaving without hesitation. Easing the mood slightly after the tense moment, Min Gayat was surprised but did not get to ask before Lak Luk confirmed the blood skull buyer was Lak Thiu himself. Seeing Lak Thiu holding the ceiling card, Lao Luk thought he was gutsy showing up at level 22 with a ceiling card worth nearly 100,000. Risking a ton if he died, then he wondered why he just had a sudden urge to kill and rob someone. Surprised by the reckless thoughts brewing in his mind, suddenly, a noise made Lao Luk think someone was approaching, and his anxiety spiked. He turned to everyone and said, let us move out, we gotta level up fast. His determined tone firing everyone up for the challenges ahead. Cut deeper into Ulan Valley. Everyone asked each other, are we really gonna have to kill this level 47 blood skull? Worry etched on every face as they looked around. Feeling the terrifying power of the enemy before them, Lak Thiu spoke up. Cham is only level 39. The highest in Ghost Valley is 37, and the rest are at least 10 levels below the monster. Well, guess we gotta deal with it, he said, setting a tense mood as everyone realized the uphill battle they faced. Luluk said, that means leveling up 1 TB quick. Killing monsters from level 20 to 31 T get us 5 levels in 10 hours. But with the gorgeous Min Gayat hooking us up, it is easy. Lak Thiu just needs to guard the rear and soak up the XP. Min Gayat agreed it was the only way. Then Lao Luk ordered everyone into action, ready to dive into battle with fierce determination. The fight was intense, clashing weapons, monster roars echoing throughout Ulan Valley, the air thick with suspense and resolve. Every strike carried life or death pressure, forcing everyone to pour their strength into resisting the enemy's overwhelming power. Lao Luk shouted King S. Seal, then dove back into the fray. The battle raging with fierce intensity. Powerful strikes and clever tactics unfolded, each move decisive, no one willing to back down against the enemy smite. Min Gayat thought to herself, if he was any stronger than this, he would be dead already. This was his full power, and she felt a mix of worry and awe at the overwhelming strength old Lu was showing. With that in mind, the young lady ignited her twin flames and charged, clashing with the red tower. Her attack exploded like a sacred fire, turning the air around them scorching hot. Seeing this, old Lu warned her attack was too sharp and immediately summoned an immortal shield around himself, blocking the surprise onslaught. This immortal shield absorbed 15% of the incoming damage as health, letting old Lu sustain himself while keeping up the fight. Min Gayat was stunned, thinking, I have not even made my move yet, and he is already self-healing. No wonder this Demon Valley guy is not to be underestimated. She thought to herself, so this is the real power of those blood mercenaries. If she could recruit them, securing the hero's order would be within reach. This fueled her determination to restore the Sword Dream clan's honor. Suddenly, someone shouted for the beauty Min Gayat to come save him, yelling for a heal. Min Gayat smirked. No matter how strong a team is, there is always a weak link. Without hesitation, old Lu charged at the red skull, determined not to let his teammate fail. He unleashed all his skills and strength, pushing the enemy back to give his allies a chance to heal and strike harder. Min Gayat, curious, asked if this was healing magic. The other guy beamed. The Du family is back from the dead. She felt a thrilling mix of excitement and disbelief, realizing how game-changing this healing magic could be. Lak Thiu watched everyone celebrate his achievements but found no joy. This success did not bring him the satisfaction he craved. Suddenly, announcements rang out congratulating player Tram Can Tram say for reaching level 40, Ghost Valley Kid hitting level 39, and Lak Thiu leveling up to 27. Min Gayat waved goodbye, promising to see everyone soon, her footsteps echoing lightly through the stillness of the Nether Spirit Valley. Seeing the leaderboard, old Lu remarked that level 40 was only 7th place. Everyone was leveling up fast, chasing the hero's order, heating up the competition to a fierce roar. Lak Thiu chimed in, no more debt. All right, Du family replied, level up quickly. Then do not waste time, head back to town. If you die, we are not responsible, Du family warned, mixing caution with genuine concern for Lak Thiu's safety. Lak Thiu laughed arrogantly, Don't worry about me who dare kill me. His cocky confidence made everyone around roll their eyes, but just then, a sharp blade suddenly pierced through him from nowhere, sending him crashing to the ground. No one expected such reckless pride to end in such a brutal downfall. As these items spilled out, someone blurted to old Lu. These are all silver-tier gear and top-tier items. They could not believe he was wandering around carrying 50-60 key worth of gear. Talk about balls of steel. Suddenly, a figure dressed in black with a covered face appeared. A cold voice cut through the air. No need for long-winded greetings, we have not met in a while. His words snapped the tension tight. All eyes locked on him, knowing full well this was the one who killed Lac Thieu. Realizing the black-clad figure was Mad Dragon Bone Ripper, old Lu was shocked, immediately calling out, Mad Dragon Bone Ripper. Didn't I expect you to kill a merc right in front of me? His voice was tense. This was not just a fight between two men. It was a challenge thrown down between rival powers in this world. Without another word, they clashed instantly. Blows flew at lightning speed, the sounds of impact rolling like thunder. Each strike was sharp and brutal, heating the air around them. Skill effects dazzled with blinding light, turning the battle into an unpredictable spectacle. Mad Dragon Bone Ripper gripped his sword tightly. Seeing this, old Lu ordered everyone not to let him escape. Old Lu chased after him, saying, with gear this good, even if you get hurt, you have got to keep something. Then he asked, but what exactly is that thing? Old Lu commanded his little demons to squeeze him tight. Whatever Mad Dragon Bone Ripper stole must be important. He was not letting him slip away. The demons obeyed without question. Then old Lu unleashed his blazing flame-piercing move and lunged into a battle against Mad Dragon Bone Ripper. The two clashed like crashing waves, their strikes pounding with relentless force, the sounds booming like a storm. Every move was fierce and masterful, their eyes blazing with determination in this brutal showdown. Mad Dragon Bone Ripper sneered with arrogant delight, announcing he would be leaving the fight, leaving old Lu and the others boiling with rage, thickening the tension like a storm about to break. With that, Mad Dragon Bone Ripper vanished, leaving old Lu and his comrades stunned, struggling to make sense of what had just unfolded. Old Luck ordered Little Demon to charge forward, telling him to swing his spear hard to kick up dust, and then act surprised, but Little Demon followed the command instantly. Together, they unleashed a fierce sweep, sending a thick cloud of dust swirling into the air, blinding their opponents and throwing the battlefield into chaos. Then Old Luck was stunned, no sign of Mad Dragon Bone Ripper anywhere. His sudden disappearance left him confused, unsure what had just happened. The heavy silence wrapping around the space only tightened the tension gripping his heart. Furious and frustrated, he cursed. That bastard's good and bold enough to come back the same way. A provocation he could not swallow, fueling the battle's rising intensity like gasoline on a fire. Suddenly, Mad Dragon Bone Ripper struck from behind. Catching Old Luck off guard, he was thrown into chaos. Unable to react, spinning around fiercely, Old Luck launched a relentless counterattack, taunting, better late than never. Without hesitation, he slashed hard across his enemy's back, proving his resolve and lightning-fast reflexes. After the blow, Mad Dragon Bone Ripper vanished from the fight, leaving everyone baffled and uneasy. When Mad Dragon Bone Ripper fled, everyone grabbed the item he left behind and gasped. It was the ruined compass, a legendary artifact that guides those brave enough to face their destiny. Holding the compass, they realized this was the key to the hero's order. Rumors, they finally understood its true significance. But no one could find a boss level 60 or higher, apparently, to track down these powerful foes. This compass was their only hope. Their eyes shimmered with hope and fierce determination, ready to embark on the journey ahead. Dura exclaimed, "This has got to be what Mad Dragon Bone Ripper stole. But where did Music Flame get it?" Another voice chimed in, "Who cares? Let it. With this, we can go straight for the level 60 bosses." Snagged the hero's order. Their eyes lit up with excitement and resolve, already picturing the glorious victories waiting just ahead. Old Luck spoke up, "This is too important. We need to lock it away in the Guild Hall's vault immediately." Everyone agreed without hesitation. Scene shifts to the Guild Hall warehouse, quiet but brimming with tension. A woman spoke to Old Luck, revealing she would abandon a dungeon boss fight to be here. "If anything goes wrong, he is as good as dead," she warned sharply, her words dripping with suspicion and fierce resolve about the looming crisis. Old Luck smiled mysteriously, promising to show her something. His grin was full of secrets and confidence, making her even more curious and anxious. Holding the compass, the woman's eyes widened in shock. She recognized it immediately as the ruined compass, her gaze sparkling with awe and curiosity. Rumor has it the publisher released 4 or 5 items that can lead players to level 60+ bosses in unexplored zones. She explained, "At first, I thought it was a scam, but turns out it is real." The truth thrilled her. It opened doors to battles no one had dared dream of before. Holding it tightly, she asked Old Luck where he got it, voice full of awe and wonder. never taking her eyes off the compass. It was as if finding the answer would unravel all mysteries surrounding this legendary artifact, Old Luck explained. Longcoat took it from Music Flame he killed Fong. So the compass ended up with him. The woman nodded in admiration, saying he was lucky to possess such a treasure. Her respect for Old Luck deepened. He was not just smart, but also held priceless relics. He warned, "Don't get too excited, level 60+ bosses are insanely tough." A whole level 40 guild got wiped out by a level 58 boss. His words echoed like a chilling reminder of the brutal challenges ahead. The woman added, "After level 55, the power gap is insane. The Snow Silver Mountain Guild only has 100 members. With just 10 above level 40, it is nearly impossible to fight bosses 20 levels higher. Numbers 1T make up for it." She warned, underscoring the harsh reality they faced a brutal uphill battle that demanded meticulous preparation. Old Luck said he called her here to announce, within 5 days, all level 40 players must reach level 45. Level 35 players reach level 40. And then they will lead the charge against the level 60 boss. The determination in his voice fired everyone up. They knew only serious prep would give them a shot at victory. The girl said she could not wait any longer, judging by how fast Doc, Bei and Kung Long have leveled up to take on the boss. They are probably ready. We just need the guiding item. We have to seize this chance. And Lao Luck says he will handle the megapixel recovery food. The scene shifts to Reflection Hill, where Dujia and Lo Luck are chatting about Dujia's new outfit. Dujia proudly says he just bought it with 20,000 commission points he just earned. You can hear the excitement and pride in his voice. Lao Luck replies that the commission is for the team, and equipment upgrades should come from the studio's 70,000 fund. Dujia fires back that most of the studio's money came from Lao Luck selling skulls, and the fund is meant for future growth and recruiting new members. He insists the money can't just be spent on personal gear, showing his responsibility and vision for the team. Dujia admits he is not as strong as Lao Luck or Little Ghost, but believes good gear can make up the difference. Hearing about the boss team up, Little Ghost hit level 42 and has been grinding like crazy every day. He refuses to get left behind. His determination screams that he is all about leveling up and keeping pace with his friends on this journey. Lao Luck says in 3 days, Lam Jiet then will see the full strength of the Blood Scar Merc squad, and reminds Little Ghost to rest and not burn out. Dujia agrees and jokes he will just knock out Little Ghost's power box to force him to sleep, while Lo Luck rushes to level up and gather ingredients. Lao Luck happily charges toward the garlic patch that is the main ingredient for crafting level 5 food. The excitement shining in his eyes shows just how pumped he is about the power-boosting meals he is about to make. A notification rings out. He has gathered triple the garlic and his hunting skill just leveled up 5 times. Joy and hype fill the air. He is thrilled, thinking just a bit more garlic and he can start cooking that level 5 food. The anticipation feels like success is within reach. But as he starts pulling garlic, surprise hits. These cloves are stubborn as hell, practically glued to the ground, forcing him to use all his strength. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently, rocks flying everywhere. He is confused, thinking it is an earthquake, anxiety flooding in as the tremors intensify. Then he realizes it is a level 60 boss, the protector of the hill. He thinks to himself, I have not even used the original compass yet, and here I am facing a level 60 boss. Panic surges as he fully grasps just how dangerous the situation is. He worries the overwhelming power means even the whole team might not win, and Little Ghost and that Tam have already logged off. He knows he has to warn Jia, feeling the urgency mounting. If they do not act fast, things will spiral out of control. Panic sets in as he realizes Jia's offline, and this level 60 boss is beyond his solo ability. Running away would save face, but would also be humiliating. He is stuck in a brutal dilemma. After thinking it through, he grabs his weapon anyway. If he can solo the boss, the drop rate for items doubles, and he is sure to get a hero's token. Determination floods him, making him feel like he can pull off a miracle. He charges in, but the level 60 boss just smirks mockingly. The arrogant grin says this fight won't be a walk in the park. Shock hits him as the boss swings a massive blow, sending him reeling. The force feels like a hurricane, pushing him back like he slammed into an unbreakable wall. Still, he presses forward, testing the protector's defenses. His heart pounds with determination. He wants to prove his worth, no matter the risks. But then, his sword snaps mid-attack, leaving him stunned and helpless. Realizing he can deal a single scratch to the boss, confidence shatters instantly as the harsh truth sinks in. He is in deep trouble. The level 60 boss stomps forward with earth-shaking steps, making Lao Luck panic, fearing he might get crushed like dust. He knows going solo was reckless and decides to make a run for its safety. Must come first in this nightmare. Suddenly, he spots an opening and bolts, but the boss's fingers snap shut, trapping him like a massive cage. Terror washes over him as he realizes there is no escape, and his fate lies completely in the enemy's grasp. When he got held back, he thought to himself, this dungeon's no joke. The blood-hued mercenary squad is all about raw physical power, No mages backing them up? This boss is going to be tough to chew through. That helpless feeling grew stronger as he realized the enemy was way out of his and his team's league. Panic set in. The boss's strength and speed were off the charts. No wonder it is a level 60 boss. He immediately thought about calling for backup, but right when it mattered most, the little demon and the 13 were not online. Then he noticed Jitter was online. Before he could make a move, a swarm of people charged and attacked the level 60 boss. This sudden arrival sparked a flicker of hope in the depths of his despair. Long Hand Thianha held the compass and said last time the giant spear stole it. But this time he struggled just to get his hands on one. Barely had he used it when luck struck. Danthothea chimed in, saying this was the first level 60 boss they would face, and there was a strong chance it would drop a hero as token. The mood heated up as everyone realized this golden opportunity was within their grasp. Long Hand Thian had declared that if they grabbed the hero's token, Kwang Long would form the first guild, and ruling Bang City would not be far off. Laughter and hope spread like wildfire as everyone pictured the glorious future they could carve out if they pulled off a win in this battle. Then Han raised his weapon high and shouted, "Brothers, for every boss we take down, each of you gets 10 gold coins." Everyone rallied instantly to Han's call. Unity and fierce determination ignited in their hearts. They were ready to throw everything into this fight. Refusing to let this chance slip through their fingers, they charged in, but the boss was on another level. The raw power of the level 60 boss sent waves of panic through them, and their attacks were swiftly turned against them. Old Luck watched in disbelief, thinking, one skill wiping out over 10 players. Luckily, Hem was quick on his feet, but his heart clenched witnessing the boss's brutal ferocity. Hen knew he could not just stand there. He had to find a way out and call for backup before he became the next casualty. Gripping his sword, Hen thought, better to have a backup weapon than none at all. At least he was somewhat prepared. It was not as good as his first, but it beat being unarmed. Anxiety surged as he braced himself to face the boss. Hen found a safe spot to observe while waiting for reinforcements, tension knotting his stomach as he watched his teammates battle the boss. When his allies arrived, Hen had to wipe out Kwang Long's ranged fighters before they could get close. Damn it! Han cursed. The boss's second skill was so powerful it even affected him from this distance. Then the boss unleashed Stone God's spear. A barrage of massive rocks hurtled toward the soldiers. They scrambled to dodge, but the boss's force was overwhelming. The stones smashed into the troops with brutal precision, toppling them instantly. No one had time to react or evade. The power of the level 60 boss was absolutely crushing. After the fierce battle, even the level 60 boss began to tire, staggering under the relentless assault. Finally, it collapsed to the ground amid the chaos of the surviving fighters. Long Han Thian was stunned by the boss's overwhelming strength that had wiped out the entire squad in one brutal sweep, forcing him to rethink his strategy. Feeling victorious, he told himself, in the end, I am the one who wins. Pride swelled inside him as he envisioned claiming the hero's token and cementing his dominance. He shouted orders to the remaining soldiers, commanding them to rise and press the attack, determined to send the level 60 boss packing. Old Luck hid in the shadows, thinking it would take at least 300 people working together to even wear down the terrifying power of the level 60 boss. He gripped his sword tightly, thinking, reinforcements are not here yet, and I can't wait any longer. Long Han Thian ordered his troops to swarm and finish off the level 60 boss. Even as his own strength drained by the second, his determination sparked a fierce comeback from his men. The soldiers surged forward like wild waves, crashing under the flashing blades and clashing steel, their battle cries filling the tense air. Then Old Luck's mystic wind attack flew in, catching Long Han Thian's eye. Is that Chich Chich Chamsa? He asked suspiciously. He ordered his men to block Chich Chich Chamsa and quickly formed a barrier to keep Old Luck away from the level 60 boss, though worried gnawed at them all. Chich Chich Chamsa silently thought, Long's backup has arrived. Now it is my turn to deliver the finishing blow. Clutching his weapon, he focused every ounce of willpower to strike, charging at the level 60 boss with unwavering confidence. Chich Chich Chamsa knew the boss still had some fight left in it, but in his current state, he wondered how much more power the boss could muster. He braced himself for any counterattack, determined to land the final blow. With a fierce slash, he delivered the finishing strike, leaving Long Han Thian stunned and powerless as Chich Chich Champs transformed in an instant. His sword sliced through the air and pierced the level 60 boss's body, unleashing a dazzling flash and a thunderous explosion. Everyone around gawked at the epic scene. An announcement rang out. Congratulations to Chich Chich Chamsa for leveling up to 5 and taking the top spot on the leaderboard. All eyes locked on him. Awestruck, the fierce mix of awe and admiration spread everywhere, making him feel the power and status he had just claimed like a brand new king in the gaming world. Hearing that, he grinned, clutching his loot like he would just scored a massive win, cheerfully declaring, Sweet victory. Baby, somehow. These rewards felt like the perfect sweet payoff for all his relentless grind. Longhanthen was not about to back down. He charged headfirst at Chich-Kich-Cham-Se, determined to snatch those precious items. His mind was set those treasures belonged to him. No way he would let anyone else steal the fruits of his hard work. Suddenly, an announcement blared that Kuanglong's soldiers had all been resurrected, throwing Chich-Kich-Cham-Se into a panic. He realized this fight was about to get way messier, and that buzz of victory he just felt. It quickly turned into a looming threat as those enemies rose again, ready to keep fighting. After his troops revived, Longhanthen lunged at Chich-Kich-Cham-Se, boasting that even if he sprouted wings, he would not escape his relentless chase. Yet Chich-Kich-Cham-Se showed no fear. His eyes burned with fierce determination and steel resolve, bracing for the inevitable showdown. His spirit unbroken by enemy threats, he ordered Unearthing to strike, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Longhanthen with unmatched speed and power like a piercing lightning bolt. Unearthing dove straight into Longhanthen, sending waves of pain through him. Seeing this, the soldiers kept powering up one by one, pushing themselves to unleash their unique skills. The dazzling flashes from their moves only thickened the tension, their determination ironclad, not letting Chich-Kich-Cham-Se slip past and claim victory again. Chich-Kich-Cham-Se then commanded Unearthing to rush forward and kill Longhanthen. His voice dripping with confidence and resolve, he knew this was the perfect moment to end the battle. And Unearthing, like a raging storm, surged toward the enemy with unstoppable force. Hundreds of arrows flew at Chich-Kich-Cham-Se, but he quickly vanished using stealth skills, letting the arrows sail harmlessly through the empty space where he had just stood, leaving an eerie stillness behind. Longhanthen roared in fury, declaring that no stealth trick could help Chich-Kich-Cham-Se escape his relentless hunt. He vowed to dig him out, no matter what it took, and kill him to avenge this humiliation. Cut to Gila Forest, where a cold-eyed girl aimed her bow at a man standing not far off. The tension was palpable as her arrow was ready to fly. Waiting for his move, the man sneered, confidently taunting that Lam Jiat then could not break through their defenses to save the boss, and now the boss was solidly in Long's grasp. There was a biting edge to his voice that only thickened the suspense. Then an announcement rang out. Chich-Kich-Cham-Se had slain the Hill's guardian deity and swiftly claimed the top spot on the leaderboard, filling nearby players with pride and respect. Hearing this, Lam then smiled, saying it looked like they could not swallow the boss. After all, not bad for a lone wolf senior who could snatch the boss solo. Her words struck the other guy dumbfounded, unable to believe what was unfolding before him. Lam Jiat then confidently declared that nothing was impossible for someone like Chich-Kich-Cham-Se, her eyes shining with pride and trust. Clearly proud of her teammate, without hesitation, she dashed off to help, thinking that her senior, going solo to steal the boss, must be trapped. No way she would let him face danger alone without backup. She tried to contact him, but there was no response. Worry surged through her, pushing her to run faster. No time to waste, just hoping he was still alive and she could reach him in time. His health was down to 15, and all his healing potions were gone. One more hit, and it was game over. Feeling the crushing pressure, she knew she had to get to him ASAP before it was too late. Another announcement sounded. The respawn time for Vong Lin Mang Vong was 9 hours 59 minutes, and the same for Thu Quang Hein Fong. Sparking fresh anxiety in her heart, Chich-Kich-Cham-Se sprinted ahead, outpacing the charging soldiers, unhesitatingly ordering them to push forward, though they knew failure meant falling into the abyss together. Their fierce spirit somehow fired him up more than ever. Longhanthen sneered arrogantly, his voice dripping with mockery as he taunted Chich-Kich-Cham-Se, questioning if he even had what it takes. Then, with a cold final command, he urged his soldiers into the fray. Go die! Hundreds of arrows whistled toward Chich-Kich-Cham-Se, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh. Shaking his confidence for just a moment, it felt like being trapped in the eye of a deadly arrow storm. Even though he had steeled himself, the sudden onslaught made his heart pound faster. Suddenly, Lam Jiat then lunged forward, her face fierce with determination. She called out to Chich-Kich-Cham-Se to forgive her, but before anything else, an earth-shaking announcement blared. Chich-Kich-Cham-Se had been slain, and she had claimed the top spot on the leaderboard. Lam Jiat then turned to face her enemies with a defiant glare, boldly declaring that even if the meat rots, it is still in her own pot, meaning, no matter what, she would not let anyone meddle in her fight with Chich-Kich-Cham-Se. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging relentless blows. Each strike was packed with raw power and unyielding will, the clangs echoing with brutal intensity. The atmosphere crackled with tension as every hit carried the weight of an unforgiving battle. Longhanthen sneered, offering her a way out. Just hand over the loot, and he would let her walk away. His tone was cocky, full of arrogance. He was certain that with his strength, a weakling like her had no chance to stand against him. Lam Jiat just scoffed. And what exactly can you do? She taunted, before unleashing a flurry of Kyung Shuaixiang arrows to back up her firepower. Sharp arrows sliced through the air, surging like a fierce wave straight at Long Han Thien Hao. Then, an announcement rang out. Chich-Kich-Chamsa had chosen to respawn in Ice City, and his level automatically dropped by 1. Cut to a warehouse in Ice City, where Chich-Kich-Chamsa sat alone, brooding over Lam Jiathan's ruthless move. She struck fast and hard, not only denying Kong Long the loot but even ready to kill him, something that caught him completely off guard. Meanwhile, Lam Jiathan happily ran up, announcing she would secure the loot, and was just waiting for the senior to open the treasure. Meanwhile, Laluk looked at her with surprise, muttering that she still had a shred of conscience unlike him, who dropped 2 levels. She handed him an item and kept one for herself, teasing, "Let us see if the level 60 boss drops anything juicy." He sighed deeply, confessing how badly he needed a hero's token to make up for their recent losses. His eyes gleamed with desperate hope to reclaim what they would lost in this brutal war. But when they opened the chest, his shock was palpable. The level 60 boss did not drop a hero's token, just 2 ordinary pieces of gear. The wave of disappointment crashed over him. Everything he would hoped for vanished in an instant. Lam Jiathan squinted at the battle wind boots, recognizing it as a mere silver item with little value. She felt deflated, expecting a precious treasure but ending up with junk, making her question the true power of the level 60 boss they would just taken down. Laluk held up a rare ice core, his eyes lighting up as he realized its worth. "This alone's worth gold, like a consolation prize for our losses. At least it could boost his power and help make up for dropping 2 levels." He felt relieved knowing they had not come away empty-handed. Lam Jiat then decided to gift Laluk the battle wind boots, since he would suffered the most in the fight. When he accepted them, he was genuinely touched and promised to pay her back later. Laluk sighed, explaining that if the level 60 boss did not drop a hero's token, then only the level 65 or 70 bosses could. After all, the level 60 boss had 2 devastating yo skills strong enough to wipe out even level 40 players easily. The level 65 and 70 bosses had to be even more terrifying and deadly. Lam Jiat then wondered aloud, if it took 300 people just to beat the level 60 boss, how many would it take to take down the level 65 or 70 ones? Laluk explained that although Kong Long had 300 people, only 25 were above level 40, while the rest were level 30s and 20s, lots of numbers, but not much skill. He added that Lam Jiat the Nesno Silver Squad had no one below level 30 and top-tier quality. So with 2 level 50s fully geared in gold and 100 strong members, they just might have a shot at the level 65 or 70 bosses. He stressed the need to use every minute wisely, admitting he was itching to gear up that level 50 gold item soon, because the Slaughter Goddess, the reigning #1, could easily be overtaken. Lam Jiat then grinned confidently. "Keep dreaming. The top spot belongs to me. Forever." Cut to him at the Iron Cross. Lulas's master watches with pride, praising how diligent he has been lately, almost hitting level 45 already. Lolide humbly replies that the master's praise is too kind, but he knows he must push harder to live up to the mission of a spirit sword warrior. Lulatz asks Master Sulan if there is any mission that is easy, packed with experience, and pays out big rewards. Master just chuckles and says Lua Lassasher knows how to pick his battles. Master Sulan says Lulakas is lucky this time, he has got an easy mission on his hands. Hearing this, Lulas's eyes light up with shock and excitement. Sensing the perfect chance to level up and prove himself, cut to the peak of the Black Demon Tower. Lula stands before an ancient, weathered building, its moss-covered walls whispering secrets of forgotten dark magic. He smirks proudly, declaring this tower will rewrite the history of the great continent's dark arts. From today on, Old Man here will become the very first dark alchemist in the continent's history, quietly plotting his legendary rise. A broadcast announces a bounty on dark alchemist Su Wei's head has stolen dark elixirs, the very research Su Wei pioneered. Whoever steals them first, like Hyde, will earn a massive reward. Without hesitation, Lolasa kicks down the door, charging in with fierce determination, heart pounding at the thrill of what he is about to uncover. Inside, Lolaks locks eyes with dark alchemist Su, his gaze shimmering with cocky resolve. He boldly demands Suya's life, burning with hunger, conquest, and dominance. Su smiles slightly, eyes twinkling with hidden meaning, saying Luo Las's timing is perfect, as if he had been waiting for this moment to strike a mutually beneficial deal. He eyes Lu Lasset up and down like a priceless artifact, declaring this is a rare prize, a body forged strong and solid. Lu Las roars and lunges at Suya, filled with unshakable resolve and a flicker of doubt, knowing this moment demands action. No hesitation allowed, Suai coldly snaps back, his power enough to slam Lulas flying into the Holy Cross, where chains await, wrapping tight and freezing him in place. Bound by these chains, Lolasis, stunned his master, called this a simple mission. So why is it spiraling out like this? Suai holds a spirit charm in hand, voice dripping with pride and mystery, telling Lulasi the little beast is about to feast on the ultimate dark elixir. Unease creeps into Lulaka's heart. Pain sears through Lulasa as the chains bite into his flesh. Every muscle stretched to the breaking point. He screams at Suwai in despair, begging to be freed, voice cracking under the relentless agony. Suwai pries open Lulax's mouth and forces a dark, thick liquid down his throat, powerless to resist. Lulasa can only swallow the strange brew. He coughs harshly, panic flashing in his eyes as he gasps. What the hell did you just make me drink? Fear floods his mind. Suwai looks surprised, quickly opens Lulasa's mouth again, asking suspiciously why there is no reaction. Confusion clouds Suyai's face. This miraculous elixir should be worked by now. Why is not it taking effect? Lula shouts for Suwai to release him. Panic flashes across Suyi's face as he realizes the potion's failing, sparking doubt and fear about his own craft. Suwai lunges again, eyes full of suspicion, demanding why Lolax's aura shows zero change. His face twisting with confusion and growing anger. Flustered, Lolax asks what exactly he was made to drink. Calmly, Suwai explains it as a spirit-binding dark elixir, supposed to awaken spirits in the flesh, his tone dripping with arrogance and confidence. Lolasis, stunned, how could such a powerful elixir do nothing? A growing chill of doubt settles over him, sensing something's deeply wrong. Unable to accept why Lolax shows no sign of transformation, his pride stung by failure. He has operated on thousands. Only the elite survive. Yet here stands Lulas, completely untouched by the process. Frustration and rage take hold. Suwai's sharp gaze drills into Lulas. Desperate to unravel the cause of this disaster, Suwai clamps his hand around Lulas's throat, growling that the problem has to be with him. Lulas feels the air squeeze from his lungs. He screamed that Suwai was a madman, his voice a mix of rage and desperation that echoed through the air. Suwai yanked the chains tight, making the cross tremble with every creak and groan. As if it was about to snap, Laluk felt the crushing weight of the chains. The tighter they pulled, the sharper the pain. Then Suwai grabbed a long saw, his eyes cold and resolute. He declared he would see how Laluk was different from other night spirits. He vowed to strip away every ounce of his essence and forge his soul's fire for study. Hearing this, Laluk could not help but grow furious. He shouted back, reminding Suwai that no matter how many lives he would destroyed, his soul-restoring elixir had failed, meaning he would fallen short of creating what he truly desired. Suwai snapped back fiercely. If his elixir succeeded, all night spirits would turn human, ending the 1,000-year war between light and darkness once and for all. All night spirits and humans who died were sacrifices for this grand ideal, and he swore their sacrifice would not be in vain. Laluk sneered, calling such slaughter under the guise of justice disgusting, as he snapped the chains apart one by one. His fierce determination made the chains shatter helplessly. He felt his power surge within, and Suyai's confidence wavered. Shaken by this fierce resistance, Laluk lunged forward, sending Sui flying, mocking him to go dream his grand dreams, his voice dripping with unwavering confidence that shattered Suwai's plans. Laluk summoned his spirit crown, and when Suwai glimpsed the spirit servant, his shock was palpable. He could not believe his eyes. Suwai realized why his soul-binding magic failed. Luck was a rare wild spirit. He would search for a corpse spirit for 15 years. And now Luck had delivered himself willingly. His eyes gleamed with curiosity and ambition. Suwai knew that if he could study and unravel Luck's power, he would achieve the breakthroughs he would craved for so long. A smug smile crept onto his face, impossible to suppress. He ordered Luck to obediently be his guinea pig. He needed Luck's essence and soul to craft the greatest soul-restoring elixir ever made. Suwai's voice brimmed with ruthless ambition, his eyes burning with desire. He shouted essence surge, to unleash power. The sound echoed across the space as waves of energy radiated fiercely. But Laluk refused to back down. He raised his spirit crown and struck back with a fierce counterattack. Laluk's blow was overwhelming, forcing Suwai to retreat. Caught off guard, he charged into battle with brutal resolve, his strikes crashing like relentless waves, putting Suwai on the defensive. In the end, Laluk killed Su, defeating his terrifying foe after a fierce, dramatic showdown with Suwai. All the soul elixirs were consumed by Laluk, leaving nothing behind. He eyed the elixirs on the table, thinking to himself that since they all belonged to Suwai, he might as well swap a bottle for one that looked similar and relabel it. No one would ever notice. Cut to the cross altar, where Loluk returned victorious with the elixir for his master. He looked at his master expectantly, asking about his reward for the mission. His master handed him the prize, just as an announcement rang out. Mission completed by Night Spirit Hunter. Earned 8,000 experience points and a spirit shield. Holding the shield, Loluk was stunned by its quality. It was just bronze, but its attributes rivaled silver. Then he turned back to ask his master if the elixir could really make spirits grow flesh and blood. As Loluk questioned his master about the elixir's power, his master began explaining that years ago, he had discovered the soul elixir formula but lost it unexpectedly. He spent 15 years researching it, finally succeeding with the right catalyst added. Not just wild spirits but even corpse spirits could grow flesh and blood. Laluk was stunned, feeling like he would uncovered a massive secret he would never imagined before. His master confirmed they only lacked the catalyst. Then locked eyes with Laluk, his gaze filled with an intimidating weight. It felt like an invisible force was crushing his mind, filling him with dread about what demands his master might impose next. Master said the guiding potion is not something he can absorb. Hurry up and level up. Hearing this, Old Luck immediately nodded in agreement. Inside him burned fierce determination not just for power, but to prove himself to his master and face the challenges ahead. Cut to the bustling Fubang market. Mingayat turns to Ivy, voice heavy with worry and steel, asking if they really have to fight for the first hero's token. Min Ngayat adds that with their current strength, finding allies is already a tough task. Fighting over the hero's token is brutal, but they're 1TB just one token later, so no need to tear each other apart over the first one. Ivy listens intently, then replies, where there is danger, there is fortune. The first hero's token not only grants 50% boost to any 2 attributes for guild members, but also announces the official formation of the first guild in the Shadow Empire. Her eyes blaze with determination, excitement rippling through every word. Ivy continues, the first title will echo nationwide. Strong attribute buffs will pull tons of players into Sword Dream Soul. This is their hope to revive Sword Dream Soul. Mingayat says that on the leaderboard, most top players have already been recruited by Dragon Clan and Lone Tyrant for the first hero's token. Where do we find the right people then? Ivy replies, not so? What about that guy you mentioned before? The Spear Wielder guy. Mingayat believes Spear Wielder is powerful both in skills and character. Totally trustworthy, she once invited him to join, but unfortunately, he declined. Ivy stresses that among the top 10, Spear Wielder is the only one without a guild. If they can recruit him, it would be a game changer. She feels bringing him on board is crucial and decides to try once more. Mingayat feels reassured by Ivy's resolve and agrees to introduce her to Spear Wielder. She is confident meeting him will open up great opportunities for both sides. Ivy comforts Mingayat, saying she is still fully aware of the situation. After all, Sword Dream Soul still has us. She adds, her words a steadying force for Mingayat. Suddenly, an announcement rings out in the air. Bronze Shield. Highest bidder wins. Grabbing both their attention, Mingayat pulls Ivy toward the auction. Ivy emphasizes that right now, upgrading gear and boosting their power is top priority. Mingayat nods in agreement, mentioning Ivy's battered black shield is way behind her level. Looks like someone's auctioning a bronze shield nearby. They rush over, excitement bubbling. This might be their chance to level up. Upon arrival, they see the bronze shield gleaming under the light. The seller stands confidently, boasting it is premium quality, perfect for battle support. Mingayat is shocked to recognize the seller as Spear Wielder. He is surprised to see her again after so long, while Ivy just stares blankly, clueless about what is going on. Mingayat asks why he is wearing a mask. He explains it is to guard against enemies and to stay low while selling gear for some extra cash, inviting Ivy to browse freely. Ivy shyly asks the price of the shield. Spear Wielder compliments her eye for quality. It is the best shield available, going for 50 Vin. Ivy is surprised this bronze shield stats rival a silver shield, which usually sells for 80 Vin. Why only 50 Vin here? He smirks and says it is because Mingayat brought her, so consider it a special deal. Mingayat laughs and thanks Spear Wielder warmly. Ivy slams the shield down on the table, startling Spear Wielder. She introduces herself as the guild leader of Sword Dream Soul and invites him to join. Luftran stiffens. He wants to, but now's not the right time. After a moment's thought, he shakes his head, declining with the excuse that he has his own plans. But Ivy does not give up, pressing on with her persuasion. Sword Dream Soul really needs top players like you. Name your terms, and I will make sure they are met. Luktran frowned at her, then coldly said that this time she was only after the first hero order because of the contest. But they had not even found the level 60 boss yet. Forget about that for now. Saying that, he turned to leave, but Ivy quickly spoke up, saying she had something, then pulled out a golden compass and handed it to him. He glanced at it briefly, then shook his head and said no. Then he warned her, the compass is just basic stuff. Her Sword Dream Soul's power was way too weak. Jumping into the hero order contest would only lead to destruction. She was a rational guild leader, so she would know how to make the right call. With that, he turned and left. Ivy watches retreating figure, determined not to give up no matter what. After walking some distance, Luktran muttered quietly to himself, telling Ivy to keep the team safe. He would bring back the first hero order for Sword Dream Soul. After parting ways, Ivy and Luktran each went off to find quests, but everywhere he went, there were no NPC quests, only endless monster grinding, leveling up painfully slow. Meanwhile, His spirit Beast King had been revived, but it was no longer very useful. He needed to replace it with something stronger. Just then, a desperate cry for help rang out behind him, startling Luck Tran to turn around. He saw a red-haired girl running toward him, chased by several high-level monsters. She was Han Gaiet Hong, a level 44 archer. Han Gaiet Hong sprinted straight to Luck Tran, shouting for help non-stop. Luck Tran activated his combat instinct and attacked the two monsters chasing her. To his surprise, the monsters died instantly. They were already low on health. He suspiciously asked why she ran away instead of finishing them off with another skill. Han Gaiet Hong clung to him, confessing she was scared. If it was not a quest, she would not have dared fight them at all. Luck Tran raised an eyebrow. She quickly promised to share the quest rewards with him. He hesitated but agreed. Since the boss would not drop anything for her, she could only take one item, and the rest would go to him. She immediately clung to him again. Hearing that, Han Gaiet Hong moved away slightly, eyes sparkling as she vowed to follow his lead completely. Truth be told, his main goal was the level up. This quest would boost him a level way more efficient than grinding endlessly. Soon, the two set off on the quest. Any monster that popped up to block their path was swiftly taken down by Luck Tran. Han Gaiet Hong watched with a bit of admiration. He sliced through monsters like they were nothing seriously impressive. Luck Tran frowned at her again. This girl was getting kinda annoying. He coldly said they were deep into the Demon Valley now, where bosses could appear at any moment. As a level 44 archer, she should contribute more, but she pouted and whined that she was scared and only felt safe by his side. Luck Tran sighed in frustration. Where did this clingy girl come from? But he had no choice but to press deeper inside. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog grew. Luck Tran stayed alert, scanning all directions. It was coming. Han Gaiet Hong trembled, nervously asking what the hell was coming. It scared her to death. Luck Tran had to protect her. No doubt. As the fog slowly lifted, a figure wielding a blood-red blade appeared, a level 50 demon general, who immediately attacked Luck Tran and Han Gaiet Hong. The demon general's speed shocked Luck Tran, who quickly shoved Han Gaiet Hong aside. Instantly, the demon general swung down where they had just stood. Luck Tran twisted his body, exploiting the demon general's moment of vulnerability to slash its back. But the demon general was not backing down. It spun around to counterattack, dealing Luck Tran a heavy blow that drained much of his health. Luck Tran put distance between them and fell into deep thought. Han Gaiet Hong stood nearby, watching the fight with a mix of frustration and awe. She nearly got sliced to pieces by the boss. Yet Long Young Master still wanted her to recruit for him. She quickly withdrew her bow, ready to take down the boss herself. But at that moment, something terrifying happened that froze her in place. Luck Tran suddenly sped up, activating his combat instinct and slashing fiercely at the demon general. His speed was so fast the boss could not keep up, losing a significant chunk of health from his attack. At this moment, the demon general's body suddenly shifts, activating the general's 100 battle skill, boosting 1% life steal, 1% attack power, and 2% attack speed. Luck Tran watches calmly, totally unfazed. Even a 200% attack speed boost can outpace him. The boss is getting delayed. No sooner said than done. He lunges in again, the clash of metal ringing sharp and clear. Both are desperate to finish the other off. No holding back. Right now, Luck Tran's eyes burn with fierce battle intent. They are like streaks of lightning flashing in the air, leaving Han Gaiet Hong outside dizzy from watching. This speed is insane. What the heck is going on? She is ranked 4th in Ice City for offense and defense, yet she can't keep up with the target's pace. Even with Eagle Eye activated, she only sees blurry shadows. At this speed, she starts suspecting Luck Tran might be a member of the legendary Great Prestige. Meanwhile, Luck Tran does not care about her guesses and keeps focusing on his mind link attack on the boss. The demon general activates another skill and strikes again, but Luck Tran quickly triggers his ghost armor for protection. Still, the boss's pain pierces through the armor. Luck Tran hurriedly activates Mercy and it actually blocks the hit. He grins triumphantly. Mercy does not just block small monster hits, it can stop the boss's blows too. Immediately, he throws off the boss's painful strike and counters with his claw attack. This one combo crit deals nearly 3,000 damage to the boss. And just like that, the boss is finished off. Han Gaiet Hong is utterly stunned. One guy just took down a level 50 boss solo. That is downright terrifying. Luck Tran slowly pulls back, eyes mocking Han Gaiet Hong behind him, who did not lift a finger the whole fight. She catches his glare, immediately switches to a pouty act, begging him for mercy and claiming he is just too good for her to step in. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Long Hunding Aisha and Lum Jit then observe Luck Tran and the others. Lum Jit then is a bit annoyed, scolding him for calling her just to watch this. He chuckles softly and starts stirring the pot, saying she does not trust Luck Tran and that he wants to reveal the real him. But unfortunately, she knows Luck Tran's real face way better than he does. She just shrugs off his petty attempts to sow discord. Long Hun Thien H refuses to give up and suggests they team up to form the biggest guild in the country. Lundrum Jit then shoots him a glance and tells him to cut the nonsense, no matter if it is him, Nli Fripe, or the Bamboo Dragon Guild. She will crush them all step by step with tight Ingen XM. With that, she storms off, but after just a few steps, someone calls out, warning her that overconfidence will only hurt herself and drag tight Ingen Dazam into disaster. Lum Then barely pays attention, does not even turn back. Telling him to keep his words to himself, she rushes away, fuming inside how dare Luxtran cozy up to someone else. She is about to explode with rage. Luxtran, who was about to collect loot, suddenly hears a call who is looking for him now. Hun Guide Heng nearby immediately asks with concern if he has caught a cold. Luxtran lazily tells her to stop pretending. The mission and loot are already split, so just say what you want, but she keeps going with the act. She acts all hurt, saying she is just worried about him. So why is he yelling at her? Luxtran scoffed, exposing her fake act. She is holding a rare bow in her hand. She is the female archer who once took down a level 48 boss, but got chased by 2 small monsters. And the girl, she just flung herself into his arms the moment she saw him. Totally got an agenda. The #1 female archer in the guild. Hun Gaide hears this and feigns shock. So you have seen right through me from the start. Oops. Sorry. I just wanted to invite you to join the guild. Luxtran, hearing her tone, can't he help but chuckle and tells her to cut it out. Hun Guide Heng does not give up, keeps persuading him he has seen how solo players can get decent missions, but their guild gets them easily with his power. He could have anything he wants in the guild, even her. Then she strikes a dangerously seductive pose. Luxtran looked utterly annoyed, firmly pointing his sword at her neck and warning her to stay away. He had zero interest in joining the fan club. She could either leave or die right here. And New Guide Hong was so scared by his stance that she took a step back, calling him a clueless blockhead. After the insult, she bolted because if she did not, he really would make a move. She was no match for him. Once she was gone, Luxtran let out a relieved breath. Finally, that nuisance was out of the way. Now, he was curious if he could summon this boss. Thinking that, he placed his hand on the reverse palm of the Great Demon General, and a streak of purple energy flared to life. Before long, the shadowy purple figure of the Great Demon General materialized. He had actually succeeded in summoning the spirit that transformed into the Great Demon General. Luftran was thrilled with it, but he noticed one thing. Right now, he could only control one spirit at a time, and summoning a new spirit would automatically dismiss the lower level one. Once he became Asura, everything would bow before him, but just as he was feeling on top of the world, the scene suddenly went pitch black, leaving him puzzled. It was 13 snatching his gear away, constantly nagging him until he was about to lose it. No food, no sleep, just gaming nonstop. He understood the grind, but this was next level. Done to you want to live anymore. Hearing that, Luxtran raised his hands in surrender, admitting he was wrong but explained that the urgency of the hero orders forced his hand. 13 sighed reluctantly, saying this was not just about them. The whole Bang City, and even the entire Z Nation, were caught up in it. Rushing would not solve anything. Luftran exhaled softly. It was exactly because the entire Z Nation was involved that he was so worried. Every region started with a hero order, but only the first guild in each area to claim it would earn the prestigious Z Nation title. He was not about to let someone else snatch it. 13 patted his shoulder to reassure him everyone wanted that. Other regions had 2 or 3 top-tier legends leading experts to boss fights every 2 hours, and loot piles were insane. Yet, the hero order still had not dropped here. Luxtran knew this well. That was the catch. Only bosses level 60 and above could drop the hero order. But no one knew where those bosses spawned or which one would actually drop it. 13 bit his lip fiercely, then added that they had to not only defeat all bosses in their current area, but also outpace other regions. Effort was key, but luck was everything. Damn those game designers. Luxtran furrowed his brow, wondering aloud. Luck? What are the chances of that? While he was still pondering, 13 pushed his chair back toward the room and told him to get some sleep. Survival came first. Luftran nodded, saying he got it. After pushing him inside, 13 closed the door behind him, but then 13 went to check Gong Sun Kok's room and, sure enough, could still hear him gaming away. 13 gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering that this crew was nuts without Luxtran. This place would be total chaos. Elsewhere, in the living room of Tying Guyat Tower, Doc Bai Dao and Feng Han Thian had arranged to meet. Doc Bai Dao whispered that it was lucky they came early to catch a great show. Feng Han Thian popped open a bottle of wine and immediately started roasting Luxtran, calling him a stubborn blockhead, stinky and stiff. Even Han Guyat Hong could not handle him. Doc Badao bluntly said Luxtran would not be tempted by rewards or seduction. The sweet talk he used on Lam Jiat then and Luxtran did not work on him. Feng Han Thian scoffed, saying if that did not work, Then Luck Tran was truly a tough nut to crack, so he wanted to team up with Dak Dao. But Dak Dao was not too keen on messing with those two stubborn guys. Feng Hantian chuckled and shook his head, explaining he just wanted to join forces to snag the first hero order. Hearing that, Dak Dao finally showed some interest and asked how he planned to cooperate. Feng Hantian took a sip of wine and calmly said, although Dak Dao's guild was the strongest in Bang City, compared to top guilds with legendary experts, they were still a bit weak. Dak Dao could not match their speed or boss kills. For example, if 4 bosses appeared in Bang City, Dak Dao's guild might take down 2. Kong Long won, but if the last boss dropped the hero order, they would be exposed. Dak Dao mulled over this and then raised an eyebrow, asking if he meant pooling backup forces to secure the 4th boss. Feng Hantian nodded with mixed feelings. He wanted each side to pull a third of their forces to focus on snatching that last boss. If they controlled all the bosses, their chances of grabbing the first hero order would skyrocket. Dao furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before finally agreeing. But in the end, who holds the hero's command depends on each person's true strength. Feng Hangxiangsa chuckled softly, telling him he was refreshingly straightforward. Yet in the end, both sides raised their glasses, sealing a happy partnership. At the Bang City Square, 3 members of the Blood Legion were gathered there. Gong Sun Gu handed a large bag to Shi San. It was packed with gemstones and gear, all entrusted to him. Lu Chen laughed and said, only 24 people in the ancient sword Dream Soul. No way we can swallow them all. 50 shares is more than enough. Shi San sighed in helplessness. That was a few days ago. He used the original compass to team up with smaller guilds to form the Ancient Sword Alliance. Membership has hit 200-500 shares might not even cover it. Lu Chen was startled when he heard this. Is that for real? Shi San nodded firmly. This morning when Shi San logged in, they were sunboxing at level 60. They probably needed more supplies now. Lu Chen's fear only grew. Level 60 sunboxing. Seriously. Shi San looked helplessly at him. This morning the news about the Ancient Sword Dream Soul Empress as comeback dominated the new Fix forum for a solid 30 minutes. I even told him to check the forum for you. Shi San immediately opened his device to gather news for him, but suddenly a different group nearby shouted in panic, catching his attention. Not long after, Shi San found the info, but his expression darkened as he told Lu Chen to come take a look. Lu Chen was suspicious. You found it that fast? Let me see. But what he saw was news he did not want to know. The headline screamed like a slap. Thought the former king would rise, but Doba and Quang Long reaped all the glory. Lu Chen saw the Ancient Sword Dream Soul members being crushed by those Hanxia guys, and his face immediately turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and cursed the names Doba and Quang Long under his breath, making the 2 Shi Sans beside him a little nervous. But before long, he changed his mind. He wanted to go there and reclaim the dream. Shi San heard this and stopped him, telling him to calm down first. What are you thinking? Rushing in like that, someone barely met a few times, like Cheeky Chimex, or a Lu Chen long unseen. Gong Sun Gu beside them nodded in agreement. They urged him to think it through first. Lu Chen's fury hit its peak. He could not hold back anymore. But just then someone poked the hornet's nest. The group nearby kept mocking the Ancient Sword Dream Soul, saying they were terrible and easily crushed by Quang Long and Duoba. It is probably beyond saving now. Such a shame for the beautiful guild leader. Those words hit Lu Chen like gasoline on a fire. He exploded and immediately grabbed the throat of the one who spoke. Tell me again, what did you say about the Ancient Sword Dream Soul? You have not seen the coffin, so you are not crying yet. They sneered. Ancient Sword Dream Soul is nothing. What do we have to do with you anyway? Lu Chen was so riled up he wanted to throw punches, but luckily Shi San ran over and held him back, urging him not to lose his temper and to think of a plan. The 2 others took the chance to flee. At that moment, Gong Sun Gu suddenly called him over. Duoba is live streaming a boss fight. This is the perfect chance. Isn't he afraid of being sniped? Lu Chen jolted and rushed over to check the news. That is why he was grinding his teeth and snarling. They were not scared, because no one dared to show up. But he was different today. These guys were as good as dead to him. Gong Sun Gu understood his intention and patted his shoulder, saying he would come along. Lu Chen felt grateful. True brotherhood right there. Lu Chen declared he would steal the boss right in Duoba's live stream and asked Shi San to post it on the forum. He wanted everyone to know the Blood Legion mercenaries dared to steal from Duoba. Shi San did not hesitate and agreed. Just leave it to him. Mafel. Lu Chen and Guzi arrived, accompanied by Lu Chen's ghost general. Lu Chen scoped out the situation and suggested using the terrain skill to sneak in first. When the boss was down to 1/7 of its health, Gong Sun Gu would rush in to trigger its rage. Gong Sun Gu nodded in agreement. Lu Chen squinted at Duoba's war god battling the boss. This bastard stole the boss, and then went to mock the Ancient Sword Dream Soul. Perfect. Duoba's war god was currently gloating loudly. The boss trapped in his sealing skill, and he urged everyone to charge. Immediately, a horde of Duoba's people surged toward the boss, ready to finish it off. But life's not a dream. What happened next shocked them all. Lu Chen appeared from behind and ambushed Duoba's war god, Determined to take this bastard's life, one swift strike from him drained a huge chunk of health from the lone war god. His speed was lightning fast, too fast for the war god to keep up, getting sliced up repeatedly. Lustron's eyes burned with fierce hatred. Enough with the teasing. It is time for a killing blow. Without hesitation, he activated the death strike and cleanly severed the war god's head. With one enemy down, Lustron turned toward the lone war master behind. The enemy recognized him too. Coldly, Lustron declared, "The boss of the Lone War clan now belongs to my blood taxation guild." The Lone War horseman shot him an angry glare, attacked from the shadows, and still acting cocky, the Lone War master held back the horseman, fending calm. "How many have been made examples of? Yet you still dare come alone. I respect your guts. Too bad you should not have come at all. Why not just keep taxing smoothly?" Lustron sneered. "Rob others. No problem. But when you get robbed back, suddenly it is a problem." Meanwhile, the Lone War crew struggled to tighten chains around the boss, trying to lock him down, but Lustron launched an attack on the Lone War master, who tried to block with pain. Eng Hud asked, "Who is backing you this time? Making you show up?" Lustron just snorted coldly. "Why bother with anyone else when you are just dealing with scum?" Then he summoned the Ghost Valley Child. As soon as his words left his mouth, not only did the Ghost Valley Child appear, but the Demon General also materialized, launching an assault on the level 60 boss. The Lone War team freaked out seeing this Ghost Valley Child plus a level 50 summon. Why is this summon stronger than a player? The Lone War Master noticed the chaos and lost focus, giving Lystron the perfect opening to strike. Too late. The Lone War Master realized what was coming. He took a slash from Lystron while the Lone War Horseman shouted in panic, but Lystron activated the death strike again, delivering the finishing blow. Standing cold and composed, Lystron said, "Some lines you just do not cross. If anyone's to blame, it is him for messing with the wrong guy." Outside, Ming Gaidet's group watched the battle closely. She smiled. "I knew he could do it." Lundrum Jif then was rushing over to help him. She wanted to back him up. Everyone watching was hyped about Lystron finally teaching the Lone War Master a lesson, but the Lone War's 4 top warriors still had 3 left. "Let us see if he can handle that." Soon enough, voices echoed out he already took down 3 in a row. Top warrior. More like a joke. Then he took out 2 more, cleaning house on the Lone War slackies. His summons were wiping the floor with them all. Inside the game, Lystron had slain the last boss. The Lone War clan was completely wiped out by his crew. Suddenly, the eyes of the Valley Knight flashed red. The aura around it shifted. It entered a berserk state. Defense dropped 25%. Attack jumped 50%. Lystron and his 2 companions jumped back, keeping their distance. Lystron asked in shock, "A level 65 boss going berserk? This is terrifying." The Valley Knight charged at the trio again. Lystron hurriedly told everyone to dodge. The Valley Knight swung its blade fiercely, sparks flying off the edge. The 3 of them stared wide-eyed, frozen with fear. At that moment, the Demon General suddenly appeared in front of 2 of them. To their shock, the Demon General drew its blade to block the Valley Knight's attack. Lightning bolts from the Valley Knight's strike dealt heavy damage, but the Demon General gritted its teeth and endured. Only when the lightning on the blade faded did the Demon General launch a counterattack, blasting the remaining bolts away. Ghost Valley Child watched in stunned. Lystron's ass summon was insanely tough, tanking a boss heavy hit solo. Lystron raised an eyebrow at the Demon General, then solemnly said, "Its true power is just starting to show." Immediately, he ordered the Demon General forward. At his command, the Demon General activated the 100 battles buff. Attack speed doubled instantly. The Demon General lunged like a lightning bolt, relentlessly slashing at the Valley Knight. The Valley Knight barely dodged, its speed so fast all it caught were blurry afterimages of the Demon General. The Knight took heavy damage and was forced to retreat, desperately trying to dodge without fighting back. But the Demon General did not give it a chance, relentlessly swinging his sword again, and its health took a serious hit. The 2 lurking behind seized this moment to strike, cornering the Chaos Knight with no way out. Outside, the spectators could not help but be amazed. This level 50 summon was dominating a level 65 boss like a pro. Add a heavy spear and the Demon Valley from 2 top-tier mercenaries, and the Bloodshade mercenaries had this win locked in tight. The Poisoned War God's face twisted with disgust. This ghostly swordsman was next level, a single summon almost killing the boss outright. But the Poisoned War Steed disagreed. Although the summon sacrificed 99% of its health for that attack, even the tiniest mistake was unacceptable. Exactly. The Demon General could not slip up this battle. But nothing as perfect. The Chaos Knight was already launching a counterattack. One brutal strike took down the Demon General instantly. The Chaos Knight pulled back, glaring fiercely at the 2 lurking behind. From afar, Gongsun Valley fired a piercing flame attack dealing damage, But nothing game-breaking, another strike from him was swiftly blocked. Meanwhile, Luxtran dashed forward with a mercy skill, missing but setting up perfectly for his next attack. Luxtran's lucky spear impaled with a critical hit. Even Gongsun Valley was not spared, unleashing his strongest move, Demon's Body Slash. A surge of fierce energy sliced across the Chaos Knight, sending him straight back to the respawn screen. Thanks to that, Luxtran leveled up to 50, Demon Valley climbed to 48, and the Chaos Knight dropped loot as he fell, but the area started collapsing. Luxtran quickly urged Gongsun Valley to grab the loot and get out before it was too late to teleport. They scrambled to pick up the items, ready to teleport anywhere within the Frost Seal Zone. The luckiest loot of all, the Golden Treatment South, definitely a blessing from the heavens. After looting, Luxtran activated teleport and left, Gongsun Valley grinning ear to ear. This run was a massive win, but little did they know, someone was sneaking up behind them, ready to strike. It was Poison Blade. He wanted that Golden Treatment South for himself. Luxtran turned with a smug smile, mocking the boss with every word dripping in sarcasm. Poison Blade thought he was about to take Luxtran down, but his sword sliced thin air. Luxtran and Gongsun Valley vanished in a blink. Lamb, watching from outside, chuckled quietly before sneaking up and giving Poison Blade a sharp poke. Man, that kid's got skills. Mingayat was also thrilled he would made it. Ivy nodded beside him. The players in Frost Seal finally had a real contender. She was not wrong. The crowd watching the fight erupted in cheers. Poison Blade had finally stumbled, and Luxtran's team was shaking up Frost Seal big time. Poison Blade and Mad Dragon were furious. If Luxtran really grabbed the hero's order, Bloodshade Mercenaries would become the top force in Frost Seal. Poison Blade and Mad Dragon would not back down, but Luxtran was on another level. Totally unpredictable. Frost Seal City. The boss-stealing battles by Luxtran's crew made Bloodshade Mercenaries legendary. Orders stacked all the way to Paris, and 13 was over the moon. Plus, every forum was buzzing with their news. Gongsun Kop handed the 13 an excited look, saying this fight was insanely satisfying. The 13 nodded slightly. He would seen the live stream, and the performance was not bad at all. With that said, Tam looked over at Luxtran with a grin, saying, "We are one step closer to the hero's order now." Not happy about that. Luxtran gave a slight nod. "Of course I am," he replied. He would been waiting for this moment forever to claim the hero's order and restore the legendary status of the Dream Soul Sword. But just then, the system suddenly updated. Tam's brow furrowed. This felt like a trap, cornering the Dream Soul Sword with no way out. The new rule: only guilds with over 100 members can use the hero's order. But the ancient Soul Sword's crew only had 15. Still, once they got the hero's order, hitting 100 members would be a breeze. He would waited too long for his comeback to fade now. Just then, 3 sharp explosions cracked behind them, making everyone whip around in shock. It is Lam Jit then coming to congratulate them for snatching the boss from life. FB, and even scoring the rare Lucky Compass items. FB must be fuming like a volcano ready to blow. Lam Jit then said, "Man, you were fast, already teleported away, making me waste my time." Seeing the two talking, Tundras, ever the strategist, asked if they should stick around. Tam chuckled mysteriously, saying the two were discussing something big. Of course, as members of the Blood Hire Guild, they had to be involved. Only then did Lam Jit then get to the point, asking if he saw the world announcement just now. Lucy Tren just nodded silently. Lam Jit then blinked and offered, "How about you hand over the hero's token to me? I will pay you 1,000 gold. Without hesitation, Tren refused. No deal by the old rules. Whoever kills the boss gets the hero's token. Lam Jit then frowned, his expression serious. Right now, even if the Blood Hire Guild got the hero's token, it would be useless. Well, he was busy recruiting in other zones. The guild had already made their first move. Hearing that, Lucy Tren just smirked, saying nothing. Lam Jit then studied him for a moment, then sighed reluctantly. "All right, stick to the old way." But inside, she was already wondering if his plan to form a guild was really a Blood Hire Guild move. Just then, the World Forum dropped another announcement. Tam raised an eyebrow. "Suspicious. Why so many announcements today? Seems like some major events are unfolding." This time, the announcement revealed Bamboo Shadow Chaos also got the Lucky Compass. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Tren raised an eyebrow quietly. "So this time, my opponent is him." Lam Jit then frowned at him, hesitated, then agreed to the 1,000 gold, but only if Tadengan Sam steps in for 2 free strikes. Lam Jit then, as if catching his drift, immediately agreed. "I will notify everyone from Tight Ninja Sam to assemble right away." Lassie Trin shook head slightly. "No time to waste. Anyone who can make it in 3 minutes. Show up. I will cover teleport fees." At this moment, Lassie Tron was brimming with battle spirit. "Bamboo Shadow Chaos, Let us see who is laughing at the end this time. Moments later, with 1 minute left, he told everyone to get ready. When the time hits, they would teleport instantly. Tam immediately prepared resurrection tools and special gear from the stash. Lamjit then was ready too. Tren told them to stock up on supplies no matter the cost. Whoever gets the first hero's token, even if it burns through all their assets, it is worth it. At that moment, Tight Engine Sam's group teleported in. 5 people led by Than Thi Henjin. Than Thi Edging warmly grabbed Lamjit Then's hand. Laughing, I could not gather everyone in time. Too many showed up too fast. Lamjit then sighed in resignation. No other choice. Bamboo Shadow might catch up soon. If we wait longer, it will be too late. Than Thi Hedgerning thought for a moment before speaking. There is still time. I just moved to a clone in the Sech VM zone. Right now, Bamboo Shadow is stuck fighting the lost spirits of the capital. They are clashing. Hearing this, Lamjit then suggested to Lost Tren they could take it slow, but Lost Tren shook his head firmly. No way. The lost spirits can hold Bamboo Shadow chaos. If Bamboo Shadow gets blocked, so do. No waiting time to move on the vast grassland. At the gate to the Earth Abyss, Lussie Tren led the group with the teleport scroll, but nothing ahead raised suspicions. Still, Lost Tren pulled out his compass, checking the path. It pointed just ahead, not far at all. Confident, Lost Tren said, "No mistake, this is it. Get ready. The entrance is about to open." Then, pressing the needle on the compass, in a flash, a blinding blue light burst in front of them. Lost Tren grinned excitedly. "Let us take down this level 70 boss together." Lassie Tren's group stepped through the door the compass had opened. Inside was dark, making them a bit uneasy. Lassie Tren ordered them to hold formation and stay alert. Suddenly, the torches lining the tunnel flared to life. A Tam gasped. "Is this how they welcome us?" With torchlight guiding them, Lost Tren's group moved faster, but the level 70 boss dungeon was sprawling and eerie. After a while, they finally reached the Earth Abyss Devil's Lair. On the throne in the main hall, the boss sat motionless. Lussie Tren warned everyone. "This is a warrior-type boss. Stick to plan. The boss remained perfectly still. This is the level 70 Blood Earth War King, packing a staggering 40,000 stamina points. Even the toughest among them barely has over 1,000 stamina. Everyone else is left speechless, drenched in fear. The Lost Tron squad stands on high alert, waiting for the boss to make a move. Suddenly, the boss rises from his seat. The Demon Valley Ghost stepping in front of Gongsun Septisi as a shield. The Blood Earth War King lunges fiercely with his sword, moving so fast no one can keep up. Lem, reacting instantly, uses the Shell Shield skill to help Gongsun Kutif defend, while he himself dons the demon armor for protection. But one blow from the Blood Earth War King shatters their entire defense. Lussie Tron's horror is palpable. Just one hit knocked down Gongsun Sikas, who had both defensive skills and muscle. "This guy's way too strong." He quickly orders Gongsun Sitsi to revive, then activates a resurrection orb that lasts 10 seconds. Gongsun Tugos wastes no time using it. He sold half his fortune for these 6 orbs, so he better be careful. Gongsun Kud lets out a fierce roar, his stamina rapidly surging back. But just then, the War King's sword swings down again. Lassitron urgently warns him to be cautious. Gongsun Kufa flinches, dodging hastily. The boss sword strikes without hesitation, smashing the ground to pieces. Gongsun Tugasi quickly crawls out of the rubble. Breathing a sigh of relief, he almost got wiped out there. Meanwhile, Tight Engine Sam's forces launch relentless attacks, fire spells, sword strikes, and magic swirling fiercely in the air. But to the boss, it is just an irritating itch. The damage barely registers. Lum and Lassie Tron sense the danger and activate their ultimate skills. Radiant Slash and Beast's Will. As the top-tier fighters they are, their damage soars way beyond the others. Especially Lassie Tron, he starts doubting just how much damage he is actually doing. This has to be the power of a legendary golden weapon. His damage has doubled. He nods to himself, impressed beyond words. Right after, Tight Engine Sam's forces launch a full-scale assault on the boss, unleashing a barrage of skills. Boom! Explosions erupt across the battlefield, fire flaring everywhere. Yet, the boss remains unfazed in the blink of an eye. He uses his ring to shield himself from the blazing inferno. Watching this, Lumjit Hen urgently says, "We need to make every second count. But we have hit a wall here." Lost Tren tells her to stay calm, then calls out to Thapi Tam. Tam shouts for everyone to clear the way. Then, he slams down his siege hammer with all his might. The clash echoes sharply. The boss ring shatters instantly. Seizing the moment, Lassie Tron, Lum Jit, and Gonsun Tosi charge forward together. All 3 unleash their skills simultaneously. Shockwaves of energy relentlessly hammer the boss's position. But then, an unexpected twist. Tight in Jivden Sam's forces scramble to intercept a sudden threat. Too late. The boss unleashes a fiery orb, flames bursting wildly everywhere. Then Thieshi Heging warns everyone to fall back carefully. Lusitron furrows his brow. The flames are so intense even magical attacks are being incinerated. But it is not over yet. The boss flicks his hand again, and the flames start dancing wildly in the air. In an instant, they shape into a fiery shadow of the Hava Long. Seeing this, Lusitron gasps in terror. It is planning to wipe all of them out in one strike. The colossal fire dragon roars, its eyes burning like embers, flames roaring from its mouth. Get close and attack head-on. Pull back and strike from afar, commands the leader decisively. The blazing inferno charges toward the trio. All three spin around and sprint for their lives. As they run, they hear that Tam scream, "Ajo!" Turning back, they see him sprawled on the ground, surrounded by flames. Chemsen quickly calls on Demon Valley Ghost and Fong Sissy Hone, Tifon. Everyone, heal up and restore your status now. But out of nowhere, the Blood Earth War King appears behind them, swinging his blazing red sword toward Chemsen. Demon Valley Ghost senses the danger and shouts, "Boss, watch out!" Just as the red blade is about to strike Chemsen's head, Fong Skahon Tefeng rushes in to block it. Purple and red lights collide, triggering an earth-shaking explosion. The explosion sent a powerful shockwave, flinging everyone far away. 13 cried out in pain, "Mom!" Just one hit and the shockwaves this strong. The skill of the Crimson Blood Warlord was so fierce that all of Chamkan's summons were wiped out. Kept draining. 318, 451, 211, 175. 13 stared wide-eyed, stunned by the sheer power. The boss's fire damage was next level insane. Lanluck's level 50 summon was about to break. Chamkan pulled out a skill card. As long as the Demon General could hold the boss. "We strike." The skill card glowed blue. "Boss's fire is mine now. Wait for my opening," Chamkan said, activating the Gear Enhancement skill. A notification popped up. Gear Enhancement skill activated. Weapon attributes boosted by 200% for 8 seconds. Chamkan's sword turned icy blue. Snowflakes appearing along the blade. Another alert. Rare item Ice Spirit Wild Gold Weapon. Boost user's ice attack by 21%. Meanwhile, the Crimson Blood Warlord was slashing down one of Chamkan's summoned spirits, closing in fast. Fong Sakyuan looked worried. "Senior, be careful. The Demon Valley Prince is right beside you," he shouted. "Boss, get up and fight." Chamkan unleashed the power of the skill card Ice Fury with a power rating of 2145, swinging icy blades straight at the Crimson Blood Warlord's face. Snowflakes and ice chunks slammed into him. He clutched his face in pain. He was encased in ice, staring up at the sky in utter despair. Notification. Skill wall of 100 battles activated. The Demon General lost 90% EP, but gained 90% life steal, 90% attack power, and 189% speed. Seizing the moment, a spirit dashed in and slashed him, dealing 1,112 guppy damage. Spirits kept attacking relentlessly, catching him off guard, but he was not a pushover. Slightly surprised, he countered with a flurry of sword strikes, killing the spirits instantly. Seeing this, Chamkan could not just stand there. He charged straight at him. Ice Demon Blade. Twin Flame Slash. He unleashed back-to-back attacks, chopping off 611, leaving the enemy defenseless. A massive hailstorm crashed down directly on the Crimson Blood Warlord, sending him flying and tumbling to the ground. Info popped up. Armor Breaking Formation skill card reduces target's magic resistance by 50% for 30 seconds, dealing 60 damage. The Crimson Blood Warlord lay sprawled on the rocks, visibly weakened. Circles of multicolored formation magic glowed around him. Skill card info showed again. Armor Breaking Formation cuts target's defense by 50%. Last 30 seconds. Deal 60 damage. Another alert. Debilitating Formation skill card reduces all target attributes by 10%. Last 30 seconds. Value 75 damage. The Crimson Blood Warlord was not down for the count yet. He stirred, golden specks flickering over his body. He slammed his sword into the ground, gritting his teeth in fierce frustration. 13 held 3 skill cards. Eyes wide with panic. Only 30 seconds left. Everyone, hurry up. Fong Sakyuan-tu's gaze hardened with resolve. I am not backing down. She pulled out the Sixfold Thunder God skill card, a purple glow radiating around her. Info popped up. Thunder God skill card. Each card fires 3 lightning bolts, each dealing 80 damage. The skill cards charged up, purple lightning slicing through blue, yellow, and red formation circles, unleashing devastating electric strikes. The strikes hit the Crimson Blood Warlord again and again, draining him in chunks. 852, 852, 852. Then another 852. Chamkan stayed sharp, raising his sword and signaling. Everyone, attack from afar. Boost your attack now. Then Tho Hong Hong got the message and started her assault faith arrow volley. Each arrow glowing a bright blue. The healing Master Duck had jumped in with water flow blade, summoning waves of water. Tinkong Tam Hai also struck. Pointing at her book to cast Ice Needle Barrage, a freezing rain began to fall. The clan leader used fireball magic, fiery orbs shot forward. The spellcaster called the wind, unleashing violent marrow blast, creating a massive swirling vortex. The Crimson Blood Warlord was hammered from all sides, his ape dropping fast. 1756, then 1418, then 1113. The assault showed no signs of stopping. He took hits from every direction. HP down by 871, then 811, 118. 138, and 518 after the barrage. The boss health was down to just 16,501. Everyone watched in stunned disbelief. Whispering in all the last attack worked. Just one more hit and the boss would be done for. Introducing the Greedy Wolf King skill. Boosts attack speed and movement speed by 25% for 3 minutes. But this guy was not out of the fight yet. He raised his sword swiftly, a fiery red glow igniting along the blade. He slammed the sword into the ground. Sparks flying. Everyone on alert, watch out. His eyes flashed golden, like blooming red spider lilies. And suddenly the group was surrounded by ominous red circles. They scrambled into defense. Flames erupted from beneath the feet of the warriors and the Phantom County scouts. Bursting into unnatural flames, the warrior shouted, "Get out of the way!" Now, the Earthblood Warlord's fiery blaze seemed unstoppable. He roared in triumph. Haha! Notifications popped up one after another. Player Beloved Nightbro has died. Player Voidless Sea has died. Spirit General is dead. That Tam looked terrified. But at that moment, Chamkan, Tula, and Fong Sak Hoen Tu appeared, rushing forward to shield Dap Tam. Chamkan ordered Dap Tam to revive the others. Dap Tam nodded in agreement as Chamkan charged ahead, brandishing the skill card for the Ambush King. The Ambush King skill card boosts player attack speed by 25%, movement speed by 25%. Lasting for 3 minutes, Chamkan activated the Ambush King skill, charging like an arrow with a hammer gripped tightly in his hands. Watch this! He roared, smashing straight into the enemy, who bled out instantly. HP down by 918. The warlord's arm was cleaved in half, blood spraying everywhere. He howled in pain, clutching his severed limb with the other hand. Notifications. Player Beloved Nightbro revived. Player Voidless Sea revived. The warrior brimmed with confidence. Victory's close. Summon the final pet and unleash the last storm attack. Everyone revived surged forward to strike the boss's body. Leading the charge was the warrior, followed closely by the Phantom County Scouts and Spirit Valley Sun, with a few others rushing in to join the assault. The trio warrior, Spirit Valley Sun, and the scout unleashed a combo, a blazing sword slash, a radiant fire strike, and a dazzling light burst, sending the boss staggering. After that powerful coordinated strike, the boss AP dropped to a mere 9,787. He sank to the ground, teeth clenched in agony, but he was not ready to quit. His eyes suddenly shot out a golden aura. The Corpse Legion, a fireball appeared, and the trio had no clue what it was. The warrior was equally surprised by this skill. This dude's a freak. Who knew he could even heal? The undead soldiers began regenerating health just like the warrior's crew, except they glowed ominously red, looking downright savage. One flexed his muscles and shouted, "Kill!" Even the mages were regenerating the same way. They charged at the warrior's group on command, and he quickly ordered his team, "Split the battlefield. I will hold back the 2 strongest clones. You lead the fastest and clear the field." The Phantom County Scout responded, "Got it. Watch me." She swung her sword, a golden glow bursting from the blade. Her strike was blinding, slicing through the clones and knocking their AP down instantly. 174, 112, 147. Meanwhile, the warrior was locked in combat with his own clone and the scout's clone. His strikes left them shocked and stunned. The clones quickly retreated to dodge his attacks. While he fought and pondered what exactly sets these copies apart from the originals, the scout's clone unleashed a fiery, radiant slash, while the warrior's clone swung a fiery sickle. They both charged at him. Watching their moves, he realized they both had a hatred aura. Seems like their powers were just restored copies without any real will. So the warrior dodged to the side. "I am dodging," and the 2 clones' swings missed as they lunged forward. The clone spun around. The scout's clone flipped and stabbed at the warrior, who quickly raised his sword to block. The scout's clone did not hesitate. He flew forward like a dart. The warrior was caught off guard. "One clone. Take down one first, then talk," he muttered. Despite being copies, the restored bodies were even stronger than the originals. The clone keeps attacking relentlessly, leaving Chamkan barely enough time to defend and counterattack. Suddenly, Chamkan's clone lifts his sword and charges at him, aiming for a head strike. Cham can't do much, he just slides backward to dodge. That was way too close. Out of nowhere, Fongsak Huan Tong's clone stabs him from behind, dropping his AP by 118. Chamkin's clone quickly swings again, hitting him for another 234 GP damage, taking 2 hits right in the gut. Chamkin collapses, groaning. So this is what it feels like to get beat up by someone else. Gross. Suddenly, something lights up on the other side, first a golden glow, then a blue one. Chamkin wonders what it could be. Could that be? It turns out the Earth Blood War King is healing, gaining 20, repeatedly 20, then another 20. And again, his ape shoots up to 9,880. Seeing this, Chamkin knows the situation just went south. Fongsak Huan Tong standing nearby is worried too. The boss is healing. They can't hold back anymore. The boss may only heal small amounts continuously, but those small heals add up fast. Troubles are brewing as the clones charge toward the two, shouting, "Kill!" in a flash. Chamkin and Fongsak Huan Tong are surrounded by clones, forced to back up against each other to defend. An alert pops up. The boss just healed and is back in action with 1,443 AP. Player Vay Tongue has died. Hearing this, Chamkin and Fongsak Huan Tong are stunned. While fighting clones, Chamkin suggests, "We need a quick win. We are outnumbered. And the boss healing won't be huge if we finish fast. That is our only shot at beating Truck Long." Fongsak Huan Tong agrees. "Hang in there, Senior." Hearing this, they glance at Thap Tam, who is ready. "Senior, that Tam. Resurrect Vay Tongue. Mage, go all out with ice magic." Thap Tam. Understood. Chamkin is still desperately blocking the clone attacks. He thinks to himself, "I have to move faster. Only speed can earn the hero's badge. Beat Truck Long and overcome Truck and Lone." He takes off flying, violet light flashing continuously. But it is still not enough. He needs to be faster. Charging at his own clone, he slashes twice, but the clone blocks both hits. Not enough. Chamkin stops. Still no solution to handle them. Suddenly, he grabs his head in pain. The two clones standing there look confused. Chamkin shouts, "My head hurts so bad." Thap Tam, fighting nearby, hears the scream and turns toward him. Alarmed, Thap Tam freezes in shock. Chamkin's clone just swung a flaming short blade, slashing his shoulder. Chamkin weakly collapses. Calling out, "Thap Tam, there is an alert. Player Chichkich Chamsa has died." Thap Tam panics and tries to rush to Chamkin but fails to notice his own clone sneaking an attack from behind. Luckily, Fongsak Huan Tong arrives just in time, slicing the clone away. She yells, "Senior, revive him." Reliable Senior. Thap Tam's face brightens like he just escaped death. The notification board flashes. Omut. Chamkin stands up as if resurrected, surrounded by a violet glow. His heartbeat returns. But this resurrection feels different. He seems stronger now. Chamkin's clone lunges to strike, but freezes mid-attack, mouth agape in shock. Chamkin unleashes a rapid strike with a straight slash, catching the clone off guard. The clone shatters into pieces, head flying off, legs kicked away. Sword hand severed. After finishing off the clone, Chamkin rubs his sword. That was close. He looks at his reflection on the blade, softly saying, "Finally, Fongsak Huan Tong watches, curious. Why do I feel like Senior stronger after resurrection? His speed was insane just now." Thap Tam wipes tears, not from weakness but from a quiet smile. It is not just strength. The war god Lakshan has returned. The old slowpoke is gone. Taking advantage of the war god's comeback, Chamkin immediately charges toward the Earth Blood War King. Something on the boss' head was burning, forcing him to clutch it in pain. A red warning sign flashed across the screen. A glowing orb hovered above the boss' head, splitting his skull in two as blood began to pour out, while it drained his energy relentlessly. The Blood War King entered a berserk state, taking fiery damage around him. At that moment, Chamkin's sword blocked the boss's strike. Chamkin's power exploded, attack up by 25%, speed boosted by 20%, but defense dropped by 20%. He kept hitting the Blood War King, chipping away at his CP 216 now, then 228. The boss looked drained, raising both hands weakly to defend. The incoming attacks kept slashing his dwindling blood, up now 441, then 412, 428, 431, though still standing tall. This was the boss's strongest form. Fongsak Huan Tong and Kwai Kok Tu rushed in for backup. She glanced at Kwai Kok Tu, telling him, "Speed boost only 20%. That is all we have got. Battle power now 4,000. The Blood War King staggered from the hit, barely recovering before Thap Tam and Kwai Kok Tu charged in like a pack. Thap Tam unleashed his crushing blow, Kwai Kok 2 smashed down with his Demon God's strike direct hits on the boss drained his EP from 418 to 311. Chamkin charged forward, but unfortunately missed. The boss EP was down to 2,917, and he eyed the approaching enemies calculatingly from behind. Suddenly, he spun around, sword in hand, counterattacking Chamkin. Chamkin stared him down, face steady, not a hint of fear, with Fon Tin Thiam Thuok active and power at 2,917. Chamkin landed several brutal hits to the boss's belly, who could only scream in pain. Notification popped up. Player sacrifices 50% of their FP to deal 10% max P damage to the enemy. Another alert. Hero is tier. And one more, I am here. Fongsak Huan Tong, Thap Tam, Tua, and the mage squad were overjoyed at the scene. Victory was theirs. Everyone grinned ear to ear. Chamkin stood right at the boss's side, sword raised high in triumph. Then suddenly, the boss' body burst into flames. The Blood War King's head split clean in two, releasing a flood of glowing orbs. Chamkin was puzzled. Was there a secret hidden within the chaos? Then he shouted, "That is definitely Hero's tier. Jackpot! Everyone grab your loot." Those behind heard and rushed forward to claim their rewards. Chamkin caught a huge, glowing red orb. He held it up high. It radiated a blinding light. Someone in the group urged him, "Quick! Check inside for Hero's tier." The loot shimmered. A golden token appeared brilliantly in Chamkin's hand. Fongsak Huan Tong, mesmerized, reached out to grab it. Item info. Chamkin handed the token to Fongsak Huan Tong. She immediately raised it high, shouting, "Big prize! Hero's tier." Its glow captivated everyone's attention. Scene shifts to an ancient house. Notification. Guild leaders with over 100 members can use Hero's token to officially form a guild and claim rewards. Hero's token. Move fast. Fongsak Huan Tong, Thap Tam, and Chamkin stood before the house. Fongsak quickly used the Hero's token. The snowy guild leader of the Silver Amulet Guild did the same. Thap Tam flexed, grinning. "Hell yeah. This is hype." Chamkin behind me's like, "Damn, this is faster than the epic war between the dragon and capital gods." Then Chamkin shouted, "No doubt. I am the real Maveep this time." Thap Tam chimed in, showing off his muscles and laughing loudly. "Haha!" Fongsak Huan Tong covered her face in embarrassment, mortified by these two wild guys. Scene cuts to the Red Zone, the Demonic Abyss. World announcement. At 2:29 on September 1st, 2035. In country. Player Chuck and Lone officially founded the second guild of Z, the Heavenly Sect Guild of Chuck Long. "Damn it!" A red-gloved man seethed in anger, while his minions hung their heads low. "We ended up second." Another spoke up. "Silver Amulet. What guild is that? Never heard of it in the Hall of Fame." "A nobody." He sneered, pulling up the info board on Silver Amulet while questioning the guy. A long-haired blonde guy answered, "Tight NM is the third strongest guild in the Phi Bing zone, with only about 100 members. This blonde dude is Leet Fong." He continued explaining, "Trek Long Guild. Their leader Fong Hai and Tifeng is a top-tier master. Also in Phi Bing, there is another ace, Trick Kuch Tremexa, who is closely connected. This time, it is the two of them leading the charge. Fong Hai, Tikung, Tret Kuch Tremse, and Tai Inen." Lit Fong glanced down at the crowd below. Their faces darkened. Ever since their soul sword was nerfed, Trek Long had never lost a fight. He smirked and muttered, "Trek Long Guild. Trek-ass chaos." Then he grinned wide and raised his hands. "But this time, we are only second place." The crowd below pumped their fists, shouting, "Ing then, take down Tight Nininem. Trek Long is the strongest." Cut to a wild jungle area where Min Guite was hugging guild leader Lei Thay, net firing in shock. Trek Long had been knocked down to second place. "Haha! After 2 years. Finally a guild that can put Trixie Long in check," boomed guild leader Lai Thi Nutfo. Min Guite chimed in, "Thought we would just be boss rushing, but who knew Trek Kuch Tremebsa would help us defend twice?" Net Fighting cheerfully replied, "The first hero's order has been claimed, but there is still the second one up for grabs. The third one, that showdown with Yi Bi Kung Long, will be even crazier. We gotta be ready." Min Guide asked, "The second hero's order 1 TB as wild and insane as the first one, right? Tret Kuch Trememsai would not just ignore us again, would she? That girl's still determined we can give it another shot." Cut to Kung Long AQ. In Long Hundin Ha's office he was raging, yelling wildly, "Damn it! How the hell did a bunch of nobodies let Tight Engen and snatch the hero's order?" Not knowing who to blame, he kicked the table over. Kung Long S full of dead weight. Furious and dumbfounded, he clutched his leg and sobbed, grinding his teeth. "I need to recruit some new blood." Meanwhile, Bithenio was furiously punching trees, cursing. Damn these useless boss rushers. Kim Cha-nam could not even protect us, what a mess. That hero's order should be been ours. We are supposed to be the top guild. He punched a tree so hard it split in half. Tret kai Triumphant. You are gonna pay for this. His black-clad underling was startled. Whispering reports. Boss. Tret Kitremexa usually operates solo, with some seriously freaky moves. Switch to Fru Bang City. Someone's voice echoed. We need to plan this out carefully. A news bulletin appeared. World announcement: the second guild, Treks Long of Z Country, gains an additional 20% physical resistance for all members. Everyone listening was stunned. Tight Engenem had just become the top guild in Z Country's region. Faces were pale with disbelief. This was not just beating the strongest guild, Trekkie Long. It was total domination. The influence was off the charts. The first guild's boost was insane, 50% extra attribute points. And it applied to 2 categories. Everyone raised their hands, cheering. Why bother with that Kun Long guild or Reich of BB? Tight NM is the real deal. Meanwhile, Thup Tam was clutching a bag stuffed with gold coins. Eyes sparkling with a big grin. High-quality demon essence stones, no wonder it is a level 70 boss. Even the rings and jewelry were platinum grade. The mages behind him were laughing happily. You nailed it, brother. More announcements kept popping up. The loot was massive, 500 gold coins. A fortune. Item info. Platinum grade gear from the Underworld King's Realm. Adds 150 GP. Kufifzi lifted his spear. Attack speed plus 15. Luck plus 4. Feng Sehai and Hefeng could not hide her joy. Smiling as she eyed her sword, each attack had a chance to trigger a fiery effect. Item details showed a golden light sword. Attack 125, 160. Plus 30 strength. Plus 250 GP. With bonus fire and light attack attributes. Attacks with dual fire and light attributes could cause double damage storms. Usable at level 50, a bulletin flashed. Platinum grade earrings of the Underworld King's consort. Feng Sakyuan-tu turned to Luk Tran and said, Senior, Suyin Sek sincerely invites you to join us once again. Luk Tran's health had just increased by 100. After hearing her offer, he scratched his head. A clearly conflicted Feng Sakyuan-tu continued. I get why you hesitate, you have your own goals. Before, we all helped each other out. Join us, and the entire Xu Yin Lake Guild will have your back. Luk Tran was silent, deep in thought. Hesitant. Well, she pressed on. You have not given up yet. I understand what worries you. Once you join Xu Yin sect, you will have the freedom to lead the blood color mercenaries. Senior, you have led the strongest guild before. You have the experience. Xu Yin Lake just became the top guild, but it still needs your leadership to truly shine. That Tam spoke up. He is the boss of the blood color mercs. We follow him. Kwai Kok Tu agrees too. Wherever the boss goes, we go. Transao was visibly moved. Behind them, Dap Tam and Kwai Kok Tu clinked fists in celebration. This was a done deal. Then Luk Tran finally spoke. Blood color mercenaries request to join Xu Yin sect. Hoping the guild leader will approve. Scene shift to the guild city. Transao was training in the arena. His sparring partner was Feng Sakyuan-tu. Luk Tran launched a shadow strike and flew toward her. She gripped her sword tight, her expression deadly serious. He teased her. You are too distracted. Not focused ever since I could beat you. She swung her sword with fierce precision. The power behind it was intense, but she did not actually strike Luk Tran. He dodged swiftly, leaving her stunned and confused. He told her, beating me once is not enough. She spun around. Baffled? What? She charged again but never landed a hit. Luk Tran's speed was too fast. Her eyes could not track his moves clearly. Taking advantage, Luk Tran counterattacked. But this move was useless. She raised her dagger just in time to block. Still, she paused her assault, one hand on her sword, the other on her dagger, clearly plotting her next move. Suddenly, she unleashed 4 rapid strikes toward Luk Tran, but he dodged every single slash at lightning speed. She was shocked by his skill. No way! How can he dodge my attacks so close up? The moment she hesitated, Luk Tran surged forward, his sword glowing with a terrifying red energy. She could only stand frozen, taking the hit. His blade sliced close to her shoulder. She gasped, this is it. The training ended. She admitted defeat. I lost? I always thought Senior was strong, but now I have truly seen it with my own eyes. She tossed Luk Tran a token. Senior, this is the token I got for beating the boss earlier. I had some offline stuff to handle first. Item info. Luk Tran held the token, which glowed with energy. It was a golden soul seal equipment. Seeing it reminded him of her face. Plus, they stared at each other in stunned silence. The mage's luck skyrocketed by 6. And Luk Tran's lifesteal boosted by 5%. Mage Hong Hong was shocked seeing Luk Tran wield the golden seal, a dark attribute artifact. Every stat perfectly suited him. Finally, I am feeling it no more sluggishness. It is all gone. He scratched his face. Realizing he had truly recovered, Hong Hong was pretty surprised to see him outside the arena. She asked, Zenji? Big Bro Zanji is finally out here. Where the heck have you been? Scene shift. Min Gayat and her friend seemed to be in trouble. A message popped up. I gotta go offline now. Something urgent came up. What is happening? Guild leader Nat Feng reported. Our team got ambushed by the DZB again. This is the 10th time. Net Fujin was furious. Every time the DE waited there, they would turn tail when the rescue squad showed up. Seems like we were not the ones they were after. A message arrived. Because I am the one the DZB's waiting for. You guys should not get involved. Bathian Dao frowned. If anyone's to blame, it is you idiots for running missions with the tight Ingen M crew. You brought this on yourselves. Guild leader Nat Feng sneered. Can T beat the top guild's leader? So you throw your low-level members at us in a fit. What a joke. Bathian Dao snapped. Clearly hit where it hurts. And charged in. You are asking for death? Net Fudging knew he could not match him. So he raised his shield to block the blows. Suddenly, a boot flew straight into Bathian Dao's face. The kick sent him flying, crashing down hard, and his minions were blasted away by the force. It was Zenji. He signaled two girls to fall back behind him, looking fierce. He shouted, Bathian Dao, you worthless scum? The DGB keep crossing the line and stepping on my principles again and again, despite bleeding from the kick. Bathian Dao mocked. Zenji? Finally not just your lackey anymore. Huh. Before he could finish, his brow furrowed, something clicked. Zenji moved like a bullet, tearing through the DEBS minions. One guy got slammed to the ground so hard he could not move. Screaming, Boss, boss, Bathian Dao ground his teeth in rage. Still cocky, Bathian Dao said. Last time, Zenji's sneak attack worked, but this time, he will die right here. His henchmen closed in, surrounding Zenji. A green spear wielder tried to ambush Zenji, but he caught the spear tight, immobilizing him, then sliced through, sending the guy's head flying. Another enemy appeared behind him, but there was no way to hit Zenji like a bird. Zenji took flight, slicing through enemies one by one before they could react. One guy froze mid-attack, stunned stiff like he had been glued in place. Net Fujin watched, feeling this fight was oddly familiar. He asked Mingayat. The Zenji's moves and timing feel so familiar. Mingayat agreed. Yeah, way too familiar. Suddenly, she yelled, Watch out! Huge ice blocks and boulders are falling towards Zenji, but Zenji took it all in stride, darting through the chaos to take down each enemy. Suddenly, an archer appeared, unleashing a volley. Arrows rained down on Zenji. He looked up, eyes locked on the deadly hail of arrows. Then he smoothly weaved through them, dodging every shot, his gaze fixing on the enemy lines. The henchmen gaped in terror, mouths wide open. Dudes flying in like a tornado. They are toast in a flash. He would taken out most of the DDB. Only one was left. Bathian Dao screamed in rage, sending rocks flying. Zenji looked at him and asked, Done talking? Got any last words? Bathian Dao clenched his teeth, thinking, what just happened? Did all their war gods just get wiped out? Clenching his fists, Han's face darkened. Why is it always Zenji? Han roared. You stole our boss, our hero orders, and our top guild status. I want to stand for this. The Ice Queen in our territory dares to call herself second best, but no one else dares to say they are first. You boldly threw shade right in my face during the live stream. Who do you think you are? What makes you think you can pull that off? Han drew his sword and slashed straight at Chamsa. I want you dead. Chamsa easily sidestepped Han's strike. Then he countered. Based on what? Before Chamsa could finish, Han cut him off. Based on you being weak. Han swung his sword again. Chamsa dodged and snapped back. Shut your mouth. Han's eyes burned red with anger. Chamsa raised his blade. His words a declaration. Revenge and cunning are not weaknesses. They are the cold, hard truth. If you are weak, you train harder. The strong devour the weak. If you lose, you accept it. But then Chamsa struck Han with a surprise move. He continued, Harm my friend, and blood debt must be paid in blood. Looks like you are done for. Bathian Dao. Nahatfeng was stunned by those words, exclaiming, That line, she called out, stepping closer to him. Transang heard her but stayed silent, disbelief written all over his face that someone recognized him. Suddenly, Nahatfeng grabbed his hand tightly. She asked, Are you Lak Chan? He played dumb, pretending not to know. Nahatfeng, the guild leader, said, Only Lak Chan would pull off those moves and say those words. Transang turned to her, asking, Is that right? Is that right? Then he pointed to himself. You really think I'm Lak Chan? Haha, that is awesome. He grabbed her hand with a grateful look. Lak Chan is my idol. I have been mimicking him for so long. And you are the first to say I am like him. Nahat Fong was left speechless. She stepped back while Min and Gayat came forward to hold her hand. Chiam, Nahat Fuang bowed shyly. Sorry. I was mistaken. You really do look just like Lak Chan. Thank you for helping us this time, quickly replied. No need to thank me. Anyway, you guys got caught up in the Snowbank feud and the Ice Queen-S fight. Then he glanced at the wounded members of the Ice Queen-S faction. The Ice Queen's crew is about to revive Better Scatter. Nahat Fuang nodded. Got it. He looked down at Pathian Dao lying on the ground and warned. Remember my words. If you mess with the Snowbank or the Soul Dream Sword again, I will hunt you down. What'd I say? I do. Two of Nahat Fuang's underlings looked at him with awe. Chiam, you are so badass. Pure boss energy. Chiam's ridiculously strong one guy taking on 5 main fighters from the Ice Queen's crew. Of course. Chiam's ranked number 1 on the heavenly leaderboard now. They watched his retreating back in admiration. One asked. Chiam, do you have time later? Can you help us level up? He politely declined. Sorry. Alplight's got some stuff to handle. I'm heading out now. Scene shifts to Lak Tran's office. He is lying on the bed, hand on his forehead. Deep in thought. Boss, I really want to tell her I am Lak Tran. Tell her I am still alive. Crying and laughing with her. Together, we will bring the Soul Dream Sword back to its peak. He stared at his hand and sighed, talking to his hand. Damn. Looking like a freak and still wanting to see her. Then he lowered his hand to cover one eye. I am fine being alone. The phone rang. Someone was calling. On the other end, a voice responded. I am Odamun Gayat. I know you are Lak Tran. I will be waiting for you at the Heart's Desire Cafe before noon. Lak Tran jolted awake, yelling hello. Hello? But the line went dead. He sighed. What has to happen? Will happen. At noon in the Heart's Desire Cafe, Lak Tran sat chatting with a girl. She warned him. Don't look around anymore. This is just between the two of us. He replied. It is my first time at this fancy cafe. I am just curious. I ordered you an Americano. Hope you like it. He answered. The coffee's worth it. Very good. The girl was from Gigi's company. She looked at him and said, Coming to see me means you admit you are Lak Tran. You held your coffee cup and simply replied. General Than. I am complying. She took a sip of her coffee and picked up where you left off. Ms. Dung Min Ye. You immediately asked her. Min Nguite. How did you recognize me? Question caught her completely off guard. Without hesitation, she answered. Don't forget. Ivy top brass at J's? Ivy's even the CEO of the Asia division. She took another sip of coffee before continuing. Do you really think your story from yesterday could fool us? Min Gayat set down her cup. And you ask? So she already knows now. She replied. You are seriously overthinking. If Ivy knew, why would only I be here today? Right then. You slid a stack of documents over to her. She asked. So what is the secret you are hiding that made you fake your death to escape us? Min Gayat read through the papers. Her eyes wide with shock. Speechless for a moment, you explained. This is my medical report. Take a look. She threw the papers down on the table. You are delusional. You quickly rolled up your sleeve to show her the red rash spreading over your skin as you explained. It is... Honestly, I can't even call myself alive right now. Have you ever seen a living person covered in rashes like this? Min Gayat was stunned. She grabbed your arm and tried wiping off the rash. Thinking you were playing a trick, but it would not come off, you kept explaining. Now I have to get regular injections just to stay alive. That is why I had to fake my death with the boss. Min Nguite pressed her hand to her forehead, deep in thought. You know what? When Ivy thought you were dead, she spiraled into self-blame and almost developed a psychological disorder. Every night she had to rely on sleeping pills. Her wish for you, to bring the Sword of Dreams back to its prime, became an obsession. You listened quietly. Troubled. The boss, Min Gayat advised. That is not fair to her. You need to come with me to see her. Whatever's hard, we can face it together. Meanwhile, 2 people behind you overheard the whole conversation. They looked genuinely worried about you. You simply replied, I know, but I am in pain too. I want to see the boss. But I do not know when I will die. Should I let her see me die again? Min Gayat seemed to realize something. She eyed a blonde guy who was carrying coffee and talking on the phone. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned tense. Lushtron and Mingat both lowered their heads. The blonde guy carrying coffee approached the 2 eavesdroppers, as if delivering some intel. Leslie Tren spoke up. Min Nguite. Just pretend I am dead and keep this secret for me. Will you? She kept her head down. Deep in thought, she gripped her coffee cup tightly and finally agreed. All right. I will keep my word. Min Nguite. The real life stuff is mostly on you to take care of the boss. In the game. I will do my best to bring the Sword of Dreams back to glory. Thanks. That helps a lot. But you are officially part of the Snow Mist sect now, right? So what is your deal with Feng Eska Hein Ti Feng? You answered. I am only a temporary member of Snow Mist sect. But the image of Yijit grabbing your arm and laughing happily popped into your head, confirmed. Feng Shihon Tifeng, and I just have a standard alliance. Nothing more. Mun Nguite looked skeptical. Really? Just a basic alliance. Leslie Tron stayed silent. Offering no further explanation, cut to the game deep in the TL land forest. Leslie Tron was fighting a wild Durian's Exga. As he fought, he wondered what kind of relationship Min had with Jit Jit. Was it just an alliance? Then he stabbed his sword straight into the Du Ri's head. The enemy winced in pain but confirmed. Yeah, we are just allies. A notification popped up. World announcement player Feng Sucha Hein Tefeng has leveled up to 53 and ascended to the top tier of the heavenly rankings, ambushed by a sneak attack. Lushtron quickly blocked an arrow aimed at Min's head. He realized Min was attacked from afar, but could not see who did it. Leslie Tron spun around to locate the attacker. Sensing someone charging straight at him, the attacker wore a cloak and had glowing red eyes, rushing wildly toward Leslie Tron, swinging his sword relentlessly. Seeing the enemy's appearance, Les Tron guessed it was a warrior. Despite the relentless assault, he dodged every strike. Just as he was about to land, 2 arrows suddenly shot right at Lefetron. After dodging those 2 arrows, Luxtran realized this place was not just filled with soldiers, it also had archers. Scanning the distance, Luxtran saw a shadowy figure. It was Impious, the top commander of the Bloodstorm Legion. Tayet Vay. She was already drawing her bow, aiming straight at Luktran. The soldier who just attacked Luktran was the first captain of the Dark Guard from the Bloodstorm Legion. Lun Lak. He appeared behind Luktran, ready to strike him down. Luktran pleaded with them to stop and wait. He tried to explain they were all on the same side. He was from the Night Spirit faction too, but they did not back down. The attacker kept coming, though luckily Luktran dodged and walked away unscathed. Watching his enemy's sword speed, Luktran was unimpressed. This guy clearly ignored everything others said. The attacker lunged at Luktran like a hunter smelling prey, swinging his blade from above, but Luktran raised his sword just in time to block. At this moment, he knew if he did not fight back, death was inevitable. Luktran gathered his strength and counterattacked. He swung hard, aiming right at his foe, but the enemy dodged that deadly strike. Luktran could not believe his eyes. This guy who dodged everything so easily was something else. The enemy raised his sword and sneered, calling Luktran a lowly Night Spirit scum before charging to take his life. For the next 3 strikes, Luktran tried to dodge, but the speed just kept ramping up. Soon, he felt overwhelmed, unable to evade anymore. Realizing he could not dodge, Luktran readied a counterattack, but just as he swung his sword, 2 arrows suddenly appeared right behind him. By the time he noticed the arrows aimed at him, it was already too late to dodge. Luktran could not predict which way both arrows would fly. Outside, there was an archer. In front, a warrior. Luktran knew this warrior was way stronger than him, and the archer was no less always ready for battle as the Legion captain's top marksman. The warrior swung his sword at Luktran, knowing he did not stand a chance. Luktran was at a loss for what to do. Luktran realized there was no point in reasoning with the enemy. They would not listen, and even if he fought or not, the outcome was already clear. Still, he decided to go all in. Both charged without giving an inch, swords clashing fiercely. It was like a deadly showdown. If one survived, the other was doomed. Suddenly, the warrior winced in pain, feeling a sharp sting. Turns out, Luktran's strike had actually wounded him. Seeing her comrade hurt, the archer shouted out, "Lin Lak." Meanwhile, Luktran's sword of purity seemed possessed, aiming to kill Lin Lak without needing his command. Luckily, Luktran regained control and shouted for the sword to stop immediately. When the sword finally stilled, Luktran took a breath. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, Lin Lak would have been toast. Tayet V, watching the chaos unfold, slowly lowered her weapon. Sensing something off, she was shocked that this wild spirit would risk injury, and that Luktran even recalled his sword. Luktran glanced at Tayet V, and only now did she believe he was not one of those ruthless wild spirits from Hanbang Port. But before she could reach him, she suddenly collapsed with a thud, leaving Luktran baffled. Luktran stood there, speechless, watching 2 people who could be killed him at any moment fall so easily like that. Perfectly round, delicious loaf of bread appeared. No way it could compare to the Vietnamese bread he knew. After hearing their explanation, Luktran learned they were the ones who turned him into a man-eating wild spirit of Hanbang Port. But he did not blame them. Luktran admitted he was from Hanbang Port, yet he never fed on human flesh, and those savage wildlings were long dead. Tayadvai apologized for their misunderstanding, surprised to find someone good-hearted in Hanbang Port. Meanwhile, Lin Lak was devouring the bread Luktran had given him. After finishing, Lin Lak told Luxtran this bread was magical, just one bite restored 50 hunger points. Luxtran confidently claimed his bread had the best flavor around. Lin Lak agreed, saying it was way better than the Blood Warrior Legion's emergency rations, and asked where he got them. Luxtran kept the secret, saying it was classified. He also could not understand why they had rations but still got so hungry they passed out. Lin Lak did not hesitate. He said it was because Han Bang Port's people secretly burned their food supplies. That is why this time they went out just to find food. Luxtran was stunned by Lin Lak's answer, while Luxtran was still processing. Both of them seemed to regain their strength after eating the bread. Vay explained the long-standing feud with Han Bang Port. It was a story too old to ignore. Their legion needed huge amounts of food now. She asked how much bread Luxtran still had on him. Luxtran casually said his bread supply was endless no matter how much they wanted. They could have it, hearing about an infinite food source. Vay and Lin Lak were equal parts thrilled and skeptical. But Luxtran was not giving it away for free. He said he would wait to see how sincere they really were first. Vay agreed that as long as La Citron supplies the bread, the price is totally up to him. Hearing that, La Citron thought, a Legion commander of the Bloodstorm Legion and a Royal Guard captain, both big fish. If I do not bring them in, then I am not really La Citron. When Luxtran heard Vay's price, his eyes gleamed with dollar signs. The first part said deal, but the second part came with a tiny little request. Without hesitation, Luxtran dropped a list longer than a New Year's prayer, leaving Vay and Lin left stunned, but he said this was just the starter pack. Reading the demands felt like a punch to Lin Lefetzi's eyes, and made Vay break out in a cold sweat. But still, she said La Citron was way too polite. The system announced the escort mission for level rations players who unlock the War Chariot escort get priority to escort the Bloodstorm Legion tomorrow. 1,000 bread portions earned a double skill book, golden weapons from Hum Province, and 2 grand festival resource packs, special resource packs, gem packs, wood resource packs, and a treasure trove worth 200 gold coins appeared. A mountain of delicious, perfectly round breads emerged from the oven. La Citron's girl really knows her stuff. Each oven batch churned out soft, fragrant bread like magic. Luxtran confidently credited all those tasty loaves to the expert guidance from TM9. Tam Nian felt proud too, being the only kid in the village qualified as a trainee purification pastor. La Citron gave a double thumbs up, thinking, that is awesome. The girl excitedly dreamed about becoming a pastor someday so she could heal her mother's illness. Plus, she could help many sick or injured people on adventures. La Citron ruffled her hair and promised they would chase that dream together. Once she is a pastor, they would explore the world side by side. Tam Nian beamed and wholeheartedly accepted La Citron's invitation, sealing it with a pinky promise. La Citron's system notified him he would successfully accepted the promise mission. Seeing the notice, La Citron realized he would hit SSS-Rank on this quest, helping the young Tam Nian become a pastor in the Silver Moon Alliance. He never expected Team In to hand him an SS-level mission, although Luxtran suspected PPM Hein was unusual before. This time he would triggered a top-tier secret mission from the Heavenly Sect world. Tam Nian eagerly asked if Luxtran would accompany her to the church to receive her ordination. Suddenly, a light flashed above La Citron's head. He was surprised to get a new mission so quickly. The system updated. In the promised mission, after half an hour at the Radiant Church, witnessing Tam Nian's ordination to pastor would complete the mission and unlock a mysterious reward. After reading the mission, La Citron agreed to go with Tam Nian, making her overjoyed, yet a sneaky sense of unease crept over him. After all, he was a shadow spirit walking into the Radiant Church. It felt like a one-way ticket to death. At the Radiant Church in Kalich Town, Tam Hein and Luxtran arrived in no time. Seeing the heavy security, La Citron thought, I'm screwed. With defenses this strong, I do not know if I should fight or just sneak past. Meanwhile, the system announced the Sacred Light Shield Radiant Goddess defense spell activated by a gust of wind. The Sacred Light Shield blocks attacks from shadow creatures below level 70 for 3 seconds and instantly kills all shadow creatures under level 60. The system also provided info on the Saka camouflage mask. Sakate's patrol investigators use the mask to disguise themselves as dry goods traders, perfectly blending into human camps. La Citron said to the mask, it is all on you now. Tam Nian grabbed La Citron's hand and pulled him through the security, since nothing happened to them. La Citron knew the mask was working, but before he could celebrate, La Citron sensed something was off. Turns out, the radiant energy was too strong. The Sakak's mask cracked. After 3 minutes, it would break completely, and all the players' dark energy would be wiped by the Sacred Light spell. After the system's warning, La Citron could not believe the mask lasted only 3 minutes, but he quickly pulled himself together. In these next 3 minutes, the priority is clear. Complete the witnessing task, and get the Pope out of there immediately. The system starts the countdown with 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 9.98 seconds remaining. Both of them enter the cathedral. Tam Nian rushes to the head priest, Jia, telling him she is ready to receive at the ceremony. Seeing Tam Nian, head priest Jia says he will prepare the ritual tools. He explains they will start the purification in half an hour, so he needs to get a lot of things ready during this time. But Luck Tran does not have that luxury of time. Hearing this, he immediately scrambles to figure out a way. Luck Tran runs up to the priest and asks what tools are needed so he can help. The kind-hearted priest smiles and asks if he is Tam Nian's guardian. The priest believes Luck Tran is sincere and kind-hearted, saying it is rare to find someone as good as him these days. Luck Tran keeps a calm exterior, but inside he is burning with anxiety. He tells the priest that is exactly who he is, and he is here to help, so let him assist in finishing the preparations quickly and completing the purification ceremony, though inside he is silently screaming, "Hurry up already." The time now reads 2 hours, 20.37 seconds left. The priest begins listing what is needed. Fresh willow branches behind the cathedral, but they have to be just sprouting, not too young, not too old. Like lightning, Luck Tran appears behind the cathedral, snatching the willow branches. Next, they need a cup of holy water, specifically sacred holy water blessed by the goddess herself for maximum purification power. Luck Tran rushes to fetch the sacred cup. There is more. An ancient scripture from the old shelf must be handled with care, as it is a priceless relic older than the cathedral itself. Compared to the church, that book is ancient, so it must be treated delicately. But judging by Luck Tran's actions, delicate is not exactly his style. The system announces 2 hours, 0 minutes, and 41 seconds left. In just over 20 seconds, Lux Tran has gathered all the items the priest said would take 30 minutes to prepare. Lux Tran hands over all the items to the priest and urges him to start the ritual right away. The priest begins the ceremony, reading from the ancient book of the great goddess, guiding this lost lamb to embrace the radiant glory that will make her the goddess' most faithful follower. From them to them, this lost lamb will join them just as they joined them. With 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 18 seconds left, the priest seems unaware that if he drags this out, Love Tran's life might be on the line. Yet, he calmly reads through the entire ancient tome. Meanwhile, Lux Tran is screaming silently in his mind, begging for mercy and pleading for the priest to speed it up. When only 14 seconds remain, the priest and Tam Nian seem close to finishing the ritual, both praising the goddess aloud. The system keeps announcing updates, sometimes about Tam Nian's trainee status, sometimes counting down the time. As soon as the system declares the player dead, the witnessing task is complete. Lux Tran does not let the priest and Tam Nian say goodbye. He is over the moon, shouting, "Mom, it is finally over," then grabs Tam Nian and dashes out just in time. Outside the security room, Lux Tran congratulates Tam Nian. This means she is one step closer to her dream. At the same time, he realizes his mask is about to crack, so he has to get out fast before Tam Nian finds out. Tam Nian senses something's off about Lux Tran, but can't quite put her finger on it. She asks what is wrong. Lux Tran makes up an excuse about it being stuffy inside and needing some fresh air, while hiding the fact that his mask is already cracking. Tam Nian thanks Lux Tran for witnessing her become a trainee shepherd and offers him a gift as a token of gratitude. Seeing the bottle in Tam Nian's hand, Lux Tran knows it is the mysterious potion. The system gives the player a hint. The witnessing task is complete, and Lux Tran receives the secret potion gifted by Tam Nian. The system adds info about the item. This mysterious potion from young Tam Nian can be used at a critical moment by the player. Immediately after, the system warns that the mask is now cracked. The cracks on Lux Tran's mask multiply. He knows his time is running out. Without hesitation, Lux Tran grabs the mysterious potion, thanks Tam Nian, then makes up an excuse that he has got urgent business and promises to visit her again. Tam Nian does not suspect a thing and insists that he must come next time. Lux Tran promised he would visit the little girl soon after. Then he left. Against the wind, the sect leader and Tam Nian stood there, waving goodbye to Lux Tran, and the girl kept waving back. At the Blood Dance Legion's base, the soldiers were training hard. After delivering the bread, Lux Tran received a huge sum of money. No wonder the Blood Dance Legion is so generous. Ling Lak really takes care of his soldiers with top-quality bread. Taipa seemed eager to team up with Lux Tran, hinting that if their partnership lasted longer, she would share a secret. Lux Tran was surprised. Was there something even better? According to what Taipa knew, no undead swordsman had ever reached level 60 after the Frozen Harbor monster appeared. Hearing such shocking news, Lux Tran was stunned. He thought, what kind of twisted joke is this? He realized that failing to reach level 60 meant not only no upgrades but also the risk of his account getting deleted. He had thought his special class, Longothian, was unbeatable, but now it felt like he was staring into a massive pit. Lux Tran suspiciously asked Tayat Vi why she was just telling him this. Did she already have a way to fix this problem? But contrary to his hopes, Taivi had no solution. All undead who did not make it to level 60 were dead, except for Delon from Frozen Harbor, who somehow broke through to level 60. Luftrand fell silent, deep in thought. It seemed the only way was to find Talon. But recently, something felt off like a looming danger. Suddenly, the system flashed. Your scheduled mission failed. Luftrand jolted. This must be what felt wrong. If the mission failed, something had happened to Tam Nian. Without hesitation, Luftrand dashed off. Vay was shocked he was leaving, asking where he was going and reminding him the reward was not even claimed yet. Luftrand said he had urgent business but would come back for it. Luftrand shot like an arrow toward Tam Nian. He could not understand how an SSS-Rank mission could fail. How could something go wrong at the clear and righteous sect? But when he reached the sect, he could not believe his eyes. A horrifying scene. Everyone there was dead, strewn across the floor. Luftrand rushed inside and found the kind sect leader lying in a pool of blood. Breathless, he flung open all the doors and called for Tam Nian, hoping for a response. But reality crushed his hope. He could not believe what he was seeing. A terrifying scene unfolded. His master was calmly chewing on Tam Nian's arm like a savage beast. The master coldly asked how Luftrand got there, then mockingly said it was too late for regrets. He even complimented how delicious the pastors tasted. Truly bizarre. Luftrand could not stay calm anymore. His eyes turned fiery red, his rage condensed into raw power. Luftrand drew his sword and swung fiercely at his master. Sulan thought he would lost his mind, daring to attack his own master. Seeing Tam Nian's small staff soaked in blood, Luftrand gripped it tightly. He asked why this was happening. Sulan said it was obvious wild beasts eat humans in the netherworld, and he still could not fathom why. Luftrand snapped. Luftrand did not explain a word right now. All he wanted was Sulan's life, but Sulan was Luftrand's master and easily countered his moves. He told Luftrand he was crazy to challenge his own teacher. Luftrand was thrown back effortlessly, struck deeply in the chest. Sulan, like a bloodthirsty demon, lunged toward Luftrand with a savage grin. This time, Luftrand fought back and raised his sword. Sulan arrogantly believed he was untouchable. Luftrand's slight damage did not even faze him, not even a tickle. Sulan spun around, ready to strike. His eyes glowed terrifyingly bright. Luftrand wreathed his power still could not match Sulan's. Seeing no resistance, Sulan raised his sword to finish Luftrand, calling him a rebellious brat. At this moment, Luftrand had no strength left. He stood still, taking every slash from Sulan's sword head-on. After that strike, Luftrand felt himself falling, while Sulan stood above, watching him. The system immediately notified the player that he had died, but this time, Luftrand did not care. Suddenly, a thought hit him. Why had death never manifested through his flame spirit before? But now it did. Seeing Sulan reach out to grab his flame spirit, Luftrand felt a sinking dread. His gut told him that if the flame spirit was taken away, he would truly die in the heavenly sect. As expected, Sulan seized Luftrand's flame spirit, but contrary to Luftrand's fears, Sulan tossed the flame spirit right back into his body. Sulan said this time he would show mercy since it was Luftrand's first offense, a small lesson for him. He warned Luftrand to get his act together and not go astray. The mission at hand, Bang Port, was still waiting. Think it through, and get there sooner rather than later. With that, Sulan turned his back and walked away, leaving Luftrand lying on the ground. The system announced that Luftrand had been revived. Tendrils began to weave across the wounds on his body. Luftrand sat up and placed his hand on the massive injuries Sulan had inflicted. He looked around for little Tam Nian and the other cultivators who had lost their lives. There was nothing he could do for them. Swallowing his rage, Luftrand slammed his fist hard into the ground. The earth cracked from the force of his punch. Outside, the sky darkened as heavy rain began to fall, accompanied by sharp, unsettling sounds. Luftrand personally buried the bodies of everyone here. Kneeling before the tomb of the pastor and Tam Nian, he reached out to touch the gravestone. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, and a voice asked if these were his friends. It was Vay. Luftrand did not hesitate to admit she was a good friend, like a little sister to him. Vay explained that the light barrier of the church had been broken by outsiders, and even the bishop had been brutally killed. She suspected Sulan was behind it. Luftrand immediately confirmed she was right. He asked if it was not ironic that the bastard was actually his master. Vay then revealed that the cannibalistic tendencies at Hambang Port originated from Handa Sulan himself. Luftrand was shocked. He had always thought the Night Spirit Hanbang Gang's cannibalism was instinctual. Vay asked if Luftrand remembered when she said no other undead had survived besides Sulan. Luftrand sensed the answer but was not sure. He asked if Sulan was really the cause of it all. Vay looked up at the pitch-black sky and began recounting events from 50 years ago. No one knew where Sulan got a potion rumored to dramatically enhance an undead's control abilities, but it was just a legend. Hearing the mention of the potion, Luftrand's mind flashed to the past. He suspected that the undead essence in the potion was what Sulan had sent him to retrieve. Vay cautiously confirmed it was true. Sulan treated that potion like a treasure, and had teamed up with the dark alchemist Tu Wai to create it. But no one knew it was an unfinished concoction. Tu Wai had tricked Su Lan into drinking it. The incomplete potion carves parts of Su Lan's body to regenerate flesh and blood, escaping the skull's hollow state, but it also brought severe side effects. Su Lan gradually became a bloodthirsty monster, constantly craving flesh, emotionally unstable, and sometimes downright insane. Su Lan wanted to kill Tu Yu, but had still needed Tu Wai to complete the potion, so the only option was to keep Tu Wai under strict watch to finish the experiment. Su Lan's brutality became so extreme that forces from all directions moved to suppress him. Eventually, they buried him in Henbangang, a fortress easy to defend, and a nightmare attack, turning it into his stronghold and experimental base. Under Su Lan and Tu Ya's twisted experiments, Henbangang became a gathering ground for flesh-hungry undead. They conducted cruel, monstrous experiments on the undead warriors here, who were already scarce. Now, only a few claws remained after their torment. Not only that, they even dared to plunder undead from the Bloodstorm Legion. Su Lan had no idea I would be taking Han's very life. To vanish quietly, and no one has heard a thing about Han since. No one expected Su Lan to skip after Tu Wai, and instead launch a full assault on the Bloodfeather Legion. Even Taipei's father was cut down by Su Lan. Su Lan went too far, killing the former Legion commander, the very father of Taipei herself. At that moment, she was lost, not knowing what to do as she watched her father's life slip away, tears soaking his lifeless body. Eventually, they uncovered Han's true target, the forbidden Tula authority within the Bloodfeather Legion. In recent years, Su Lan's desperate thirst for power pushed him to commit acts that enraged everyone. Lassie Tron listened in silence as he learned about his master's vile deeds and all that Tai Vai had to endure. Tai Vai once thought Su Lan only targeted to Lin, but reality had shattered all her expectations. Hen even dared to strike at the Radiant Church itself. She knew if Hen moved alone, there had to be a darker plot at play. Standing before Team Nian's grave, Lasitron vowed no matter the conspiracy, he would expose Han and personally end him. Lasitron made a bold proposition to Taipei. He could lead her, the Legion commander, into Hun being Steven if she would lend him her support. But Taipei was not about to let her guard down. She demanded proof. She could trust Lasitron. After all, Lasitron was still her master. Taking Han's life meant securing Lasitron's future rank and skills. Everything was on the line. Lasitron revealed how he would just absorbed his own soul flame, but for some reason, Han had suddenly backed off. He explained to Taipei how his soul flame evolved by absorbing souls of his kind. Now he was the last to Lin besides Han, so sooner or later, Han would come for him. Taipei asked, can she really trust him? Lasitron pulled out his soul flame and swore an oath. Facing Taipei, he solemnly pledged he would take Su Lan's life, no matter what. The soul flame and chains wrapped around Lasitron. If he broke this oath, the flame would vanish, and he would be condemned to endless hell. Taipei was stunned. Lasitron dared make such a vow. She looked at him and smiled. You really are one hell of a kid. I was not wrong about you. Seeing his determination, Taipei reached out and agreed Bloodfeather Legion would stand shoulder to shoulder with Lasitron, giving everything to crush Hun and Bing Siepen and take Su Lan's life. The two shook hands, sealing their pact. Dawn began to break. The soul flame warning still hanging. Break the oath, and the flame vanishes, sending you to eternal damnation. Meanwhile, at Han Bing Siepen, the remaining Lin stood guard. Exhausted and worn down, their guard slipped, and with one strike, several Lin lost their lives. Turns out the Bloodfeather Legion had already arrived. Taipei asked Lin Lessie if all the scouts were dispatched. Lion Lef replied the veteran volunteer squad followed the intel. Lasitron provided every secret exit was sealed. This time, Su Lan's chances of escape were slim. Clutching his sword, Lasitron muttered to himself, it is time for Su Lan to make his move. Su Lan sat on his throne, sensing a familiar scent. His level had risen to 80. Suddenly, a magical isolated realm burst forth. Dazzling multicolored lights shattered the massive wall. That single move drained nearly 400 energy from Su Lan. Before he could react, hundreds of arrows rained down on him, but none of it phased Su Lan. He dodged behind a wall, narrowly avoiding every arrow. He recognized Tai, the Legion commander. Long time no see. So you dare team up with my own to attack me? She stepped forward calmly. Taipei believed Su Lan must pay for every sin he committed today. She demanded he surrender and accept the Bloodfeather Legion's judgment. Step by step, the Bloodfeather Legion closed in on Su Lan. Su Lan scoffed, not understanding how Taipei's judgment could change anything with just 2 pawns. He cursed Lasitron as a fool, saying he would risk everything including going against his own master, who trained him all for a worthless human woman. But when it finally reached him, he could not absorb it. Luftran knew the soul flame could not satisfy Su Lan's hunger. His master scheme was exposed, and Su Lan lunged forward to strike back. You are just a little brat, and now you have finally figured it out. Although Luftran's soul flame was nearly complete, Su Lan's patience had run out. He wanted Luck to hand it over immediately. This time, Luck Tran drew his sword just in time before Su Lan's blade could land. Unlike last time, he dodged his former master's attack. Luck Tran was determined. No way would Su Lan touch his soul flame a second time. The Blood Dance Legion was not about to stand around. Another sword plunged into Su Lan's back. Normally, I am not a fan of backstabs, but in this case, Su Lan deserves 100 stabs. No less. Turns out that strike came from Lin Lak by the time Su Lan noticed. It was already too late. Su Lan seemed to lose all patience, shoving Luck Tran and Lin Lak away. With Su Lan's current strength, everyone felt the heat. He was no joke. Now truly enraged, his eyes burned brighter than ever. You are nothing but a half-assed fool. A real pain in my neck. Su Lan tilted his head skyward, shouting, Vong Lin, summon yourselves, show me your true power. From beneath the ground, undead spirits began to claw their way up. These corpses were likely victims of Su Lan's cruel experiments. Now even their bones were not spared. Vay Tongue took her battle stance, commanding the Legion to release the horses at once, like starving wolves. The Blood Dance Legion charged, hunt down every last enemy. Everyone had their own foe. No one was left without a fight. Luck Tran did not hold back either, using his knowledge to take down countless Vong Lin. But his real enemy was not these weak undead, it was his former master, who had just launched a surprise attack. This time, Luck Tran dodged Su Lan's strike. Su Lan relentlessly lunged, swinging his sword again and again at Luck Tran. The system flashed a tip. The Snow Silver Upper Palace grants members of the Council a 50% movement speed boost. Su Lan could not believe Luck Tran's sudden leap in power. He had not expected such growth after so long apart. But Luck Tran was not about to waste words on a lowlife like him. His only goal now was to take Su Lan's life. Right then, the system introduced a new skill, the Bright Elixir Slash, a high-ranking Blood Dance Legion general's move that pierces defenses and deals real damage. Luck Tran unleashed this new move and landed a solid hit on Su Lan. Su Lan was knocked back, confused why the Blood Dance Legion would teach Luck Tran the Bright Elixir Slash. But Su Lan countered with the Soul Seize move. The system explained it targets both body and mind, dealing damage to both. The enemy is stunned for 0.8 seconds. Su Lan used this on Luck Tran, who immediately felt his body freeze, unable to move an inch. Su Lan followed up with Blood Spear Pierce, confident no trick Luck Tran had could save him from hell. Just as Luck Tran thought defeat was near, the first squad of the Blood Dance Legion's guard captain, the Min, unleashed the heavy stun strike, blasting Su Lan far away. The Min rushed over to check on Luck Tran. You alright? She asked. Luckily, Luck Tran quickly regained his composure and said he was fine, proof that the power of Team Kwok lies in backing each other up. But no rest for the wary Su Lan was already on his feet again after that massive blow. Electricity crackled all around him. The system warned. Soul Swordsman Su Lan entered Thunder Demon form, enveloped in lightning, reducing physical damage by 50%. Luck Tran warned everyone Su Lan had prematurely entered this phase. They needed to be extra careful. Taiva told him not to worry. She had him covered. Honestly, this scene left me speechless. Su Lan had clearly lost it, and even he could not control his own body anymore. Taiva loosed an arrow filled with pure hatred, screaming, "Give back my father's life!" before firing straight at her enemy with all her might. The arrow shot straight through, smashing everything in its path, heading right for Su Lan. Looks like Luck Tran and Taiva are locking eyes, silently communicating. Just then, Su Lan jumped down from above, while Han was unleashing a fierce blood demon strike on Luck Tran. But this time, Luck Tran's power had leveled up. He dodged the attack just in time. Luck Tran's heart raced. That golden weapon is terrifying. One more hit like that, and he would be meeting the King of Hell. The system fed info on the blood demon weapon, called Manhwa, the golden weapon, forged by legendary weapon master Molov from the Blood Demon Legion. It grants plus 500 GP, plus 80 physical defense, plus 40 magic resistance, and plus 100 mana. It activates a blood shield when HP drops to 10. The shield's lock effect triggers, granting 2 seconds of invincibility, with a 2-hour cooldown on the blood shield. Luck Tran's in deep trouble, only 10 HP left. He needs to heal fast, or it is game over. The system suggests using the premium red potion, which restores 1,500. Su Lan lunges toward Luck Tran, but he coolly pops open the precious potion. Turns out, Lin Lak and the Min are holding the line, buying time and boosting Luck Tran's strength. They used terrain and formation skills to block Su Lan. It seemed like they might hold Su Lan back, but he just blasted them away, clearly underestimated his power. That attack also shattered the bottle of potion in Luck Tran's hand. Now Su Lan stands right in front of Luck Tran, taunting him, "Want more P? Not a chance. Time to meet the King of Hell." Su Lan slashes fiercely at Luck Tran, who now only has 10 P left. Instantly, Luck Tran fires off a spectral bullet and dashes away from the danger zone. But no matter how fast he runs, he is still wounded and bleeding out. The system flashes, You have failed again. Luctran's skeleton no longer glows blue, while Sulan stands still, ominous as ever. Suddenly, a golden light bursts forth. Luctran is revived, his body restored. The system confirms. You have been resurrected once more. Luctran returns, energized and glowing like a true hero. That main character aura is real, he vows once again. No way Sulan will touch his soul flame. His HP just surged by 1,980. Enraged from that blow, Sulan roars fiercely. Sulan calls Luctran a bastard for messing with him, but honestly, has anyone handed this dude a mirror yet? Just as Sulan charges like a wild beast to rip Luctran apart, a loud shout rings out, warning Luctran to dodge fast. It is Tayet, backing him up with a flurry of arrows, draining a huge chunk of Sulan's HP. Luctran dodges those arrows like he is powered up, gaining thousands of points with every move. He praises Tayet, calling her an absolute rookie but dead on with her aim. Before he can celebrate, something feels off. How does this turtle have so many skills? Even after Tayet vice barrage, he has still got 3/4 AP left. Sulan's AP now stands at 26,567 after those attacks. His armor ripped to shreds, no fabric left intact. Usually, lots of arrows would catch my attention. But this is downright terrifying. Sulan's fury now matches the number of victims he has devoured. Half of his face reveals his skeletal form as he vows to take every last one of them down. Sulan bellows, urging everyone to hurry up and meet the King of Hell. The Min immediately deploys the taunt skill. The system explains. This provokes enemies to attack the user directly. Sulan enters a supernatural state and lunges at the Min with his sword. Just one strike, and the Min is dead. Poor guy. Always the silent powerhouse. Luctran rushes Sulan, injuring him. His adorable partner is not sulking. Instead, she drains more heat from the beast. The two work seamlessly together, surrounding Sulan from all sides. Like father, like son, or in this case, like family. Tayet fires a precise arrow straight into this jerk's face. It looked like Sulan was about to be tortured by the last attack. But somehow, that arrow only fueled his rage even more, though it could never match the number of lives he has swallowed whole. He roared fiercely, swinging his sword wildly, shattering the spirit beads around him. Luctran used a dodge technique to evade the strike from his former master. Then he swung his dagger in a counterattack, but with Sulan's relentless, brutal style, standing still was not an option. He unleashed a thunderous lightning slash at Luctran. That electric surge was so powerful, Luctran could not hold onto his sword anymore. The system quickly fed us more info. Lightning slash is a thunder-infused strike that can blast an opponent's weapon right out of their hands, with the blade just centimeters from Luctran. This time, Luctran dodged. Instead of his sword, he threw a punch, shouting, "Sulan, you better pay up now, okay? I am twisting this a bit, but the outcome's the same." Instead of punching his face, he punched the arrow, driving it deeper. Ouch. That looked painful. Tayet fired off more arrows relentlessly towards Sulan. She urged Luctran to use the arrow she would just shot. Without hesitation, Luctran pulled out all the arrows at once. Man, if these were Sadius arrows, would not that be way better? Luctran kicked Sulan hard into the wall, shattering it into 100 pieces. Sulan was like a wild beast now. He could not even speak. Just howling in panic, Luctran grabbed an arrow and aimed straight for Sulan's artery. He said this arrow was for the innocent spirits who lost their lives unjustly. Sulan must have lost a ton of blood. Screaming in pain, he grabbed Luctran's shoulder, but Luctran pushed him away. Then he took Sulan's hand and drove an arrow right through it. This arrow was for the warriors of the Blood Dance Legion whom Sulan had slain. Tayet contacted the Blood Dance Legion outside. They were like rabid beasts ready to tear Sulan apart instantly. Luctran plunged an arrow straight into Sulan's heart, and a hiss escaped from the wound. This arrow was for himself, and the final arrow, he poured all his strength and fury into it, aiming directly for Sulan's eye. Luctran drove it deep into his eye, with Sulan's health bar hitting 0. Luctran slowly said this arrow was for Tam Nian. Evil had been met with justice. But honestly, it still felt way too light compared to what Sulan deserved. Once again, rays of sunshine broke through, illuminating Han Bang Kong. Luctran looked up at the sky, thinking of Tam Nian, the little girl. He wanted to send her a message. "I have avenged you," the system notified. Luctran had fulfilled his vow of the soul flame. The player wielding the massive spear had successfully slain the swordmaster Lin Sulan and leveled up to 57. Current world announcement. Luctran now ranks first in the provincial city leaderboard. The Blood Dance Legion is conducting a head count. Tayet thanked Luctran. If he had not arrived on time to finish off those revived spirits, the Legion would be suffered massive losses. Looking at Sulan's corpse, there is no denying how terrifying he was, a true force in the hands of the heavenly army. Why is someone like him just gone? Luctran pondered the treasure sword, the secret scroll, and the soul flame, yet Sulan dared to shatter all 3 trophies. Luctran took out the soul flame and slowly absorbed it. He mused inwardly. Sulan, oh Sulan, You always wanted to absorb my soul flame. But who would have thought it would be me absorbing it back in the end? Looking around at the wreckage of Hanbang Kong, Luck Tran realized it was truly all over. Holding a blazing torch, he dropped it with a wish to bury all the sins Solon had committed in flames. The fire roared as it engulfed Hanbang Kong and Solon completely. Cut to the Blood Dance Legion's Great Hall 1. Bathed in sunlight, golden rays spread like gilded sheets over every corner. The sturdy walls of the Great Hall reflecting the light, creating a stunning, majestic scene. A woman sits clutching the Tula scroll, her eyes filled with confusion and torment. How could this scroll, the very thing that cost her father his life, hold such a dark secret? She gently untees the ribbon and unfurls the Tula scroll. The words reveal that Tula, the strongest warrior of the Dark Spirit clan, is a being worthy to stand beside the radiant divine spirit, the ruler of hell, capable of commanding millions of soul wraith soldiers, wielding the power to freeze heaven and earth, master of the darkest forces, able to grant the flesh and blood of the soul wraiths, manipulating life and death itself, a supreme war god, undefeated in battle, the lineage of the dead spirit. The soul wraith's pulse closest to the hellish dark spirit is the only existence capable of advancing to Tula. This truth grips her heart tightly. After reading those lines, she realizes that to claim the Tula scroll and become Tula is to defy destiny itself. But the path forward is terrifying. One must absorb 10,000 fire soul larvae of the soul wraiths, drink the pure radiant divine spirit's blood, and take the dead spirit's elixir of the eternal plus, the fire soul larvae of the dead spirit itself. The fire soul larvae must be of equal or higher rank than oneself as tribute. Anything lower risks catastrophic failure. She silently concludes this is a forbidden ritual, demanding the sacrifice of millions of clansmen and the consumption of the enemy's radiant divine spirit blood. Only by such ruthless means can one hope to become Tula. And the weight of this truth floods her with dread and fear. She thinks to herself, the only ling left in this world is the fire soul larvae master. Even if he absorbs the fire soul larvae of Tolan, slaughtering millions of soul wraiths, drinking radiant divine spirit blood, and taking the dead spirit elixir, this is a threshold even he might never cross. As she burns the Tula scroll, she reflects on the dead spirit, always a legend. Even if she had created it once, it died with Tolan and Hanbang Kang. She believes the world will never see another Tula again, as if all hope has been extinguished forever. The secrets and power of the Tula scroll are nothing but painful memories that can never be relived. Scene shifts to the graveyard where the fire soul larvae master stands before Tam Nian's tomb. The air is still and cold, as if the silent graves themselves are listening to his sorrow. He says he killed Tolan to avenge Tam Nian. But sadly, Tam Nian's wish remains unfulfilled, filled with regret and burning anger. He knows that death alone cannot solve everything. Suddenly, a prompt sounds. Congratulations, Fire Soul Larvae Master. Mission complete. Tam Nian has been awakened. The voice carries hope and power, like a flicker of light piercing the darkness. Overjoyed that the SES mission has reactivated and Tam Nian can be resurrected, his heart bursts with emotion. Pain and loss seem to vanish, replaced by a blaze of hope. Tam Nian had died, and he personally buried her. If she is to be awakened, there is only one way. With determination and nervousness, he performs the soul summoning ritual. Suddenly, a skeletal hand emerges from the grave, followed by a dry skeleton stepping out. What he imagined as soul summoning turns into a chilling reality. The prompt sounds again. Congratulations. You have permanently gained a spirit companion. Tam Nian, the former spirit general, has disappeared. He wonders why the summoned spirit is not a soul, but a skeleton instead. Surprise and confusion flood his mind. But then he realizes this is the only way for Tam Nian to return. With that thought, he waves to her, receiving no response. He introduces himself as her older brother, hope swelling in his chest, but he is shocked to see that Tam Nian is now just an empty shell. He questions what state Tam Nian is in now. Fully transformed into a spirit companion, anxious worry rises within him. Searching for information, he notes her epic grade qualities. He thinks to himself that across all of Vay Tongue, there might not be another like her. The highest initial pet score recorded is only 80. Yet this dried skeleton suddenly scores 122, truly defying fate. He thinks, to manifest in skeletal form and still have such rebellious attributes, his summoning skills must have some serious mutations. The E-grade mark still appears on Tam Nian's body. He wonders how many secrets she is hiding, curiosity mixed with astonishment flashing in his eyes. The prompt sounds again. Tam Nian has awakened. Stage 2 mission. Help her recover her lost soul. Hearing this, he gently taps Tam Nian's head. His face full of questions, he wonders where to even start to find her soul and how to restore her fully to her former self. Suddenly, from behind, a calm voice rang out, dripping with unexpected sarcasm. Who would have thought that the Frost Silver Grey, leader of the Rich Ice Guild, had a secret hobby of grave robbing? Hearing this, he turned around, locking eyes with a man none other than Lich Feng Shadow, the second-ranked elite warrior of the Bamboo Dragon Guild, surprised. He said, "Never expected the famed Hall of Luminaries member and main battle general of Bamboo Dragon, Lich Feng the War God, to have a thing for spying on others." A hint code back, announcing that the servant's soulless spirit had returned to the servant's space. Lich Feng's shadow remarked that his opponent has a sharp tongue, while Frost Silvergray replied, "Big shot trying to conquer a level 70 boss in a solo challenge. Tracking me down like this, do I look like I am here just to fight petty battles?" Lich Feng's shadow confidently said, "Bamboo Dragon Guild hits hard wherever they go. But my hero's orders got stolen by Frost Silvergray for 2 whole seconds. That is got me curious how a guild without Hall of Luminaries members even pulls that off." Frost Silvergray laughed heartily. "That is nothing. Who says you need Hall of Luminaries to get the job done?" Lich Feng's shadow, now serious, said, "You talk a big game, thinking you can topple Bamboo Dragon Guild. Fine. Today I will see if you are really worth all that attitude." Without wasting a moment, Lich Feng's shadow launched a powerful surge of energy straight at his opponent. Confident that only the Bamboo Dragon Guild leader could stop him, he was ready to finish Frost Silvergray off with a single strike. Lich Feng's shadow unleashed the Thornstorm Divine Strike, a razor-sharp gust slicing through the air. His weapon aimed dead center at Frost Silvergray, striking with unstoppable force. Each of Lich Feng's shadow's moves was lightning fast, every attack sharp and deadly, like a gale tearing everything in its path. But Frost Silvergray blocked every blow, leaving Lich Feng's shadow stunned and doubting his own eyes, his confidence shaken seeing his foe unmoved by such fierce attacks. Frost Silvergray gripped his weapon tightly, raising it like a gleaming sword under the light, ready to face Lich Feng's shadow's deadly assault. Then Frost Silvergray used his dash skill, moving so fast it left Lich Feng's shadow bewildered, like chasing a ghost, dodging every strike with unstoppable power behind each step. Frost Silvergray pressed the pressure relentlessly, leaving Lich Feng's shadow overwhelmed. Sweat dripped down Lich Feng's shadow's face as he struggled against Frost Silvergray. Seeing Lich Feng's shadow drenched in sweat and clearly shaken, Frost Silvergray smirked and said, "You have already lost." A simple statement, but with such certainty it crushed Lich Feng's shadow as spirit, making all his efforts feel utterly wasted. He continued confidently, "Who says you can claim the #1 guild without Hall of Luminaries members?" Pride dripped from his words, like a powerful punch packed with arrogance. Lich Feng's shadow's claim was undeniable, challenging the very truth before their eyes. Lich Feng's shadow said he would scoped out the other Frost Silvergray warriors, except for the Phantom Wind. None of them were anything to fear. His voice oozed arrogance and confidence, as if stating an obvious fact no one could deny. He said there was no way Frost Silvergray's skills were not Hall of Luminaries level, sparking doubt about the true identity of Frost Silvergray. Questions churned in his mind about his opponent, his origin and power. Who exactly was this Frost Silvergray to shake him to his core? Frost Silvergray coldly replied, "You are not worthy to know who I am," then turned his back, leaving Lich Feng's shadow standing there dumbfounded. A wave of shock and disbelief washed over him. How could this man be so cold and arrogant? It made him question the source of Frost Silvergray's confidence and hidden strength. Standing there full of doubt and swirling thoughts, Lich Feng's shadow could not help but think of Lactran whenever he saw Frost Silvergray's aura and moves. Alone and furious, Lich Feng's shadow seethed. He was a Hall of Luminaries member, a renowned war general, yet he was easily beaten by some unknown guy. That stung deeply, especially since this guy was 2 ranks below him. The Windbreaker began to suspect the true identity of Chim Chim Tremexe, a strange feeling rising within him. Could this be the legendary great god Lactron he would only heard whispers about? With that thought, the Windbreaker quickly decided to report to the guild master, warning that Lactron had appeared once again. The arrival of such a powerful figure genuinely unsettled him. He knew that until the guild master showed up, no one else could handle someone as strong as Lactron. He had to send the alert immediately to prepare for what was coming. But suddenly, doubt crept and he hesitated to speak up because Lactron had been silent for over a year. The chances of his return were slim, and that made him suspicious. Could someone missing for so long really just pop back out of nowhere? A flood of questions about Chim Chim Tremex's identity raced through his mind. Back at the Bloodstorm Emperor's Great Hall, Chim Chim Tremexe carried the bone mist of Tam Nian with him. A woman stood there, eyes filled with doubt and confusion, asking if this was the spirit that he had agreed to host. Chim Chim Tremexe replied that he did not know what went wrong. He had intended to host Tam Nian's soul, but somehow it revived in skeletal form. Worry welled up inside him. He could not understand why things had taken such a strange turn. The purple-haired girl said that hosting a spirit without a true soul was fascinating. She would never encountered anything like it before. Then she touched the skeleton's chin, eyeing the spirit as she said that, for this spirit, Tam Nian's bones were far from normal. Such rare attributes were unheard of. She looked at Chim Chim Tremexe suspiciously, asking if he was sure this little girl had been just a regular trainee cleric when alive. Her tone was full of doubt. Chim Chim Tremexe insisted Tam Nian was just an ordinary trainee, though deep down, suspicion gnawed at him. He recalled past events. Kulu, the one who always knew every detail, had anticipated the bright light church retaliation yet still attacked Tam Nian. Maybe there really was something off about Tam Nian's past, a hidden secret he still could not grasp. The girl smiled warmly and patted Trimexa on the shoulder, telling him not to lose heart. She went on to say that this little dry mist was no ordinary creature. Its soul must be truly special. She suspected that its current body could not even contain its soul, which might explain why it appeared in skeletal form. Reading his thoughts, she told him to take it along with Triumphant. She believed that as its body grew stronger, one day they would find a way to reclaim its soul. She emphasized that this journey would not only make Tam Nian stronger, but also open opportunities for both of them. Suddenly, a man came running in from afar, panic written all over his face. Urgent news from the Bloodstorm army. The 4th Legion was in grave danger. Reinforcements were needed immediately. Tension shot through the air as everyone in the Great Hall snapped to attention. The man reported that the exiled Nilo had led 40,000 spirit soldiers to invade the 4th defense zone. The defensive formations had been completely shattered by a human effect that sent shockwaves through the hall, turning the atmosphere icy with urgency. The purple-haired girl asked in disbelief why humans were involved in a spirit war. The man quickly replied that this human was no ordinary, for the 4th Legion's captain of the guard had been slain by him. Hearing this, Trimexa wondered silently if this human was a player capable of killing a guard captain. Only he and Jit in the ice enchantment zone had that kind of power. Could it really be Han? The thought filled him with a rising tide of anxiety. The purple-haired girl ordered the troops to assemble quickly, prepare the traditional formations, and move out immediately. The man obeyed at once. Trimexa heard this and asked to join. Feeling the urgency of the situation and unwilling to stand by idly, purple-haired girl nodded in approval, allowing him to go along. Overjoyed, Trimexa exclaimed that kindness truly pays off. This mission was giving him mad luck. The scene shifted to the Venica Plains, where troops were advancing into the battlefield, thousands of mist soldiers lying in wait, casting a grim and chilling shadow. Seeing this, Trimexa remarked that this was the battlefield filled with so many fiery souls. The purple-haired girl remarked that the battlefield still suits the Death Swordmaster perfectly. Trimexa showing up here makes total sense. But Trimexa sadly realizes that no matter how much he absorbs, he can feel any benefit from the reality around him. The red-haired girl snapped angrily, wondering which faction was behind the chaos this time. Spotting Li Fengwan, said he knew this guy, so handing him over would make things way easier. The girl immediately nodded, trusting his resolve, then called Lund Luxic to join them, readying for a tense showdown with the exiled Niluish. As they charged at each other, Trimexa exclaimed, "No doubt it is Li Fengmi, he is already hit level 62. That fast. Triple transition complete, no wonder he is a celebrity hall member. Today, I want to go easy on him." Trimexa lunged toward Li Fengyun, determined not to let this chance slip away. Every step moved him closer to his target. Courage and determination drove him straight into the heart of the battle, and spun around, startled, then recognized Trimexa. Well, fancy seeing you here again. Li Fengwan said their last loss was Han's mistake, but next time on the battlefield, Han vowed not to let him walk away alive, his eyes blazing with fierce challenge, thickening the tension in the air. Then Han unleashed his Thunderlight technique, a blue glow of raw power spreading everywhere. But Trimexa was not scared. In fact, he shot back with a sarcastic jab, warning Han to watch his tongue. They collided, and Trimexa could feel Li Feng's strength and skills had skyrocketed, showing thorough prep and unbreakable will. As their powers clashed, sparks of lightning crackled wildly. Green and purple flashes streaked the air, making the atmosphere boil with tension and danger. Li Feng then unleashed a spiked dust storm, eyes shining with confidence. Han taunted, "Let us see if Trimexa can still handle this." Razor-sharp spikes rained down like a deadly wall, thick and threatening. Li Fengwan's power radiated vivid green light, surging like unstoppable energy rivers, flooding the space, an undeniable force to reckon with. Trimexa thought to himself that Li Fengwan's burst strength and speed were way beyond before, but he could still block the fierce strikes. His nerves tingling with tension, Li Fengwan was stunned, disbelief washing over him as Trimexa stood firm against the onslaught, his surprise shifting quickly to doubt, shaking his earlier confidence. Then they exchanged blows lightning fast, every swing sharp and powerful, tearing the air with fierce gusts. The strike flashes lit up their sweat and strained faces in the blink of an eye. Both fighters pushed to their limits, flawless and relentless. The sounds of clashing steel echoed their unyielding determination in this brutal duel. Finally, Li Fengwan faltered, Rage surging through Han, this was not the outcome he wanted, hence mind scrambled. Unable to grasp why he could not beat Chechkich Chamex, Chechkichamexe replied confidently, "Because I am Chechech Chamexa." His eyes blazed with fierce resolve as he challenged Light Feng 1. "Better leave your life here," just as Chechkich Chememse prepared his final blow to finish Light Feng 1. Han sneered, "You are not the one taking my life today. Maybe you should go hang out with the boss." His mocking, defiant grin thickened the tension to a breaking point. Furious and caught off guard, Chechkich Chenkemse's efforts felt like they were about to crumble into dust, rage and anxiety flooding him as he realized the fight was slipping beyond his control. In the dim light, the shattered figure of the boss appeared, muscles carved like marble, eyes sharp as blades, each heavy step shaking the ground beneath. The overwhelming pressure signaled that danger was closing in fast. Chekdamse could not hide his furious rage when mentioning the treacherous Light Feng, who had boldly shifted all of Boss's hatred onto him, like he was being pushed into a deadly trap with no way out. Clenching his sword tight, Chechkich Chumexa summoned every ounce of strength, charging forward with fierce, storm-like steps that threatened to tear everything down in his path. As he unleashed his strike, a blazing purple light exploded, slicing through the darkness like jagged lightning bolts, flooding the space with an overwhelming, mysterious power. He swung his sword hard at Boss, but Boss's overwhelming strength made even a simple attack send Kemseye reeling. His legs wobbled uncontrollably, almost collapsing under the pressure, barely able to stand. Lion Luff gripped her sword tightly and leapt down from above, her body cutting through the air like an arrow, landing behind Boss with a clear mission to rescue Kachich Chantemexeze. But it was too late. Boss grabbed Chech Chemexa with one hand, suspending him midair. Frozen and powerless against the overwhelming force, the brutal boss hoisted him up, his grip like an iron vice, then swung him hard, sending him crashing through the air like a ragdoll. Boss raised his massive sword high, the razor-sharp blade aimed straight at Chechkachemexe. Snarling, "Go ahead. Just die already." Panic washed over him, despair creeping in as he realized his strength was nearly drained. No match left to fend off the deadly strike heading his way. The clash of metal rang out, but thankfully, the purple-haired girl managed to block Boss's sword just in time. Her strong hands gripped the sword tightly, stopping the deadly blow in a split second and saving the dire situation. At that moment, the purple-haired girl rushed over, eyes filled with worry as she asked about both of their conditions. Despite exhaustion, Lion Lutz and Chechkachamexa reassured her they were okay and still able to fight. The purple-haired girl said the exiled ones are seriously tough, and we have to knock him down fast, or the whole front line will crumble. Her voice brimmed with worry but also fierce determination, stressing how crucial it was to unite and overcome this trial to protect what is left. Meanwhile, Boss sneered arrogantly, "You really think you can take me down? The 4th Legion has all become ghosts beneath the earth. Same goes for the 1st Legion," he added, his tone dripping with pride and arrogance, thickening the tense, suffocating atmosphere. Boss declared he would use Chechkich Chime XAS spearhead to sacrifice the 4th Legion cells, his eyes flashing cruelty and menace, words that stabbed deep into Chame XAS soul. The ruthless boss gripped his sword tightly, raising it high. The cold gleam reflected sharply off the blade, ready to deliver a devastating, decisive blow. He unleashed thunderous punches, each strike booming like lightning, shaking the air and cracking the ground beneath with overwhelming force. Linla charged at Boss instantly, her steps lightning fast, her body cutting through the air with unstoppable strength and fierce resolve, ready to face the deadly challenge head-on. Lenif exploded into a blazing red burst, a roaring flame radiating fierce power as she launched directly at Boss with unstoppable speed and force. The purple-haired girl fired a glowing red arrow at Boss, creating a fairy red circle around them, her gaze sharp and unwavering like a promise to protect. She warned that with her 1st Legion backing her up, Boss would not take a single step forward, her eyes piercing like arrows ready to strike. Enraged, Boss snapped, "You do not know your place?" His eyes blazed with fury, as if ready to devour her arrogance whole, making the air crackle with tension like never before. Then Boss unleashed a terrifying wave of power, energy surging like wild storms, injuring the Legion leader and leaving everyone around dizzy from his brutal strength. Boss' power shook the ground violently, as if tearing the earth apart under the crushing force of his energy, thickening the air with a heavy, dark presence. The purple-haired girl was thrown far back, her body slicing through the air like a shattered arrow. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Heit Viga Minkai activated the Blood Dance Army shield, and immediately a protective barrier appeared. It radiated a glowing white-purple light, shielding the entire formation from incoming attacks like an unbreakable fortress. At that moment, Lian Lux, with a serious expression, urged the Legion leader to retreat due to severe injuries, a clear-headed, pragmatic decision in the face of danger, but the boss had no intention of showing mercy. He roared, "No one? It is all over," his voice cold and terrifying like thunder, drowning them in despair. Then he unleashed a fierce gust from his mouth, a raging storm of power that sent them reeling. No one could stand against that violent tempest. It felt like everything around was being sucked into oblivion. The power pouring from his mouth was a wild surge of energy, a monstrous storm crashing down, shaking the very space around them, suffocating and threatening. Yet, the Legion commander, despite severe wounds, held her bow steady, her gaze unwavering, her golden grip a symbol that nothing could shatter her resolve. She stood strong, declaring that the Blood Feather Legion had never known a commander who backed down. Behind them stood thousands of fierce spirits, her steadfast eyes like a blazing beacon, fueling everyone's courage. The boss kept unleashing attacks from his mouth, each blast a fiery explosion tearing through the air, striking straight at their formation. Every strike carried destructive force, making the surrounding space feel like it was about to explode. Suddenly, the Legion commander was thrown far back, her body slicing through the air like an arrow knocked off course, sending Lin Lush into a panic. Facing the boss' overwhelming power, the commander stood firm, vowing that the warriors of the Blood Feather Legion would live and die alongside the front line. Her voice rang out strong and determined, full of unyielding loyalty and the raw pain of impending doom. Lin Lush bravely stepped forward, telling her to leave the rest to him, his eyes blazing with resolve and confidence, ready to face any challenge to protect the Legion and his comrades. Commander Jiothet ordered Lin Lush to retreat, her voice commanding yet laced with worry, desperate to shield him from the looming danger. But it was too late. Lin Lush unleashed a deadly strike with a massive damage value of 500, sacrificing his own life in that crucial moment. His eyes sparked with fierce fire. No hesitation, he aimed to create a chance for the Legion. Regardless of the looming threat, Lin Lush charged the boss head-on, determined to take his head, his voice dripping with defiance and courage, embodying strength even in the face of death. Then a deafening explosion rocked the battlefield, a fiery blast erupting before the commander and the Death Strike warrior, shaking the very air around them. Smoke and flames twisted together, blurring their vision, leaving only the chaotic sounds and rising dread. The commander, tears streaming down her face, called out Lin Lush's name, her voice choked with sorrow and heartbreak at witnessing her brave comrade's sacrifice in this merciless war. The enraged boss lunged at her, snarling, "Go keep Lin Lush company." His voice dripped with mockery and hatred, aiming to make her feel the pain and despair of losing her teammate. At that moment, the commander ordered the Death Strike warrior to run, emphatically stating he was not part of the Blood Feather Legion. Her eyes filled with worry and fierce determination to protect him from the closing danger, even as she faced the boss's terrifying power herself. As she spoke, she shoved him away with all her strength, her unbreakable will clear in her actions, a statement that his safety was her top priority. The Death Strike warrior was furious, because death in this realm meant true obliteration, complete disappearance. He felt the crushing helplessness of watching his comrades in peril, powerless to intervene, his heart burning with frustration and agony over Lin Lush's sacrifice. Just as the boss prepared to finish off the commander, she broke into a cold sweat. But suddenly her eyes snapped open. She saw another sword blocking his, the clash ringing sharp and piercing. The sudden appearance of the sword enraged him. How dare someone interfere just as he was about to end the commander? He roared in fury, his eyes blazing with lethal intent toward the intruder who dared to challenge his plan. Seeing the Death Strike warrior, she silently thought this must be a divine miracle, a miraculous intervention in their darkest hour. The Death Strike warrior removed his mask, standing tall with unwavering eyes, boldly declaring that today, the exile Nilu head would be his test subject to sharpen his pain on the path of Tula. A fierce fire of determination ignited within him, ready to fight for justice and protect all he holds dear. The boss, watching this, thought to himself that this guy was not dead after all, still capable of delivering such a deadly strike, and wondered if this was the legendary Tula in the flesh. Hen's eyes could not help but flash with suspicion and worry, sensing the hidden power within Chich Kich Tramsa. Realizing this battle might not go the way he expected, Chich Kich Tramsa and the boss charged at each other, their every strike booming like thunderclaps, shaking the ground, the very air tearing apart under their raw power and impact. The Legion commander watched in confusion as the two clashed, her heart torn between anxiety and hope, unsure if Chich Kich Tramsa had the strength to face such a formidable enemy. Chich Kich Tramsa declared that the boss, the tyrant who massacres souls, would not be forgiven by him or by the Blood Feather Legion. He said only the strong rule in this world, his tone dripping with arrogance and confidence, as if to declare that power and dominance were the ultimate law. The boss was stunned. How could someone so far beneath him in rank withstand his blows? His shock mixed with fury made it impossible for him to accept. The Legion commander boosted Tramsa's power, her hands glowing bright like a protective shield, radiating warm energy that filled him with renewed confidence and strength. She silently thought that ever since Tramsa appeared on the battlefield, the Fire Tribe's spirit had been relentlessly drawn to him. Every strike he landed seemed to drain the enemy's life force and strength, as if he was sucking the very soul out of his foe. Just now, after a ruthless slash from the exiled, he quickly downed a potion, definitely a blood light elixir. That spirit potion must have been absorbed by him, adding the Fire Tribe's soul to his own. She mused that the little spirit must have gathered all the conditions needed to become a Tula by now. But Tramsa was just as promising, maybe even able to bring a new future to the spirit circles. Motivated, she encouraged Tramsa to step forward and unleash his true Tula power. Meanwhile, the two fighters were locked in fierce combat. The boss arrogantly proclaimed himself the lord of this entire plain. Every living being trembled beneath his feet, his prideful voice piercing like a dagger straight into Tramsa's heart. But Tramsa stood fearless. Believing the boss was delusional, no one could claim dominion over everything without paying a price. He taunted, "How does it feel to be crushed by an ant you look down on?" His eyes sparkled with resolve and challenge. The boss roared in rage, "No one can stop me." His voice thundered like a storm, shaking the very air with his arrogant defiance. As they fought, Tramsa suddenly got caught by a stray weapon. Losing focus and stepping back, a sharp pain shooting through his hand. Seeing him falter, the boss seized the moment, aggressively threatening that he would surely die if he kept fighting in such a weakened state. His eyes gleamed with smug confidence. Convinced the victory was already in his grasp, the Legion commander stood at the sidelines, her gaze following every move of Tramsa, worry flooding her as he slipped into a vulnerable position. Just as Tramsa sensed things were turning grim, a sudden thought struck him: switching weapons was crucial. Without hesitation, he grabbed a new weapon called the Soul Devourer. Determined, he resolved to use this sword to flip the entire battle on its head. Holding the Soul Devourer in his hand, Tramsa boldly declared he was not done fighting yet. His words, brimming with determination and defiance, left the boss unsettled. The boss could not believe he still stood firm, challenging him after all the pain and suffering he would endured. When the boss entered his berserk state, his eyes blazed with madness and explosive power. His figure grew larger, more formidable and terrifying than ever. His rampage made him unstoppable. Roaring like a wild beast, furious, he shouted that Tramsa should brace himself for his terrible wrath, his voice echoing like thunder, promising a no-holds-barred showdown. His raging fury not only thickened the air with suffocating pressure, but also slammed down on Tramsa, injuring him and causing blood to spurt from his mouth. He thought to himself how tough it was to face this boss. Just a moment's slip, and the boss would unleash a brutal attack. He quickly snapped back, eyes blazing as he stared down the boss. Determination surged within him, every cell in his body screaming to charge forward. In a furious roar, the boss vowed he would never let the Tramsa spear go. He bellowed that he would tear it apart piece by piece. His voice thundered across the battlefield like a savage oath. He screamed with venomous hatred, cursing the Tramsa spear to death. His roar echoed like a death sentence, filling the air with ruthless resolve to destroy. The boss opened his mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying force to blow the Tramsa spear away. But he showed no fear in that moment of fierce resolve. He was too mighty to be silenced. Then, fueled by sheer will and unbreakable grit, the Tramsa spear charged, striking the boss with a devastating blow that sent him into panic. Finally, after relentless effort, the Tramsa spear defeated the monstrous foe, and a triumphant announcement lit up the screen, confirming his spectacular victory. His rank instantly shot up to 60, and not just that, he claimed the top spot on the Fudu Bang district leaderboard. The Tramsa spear let out a relieved sigh. Feeling the weight of the world lift off its shoulders, the Legion commander looked at the Tramsa spear with pride and joy, saying, "You did it. We won." Her voice breaking with emotion, Light Feng stood there, eyes burning with rage and hatred, refusing to believe what had just happened. In his mind, he thought the Tramsa spear was not just lucky, it was actually stronger than Lefi-chan itself. The Tramsa spear stood deep in thought, mind swirling with disbelief. It had accidentally evolved into Tula. This was beyond amazing. Holding his reward, the Tramsa spear thought, "Not bad. High damage. Crazy skills. But no effect on me." Then sighed and stuffed it into his backpack. His new skill had a tiny chance to revive with full status restored. The Tramsa spear shrugged it off. Well, at least it was something. The Tramsa spear turned to support the Legion commander's hand. Asking if she was all right, she smiled proudly, saying she was fine. They would overcome this brutal challenge together. The Legion commander thought to herself that after turning Tula, the Tramsa spear looked a bit more handsome. His strong, confident aura was captivating, sparking admiration within her. Suddenly, the Triumphant spear remembered Light Fong the scoundrel, who could not be forgotten after this fight. He turned to the Legion commander and said, "You go report back to the Legion first. I have got another guest to entertain." Announcements blasted everywhere. Light Fong had died. Revived, then died again. His rank plummeted from 58 to 50 in no time. A panicked soldier dashed up to the boss. Breathing hard, reporting the chaos surrounding Light Fong's condition. Everyone rushed to see, watching Light Fong suspended midair by a ghostly spear. Eyes wide with confusion and curiosity. They wondered who could have humiliated him so badly, and on top of that, colorful words were written across his butt. Zimlin came running to the scene, shouting for everyone to clear out. The boss was here. The atmosphere instantly tensed up. The Triumphant spear wrote "Take care of your people" in bold letters across Light Fong's rear and confidently signed his name. Before he could finish, Light Fong fainted, sparking worried chatter all around. They guessed this was the dreaded death prison status, a state that could keep anyone trapped for days before waking up. The air grew heavy as they waited for the boss's reaction. The crowd spoke up immediately, telling the boss that someone had crossed a line by bullying them, and it was unbearable. They all agreed that guy needed to be taken down for peace to return. But before they could finish, the boss snapped, striking the speaker hard, thickening the tension. He laughed with wicked glee, eyes sparkling with delight, saying it would been ages since anyone made him this excited since Leslie Tron vanished. His words rang out like a bold challenge. An announcement blared. Triumphant Lone declared a challenge clip against the Triumphant spear, leaving everyone stunned. Nobody knew when he would pissed off Trutty and Lone. Truck and Lone was his crazy name, and this time he was serious. The tension spread everywhere. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting to see how the battle between these two would unfold. An announcement blared out. Triumphant declared his escape from the Snow Silver Ash, continuing to operate under the mercenary banner of Blood Red. This shook the mercenary world to its core. Lam Jithan was thrown off by the announcement. Triumphant felt something was off, and while he kept spitting out fragments of chatter, he decided he had to get to the bottom of this. He thought to himself, "I have not even survived one boss fight yet, and now they want me to shell out another 500 coins for business. This is seriously annoying." So he made up his mind to sell off the Phantom Shadow Bow to heal up. Only by doing that could he keep fighting and survive the battles ahead. Suddenly, an alarm blared. His body was in trouble, about to crash. Panic welled up inside him as he realized the emergency. He quickly checked network settings were still connected fine. Could it be a bug in the game? A sinking feeling hit him at the thought. He had to find the cause and fix it before it was too late. He quietly wondered if his body acting weird was from being online way too long. Lam Jithan rushed over, shouting loud and panting, "Why did you escape the Snow Silver Ash? Was it because of Truck and Lone?" Chaos had erupted. What had happened? Her face showed pure worry and nerves as she stood before Triumphant, desperate for an explanation. Looking up, she suddenly realized the face of Triumphant was not the same as before. He explained he would transformed into Tula, a new power awakening within, and asked if this new look was okay. Lam Jithan blushed and turned away, saying it was fine. But inside she could not stop thinking he looked insanely handsome, like a whole new person. Stronger and way more captivating. He said no one had seen him like this before. So no mask needed, for now he would face people with his real face. Lam Jithan grabbed his hand firmly, her face serious but her eyes sparkling like stars. She told him now was not the time to talk about his new look. He still had not answered why he escaped the Snow Silver Ash. Triumphant tilted his head, smiling. "Why so many questions? Didn't you say I am in control here?" Then he turned away, telling Lam Jithan he had plans and could not stay here forever. His eyes sharp with determination as he said goodbye. Lam Jithan recalled his plans and thought, though she would promised him before, now she could not bear to leave him. As he walked away, Triumphant felt a pang of guilt, but he knew this was the only way to keep Snow Silver Ash out of trouble and shift Truck Long's attention onto himself, letting Snow Silver Ash grow in peace. Just then, he heard an announcement that the Who is the Champion contest was officially kicked off, sparking his curiosity. After hearing the rules and rewards, Triumphant was stunned. Weapon upgrades, 3,000 fame, plus a hero's training token. Such rich rewards. Nothing could beat grinding monsters to level up. With that in mind, he immediately contacted Thap Tam and Tu Kwai to compete for the championship. The hero's training token would be the perfect prize to gift Ko Sword Soul Dream then, but Thap Tam objected, saying their trio was all close-range fighters with no ranged attackers or healers. Tu Kwai agreed. Without 5 members, they could not register. Calmly, Triumphant suggested issuing a recruitment order and announced they needed a healer and a ranged attacker to complete the squad. On the forum, when people saw the recruitment post, Everyone hesitated. Blood-red mercenaries had become a thorn in the sides of Dokba. Kong Long and Truck Long, Tam sighed. Who would dare join us now? Meanwhile, Tu Kwai proposed just capturing 2 people and making them join. Chich Tram Sai thought that made sense. Capturing was free, and hiring was costly. No point spending extra money. Suddenly, a female voice ordered them to release her, saying she wanted to join Blood-red mercenaries. Catching Chich Tramps off guard, the 2 holding her warned that if she wanted to join their guild, she would better behave and not embarrass their reputation. The moment Chich Tramps saw her, he immediately recognized her, the Tier 9 archer of Thien Bang. Batman Tayat. 2 men could not hold back Min Tayat, and the mysterious Chick Kitch Cham X immediately spoke up, refusing to drink water and even forcing their heads down, which made the 2 guys furious as they demanded to know who he was. He calmly said he was Chick Kitch Cham X, his eyes steady and unwavering, completely unfazed by their anger. Hearing this, the whole group was shocked. Never expect Cheating Titsech Cham X to stand right before them. Min Tayat rushed forward, saying Chi Kitch Cham X arrived just in time, and with fierce determination in her eyes, she officially asked to join the blood contract mercenaries. Min Tayat charged ahead, declaring that Chi Kitch Cham X's timing was perfect, and she formally requested to join the blood contract mercenaries. He advised her to think twice, warning that his guild was currently targeted by several powerful guilds. Min Tayat replied she was not afraid. She already had a grudge against Dukba, so adding a few more enemies would not make a difference. She was a renowned warrior skilled in both offense and defense, and only Chi Kitch Cham Xi was worthy of her. Hearing this, he silently thought this girl really knew how to size people up. Chi Kitch Cham X extended his hand. They shook firmly, and he officially welcomed Min Tayat to the guild. The blood contract mercenaries representative gave her a grand welcome, while the angry stares from the others made the atmosphere even tenser. Furious at Min Tayat's joining, they charged forward, deciding to kill the 2 of them, believing that sheer numbers would overwhelm. Chi Kitch Chemsa quickly ordered Min Tayat that running was the smartest move. Min Tayat smirked coolly and confidently said, with Chi Dikshem's Che's top-ranking fame, charging headfirst to wipe out those enemies was just another day at the office. Chick Kitchihevi covered his face, saying there were too many of them, so he did not want to waste energy playing along. But Thien Dao arrogantly challenged him to a one-on-one fight, and Chi Kitch Chamsa turned to face him, surprised. He noticed Thien Dao had already reached level 62, his eyes flickering over Thien Dao's overconfidence. Thien Dao charged with his sword, swinging in a powerful arc, the cold gleam from the blade cutting sharp and deadly. He confidently declared himself the top player in the Ice City and doubted Chick Kitch Champs had the guts to stand against him. Chick Kitch Chemikse instantly summoned a phantom wind and spear support, leaving Thien Dao stunned. Looking down, he saw a little dog. Thien Dao angrily said they would meet again in the tournament, where he would wipe away this humiliation in front of everyone. Cut to a forest. Min Tayat and Chick Kitch Chemikse were panting like they would just sprinted a marathon. The forest was quiet, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow on the ground. She asked if they could not just fight the enemies head-on, but he replied the battle would start soon, and if they clashed now, risking a downgrade was too high a price. Min Tayat agreed, and he praised her gear. Her stats were perfectly balanced, clearly showing a craftsman's touch was not from anyone ordinary. Sadly, her level was not high enough yet, which made him realize he had to support her more to unlock her full potential in the upcoming battles. Min Tayat complimented Chick Ketch Chimexsas sharp eye. Her gear was made by her brother, who recently acquired a rare liquor stone, now crafting new equipment for her. This filled her with pride and boosted her confidence for the fights ahead. Chick Kitch Chekmse wondered why he would never heard of her brother's talent before, and Min Tayat explained he was a bit of a loner who did not like socializing. Right after, Min Tayat pulled Chichikich Chemekse along to meet her brother, saying today's gear was definitely impressive, and she really wanted him to witness her brother's skills firsthand. They reached a forest clearing, and Min Tayat pointed ahead, saying her brother was there, but she warned Chikachemsh not to even think about dragging him into the guild, since she would tried many times without success. Suddenly, Chikich Chimeksa stopped. Sensing something was off, the atmosphere grew tense, as if danger was looming. A group of men in black surrounded Min Tayat's brother, aggressively demanding he hand over the liquor stone, promising to spare his life if he complied. Min Tayat's brother blocked a spear attack. The blade's gleam reflected sharply on his face, his resolve unbroken to not let the enemy prevail. Uncle Min Tayat decided to step in, determined to save her brother from the black-clad thugs. But Chechkitremexe quickly stopped her, calmly assuring her that he would be fine. Silently observing the fight, Chechtriasian noticed the situation looked dire, but every move was actually part of a carefully planned strategy. Every step her brother took was not just dodging, it was bait, luring those black-clad enemies into a trap where Chechkichtrumeksa could take them down with ease. Chechkichtrumeksa guessed that her brother's skill had limited range, so he could not get close enough to the enemies. When Muntide asked why he had to do this, she confidently said her brother's abilities would definitely let him escape. He explained her brother could not just run off from a high ground or he would be spotted instantly. That is why he chose to confront them head-on. Muntide worried that at this rate, her brother might risk his life. Chechkichtrumeksa reassured her, saying her brother was far from beaten. He was still smirking arrogantly at his foes. The attacker lunged at Muntide's brother with a sword, boasting that he had drained his blood. "Don't he be so easily baited?" he sneered. But Muntide blocked the sharp strike with her weapon, stopping the deadly blow. Her brother leapt up, making the attacker nearly fall, the blade slicing through the air just inches from his throat, enough to feel the danger closing in. He swiftly vaulted higher, admired by the others, his body gliding through the chaos like a ghost, leaving the enemies frozen and helpless. Seizing the advantage, he flashed a satisfied smile, eyes brimming with confidence and pride, as if all their efforts were meaningless against his overwhelming power. Then, her brother unleashed a sudden counterattack that left the enemy writhing in shock and pain. Chechkichtrumeksa said the timing was perfect. Her brother was not someone who'd go down that easily. He continued using bone-breaking techniques, invading the enemy's body to slow their movements and defenses, inflicting endless pain that infuriated them for being outplayed. Chechkichtrumeksa praised him not just for his lightning-fast moves, but for his rare poison immunity. Unlike typical healers, a true prodigy. Muntide suddenly shouted, warning her brother to be careful. Startling Chechkichtrumeksa, the twin dragons charged in a furious attack, forcing him to realize escape was impossible. Immediately, Chechkichtrumeksa stepped in front, telling him he would already got this guy covered if he wanted to fight. "Bring it on." The attacker asked who he was, and with a sly grin, he introduced himself as Chechkichtrumeksa. Hearing that name, the attacker froze. This was the same guy who had taken down Long Thieu. Terrified, they fled, vowing to return and settle old scores with new grudges. Afterward, Chechkichtrumeksa reached out to Muntide's brother, reassuring him it was all good, but he coldly stood, turning away, reminding Chechkichtrumeksa of what Muntide had said. He really was a bit of a weirdo. Furious, Muntide snapped that since Chechkichtrumeksa was their boss, he should at least show some respect. Smiling, Chechkichtrumeksa clapped Muntide on the shoulder, saying they were all family, but her brother angrily told him to take his hands off his sister. 10 minutes later, Muntide explained that Chechkichtrumeksa had saved her, and now she was officially part of the Bloodhunt mercenary crew. Her brother finally understood and thanked Chechkichtrumeksa for helping his sister. He replied that they were family and no need for formalities, even inviting him to join their guild, but he declined, saying he did not want to be used, then kicked them out because he had to move camp. His words made Muntide furious. Worried, Chechkichtrumeksa asked if the move was because of constant trouble from the dragon faction. Angry, he snapped that it was not Chechkichtrumeksa's business and told him to mind his own. Muntide demanded her brother not act like that. Muntide told Chechkichtrumeksa that long ago her brother was criticized for sloppy work and relegated to crafting duties only. Now, everyone coming to them had shady intentions, so she hoped he would understand. Hearing this, Chechkichtrumeksa said he invited her brother to join because he was an outstanding craftsman. "You said his skills and techniques were what you admired most, and your sincerity softened back Muntide's brother's hostility a bit." Chechkichtrumeksa praised him for keeping his cool while being hunted down by so many, and for mastering his abilities with precision. Not only did he heal himself, but he also dealt damage to enemies. "Definitely one of the best mercenaries you have ever seen." You added that he would not want to live his life constantly running and hiding either. "Hembangkong's territory is basically your home turf now, with the Blood Feather Legion guarding it. He can craft in peace." You said he could have rare materials dropped from guild dungeons, and he is free to craft for whoever he wants. You 1T interfere. Hearing that, Muntide's brother seemed genuinely intrigued. Chechkichtrumeksa urged him to fight alongside you for your dreams, sincerely inviting him to join the Crimson Mercenary Guild. After a moment of hesitation, Muntide's brother agreed and shook hands with Chechkichtrumeksa, filling Muntide with pure joy. They happily welcomed the new member into the guild and announced that Vang had successfully registered for the competition. The whole guild celebrated the successful registration, praised Lactran's excellence, and vowed to wipe out Kung Long and Dokba. Suddenly, the Vang notification popped up signaling that Chechkichtrumeksa's body was in trouble. He was in pain, causing the whole group to worry. Then he fainted, battered and bruised, leaving everyone shocked and deeply concerned. Lactran lay in a hospital room, covered in blood, breathing faintly through an oxygen mask. Outside, the doctor briefed Tam and Tu about his condition, saying it was not looking good and they needed to prepare themselves. The doctor told them that if they could not find someone with the antidote serum within 48 hours, there would be no saving him this time. But the serum only temporarily suppresses the virus. With just a 20% chance of full recovery, this crushed Thap Tam and Tiyu's hopes. They exchanged hopeless looks while Lak Tran lay there, everything blurring around him, overwhelmed by helplessness. Thap Tam asked if the virus could not be suppressed before with the Ten Kwang, and Tiyu questioned why Lak Tran, usually so healthy, suddenly fell ill like this. Those questions hung heavy in the air, filled with worry and confusion. The doctor adjusted his glasses and said tests showed the virus had mutated. The exact cause was still under investigation. He said he would contacted experts nationwide and was searching everywhere for the serum. They could only wait for it to surface. Now, the doctor's words hit Thap Tam and Tiyu like a dagger, their anxiety soaring, but they had no choice but to wait patiently. Thap Tam patted Tiyu's shoulder, saying they would not give up hope no matter how fragile it seemed. But first, they had to find the serum for Lola. The doctor nodded in agreement, saying the more people they reached out to, the greater the hope. His words a small spark in the heavy atmosphere. The doctor turned to leave, telling them to prepare the room for rest and to head home. The gentle reminders weighed with responsibility in the quiet space. Thap Tam told Tiyu not to tell Lola yet. Tiyu nodded, promising he would keep watch here these next 2 days. Games can wait, but there is only one big brother. Tiyu said, a silent vow between the two. Hearing this, Thap Tam said, no way. Lo Luck is the heart of Dream Blade. If they do not get the hero's token this time, it will break Lao Luck's heart. The worry and determination in Thap Tam's voice were clear. Thap Tam added they had to bear this together. No matter who challenges the throne, they must join the tournament. Tiyu nodded in agreement. They both knew that no matter how tough things got, they had to stand strong together. Thap Tam would hunt down the serum, while Tiyu went online to alert the others. To prepare, they quickly divided tasks, each with a crucial role in this battle. As they left, Lak Tran woke up and overheard the conversation, quietly thinking these guys are real brothers. But this time, he knew he was in deep trouble, worry flooding his heart. He knew there were only 2 days left to find the serum that could fight this strange virus. He hoped for a miracle, but those thoughts kept looping in his mind, the pressure crushing him. Lak Tran thought, if only he had an immortal skill like in the game, just 1% AP left, and he could instantly heal completely. Those daydreams brought a flicker of comfort, but reality hit way harder. All he could do was lie there helplessly, feeling the pain and powerlessness. His heart ached desperately for a miracle to save him, and the friends anxiously waiting for him. He wondered how much it would hurt to lose his dad someday. Memories flooding his mind. Dad once said he rarely got to come home, so he made Lak Tran's favorite stewed eggplant. That flavor still echoed in his memory. Every tender, fragrant bite, and his chest tightened, imagining a day when he would never taste it again. Staring at his wounds, he silently thought of his dad, the pain crashing over his heart like a tidal wave. He realized he needed to prepare for the worst. Thoughts of death and leaving everyone behind swirled chaotically in his mind. Sitting down, he began writing his will, each stroke of the pen conjuring images of his dad and his 2 closest friends, Thap Tam and Tiyu. Those joyful memories, the storms they faced together, flashed before him, breaking his heart and filling him with guilt. He did not want to leave them or bring sorrow to those who stood by him. He recalled a line from the game character Chich Kich Cham Sai, I never back down. That phrase echoed in his mind. He remembered earning money, then the next steps, battling monsters, leveling up, conquering dungeons. Each vivid game scene ignited his excitement. Leveling up and unlocking new skills. He smiled thinking about epic battles with Kwong Long, Dokba, and Truck Long. Powerful foes he, Thap Tam, and Tiyu had conquered together. His in-game character warned that Truck and Lone had declared war, so Tiyu and Thap Tam stayed a tie at Nan Sam for safety. But they refused to listen. They said, we are brothers. If we leave the guild, we leave together. Their loyalty and fierce friendship moved him deeply. Writing his will, he apologized for having them follow him so long without leaving anything behind for them. He was filled with guilt. The person he felt most guilty toward was the guild leader. The one who had always protected him appeared vividly in his mind. Suddenly, the phone rang, slicing through his thoughts like an unexpected sign. On the other end, Jit Jit's trembling voice said she believed he was not dead yet, a statement filled with strength and unwavering faith. Lak Tran was stunned to hear Jit Jit calling him. He answered, and Jit Jit shouted, are you alive? Over the phone, startling him awake. Surprised she knew, Lak Tran calmly asked what she was talking about. Jit Jit stammered, saying she dreamt he was dead and called immediately, her voice shaky as if she could not believe what she had just said. Hearing that, Lak Tran sighed. Jit Jit clearly had not realized how serious his condition really was. Lak Tran told her he was still hanging in there and urged her to get some sleep, forcing calm into his voice to ease her worries. They wished each other good night and hung up. In the quiet room, Lactran stared up at the ceiling, thinking it was a small mercy to hear Jit Jit's voice before facing death amid the pain and anxiety. That familiar sound was a last shred of warmth he clung to, softening the crushing loneliness of the moment. The phone slipped from his hand as a sudden wave of pain hit his body, convulsed violently. Struggling for breath, his face twisted in worry as they noticed his blood pressure had dropped below 40. No pulse could be found. His condition was critical. The relentless beeping of machines filled the tense room. Without hesitation, they rushed him into the ICU, fighting to pull Lactran back from the edge. By then, Daptam and Tiukwai had arrived, standing by his side. Swallowing her anxiety, she told the old guard to hang on. They would make it through. Lactran wanted to tell Daptam not to worry, but his throat tightened. No sound came out. He could only look at them with weak, helpless eyes drowning in pain and fear. His eyelids slowly closed, consciousness fading. One final thought flashed through his mind. His eyes were heavy, and all he wanted was to sleep. The next morning, Bakmuntayat looked around and said the guild leader had helped them a lot, but his fate was still uncertain. The only thing left was to fight with everything they had. Her brother sighed deeply, eyes full of worry, hoping Lactran could survive this nightmare. Everyone has gathered for the competition. The air thick with tension and anticipation across the arena. Teams are gearing up, eyes blazing with determination and hope. A short-haired girl speaks up, asking why the team battles are split into 2 matches, 1-on-1 and 2-on-2, and why a best-of-3 decides the winner like this. Another girl standing nearby chimes in, saying she heard Vay Tongue received orders from above to temporarily change the match format. The short-haired girl looks surprised, questioning if that is even allowed. Her face a mix of confusion and worry over these new rules, making the tension in the air even thicker. Then she turns anxiously to Jit Jit, recalling how she nearly fainted earlier today. Her eyes full of concern as she asks if Jit Jit is okay. Unease is clear on her face as the pressure and stress of the competition weigh heavily on everyone's minds. Jit Jit smiles softly, replying that she just did not sleep well. It is nothing serious. Her voice is a bit frail, but she tries hard to sound calm. Just then, Vay Tongue steps onto the stage, her voice booming as she announces the official start of the tournament. She introduces herself as the charming and captivating Messi, saying she's been eagerly awaiting this event. Despite the format change, the excitement won't drop one bit. She scans the teams, lighting a fire in their eyes, each member brimming with enthusiasm and fierce resolve, ready for the epic battle over the hero's order about to unfold. Vay Tongue Suksu declares that to make up for the format change, she has brought a special prize for the winning team, equipment forged from rare heavenly herbs. She explains that once used, it will randomly teleport players to one of 132 Vay Tongue dungeon seals. Conquering these dungeons grants tons of seal gear, rare materials, and gold. Plus every guild member levels up by 5 and gains 1,000 fame points. Most importantly, the top prize is the awakening fragment. Collect enough to awaken to a higher realm. The crowd erupts with chatter and excitement, buzzing over this rare opportunity. Everyone on edge with anticipation. They can hardly believe their ears. An awakening prize like this is something Vay Tongue has never offered before, and their excitement skyrockets. Seeing the crowd's uproar, Vay Tongue Su giggles and asks if everyone feels as thrilled and hyped as she does about this fantastic news. A girl in the crowd nods eagerly, saying this time they have got to go all out. Her eyes gleam with fierce determination, clearly ready for the brutal fight ahead. Longhand Thina is not far behind, confidently stating this is the one and only awakening chance. His eyes sparkle with excitement as he says this event is truly a golden opportunity. Bileo, captain of the Ace BA team, smirks and declares with fierce resolve that this is going to be one wild ride. The captain of the C Kiga Ming Hun team, the Ine, stands amid the crowd. His gaze is steady and full of hope, confident that with this special weapon, restoring the C Kim and Mun Hun will only be a matter of time. Van Thanti, captain of the Zio Vienthem team, stands firm in the thick tension of the contest. Her eyes shine brightly, filled with determination and unshakable willpower. Captain Che Ki Dung of the Leaky Lo Fong Hun team stands with his squad, his face resolute, eyes sparkling with confidence, reflecting his hidden strength and burning desire to win. Seeing everyone's passion ignite, Suksu boldly declares the official start of the championship battle for the title. Her voice echoes through the stands, sparking an electrifying and thrilling atmosphere. The game rules are announced. Alright everyone, listen up carefully. There are 2 match types. For 1-on-1, each team can pick their player, but for 2-on-2, the system will randomly match players, and all teams will draw lots to determine participants. The group stage matches happen simultaneously. Thuptam notices something interesting up top. There is the name of an old rival. Ang I peers in, asking who the opponent is. Cheers erupt as a team bursts onto the scene with full force. Alright, This is getting good, excitedly announces the 49th PK team. Crazy Blood Mercenaries. The first match. 1-on-1. Longhand Thing Hei versus Kutha officially kicks off as Lashtron slowly opens his eyes. He hears a whisper in his ear, what is that? The next opponent is Daiki Biu. But the boss still has not woken up. How Sai Sexy Bieg going to manage? What is there to be afraid of? Right now, you are still in shock light. I am not dead. I can believe it. The other guy continued, saying it is crazy that just you and the big boss made it into the top 8, facing off against the deadly duo from Fu Bang Than. The only way to deal with those two is death itself. The face of that Tam slowly appears before you, looking anxious. Old Luck, how are you feeling? Can you hear me? Luftran says they know his condition. That Tam little devil. Got that. Feeling better now. They all breathe a sigh of relief. That is great. You almost scared us to death. His voice rises calmly. Looks like King of Hell is not a fan of mine. So I got rejected again this time. He cuts in to explain. Hey. This time the one you should thank is Lam, the sharp tactician and the legendary beauty. It is thanks to their love that you got called back. Tuncock's behind supporting them. Yup. Exactly. Luxtran, curious, asks, how long have I been out? Who exactly left and where? The other two take turns answering. You have been in a coma for 10 days? And you believe what has happened. We have already hit the quarterfinals. Is not that awesome? All thanks to me and the big boss. You are stunned. Really? He confirms. Of course it is real. Our first match was against the Crazy Clan. You did not even get to see the Crazy Clan's face back then. That guy got knocked out in the first round. Let me see whose reaction is more interesting now. Remembering that look, all three burst out laughing with joy. That Tam thinks, just thinking about it will have me laughing for life. You suddenly remember. What about Koki Monghan and Tiat Gan Sam? Seeing the two fall silent, Luftran immediately senses something's off. What is going on? Tuncock breaks the silence. Tiat Gan Sam made it to the quarterfinals too, but Koki Monghan. He sees Tuncock hesitate and finishes for him. Not looking good. In the round of 16, Koki Monghan faced Doc B. They know people close to Koki Monghan. This time, the fight was brutal. They did not just kill each other outright, they played a twisted game of cat and mouse, tormenting each other to death. Luktran shouts in anger. What? Heavenly Blade versus Henjiam? Suddenly, he clutches his head in pain, making the others panic. Boss, Kantrung rushes in, scolding. I told you it was two people asterisk and asterisk him. Not two people asterisk pushing asterisk him. That Tam. Watching the checkup. Dad. Is Old Luck okay? He replies. Luckily, we have got it under control. His body is unique and the main target we are protecting. For now, focus mainly on resting and we will keep monitoring. He turns to the patient. What did you just say? Luktran stammers. Nothing. It is nothing. The other two rub their sore heads, shrugging and holding back laughter. The next day, Toto announces in the arena. Da! Bloody Mercenary. First match. Bloody Mercenary wins. The 1v1 second match will start in 10 minutes. Please get ready. Men cheers. Looking sharp. My dude, and to think they beat War God Doc Ba so bad even his own mom would not recognize him. Mama snorts. Serves him right for bullying my little sister. Tam speaks. Eyes on the opponent. Next fight's definitely that assassin monk. He is no joke. Not only is he from the famous clan, but he is also a deadly assassin Doc Ba. Look at that creepy grin. He always crosses his arms like that before a fight. Just like you. He always wins his 1v1 matches. Plus, he is from another server. Not staying in his own turf but coming to ours. Something is definitely fishy. Taiyuku is not phased at all. This is how the game gets exciting. I am the boss. I will handle this personally. Just watch me. Tam thinks. Old Luck is still locked up in the hospital. If we lose this fight, we want to even qualify for the 2v2 match. Taiyuku. Huh. We are counting on you. Toto solemnly announces. The break time is officially over. The second match between the Lone Tyrant and the Bloodthirsty Mercenaries has officially kicked off. The opponent of Little Kui speaks up. I have been itching to face the Bloodthirsty Mercenaries for ages, but I did not get to fight the person I was really waiting for. He sneers dismissively. Too many people are still waiting for our boss, but you are not even close to qualifying. Without missing a beat, he launches a sharp Ming fire strike straight at the enemy. Two powerful blows collide with a flash. System notification. Our Hatguard illusion activated. Active skill. Effect. Directional teleportation without damage. Range. 3M. Required level 45. Unfazed. He keeps attacking. Taunting. Kid. I already know all your tricks. The Bloodthirsty Mercenary counters with Furious Golden Fist. An active skill that strikes a single target multiple times. Deals physical damage equal to 150% of his attack power, with a 30% chance of critical hit. Level requirement 60. Defeated by the opponent's hand. Little Ku can believe how lethal and mobile this guy is. Rival sneers coldly. Both of us are spirits. But compared to the Chem Shinken Chemex, you are still way behind. Calm and collected. He adapts. Loudly warning. No need to provoke me. New skill info for Little Kui pops up. Ming defense skill activated deals 800 physical damage with a 10% chance to weaken the enemy. He blocks with a fist, still holding his ground. Honestly, you are way too weak. It is time for him to unleash his move. Damn it. My turn now. Blocking and speaking simultaneously. This bloodthirsty mercenary's attack is his best defense. If I can break through it, I am done. Demon armor. Activate to break free. Little Kui unleashes all his power. Alert! Demon armor effect has worn off. Little Kui is blasted backward, using his massive body as a shield for the opponent. He mutters. Told you. You are way too weak. Alert! Player Demon Valley Sun has died. Toto heats up the atmosphere. What a scene. I can't even stand to watch this. The winner of this round, the Lone Tyrant. The score is now tied 1-1. Don't go anywhere. In 10 minutes, we will draw for the 2v2 matches. Little Ku returns and apologizes to his teammates. I am really sorry. Everyone. Thup Taminu. Do not blame yourself, we would not have made it this far without you. Mama Fight agrees. Yeah. This bloodthirsty mercenary is one of the top 10 members of the Celebrity Hall. Losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of. Still frustrated, he says, but boss, I am not satisfied. Suddenly, Lostron appears. If you are not satisfied, then train harder. His arrival shocks everyone. Brother Chin, boss, you are back. Boss Chin, old loss. His gentle voice reassures the team. Yeah, you all went this far because of me. Really appreciate the hard work. Notification sounds. Time's up. Draw result 2-2. The guild's fighters are Thian Xiao and Bloodthirsty Mercenary. The mercenary team fields Thup Tam and Chemsen Chim XA. Lostron boldly declares, if I do not die this time, then it is you who will. He lights up seeing you. Finally, the moment I have been waiting for. Tron Ede, Toto announces. Both sides are ready. The Lone Tyrant Guild's ace, the Bloodthirsty Mercenary, is famous for close combat, using offense as defense, with devastating fists. His strikes are as fast as the wind. Guild leader Thian Xiao is even deadlier with razor-sharp blade techniques and massive damage. On the Bloodthirsty Mercenary side, Chum Hundam holds the title of the city's only spirit swordsman, known for lightning-fast attacks and terrifying damage. Lositron strategizes with his team. At that moment, you just keep going. And then, Thup Tam confirms. Okay, Toto is ready for the tournament. The Ultimate Master still has not stepped up. What surprise will he bring? Let us wait and see, the girl declares. Match start. Let us. Guild Lone Tyrant launches the attack on the Ultimate Master. Full details of both attacks displayed: Heavenly Blade and Cleaving Slash. Powerful. Unleashing a brutal combo on the little guy. Deals 200% damage to the target. Ignores 30% defense. With a 40% chance to cause bleeding. Plus wind power. Deals 120% damage to all targets in a straight line. With a 30% chance to stun targets for 1 second. The crowd gasped. The Heavenly Blade just dropped a special move right off the bat. 13 ponders thought. Just like Old Lu said, these two are definitely gunning for me first. Toto's instincts kicked in. The peerless fighter was cornered, but thanks to a unique legendary gear, he still managed to hold his ground against both attackers. He fought back desperately, silently cursing. Damn it! These two are hitting way too hard. If not for that custom shield from Dad, he would have been crushed the moment the fight started. Lu Chen came up from behind the river, totally ignoring me. You two are way too confident. His sudden appearance fired up Toto. Oh man! The battle just started and the tension's already through the roof. The guild's all-in focused attack failed to take down the peerless fighter. Instead, their formation got torn apart by Cleaving Slash Relentless Assault. The battlefield split into 2 one-on-one duels. Whoever takes down their opponent first will seize control. Lu Chen moved with lightning agility, slipping behind his enemy. The girl was stunned. His movements were eerily similar to Nightchase. Lucky for him, he did not meet me, but he is not so lucky now. Look, Sat Tangs, still on the offensive, can Cleaving Slash withstand this flurry of damage. No matter how skilled you are at imitating Nightshade, you are still just an imitator. Your wipeout is a warning to everyone. Sat Tang's Radiant Fist strikes head-on. Update alert. Radiant Fist deals 150% damage, boosts attack speed by 20%, and has a 30% crit chance. Toto skillfully leads the match. It is a special class skill, Before Satan's radiant fist even lands, it is blocked. He scoffs. I am no copycat, I am cleaving slash. Sat-Tang, stunned by the sheer force, crosses his arms to block and mutters. Oh crap, Sat-Tang activates his golden light shield, absorbing 60% damage, boosting power by 20%, attack speed by 15%, lasting 1 minute. Seeing the lightning fast moves ahead, Sat-Tang's furious. Playing turtle, I am done with you, stop right there. Toto notices. After Sat-Tang activates defense, cleaving slash backs off, clearly avoiding direct confrontation, aiming to support his teammate instead. Right behind Heavenly Blade, he launches a surprise strike. Coordinating with his ally, 13 Ponders swings his axe from the front, a scene that thrills Toto. Beautiful teamwork. While Sat-Tang has not caught up yet, cleaving slash and the Peerless Fighter press hard, pushing Heavenly Blade's health to a critical level. Lu Chen's fired up, hurry. Finish him off. Sat-Tang lands a punch on 13 Ponders. Snarling. You are 13. Toto shouts both sides are back to one-on-one. But with new opponents this time, he refuses to back down. Did I give you permission to touch anyone else? 13. Hold Heavenly Blade down. A fierce blade slash flies. But Toto shouts. Cleaving slash just switched targets, heading straight for Sat-Tang. Sat-Tang reacts just as fast. This is a true battle of masters, a clash of raw power and skill. I have been waiting for this fight forever. New skill alert. Gale Kick deals 801,000 damage with a powerful strike and has a chance to stun the enemy. Level 60 required. Last 25 seconds. The girl's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Too bad. You really let me down. Minda cheers. Come on. Cleaving slash. Take him down. We believe in you, go for it. Everyone's counting on you. Stand up, give it your all. 13 Ponders nervously looks back at the exhausted Lu Chen. Old Lu, Heavenly Blade 1T, give him a second to hesitate. Got time to get distracted? Die. As the enemy's fist lunges forward, he bravely raises his sword to block. Their clash of strength and skill lights up the entire space. Sat-Tang grow. Give it up. Toto easily spots it. All the mercenary fighters from Blood Scar are cornered, totally on the defensive. Sat-Tang sentences Lu Chen. Finish him. Cleaving slash, but he defiantly asks, is this all Mysos' real strength? Sat-Tang senses something's off. I have to be faster than him. Quickly throwing a punch straight at Thap-Tam. The crowd gasped in shock. No way. Is this it? Sat-Tang truly lives up to his legendary rank 8 status in the Grand Hall of Fame. Absolutely impressive. To his curious man, Sat-Tang's hands really are lightning fast. Ruthless. Precise? Did he actually pull it off this time? Sat-Tang suddenly froze mid-move. Wait. Hold on. What is this? A ghostly spirit suddenly appeared right before his eyes. The girl noticed the spirit too. Rumor has it that Kamsay can summon spirits for support. I swear, this is straight out of a divine battle scene. Seeing this live is absolutely mind-blowing. System notice. Hell domain level 10 activated. Consuming him to summon the Spirit Legion. Damage and number of spirits increase with the player's skill level, starting with 10 soldiers, dealing 300-500 damage. Each level up adds 20 damage and 2 more soldiers. The Spirit Legion can respawn infinitely by consuming EP. Requires level 60. Luck Chan. Coldly? Getting bored yet? If you are done, then it is my turn. You just command the spirits to attack the enemy. Spirit Legion. Obey orders. Attack. Kill. Sat-Tang's body crumbles under the Legion's assault. Thien Dao anxiously calls out. Sat-Tang. Thap-Tam's going all in. Grabbing his leg. I want to let you get past. Sat-Tang recklessly throws a few punches at him. Get lost. He feels the shockwave of power from the battle behind him. System notice. Player Sat-Tang has fallen in battle. Tuda shouts excitedly. Unbelievable. Protratran Tremsa has unleashed absolute power to defeat Sat-Tang, showing us the insane potential of the spirit-possessed Sura class. Becoming a Sura is brutally tough, but Tremachun Tremsexa clearly conquered an extraordinary trial this moment. He shines like a star. The team is moved. Trem Hunze, you are a legend. Even the rank 8 Sat-Tang of the Grand Hall could not stand against you. This is insane. The class is ridiculously strong, no wonder it is the top tier. That move. Who else could pull that off? As Tran Kin Thong exclaimed, let the losers just sit there and watch. He thought silently about mastering the Spirit Legion. This feeling is not bad at all. But man, it burns through him fast and only lasts once. Need to find a way to boost imp soon. Sensing Han's movement, he coolly says, your turn now. To quickly motions. Look over there. The top tier master has already been taken down by Thien Dao. Both sides have lost one fighter. Seeing his battered teammate's face, Luftran grits his teeth in rage. Thap-Tam. The 3 words Thian Dao hissed like venom between his teeth. Lufttran immediately swings his sword toward the enemy. Come die, and blocks fiercely. You think killing me's that easy? Lufttran channels more power into his strike. Retorting, isn't he that right? Thian Dao can comprehend it. Damn it! That kid's clearly exhausted, how is he still this strong? Lufttran's sword steadily presses down, pushing Han to his limits, and grits his teeth, gathering strength to regain control. Don't underestimate me. Meanwhile, Lufttran's eyes gleam coldly as he stares down his opponent. Thian Hancham slashes fiercely toward Thian Dao with deadly power. Thian Hancham unleashes countless splitting sword energies. Each sword energy strike deals 50% of body strength and damage, with a 30% chance for a critical hit. Requires level 60. Thian Dao grits his teeth to resist, while Lufttran mocks. Is that all you got? Tutu exclaims. Chamsa launches a relentless combo attack. Crits nonstop. Thian Dao is completely on the defensive. His health steadily dropping, he is blasted backward, body staggering and falling despite stopping. Lufttran does not give him a moment to recover, he charges forward relentlessly. Thian Dao gasps in shock at the brutal assault. Tutu's eyes widen, seeing the sword plunged deep into Thian Dao's weak spot on the floor. Cham's move is insanely deadly, hitting right at Thian Dao's vulnerability. This is overkill. But that old guy Thian Dao deserves it. Chamsa is clearly pushing Thian Dao to the brink of death. This is getting intense. Riding the momentum, Chamsa presses on. Could he be planning to wipe him out completely? The moment he charged in, a swift slash cut through. The girl's heart raced, the tension mounting like crazy. If he would hesitated just a bit longer, the heavenly blade would have been sliced in two. He is so pissed. Zero honor. Total scumbag. Do you still remember your old rival when he wielded the Dream Blade? Did not he mention anything about honor? Today, we will show what it really means to have no honor at all. A storm of razor-sharp slashes rain down on the heavenly blade, driving him nuts. Damn, it is fast. He is about to crack. Tutu's got the play-by-play. This attack from Chimeksa was like a deadly storm. Heavenly blade could not muster the strength to fight back. Damage was light, but the humiliation, off the charts. He fought back. Confused why? With all his upgrades and higher rank, can he beat this guy? Dai Iha, Chiem, his ultimate move, every ounce of his essence poured into this strike. You even used Mingigant Chiem to absorb the hit. Lassie Transans, his teammates in the stands were stunned. Report. The fog's thick. Both sides went all out with this attack, earth-shattering stuff. What is the outcome? Chemex's blade just sliced clean through Heavenly Blade's neck. The winner's clear. The shame left Heavenly Blade speechless. You. That blade just cut right through me. Just die already. To shouted when Heavenly Blade fell. The 4th strongest player in the squad was born. They were the fierce Blood Scar Warriors. All 4 players tonight delivered epic battles and stellar performances. Let us cheer and celebrate these legends. Lassie Tran's teammates screamed nonstop. We won. We actually won. The boss is unstoppable. Everyone hoisted him up, partying hard. That Tam's the man. Blood Scar Warriors reigned supreme. Blood Scar Warriors. Cheers echoed everywhere. Blood Scar Warriors. Jit En stood proudly on the other side. Eyes locked on him. She thought quietly. This is amazing. Seriously amazing. Big bro. Do not lose this one. We will meet again in the finals. Notice. Player Funds Hein is now offline. Assassin marks this rival Chimeksa. No matter who he really is, I have got him memorized now. Thin's IO mocked him. Trash. You are still ranked 8th. Even a nobody could take you down. Her killing intent flared, making him freeze in place. He knew it well. Trekkie run lone. Se might be even deadlier than anyone imagined. Thin Dao could only retreat to his comrade's damn assassin. Damn Se, he Udra had not provoked him. Yet here he was today, just missed getting wrecked earlier. Thin Dao's simmering rage was not over. Just wait. I am coming for you. Notice? Player Thin Dao is now offline. She silently thanked him. Thanks again. Kansa Ede, you really saved me. Thup Tam was still grilling Lulis. Did you say it or not? You came back just in time this round. A flash of blue light. Hub barely managed to leave one last line. I am done for. I am going ahead. With that, her figure faded away. Back to the hospital room where Lusitron was recovering. He glanced quietly at the scene outside. Lusitron whispered, Man, our dad's terrifying. He warned, Be careful, do not push your luck, or they will come after you. They even made you wear a helmet and join Ward 2 at the hospital. Does that convince you? Lusitron felt lucky it was Evan I and Tu Tight who pulled him out. If it had been me, I would probably have been torn apart by now. He laughed. Still got 2 days before discharge. And you will be in the finals. Pretty lucky. Huh, he confirmed. Yeah. I thought I would have to face Jit in the finals. but they lost to someone else. I have watched all of Tight New Guy and Sam's matches Jit spin-off lately. Something S fishy. The last game was shaky, but this climax, it is a total game changer. Is Jit okay? Back then he asked Tam for help. Don't he tell the senior I donated blood for him? Please, to keep his promise. He shrugged it off. You are overthinking it. Lum and Nim would not get hurt. If anyone is in trouble, is this? Look, the Daoyuan Guild is about to step all over us. Glancing at the rankings on his phone, Luctran just sighed. To spoke up, calm and collected. I am then too. And Feng Si Hoyan too has already lost to me. You ready to accept defeat? The first round of the finals kicked off with cheers and clashing swords. Keep it up. Baba's on fire. Just like that, Xiao Kui noticed something was off. Wait. Luxtran. Say something, he explained. Bop's damage output is not high enough to land critical hits. This round is more about endurance, but it has been going on too long. He agreed. Yeah. All of Bop's attacks are being countered. The other side has figured out his playstyle. And since the opponent's an assassin, if she stays alive, Bop is in serious trouble. Mintai gasped in shock watching the intense battle unfold. Mama slowly slipping into a weak position, glaring fiercely as his opponent strikes. Toto updated. The tide just turned. Muskaz seized an opening while Mama was on cooldown and landed a critical blow. He seemed off rhythm, and with the pastor's blood rage. Each of Muskaz's strikes hit like a hammer. Unbearable pain. A sharp voice yelled from behind Mama. Die. Standing in a victorious glow, she sent an arrow flying straight at him. Toto led the cheer. Let us congratulate Daoyuan Shenshu for winning the first match of the semifinals, and thank Mama for such a thrilling fight. He returned and told his teammates. Sorry, guys, that Tam's defense was solid, no worries. We have got this, his comrades agreed. They clearly prepared well. Plus your class is countered. Lasting this long is already impressive, Toto announced. Officially, Daoyuan Shenshu concedes defeat in the 1v1 semifinal match. Next up is the 2v2 face-off. Tam was stunned. What is going on? The little devil could not believe it, conceding defeat. Do they even respect us? You patted his shoulder to calm him down. Stay cool. They are really strong, definitely got the right to be cocky. Plus, they are confident they will win 2v2 too. But our goal is victory. Focusing on tomorrow's match is what really matters. They will regret their arrogance because two stayed silent. As you continued, Luctran reminded. We will win. Day 2 of the finals. In the blink of an eye, we have reached the tournament's climax. Who dares claim the crown? The 2v2 showdown begins. Let us cheer them on. The whole Tam crew roared. Big bro, you got this. Champion Hyatt. Sao Tayat. Fight hard. Min Tayat and Luctran stepped onto the stage. Toto shouted. I declare the match started. The fireworks exploded with the girl's voice echoing. It was game on. He dashed forward while she stayed back, ready to strike. Bring it on, she said. He targeted Tukong, while the girl tactically assessed the battle. The blood-hued mercenaries struck first, aggressively cornering Daoge and them Su next to her. An attack was launched on Ho Bi. Nice. The Northern Star recruit unleashed a rapid 5-arrow volley, but the spellcaster Ho Bai reacted lightning fast, dodging the assault. Without hesitation, she counterattacked. Taste my arrow storm, she declared. Showcasing her skill, arrow storm devastating and dazzling. She unleashed a barrage of arrows, each dealing 50% physical damage, with a 20% chance to freeze the target for half a second. Arrows rained down on her as Tada's commentary fired up with the sniper duel unfolding. Northern Star's skillful moves kept her in the lead, dominating the fight. Refusing to back down, she quickly cast a spell, Holy Shield. Obey my command. Divine Light. Protect me. But the shield shattered the moment it appeared, leaving Ho Bai stunned. Proudly rubbing her nose, she taunted. Want to cast more spells? The girl was pumped. Ho Bai's skills were too weak. Northern Star was not giving her opponent a single chance. Lucan distracted Tukong, then charged at Ho Bi. Nice move, little Northern Star. Take her down. The duel tightened. Cham Contran shifted targets. Ho Bai was in danger, but before he could strike, she blocked him. Cham Contray, your opponent is me. Unbelievable. Then Tukong was not fast, but he instantly freed Ho Bai from danger. While he was distracted, she cunningly used a light blast, but every arrow from Min Tayat ruined her plan. Damn it, she drew her bow tight and warned. No distractions allowed. Tada got hyped. The duel was heating up, neither side giving an inch. On the other side, a breaking gust from her was caught by him, creating a loud clash. Tukong did not wait for Lucan to recover and launched a soul-binding strike. The girl was shocked. Whoa. Cham Contramse is known as the bloodthirsty Shura of Bang City. Yet he is getting outmatched by Than Tu Kong. She mustered all her strength and unleashed a fierce slash toward her opponent. Take this, she sneered in contempt. Cham Contray? Is that all you have got? But her expression quickly turned pale. No more jokes. He charged forward and struck Tu Kong with a powerful blow. She was strong. Feng Sakuyan was not wrong to think she would win. He swung his sword decisively. But unfortunately, Min Gayet Cham's strike hit her hard, and knocking her back. She faced me again, and Tutu was shocked. A brutal hit drained over 2,000 of Than Tu Kong's AP. Lutran's teammate shouted. Watch out! Cham Contramsa switched from defense to offense. Each slash shatters the tide of battle. Both sides tested speed, skill, and reflexes. Waiting for the other to slip up, the fight was insanely intense as he attacked relentlessly. He thought, Than Tu Kong is not the toughest opponent I have faced. Gotta retreat fast. If I do not, I will be overwhelmed. Suddenly, a yellow light shot straight at him. Lutran gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, she found my weakness. On the other side, Min Thiet kept launching relentless attacks at the enemy. Meanwhile, Habi was acting sneaky. Her spear aimed straight at him, but in a flash, her arrow pierced through the shield and struck her instead. She had been holding back from the start, saving her skills for this very moment. On his side, the battle was just as fierce. Suddenly, the system popped up, introducing the skill Obsessive Recommitment, which boosts damage to marked targets by 60%. If the target's health drops below 10% when the mark ends, they die instantly. Cham Contramxe could not hold back Than T. No distractions allowed. It looks like this fight's inevitable. Suddenly, she wiped it off. Wait. What? Tuk Ho gasped in surprise as Bivman Tide interrupted Ho BS spell again. But unlike everyone's expectations, she smiled. Wiping it off here is exactly right. You are such a pain. Blinded by the dazzling light, she could not move, only muttering curses under her breath. Then she turned and said, Chemk Ene, this time you are definitely dead. Lucy Chun gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, I have no choice but to use it now. System confirmation. Warning, activation of spirit summon will drain all mana. Use now. He shouted out the answer instead. Hellas Endure. Lucy Chun unleashed Min Ingite summon, calling forth countless spirits. Both HB and Takung were shocked and stepped back. This is bad. Before he could even command, the spirits surged forward on their own. She quickly used Obsessive Recommitment to smash through them. 3 massive bursts of energy collided, shooting a pillar of light straight into the sky. Min-type frowned, shielding her face. Even the Thop Tam below were affected. Meanwhile, Hay was blasted back by the force. Tuff was hyped. This fight was insane. The blood-red Tula was living up to its fearsome reputation. Lucy Chun looked wounded but still held his ground, clutching his chest as he scolded the crowd. He turned to the person beside him and said, Little Buck Min, watch their mage carefully. Min Tai did not hesitate and nodded. Got it. On it. Suddenly he called out, Bleak See Min. Watch out. Unexpectedly, Takung dashed forward while she was not paying attention. But luckily she blocked it. Do not screw this up. Without wasting a second, he attacked from behind her. After all, she was my opponent. Heavy was not backing down either. Chanting a spell to block Lasachana's strike on her behalf, she kept casting attacks from all sides, while he parried and seethed with anger. Damn it! My mana's totally drained now. But soon he snapped back, charging up again. Bleak See Min. Focus the channel. She kept moving, taunting, trying to close in on me with those short legs. You will have to wait for the next round. Lissy Chunin, Jiang said. You are pushing me to use my trump card. Huh? Calmly, as his mana partially recovered, he summoned to Minhin first to harass her. The attack was not strong, but hey, better something than nothing, right? He stared at the tiny spirit before him, speechless. What the hell is going on? Temhin seemed different now. I have not even trained her yet. Why does her gear look like this? Then Lasachan shouted, Forget it. Tam Nin, take down that mage. Habi's face fell, unsure what to say next. She burst out laughing, thrilled, already short-legged, and now you summon one even shorter. Just a little dried-up skeleton. And you think you can stop me? But she quickly had to shut up after a strike hit her in a very sensitive spot. Her body turned pale and gasped. What? The other 3 on the stage were stunned to her, and Temhin's battle was unbelievably intense. Though the damage was small, Temhin kept up with her speed perfectly. I messed up. She is way quicker than I thought. She hurriedly stopped and activated Light Shield. Tukku jumped in to explain. Cham Contra Emp's ace player really does not quit. Though little Temhin is small and skinny, she is lightning fast and hits hard, unexpected as it is. Lusset Chun was thrilled. Tam Nin, Who knows how many surprises I have yet to discover. This is awesome. Over in the demon realm, she has been tormenting the skin beast non-stop. This dry bone guy's way too reckless. How can someone just charge in without any defense? She leaps up to strike, but her opponent braces for impact, covering her head. Then suddenly, she vanishes into thin air. The skin beast, who has been waiting all this time, looks ready to give up. As expected, the lifespan of a dry bone warrior is short. Otherwise, if she can survive this spirit army-s assault, then my own strength is seriously in trouble. I need a new plan when I get back. To the cheers excitedly. Look, the skin beast player is getting wiped out. The demons are visibly thrilled. This is awesome. But just then, Mintiat fires an arrow straight at her. Lucken also charges in. It is her turn now. She dodges both attacks with ease. Damn it. In a flash, she strikes back, finishing her off. You are dead meat now. You watch her, and the system notification pops up. Player back Mintiat has died. To this hype is off the charts. Both sides are shocked just like that. Then Tukong's already taken down back Mintiat. The three of them worry. Cio Shu. Hang in there. We still have the boss. The boss got this. Keep fighting, she says coldly. If you block my way, you are dead. Right now, she takes a stance, sword pointed at him. Your turn. He grips his sword tight, readying himself for battle. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widen. Damn. They are escaping just like that. Even Tukong stares in disbelief at Luck Trance move. Then she fumes. You think you are slick? What is your plan here? She mutters to herself. I get it, you have burned through all your skills. Looks like you are out of magic points. Fine then. Get ready to be torn apart. With that, she grabs her sword and chases after him. Stop right there. He keeps running to buy time. You think I am a fool? If you say stop, I stop. He thinks. Man, why is my mana regen so slow? Tukong's right behind him, closing in fast. She taunts. No archer in this crowd can outrun me, not a chance. Especially not you. Then she lunges straight at Luck Tran. The girl yells. Then Tukong's going all out. Luckin's bleeding bad, half his health is gone. He reacts quickly. Casting Mingai at Cham, he thinks to himself. This guy is seriously tough. She smirks. Let us see if you have still got anything left. Tukong launches a relentless assault. To the cheers, then Tukong is delivering a knockout blow. Luckin's covered in wounds. His health dropping fast. Luckin's health is now lower than Tukong's. He is in real danger. The fight's outcome hangs by a razor-thin thread. He braces for impact. Thinking. No escape. No skills left. Am I really going to lose to this guy here? Tukong flashes a bright smile. Swinging her sword forward, the crowd outside erupts. Shouting. Guild leader. Do not give up. Luckin looks toward her. Wondering. Is this where it ends? The sharp clang of steel rings out. Die. Tukong stabs him, and he screams in frustration. I want to give up. The announcer declares. Luckin cries out in despair as his health drops to 0. The battle seems over. The crowd outside goes pale. Heads bowed, unable to face the scene. Suddenly, someone shouts. Wait, he is not down yet. The system screen flashes just in time. You have activated Immortal Body skill. When Hape hits 0, there is a tiny chance to instantly revive with full status. Luckin can barely believe it as he stands up, gasping. No way. He raises his sword, glowing with fierce purple light, and charges. She blocks the strike. How's this even possible? Luckin's eyes widen in shock. I did not expect this ultimate move. A cold gleam flashes in Luckin's eyes. Tudis' voice rings out. The fight just took a terrifying twist. Luckin, bleeding out and near death, suddenly regenerates fully. Truly the immortal war god. She swings her sword, blasting him away. Then says, all right then, let us settle this once and for all. The dazzling light from their blades blinds everyone watching now. The stage is set for an epic showdown. Right now, both fighters are evenly matched, making this a battle to see who will have the last laugh, whose hands will claim victory. When the dust settles, suddenly, Tukong flashes behind Las Chung. A burst of excitement erupts. The way Tukong moves is like a shadow assassin, fast and deadly. Almost unbelievable. Seeing the tension escalate above, Tu shouts excitedly, while Chem Contremixe is not far behind when masters clash. Victory belongs to whoever strikes with pinpoint precision. Las Chihan glides past Stick back without leaving a trace of sword energy. The purple energy he unleashed quickly corrodes away, and the sword falls from her hand. To spots Las Chun raising his fist and declares loudly, the winner has emerged. The final champion of the grand finals is the Blood Pact mercenary squad. Inside the arena, the little girl's voice rings out. Chem Contrenta Exezed, with unyielding will and unstoppable skill, has pulled off an epic comeback. After this heart-pounding battle, Let us give the loudest applause to the blood-packed mercenary squad. Blood-packed mercenary squad. Min Guite nearby thinks to herself. I knew it, our senior definitely had this in the bag. La Si-chun turns to the opponent sitting on the ground and calls out to the Kim. He raises his hand to an U, saying, I gave way this time. It was just the goddess of luck picking me. She is so strong. Hearing this, she smirks inwardly, trying to act cool. Takung brushes off her clothes, stands up, and replies, All right, enough with the polite talk. Luck is part of skill anyway. He shoots him an annoyed glare and says, I am really looking forward to our next rematch. Don't even think about running away. Laschan smiles softly and replies, Absolutely. Standing still, he watches T. Kang's retreating figure. Calculating. This tournament attracted many masters like Takung, but in the world of Thien Ting, they are only the tip of the iceberg. Laschan raises his hand, thinking of that person and also Chessie Run Lone. I have to get stronger. Tu resumes her duties. Now, please welcome our champion team to the stage to receive their rewards. Get ready. The girl starts reading aloud. Blood-packed mercenary squad, receive your rewards. 1 legendary piece of equipment. Rare materials. 3,000 guild prestige points. And a hero's token. La Si-chan's team gets hyped as the prizes drop. Other players whisper enviously. Damn, even though we knew the rewards. Seeing them in person is a whole different level. This key to the hidden dungeon, like the hero's token, means more battles for glory. The Blood-pack team huddles close and shouts together. One more time. Let us hear it for the Blood-pack mercenary squad. The scene freezes into a framed photo on the table. A cheer ringing out clink, the three raise their glasses. Toasting. To the championship. And to our guild leader S. Speedy recovery cheers. Tam picks up a piece of food. Whispering. So BB and TU Tight are still out there packing up. Can T make it back in time? Otherwise, today would have been even more lit. Laschan implies. No worries. Once they arrive, we will throw another celebration party. He raises his wine bottle. Joking. Honestly, old Las had us all scared sick this time. You owe yourself 3 shots as punishment. Tu jumps up, snatching the bottle back. Donnie say that our big bro's still not fully recovered. Can T have him drinking too much? He said it is just a temporary virus suppression. There is still a risk of relapse. Lutran scoffed and shot back. Come on. It is not that bad. I am feeling great now, could live to 100 with no problem. With 13 right there backing me up. It is salt. He raised his glass in a solemn toast. It is just... I still do not know who donated the blood for the serum. I really want to thank that lifesaver personally. The other two instantly played dumb, downing a shot and laughing. If it is fate, you will meet him soon. 13 clinked glasses with Lutran and switched topics. Anyway, the next hidden dungeon. When are we heading out? Twinkok glanced at him and said, Your level's still low. Finish your job change quest first. Next time, we will take you along. He jumped back, wide-eyed and panicked. Next time. 13 pulled out a tablet, pointing and explaining, this hidden dungeon has a chance to drop fragments of the awakening stone. Lutran cut in. Reading it. I know that already. So what? Cock pointed to the last line. Look here. These fragments can boost a player's rank, because each piece contains some power from the warlord level boss. 13 jumped in. If you gather all the fragments, you can unveil the warlord boss's secret and unlock the next storyline. Lutran stared at the tablet, wide-eyed. Warlord boss. What is that? 13 leaned back, smirking, teasing. You are the kind of hardcore fighter who only cares about PvP battles. Never bother checking your gear or game setup. He launched into a rundown. In the world of Thien Tongue, there are 9 warlord bosses, top-tier entities in the game. Defeating them nets epic gear and resources, plus massive XP and fame, but their identities are still secrets. Players have to discover them on their own to unlock new chapters. Tunkok looked impressed. No way, that is awesome. If we unlock the first awakening stone fragment, our guild will lead the entire new chapter. 13 scratched his head, looking awkward. Exactly. That'll be a legendary moment in Thien Tongue history. But why do I still have to do this job change quest then? He stood up right away, patting his shoulder to console him. Donna sweat it. Man. More awakening stone fragments will show up. You still got a shot. Lutran smiled brightly, promising, we will bring back all the resources and treasures. Every studio member gets a cut. The 3 clinked glasses in unison. All right. It is settled. For the future of the Blood Scar mercenary squad, bottoms up. The hidden dungeons portal. Lutran looked over at the scouting team. Are you done packing? Mintai replied confidently. Relax. With my big bro as our ace here, Nothing to worry about. We are almost ready. He could not help but admire. No doubt. The real Tuncock turned his head as two figures approached. Big bro, they are here. Hamin immediately clasped his hands. Apologizing. Sorry for the delay. KMX. We kept you waiting too long, Lutrin replied. No worries. Still on time. She pointed and introduced the three newcomers. Let me introduce. This is Chanip, Ngayan and Dathong, new members of the Sword Soul Guild. The three bowed together. Suani. Level 60. Warrior. Ngayan Level 59. Warrior. Datho. Level 59. Archer. Then glanced around. Lutran turned to them with praise. Heard about you guys for a while. Now you are with our guild. Let us get into the dungeon. Hanin agreed. Sounds good. He walked ahead deep in thought. These three are ruthless operators. Does the guild really have to take people like this? Looks like Sword Souls in a tough spot. Lutran recalled the last time. Hoping silently. Please. No surprises in this dungeon. Otherwise, the group split into teams entering the mountain cave. Lutran glanced back at Akshuani's trio behind him. Deciding he would keep a close eye on them, no way, he would let them stir up trouble. Minthiat scanned around. Sighing. We have been walking for a while, but all I see are tiny bugs. So boring. Right then, a monster suddenly lunged out of nowhere. Lutran gripped his sword and barked. Get ready to fight. Then he swung his sword in a clean slash, cutting it down. Watching the monster fall, Lutran asked skeptically, That is it? That simple. He looked up at the massive swarm of monsters approaching and muttered. This guy. The three from Swanee brushed past Lutran. Warning. No one knows what is coming next. So everyone, keep your strength up. Then they lunged forward, and Dung swiftly wiped out that horde of monsters. Minthiat smiled brightly. Praising them, Lutran bowed his head, wondering if maybe he was overthinking things. The system screen flashed repeatedly. Congratulations to the team for successfully eliminating the swarm and collecting the following loot. Common Wolf Bracelet 1, Defense 115, Magic Resist 50. Stamina 20, Required Level 60, Tier 1 Armor. Legendary Equipment, Mana Stone 15. Lutran stared at the glowing orb in his hand and ordered, Keep moving forward. Usually, game settings make the boss up ahead easy, but it is always tougher behind. Everyone, stay sharp. The group stomped across the water as surface. When suddenly, Lutran stopped, leaning in to listen. Wait, do you hear that sound? A swirl of pink pollen appeared, surrounding the group as they moved in. Tuncock could not believe it. Hidden dungeon with an 18-hour script like this. Seriously. She covered her face, embarrassed. She muttered. Did the designers lose their minds? I want to complain. Really? Lutran's face flushed red as he gritted his teeth. Thinking. Oh no? I feel. There is poison in the air. His cheeks burned bright pink as he breathed heavily. Whispering. That stuff. Slender legs stepped on the water. Approaching, accompanied by fluttering butterflies, poisonous butterfly monsters appeared, and the system screen sounded a warning. Poisonous butterfly. Elite monster. Level 40. Defense 100. Of 4,000. Skills. Charm. Enchantment. Description follows. Poisonous butterfly. A deadly creature that releases toxic pink pollen, confusing its targets and leaving them defenseless. Lutran struggled to move. Calculating desperately. Is this the boss? Damn it. My body one T move. The system alert echoed. Charmed effect activated. Player's attack speed reduced by 50%. Movement disabled for 15 seconds. He watched those legs draw closer and sensed something was off. Wait. Hold on. This is not right. The poisonous butterfly's face came close, startling him. Huh. Hey. She lifted him gently, asking, Why did you trick me? Her hand stroking him reproachfully. You made me suffer waiting for you. Then she lightly caressed Lutran's body, enchantingly, whispering, You know what I want most? It is you. His face flushed crimson, panting hard, his mind screaming, Boss, you have got to control yourself. The poisonous butterfly licked her lips, pressing close to his hand, murmuring, You want me to hold back? Tilting her head softly, she called him senior, making him blush and squeeze his eyes shut. I can't take this anymore. Hanin stormed over and slapped Lutran. Snapping. Snap out of it, man. He clutched his face with one hand and pointed at the poisonous butterfly. Stammering. Boss. The poisonous butterfly immediately reached out to Luck Tran, calling, Senior, come here. Suddenly, she was knocked flying backward. Luck Tran saw her fall. Then her face twisted into something terrifying as she asked, what is going on? Hanin nearby wondered aloud. You just got hit by the butterfly's charm, so I snapped you out of it. And also, why are you calling me that, boss? Luck Tran panicked. You know, I was charmed and mistook her for someone else. He glanced ahead, asking, right? What about the others? Up ahead, the group was still under the butterfly's charm, pleading. Do not. Mintai guessed from behind. Looks like it only charms male players. The rest of us do not feel a thing. Hanin urged forward. Don't just stand there. This butterfly's got weird skills, but it is fragile. Let us move fast. The poisonous butterflies were defeated, and 10 minutes later, the Xuanni group kept getting slapped hard across the face. Ngayat clutched the poisonous butterfly's head, shouting, Baby, watch out. Tunkov, shaken awake by Hemin, asked, Where's the teacher? She was furious, clutching her head with both hands, screaming, Enough already. Min Tayat, up front, kept complaining, I really do not get men. The poisonous butterfly is so dangerous. Yet you guys get completely mesmerized, totally powerless. He spoke up. We are all hallucinating. That face I saw, it was not real. Guy N jumped in. What I saw was my ex-girlfriend. Where are you? My love. He heard that and replied, No matter how you soothe me, we are not the same. Lasitron calmly said. This creepy muth can exploit our deepest desires to create illusions. It is seriously messed up. He sighed inside, thinking, this really is not something we can talk about too soon. It is just a damn sinister moth. Hung Nin turned to Lisitron, questioning, Then what about you? Why did you call my name after seeing whatever that was, boss? He dodged her and said, What would you understand? Lisitron switched topics. Now's not the time for this. There is a boss up ahead. Do not let your guard down. Hung I pressed. You still have not answered me, boss. Who the hell was that? Mingite grinned slyly, thinking, Got it. Got it. Lesitron's group suddenly stopped. Ahead lay the venomous swamp, the final stage. He gritted his teeth, muttering, Not this feeling again. Lesitron spread his hands calmly. Whatever it is, we have to take it down today. Suanene and the other shot him a stunned look. Lesitron stepped forward and pushed the door open. They felt the blast of wind hit their faces, weapons raised in defense. He eyed the nearby boss and signaled, Get ready to fight. Lesitron suddenly paused. Wait. The boss looks like. The system screen popped up with info. Venomous Demon King. Special boss. Level 85. Stats. Attack. Defense. Skills. He looked unsure. Must be sleeping. Hefei frowned. Still not awake. And it already has that insane power. Looks like we are in for one hell of a battle. Mingite muttered suspiciously. Isn't this supposed to be the venomous swamp? But there is not a trace of poison anywhere. What is going on? Minthoit laughed, pointing. Look over there. Everyone, she casually pointed out. Next to the guardian over there is a treasure trove, and rushed over excitedly, shouting, Could this be a hidden dungeon? Tuntiv suggested. The boss is knocked out cold. Let us sneak in and snag some treasures fast. Lesitron stopped them from rushing. It is not that simple. Look closely. None of these treasures have awakening shards, he said seriously. From experience, this boss is scarier than any we have faced. With our current strength, we probably do not stand a chance. Everyone proposed. Then let us just steal these treasures quietly first. We have got the keys anyway. Once we are stronger, we can come back for the shards. Hung agreed. He turned and echoed. Me too. Note, in hidden dungeons, players can re-enter multiple times unless they die. Death means no re-entry. Lastron nodded at the venomous Demon King. All right, that is the plan. Everyone, be careful. Absolutely no boss triggers. Suan Nin gripped his weapon and cautiously approached Hung Ning, then suddenly lunged, slamming his shoulder hard into her back. Hung Ud was thrown forward by the hit. Lesitron turned around and saw this scene. He snapped, What the hell? Her face twisted in terror. The venomous Demon King stirred, raising its sword, while Hung Yun looked up in shock. Frozen, she raised her sword to block the strike, activating the Water King's skill. Hung Ite stumbled back, groaning. One hit and I am already struggling. Lesitron appeared in front of her, catching her. Can you stand? She nodded. I am. He turned to the group behind. Quick, everyone. Move up. This boss is way too strong. Hun also began casting purification spells. Different skills launched simultaneously at the venomous Demon King Ghost Spear Slash. 1,000 arrow barrage attacks kept coming non-stop. Damage numbers flashed in the air. 3,162. Plus 1883. Plus 2971. Plus 458. Tunch if you realized things were going south. Shouting, "We are not enough. What are you three doing?" He laughed loudly. Turning around. "You guys fight your own damn monsters. We are sitting this one out. But hey, we will be the ones grabbing those treasures for you first." The artisan crew shouted over there. "Bastards. He clearly shoved me out." Luctran stood up, pushed her aside cautiously. Ignoring them. "Be careful. Dodge that poison." Mingayat raised her sword, slashing toward the Demon King's deadly blade, struggling to say, "Boss damage is insane. I am about to break." She glanced anxiously. "At best, I can hold on for 10 more seconds." "What now?" Hearing this, Luctran started issuing orders. "I will distract the boss. Everyone else, retreat now. We can't get buried here." Mingayat hesitated, then said, "But you." His whole body glowed purple as he charged toward the Demon King's poison. "Forget it. Just go." Luctran stared at the incoming sword strike, thinking desperately. "Gotta come up with a plan. Luxtran. Think fast." That sword carried a surge of raw power as it swung down. Suddenly a figure radiating purple energy appeared beside him. Luctran asked, confused, "Who the hell?" The Demon King's eyes flashed. "Suspicious. Who dares block my strike?" The stranger pointed at him and said, "Lamp, nap." A golden glow sparked right in the Demon King's chest. Luctran stared. Calculating. No healing. Yet she ran out and even pushed back a boss this strong. "Who the heck is this Lamb Nap?" She slashed past him with her spear. Just as she shouted, "Lamb, Nap," a hole appeared in the Demon King's chest. Mintayat gasped. "Boss, your summon is going rogue?" Luctran replied, "I have no clue what is happening. Everyone, run." Dunty stopped. The Demon King raised his sword, gathering immense energy. "No one's escaping now." He unleashed a deadly poison strike at Luctran's group. A system voice boomed. "Poisonous full strike activated. Effect, unleash full scale slash, dealing 30% of target CP. Additional effect. Poison blade causes 100% chance to poison target, losing 5% health per second for 55 seconds. Haning was hit and fell forward. Luctran dropped to one knee, thinking, the gap's too wide. I have to get stronger. On the other side, Lamnap planted her spear and straightened up. Then she lifted the spear, energy beginning to radiate from it. Lamnap activated Bright Prison Defense, sweeping the area. System alert. Bright Prison Defense activated. A mysterious power from Bright Prison dispels all negative effects. The Demon King flinched. "What is this?" She pointed a finger at the hole in his chest. "Here." Then Lamnap reached inside with force. A flash of light revealed the scene inside vividly. Lina clenched Lamnap's hand tightly. "So it was you all along." He smiled faintly, marveling. "Never thought it would come to this with you." A golden glow flashed. She gasped. Stammering, "Lina." He released Lamnap's hand, murmuring, "How ironic. What I could not avoid is exactly what you wanted." Lina tilted her head back, letting her energy be taken. "Fine. Take it. Still gotta thank you. No longer controlled by it," he whispered, staring at the stone in Lamnap's hand. Finally free. Luctran saw golden light radiating from her, excited but cautious. He thought, "Stop. Wait. This is bad. Siren's completely off my command." Lamnap's figure began to fade. Luctran reached out, shouting, "Siren." He eyed the glowing shard warily, thinking, never imagined Siren's target would be this shard. Luctran stared thoughtfully. "So it really just helps players awaken. But that Lina girl is different." System message. "Congrats to player Cham Kan Chamsa on acquiring Shard of Awakening 1. Congrats to Bloodshade Mercenary Guild for clearing the secret dungeon. Poison Cave. Minthoit beams and steps forward. Guild leader. Your summoned beast is insane. Where do you get it? I want one too. Seriously. I want." Tumph quickly shoots him down. "Keep dreaming. Big Bro only got Siren by activating the SES level quest. She is one of a kind in Then Ting." Enga hugs him from behind. "Thank goodness for Siren, or we would all be wiped out by now." Behind them, the three Xunan members prepare to sneak away quietly. Lussi Trun points his sword at them sharply. "Stop right there. You sneaky bastards woke the boss up. And now you think you can run." Xunan scratches his ear. Defending innocence. Says, "What are you talking about? I do not get it." Ngai Nen laughs along. "Clearly, you are the one barely standing. Waking the boss up got us all screwed." D-Thing agrees. "Yeah, we do not blame you. That is already generous. Now you want to pin it on us too." Enya grits his teeth angrily. "Girls, you all are something else. Lush Tron's been praising you nonstop. Great performance. Lucky I accidentally recorded the whole thing. Want me to upload it so everyone can enjoy the show?" The three jump, covering their faces. "What?" Her face darkens as she snaps. "Usually, I treat you guys pretty well. Betray me and the ancient sword dream spirit over a measly reward." He sneers. Says, "You throw some cash and still call it not bad." Swanny steps forward angrily. "You rotten woman. Do not forget this." He laughs menacingly. "Right now, the entire ancient sword dream spirit relies on the three of us. We call you sis, so do not go thinking you are some big shot." Lutren Fume channels his energy and punches Swanny hard in the face. He covers his face. Backing off. "This is not your business. Swanny, stay out of the ancient sword dream spirit's affairs." He strikes a stance blocking the way, declaring, "Because I am part of the ancient sword dream spirit." She gasps in shock, thinking, "Could it be?" Swanny snarls, "You." Dethone grabs him. Warning, "Hey, these guys are not easy to mess with. Pushing too hard will only hurt us." And nods. "Right, let us pull back for now." Swanny storms off but not before warning, "I am not done with you guys. This will be settled at the guild," stumping his sword into the ground. His eyes narrow as he points at the three interrogators. "I am letting you go for now." Mingat sits, picking up Dethong's stuff. "Aren't these guild supplies? Why do these guys have so much?" Hangin hesitates. "Swanny, earlier you said you really joined the ancient sword dream spirit in the real world." Luchan watches the 13 admit their mistakes. "Sorry everyone. I made the decision to join the ancient sword dream spirit without consulting you." I laughed and clinked my cup with his, saying, "No worries. Big bro. Wherever you go, I am right behind you." He raised his glass too, adding, "Exactly. Plus, the Bloodshade mercenary crew just became a branch of Ancient Sword. We get benefits and keep our independence. Isn't that better than before?" Min Tyet, skewering grilled squid, chimed in. "I used to be sad all day when Luck Chan quit gaming. But now, seeing the legend return to Ancient Sword Dream Soul, I am literally about to cry." Someone nearby agreed. "Little Tyet's right. No need to apologize. Friend, we have all decided to follow you anyway." She bit into her squid skewer for emphasis. "Yeah, totally." Luck Chan blushed, thinking, "With teammates like this, what else could I ask for?" The 13 side. "Man, it is a shame. If I were not so low level, I would not have missed out on that butterfly beauty." "What a law," Tuncock munched and said. "Donna sweat it. Once Sister Guild artist hits level 70, we can hit the hidden dungeon again." He looked at Luck Chan, blushing. "What has this got to do with the guild's top beauty?" Hearing this, Luck Chan recalled, "In the dungeon, there is a necklace that activates a secret dungeon, but only female players level 70 or above can trigger it." Luck Chan handed the necklace to the guild artist. "This necklace is perfect for you." The system screen popped up. Voluntary enchantment. Plus 45 strength. Plus 42 stamina. 20% buff when user's AP is low. Activates a quest at level 70. Triggers a random hidden dungeon. The girl smiled. "I think only you, the top guild artist, can use this." Min Tyet blushed, laughing. "All right. No need for explanations. For the guild leader. We get it." Suddenly, the 13 turned sharply, alarmed. "Look, isn't that the guild's top beauty?" Luck Chan immediately ducked under the table. "Donnie let her see me." He pointed toward her and said, "No use hiding now. Just watch. She is just coming to her company." Luck Chan embarrassedly crawled out. Min Tyet beside him wondered. "Guild leader. That is a real beauty. Why are you hiding?" He smacked her head. "Kids should not ask so many questions." Suddenly, a powerful shock swept through. The 13 shut their eyes, asking, "What is going on?" Tuncock looked behind, shouting, "Oh no! Sister Guild Artist's company just exploded." Luck Chan wiped his face and called out toward the chaos. "Guild Artist." He pushed into the crowd, searching frantically, calling, "Guild Artist." Luck Chan pushed through, shouting, "Guild Leader! Guild Leader! Guild Artist!" Suddenly, ceiling beams collapsed from above. He scanned frantically, repeatedly calling, Guild artist. Guild artist. Just then, she emerged from behind, saying softly, Luck-chan. She held her injured arm, murmuring, It is you. Is it really you? The guild artist, looking like she would fallen, struggled to say, I knew it. I knew you would be okay. Luck-chan ran over, embraced her gently, whispering, Guild artist. The 13 ran up behind, asking, She recognized you. He nodded. Yeah. Tongue-cod. Enough chit-chat. 120 seconds left. Let us head outside and talk. Right after, the group quickly exited the crowd. Outside the hospital room, shocked voices rose. How could there be nothing? Another tried to calm. Please stay calm. Madam, the police looked the two over and reported. We checked nearby shops and the building's cameras. Either the cameras were off or in blind spots. So no footage was recorded. The officer lowered his head, taking notes. But this explosion definitely was not an accident. We are digging for more clues. Luck-chan placed a hand on her shoulder. Comforting, Mingayat has already filed the report. Leave the rest to the police. Mingayat sighed deeply. She grabbed the policeman's hand. Officer, if you find any leads, please contact me immediately. Blushing, he promised. Don't worry. We will. Luck-chan watched the police walk away, saying, This is way too suspicious. Definitely a plot targeting the guild leader. Mingayat asked, You think so too? He rubbed his chin. If not, how do you explain all the cameras suddenly failing? No evidence left, and not a single witness at the scene. It is clearly aimed at the guild leader. She slides over a stack of documents. Right on time. Check this out. Luck-chan opens his bag and spots a notice about the removal of the Deputy General Director of Hang Yin. He gasps. This is... Mingayat stays calm. This is the notification I received early this morning. He points to the papers in his hand. Back in the day, Jess thrived on Koki Monghan. But now it is fading. The big shareholders are teaming up to kick Eve out of the company. Don't tell me it is not their doing, I just do not buy it. She stares him down and replies, Fine. But you are the only one who can pull this off. Suddenly, crying sounds echo from inside the room. Luck-chan glances in and asks, The guild leader's here. Mingayat is surprised. Tam jerks his head around at the call. Guild leader, he quickly explains. This has nothing to do with me. She just keeps talking, I am only saying what I know. Luck-chan moves closer, asking, Guild leader. Hang In rushes over. Tram grabs Luck-chan's waist. Luck-chan, she keeps sobbing, begging, Don't leave me. Promise me. Do not leave me again. Luck-chan gently touches her arms. Finally, he pulls Hang In into a hug and promises. Alright. I swear. Back inside the game, she grips her sword, staring down the Thunder Rooster boss. Luck-chan won't. Be careful. Hang In glances behind her as a flash of purple light obliterates the Thunder Rooster in front of her. Suddenly, another one behind her is wiped out just as fast. Hang In turns around with a smile. Luck-chan, we are almost done. System messages keep popping up. Congratulations to the player at Thoin Hat Phuong for reaching level 59, 60, and 61. Luck-chan glances back, thinking, Time's running out, I have got to revive Koki Monghan fast. He looks toward the nearby Thunder Roosters. Back in reality, Luck-chan stands still as Hang Yi clings to his side. Vay Tongue is rising fast. Every game company wants a piece of the pie, and Jex is no exception. Mingayat is not worried. As long as we revive Koki Monghan inside Vay Tongue, it will have the strength and the right to reclaim control. That is why I said only you can do it. Inside the game, Luck-chan swings his sword in a wide arc. Notifications flood in. Congrats to the player at Cham XA for hitting level 69. Congrats to the player at Cham XA for learning a new skill. Congrats to the smartest player at Cham XA for unlocking the Ice Crown skill. Seeing this, he mutters under his breath, Not enough. Still not enough. I gotta be stronger. Luck-chan thrusts his sword forward and shouts, I keep going. Suddenly, he freezes and lets out a questioning sound. Hang Ying points at the disappearing Thunder Roosters. I cleared this spot. After a moment, she hands Luck-chan a vial of magic potion. Honestly, you do not have to push yourself this hard for me. He sits down under a tree, taking the vial. Since going public with my identity, a lot of players have come looking. Things are way better than before. Luck-chan holds up the empty vial regretfully. Back in the day, Koki Monghan was the top guild on the entire server. But now, in just a small corner of Ice City, we are outranked by Daka, Kong Long, Tian, and a bunch of other strong guilds. They either have big real-world companies backing them, endless resources, or huge influence and manpower in game. Luck Chan's eyes sharpen. Compared to them, we have to watch our backs against corporate backstabbing and other guild schemes. We gotta work way harder than they do. He crushes the glass vial in his hand, declaring, "That is why I said it is still not enough, nowhere near enough." Hanan immediately calls out to him. He picks up his sword and stands, muttering, "No way. Keep training. I gotta hit level 70 today." She stands too, agreeing. "Alright. I am training with you." Late at night, a truck-long guild, and Lone suddenly gasps. Cham Contrangse is Luck Chan. He blushes, recalling the past. Yeah, before Koki Monghan was gone, he stayed with Tiat Nyan Sam and fooled us all. Who'd he have thought he would come back and become famous now? He whispers urgently. "Boss, he is strong, way stronger than anyone in our guild." His companion adds, "A lot of folks in the Hall of Fame are itching to meet him out of curiosity." The guy gripped his sword tightly, muttering under his breath, "He has been lying low for so long time to see what he is really made of." He raised his sword high, laughing. "Luck Chan, Cham Contray, let me see if your sword still holds its power, and just how strong it has become." At the Oak Clan territory, Hanging stared at the awakening shard and asked why he wanted it. Calmly, he replied, "I just want to test it once." Luck Chan brought the blindingly glowing shard closer. He stared intently and then shouted, "Tam Nian, come here." The dazzling light from the awakening shard spread everywhere. The system announced, "Beast Gun, your Tam Nian has failed the fusion." Luck Chan sighed deeply. "Failed again," he muttered while staring at the shard. Tam Nian was revived after her death. But she is different from other spirits. She has a real body. But no one expected she would get tangled up with Queen Lena and other awakening shards. He analyzed carefully. Last time in the hidden dungeon, the Poison Demon King was probably controlled by Queen Lena using awakening shards. And Tam Nian is also desperate to get more shards. Luck Chan looked at the shard in his hand, puzzled. After using it, nothing happened. Hanging comforted him. "Well, the golden finger can be used recklessly. Maybe there is another step we are missing." Hearing that, he reluctantly accepted it. "Guess that is all there is." Suddenly, Torin slashed furiously. She shouted a warning. "Watch out!" The system screen popped up. Siege Soldier Torin. Level 40. Skill. Fury of the North Till. Luck Chan drew his sword and blocked the attack with a sharp gasp. "Still got some left." Huh. Immediately, he jumped up and drove his sharpest claw straight into its head. The system alerted him instantly. Sharpest Claw level 1, plus 10% attack damage and 10% target defense. Bonus, 20% chance to stun the enemy. Hanging watched as Torin's figure slowly vanished. Impressed. His new skill is Deadly Instant Kill. "No joke," Luck Chan muttered, staring at the sword. Level 1 already boosts attack damage by 10%. So level 10 would be 100% damage stronger than Chunin by far. He grinned holding the sword. Combine this with the Moonflower sword, and it is downright cheating. All that grinding today was not for nothing. She smiled, glancing at the system board. "Your efforts paying off. You are second on the leaderboard. Too bad the top spot belongs to that stunning beauty. Fengsak Hoentong, she is even more ruthless than you." The leaderboard showed the Moonflower sword. Rare dark metal. Attack 870 930 plus. Plus 10% user's physical strength. Plus 8% attack speed. Entrang. 15% chance to trigger 20% unintended shot effect. Level requirement 70. He looked at it, amazed. She is always grinding hard in the game. Luck Chan blinked at two unfamiliar names above. Surprised. "These two. First time I have seen them. Are they newbies?" Hang Yin laughed teasingly. "Maybe they are your fans who transferred from another zone." Luck Chan shook his head. "No way." He focused on the system screen, then suddenly saw a message alert. "Your friend Fengsak Hoentong sent a message. Curious?" He frowned. He smirked mischievously. Hanging saw this and laughed. "Is it really from Fengsak Hoentong?" Luck Chan nodded. "Yeah, boss. I am worn out after 2 days of grinding, so I am gonna take a break." Suddenly, Hanging turned back and said, "But Luck Chan, whether you pick me or Fengsak Hoentong, I respect your choice." He forced a smile. "Boss." The system immediately flashed. "Friend Hanat Fuong has gone offline." Luck Chan tapped the message. Puzzled, what is up with Fengsak Hoentong? Suddenly, the screen glitched, and a notification popped up. Oak Gorge located at the far north of Oat territory. Luck Chan's eyes widened. Oat Gorge. Fengsak Hoentong is in danger. 3 days ago at Oat Gorge, Thiendao stared at Fengsak Hoentong and said, "Admit defeat today. Even if you sprout wings, There is no escaping. She glared fiercely. You shameless bunch. A piercing scream made everyone turn their heads. Luck-chan sneered, all ganging up on one girl. You bully's arrogance is seriously thick. Thean Dao looked surprised when he arrived. Cham Contre and Zen blinked in surprise, then calmly said, Cham Conche, with you here, I value you like the legendary Sword of Dreams if you agree to form an alliance with us to take down Shu Yin Sam, and then share the rebirth. What do you say? Just then, Lu-chan, who was quietly observing, spoke up. Senior, do not be foolish. Once the Overlord deals with Shu Yin Sam, the next target will definitely be the Sword of Dreams. He stepped forward, swung his arm to reply, I am not the boss of the Sword of Dreams, so I can decide anything. The Sword 1T interfere. Qingdao is ruthless. So you better stop worrying. He clenched his fist tightly, but added, I am the leader of the blood-hued mercenary team. Lu-chan raised a finger and said, Don't worry. I have got this covered. Tilting his head, he warned, Man, do not forget the 50,000 gold no dodging debts. All right. Ratner, do not laugh. Qingdao angrily ground his teeth. Cham Conche, why do you always side against me? You will regret this soon enough. Then Hen shouted, Make your move. The two immediately responded, but just then, the system screen flashed a world announcement. Attention all players. Starting tomorrow at 2 p.m., the new map, Demon Spirit Path, will officially open. It lies beneath the Grand Cathedral of Bang Choi City. Only 10 players can enter. Experience gain there increases by 10%, and drop rates go up by 10% as well. Plus, bosses drop 100% chance of Divine Medic Orders and Awakening Shards. Divine Medic Orders boost guild level by +2. The group gasp. A world announcement. Demon Spirit Path is a new map with +2 guild level. Lu-chan's eyes lit up, and it drops Awakening Shards too. We have to get there. Jilt raised his sword, pointing forward. Dao, the new map's open. I do not care much, but tell me, are not you scared of falling behind? And Ko chuckled. Today I am letting you off. Only 10 players allowed, so do not think you have got a shot. Then he turned and ordered, Let us move. Lu-chan laughed loudly behind and called out, I am getting ready too. Don't forget the 50,000 gold. She angrily balled her fist and jabbed forward. Lu-chan, you scoundrel. You finally found your way to No-Face City. If I had not asked for your help, you would have forgotten me ages ago. And what about my 50,000 gold? You big mouth lion. He raised one finger to explain. Didn't I come running as soon as I got the message? Ratner crossed his arms, shivering. Then her eyes caught the sword at Lu-chan's side. Ratner reached out to grab it. This sword's not bad. How about you give it to me? I will settle the 50,000 gold with this. She blushed, scolding. Since we got back from the Sword of Dreams, you have not gone on a single dungeon run with me. Lu-chan handed her the sword. All right. Take it. Inside, he thought. How cute. Ratner stepped closer, pleading. Once we enter Demon Spirit Path, you have to join my party. He panicked but agreed. Fine. But man, this is too close for comfort. She jumped up with joy, while Lu-chan covered his face and sighed. Bamboo Dragon Guild. Pio Wenayan, level 72. Silver Offense Defense. Bamboo Dragon Guild. Z, level 72. Silver Warrior looked down and spoke, just as expected. Heye and Feng Si Hoyan were right lack then had appeared. Wen Yan glanced over and asked, Then let us follow what Truck and Lone said. Let us join forces? He reached out. Calculating. Challenging him is pointless. The Divine Medic Orders and Shards in the new map are the real prize. Let us grab those and earn favor with the boss. ZBin touched the item on the screen. Just before, Truck and Lone gave me a high-level confusion charm. Use it on Lu-chan. That way he definitely won get into this map. That day, the group kept attacking everyone nearby, guarding the main gate, not letting a single soul slip through. This spot is ours. Kuanglong crew, make way, or do not blame my blades for being ruthless. What are you trusting so much for? 13. Brothers, finish this bastard off. Lu-chan's head popped out from underground. Good. No one's paying attention to me, the system announced. While underground, movement speed reduced by 90%. The Demon Spirit Hall is filling up 5 out of 10. The system alerts again, 6 out of 10. Seeing this, he grins, thinking, you all just keep fighting. I will sit back and cash in quietly. Luxtran grips the sword in his hand. Puzzled, why does not it feel real? He stumps the ground, muttering, this is not right at all. Then he turns around, deep in thought. Such a ruckus. Yet no one outside the door reacts at all. Luctran furrows his brow, suddenly realizing the system is not warning him either. Without hesitation, he lunges forward with all his strength, watching the recovery glow fade. He glances at the fighting crowd outside and concludes, it is all just an illusion. Swiftly, he glides past the brawling group, pondering, this high-level illusion must be a mind control artifact. But whose trick is it? Exactly. His mind flashes back to what Thian Dao said that day today. I am letting you off with your lives. As for the map limit of 10 people, do not fool yourself thinking you have got a chance. That thought alone makes him clench his fists in anger at every word from Thian Dao. The screen flashes a warning. Demon Spirit Hall now has 7 of 10 occupants. Luctran grits his teeth and snarls. Meaning, no time left. He raises his hand, gripping his sword tightly. Luctran channels the power of the purple flame, the energy beginning to spread outward, pointing his sword ahead. He orders, find the real physical artifacts. Streams of purple light burst from Luctran's body, radiating everywhere. Standing still, he thinks it through. Mind control artifacts can hold players back for a limited time. But even if trapped, time itself does not freeze. The highest grade ones can trap players for up to 72 hours. But players using these artifacts do not usually imprison themselves that long. Luctran's mind races. Looks like this trip is already a loss. No matter what, first things first, he needs to get out of here. Soon after, the system notifies him, your soldiers have spotted something strange at 2 of the clock. Please investigate. Clenching his fists in pride, he thinks, nice work. Luctran stares at the white light ahead, narrowing his eyes. This is it. Seeing the shadow inside, he knows for sure, this is the spot. Luctran swings his sword toward the shadow and commands, break it. Under the crushing power, the illusion shreds apart instantly. He stands still, watching a purple orb materialize before him. Calmly, Luctran concludes, this is it. The screen displays info. Advanced mind control artifact capable of creating illusions that blind the designated target. Luctran grabs the artifact, shaking his head. No way. This is not the scene I saw before. So the illusion is not over yet. And I got hit asterisk before asterisk I even entered. He studies the orb in his hand, thinking, but this is definitely the artifact's true form. The runes check out. A warning chimes. Demon Spirit Hall now has 8 of 10 people. Luctran swears under his breath, damn it. This plan's screwed. Such a waste of time. He keeps circling the orb, mumbling, I am supposed to be the top student at university, and this is just some trivial illusion swap. This tiny thing's giving me trouble. His finger taps the orb, issuing the command, dispel. The screen immediately flashes. Congratulations. You have found and unlocked the mind control artifact within 1 minute. You are now the owner of this artifact. Luctran stares at it, thinking bitterly, damn it. And it is set for 72 hours too. Moments later, he surfaces from a lake, angry and wondering, where the hell did this come from? System alert. Demon Spirit Hall now has 9 of 10 people. Luctran roars in frustration. Damn it. Just 1 spot left. He charges forward, whispering fiercely, gotta make it, gotta make it. Then the system announces from above, Demon Spirit Hall has reached full capacity. 10 of 10. The map is now closed. Luctran collapses, clutching his head, groaning, I really missed my chance. Thian slams his hands on his hips, laughing loudly. Isn't he that Luctran? The top? What is up? Came here to fish, or what? Luctran's entire body radiates battle energy as he shouts, you are all asking for death, and glares at Luctran's small sword and sneers. If you do not want to lose, then do not play. I have not even entered yet. Damn it. The screen flashes a message. Jitten sends a message. Senior student, you are not entering. Luctran slams his sword into the ground, yelling, damn it. His heart screams silently. What a blow to my pride. I can't get in. This map is huge, and there must be plenty of good loot inside. And now the gap's only getting wider. Lasitron's whole body radiated a awareness. He knew he had to stay sharp. Suddenly, a flash of golden light pierced the darkness. He caught sight of that glow and froze in shock. A figure appeared calmly before him. Tam Nian. Lasitron was startled. She grabbed him and asked suspiciously, Tam Nian, what are you doing here? Then, Tam Nian raised her hand, conjuring a glowing magic circle. She pulled Lasitron inside it without hesitation. Everyone watching gasped in disbelief. What was this dry mist? What the heck? And yet, it pushed forward, stronger and stronger. Clearly something powerful was happening here. The system announced, player Chamsem Cham XA has entered the dungeon through a special passage. Current players inside, 11%. The alarm blared instantly. Just a minute ago in the main hall, Kung In threw out the VMBO tin. The warning sounded, Vim Balotan releases multiple meteorite projectiles. Each meteor deals 160 to 200 damage. Required level 70. Then Xiao dodged swiftly, while others could only rely on items. Kung Engun appeared behind with a grin. Old man Bice got plenty of items, likes to use them. Got the guts. Bring it on. Venian unleashed an ice crystal with a shout. Die. A system message. Ice Mace Stone releases multiple ice maces, each dealing 200 to 280 damage plus freezing effects. Freeze lasts 30 seconds. Required level 70. He eyed the ice crystal helplessly, swearing under his breath. Damn it, he got away again. Then Xiao hid behind the wall, thinking, what the hell? Why are these Trekkie long guild guys running over? They have got too many items. I need to find an ally. Then the system alerted again. Player Chamsem Chem Exa entered the dungeon via the special passage, with 11 players inside out of a 10-player limit. He scowled. Kung NMs. The special route. Kung En frowned. Puzzled. Cum Huntikumix E got in. How did he unlock those tricky items? Venian reached out, curious, and through the special entrance too. I have been playing Vay Tongue for years, and did not even know this was a thing. He smirked. Well, I am good too. We gotta prepare a big surprise for him. Temhin darted toward the door. Lucy Trun chased after her, glancing back and thinking, so this is the inside of the dungeon. It is eerily quiet. He stared ahead thoughtfully. It looked like the lowest level of the dungeon. On the screen appeared the words, Kung NMs. He stared and thought, just as I suspected. Temhin led me straight down to the lowest floor. Meanwhile, Jit then was meeting with Sister Min Nugai. A murmured sound echoed. Temmin's whole body glowed purple as she repeated. Lostron watched confused and asked, Tam Nian. He hid behind a wall, watching her slam repeatedly against the purple energy barrier. Wondering, last time it was Lam Nep, now it is Tafi. Could it be a different name for the king? This door must lead to the boss. Man, having a golden finger is the best, just walk right up to the boss. Lumnen forced her way through silently. Tun Fin. Lassitron immediately stepped back. Wait. Tam Nian. The system flashed a message. Your pet has been recalled. He gasped. Done to leave. Lashtron watched the golden light flicker and muttered, guess you really can't trust the golden finger completely. Suddenly, the wall lit up, stunning him. A system notification appeared. You are reading the memory stone. Vay Tongue continent origins. The purgatory holds 10 great kings. The inscription told of the great kings led by Lina, who commanded the undead to seize the human empire, then ripped out their own power, shattering it into fragments that turned human warriors into monsters, plunging the continent into 1,000 years of bloodshed. Then, all the great kings vanished, and the war abruptly ended. The monsters were sealed in various places across the continent with vengeful curses. Asima Lin was one of these seals. Citron read this and slowly pieced it together. So that is how it is from Vay Tongue's history to the origin of the fragments. Everything was connected. He looked at the stone tablet. Puzzled. Aren't there supposed to be 9 great kings? Why are there 10 here? This dungeon also holds fragments of awakened feelings. And naturally, my heart senses those fragments too. Behind him, Thean Dao flicked his sword and took out a soldier sneaking up from behind. He guessed the condition. All the doors above must be cleared before this one will budge. He cracked a small smile and said, before that, here comes a vertical staircase leading upward. Luxtran sprinted forward, shouting, hey, I am still on the lower floor. The final boss big door won't budge yet, and I have not run into anyone. How's everyone holding up? Si Hoyan Tong reported. Ming Guide and I are together. We have taken down 2 overlords and 3 mini-bosses. The top 4 floors are clear. We are gearing up for floor 5. He asked, what about Thean Dao? Feng Si Hoyan Tong replied, no sign of him. He is not here either. He went in somewhere else. Luxtran reminded him, right? We need to watch out for him. We are fighting bottom up, let us meet up first. Feng Sak Huan Tong agrees immediately. Alright, be careful out there. Inside, he swings his arm, wiping out a massive wave of soldiers blocking his path. System alert. Zombie soldiers of Lingdong. Normal monsters. Level 50. Attack 400 and 2550. Defense 370. Skill. Death Scream. Description. Guardians of the Demon Realm in Lingdong. Behind him, Chen Dao raises his sword, cutting down a soldier sneaking up from behind. Turning back, he is unsure whether to compliment or criticize. Suanni, the dungeon is packed with enemies, and you still got in. That is some serious skill. Lutran presses close behind Chen Dao, teasing, Not what I expected from you. Disappointing. Huh. Thian Dao raised his sword in response. This is all you. No reason to be disappointed. Let us team up. Luxtran slashed another soldier and asked. You have been here 3 hours and you are not alone. So why are not you looking for your crew? What game are you playing? Thian Dao stabbed forward repeatedly. You should know my teammates have all been killed by yours. Luxtran blinked. What about the other 2 then? Thian Dao coldly killed 2 nearby soldiers. They are from the Bamboo Dragon Guild. Luxtran gritted his teeth. Bamboo Dragon Guild. Thian Dao leaned against Luxtran and said, We can let the boss of our ice region get stolen by the Bamboo Dragon Guild. One more ally means more firepower. Right? Luxtran gently flicked his sword, conserving some mana so Thian Dao could share the damage. When their crew arrives, dealing with him 1 TB so late, Luxtran smeared his bloody hand on Thian Dao, saying, Alright, I am in for teaming up, but you gotta pull your weight. Thian Dao eyed the bloody hand and asked, What are you doing to me? Luxtran smirked. Looking back, nothing much, just a little blood ritual to attract spirits. Thian Dao spun around, shouting back, Man, your mouth sure does not keep things low-key. Luxtran muttered under his breath, For now, I will take whatever small advantage I can get. Hearing footsteps, he spun around. Alert. Luxtran jumped back several steps. Kongan grinned with hands on hips. Thian Dao, why are not you running? He summoned a fireball. Let us give you a hand. Kongan hurled a blazing fireball forward. The screen flashed. Flame Fury, high-tier item, explodes into a raging inferno, dealing continuous burn damage and slowing enemy movement. The Flame Fury orb shot straight at Thian Dao. Luxtran appeared, swinging his sword to slash it away. So you are the ones plotting against me on this map. Kongan laughed mockingly. Finally realized. Huh, how's it feel? Fun, right? Van Yen chuckled beside him. You have not seen anything yet. I have got something even bigger lined up. Time to show you real power. Thian Dao behind them tensed up. Oh. That is the Bamboo Shadow Bomb run. He threw something hard again, and the screen detailed the Bamboo Shadow Bomb's effects. Han raised his sword to block but still took 8,557 damage. Growling angrily. What the hell? Luxtran gritted his teeth and shouted. That is supposed to be bigger. What a joke. He lunged forward swinging his sword, saying, I gotta say, you brought a big move this time. Not bad. Van Yen caught the sudden flash of violet light and gasped. What the? The 2? Him and Kongan were blasted backward. Minus 4,288. Minus 3,722. Luxtran raised his sword, unleashing the smartest ice technique in his arsenal. He quickly wiped off the sweat and looked at the 2. Speaking coldly, props are just support tools. When faced with ultimate moves, they are basically irrelevant. Thian Dao stood behind, watching the battle unfold ahead. He immediately grabbed a potion and gulped it down. Thian Dao was there, muttering through clenched teeth. Come on. Come on. This is the moment I have been waiting for. No need to hesitate. Luxtran swung his sword fiercely at the 2 Kong Engen. He slid back, pretending to be deep in thought. 2 of them blocking half my body, and 1 acting like a pesky little brat who knows if these 3 are just putting on a show for me. He attacked with a flurry of strikes. Van Yen saw him get knocked back and grew worried. Kongan and Luxtran were suspicious. But honestly, these 2 looked way too bad at acting. He raised his arm and launched a paralyzing dart at Leto. No need to hesitate, the info popped up. Paralyzing dart slows target's attack speed by 30%. Luxtran braced his sword and knocked the dart away, thinking, Man, these guys have way too many ridiculous gadgets. It is honestly a pain. He bowed his head, deciding. Fine then. Luxtran gathered his energy, wielding his smartest move, slashing at the 2 as that sword energy started to dissipate. Kongan immediately laughed mockingly. Come on. No mana left. You are out of juice already. Van Yen held the paralyzing dart, but chiming in. No mana means you are just sitting ducks for whatever comes next. He threw the dart hard. Luxtran saw it and cursed. Damn it. He rushed toward him, urging, Thian Dao, if you do not want to die, you better retreat now. These 2 losers are running on fumes. His eyes flashed with fury. Watch this. Thian Dao slashed straight at Luxtran. Die already. Luxtran cried out in pain as the blade cut him. Luxtran glared at the traitor, scolding. Thian Dao, you actually dared to betray me? He just laughed it off. Calm down. No need for tricks. Thian Dao saw Luxtran trying to escape and chased after him. Don't even think about running. Kongan was shocked. Thian Dao, I did not expect you to be this shameless, even worse than my own brothers. Furrowed his brow and declared, evil enough, I like it. But you are going down too. Luxtran raised his sword to retort. Hold on. You are not dealing with me right now. You are up against Chamkin Chamsa. Once he regains mana, everyone dies. Thian Dao warned calmly. With your skills, you can kill him. He is running because I am backing those two. I just want to kill Chamkin Chamsa to vent. I do not care about the loot in this dungeon. Kong again glanced back at Van Yen behind them, then threatened. Your life's always mine to take. Don't screw with me. The three quickly chased after Luxtran. After him, Thian Dao saw him gulping a potion and called out. He is over there. Luxtran tossed the vial down, muttering, damn, they are already on my tail. Then he swung his sword, unleashing the Ghost Soul Slash. Thian Dao blocked the attack with his sword. Seeing Luxtran turn to run, he ordered, Vung Vei is about to die. Keep chasing. He swung his sword again, launching another strike. The three backed up a bit to dodge. Kong again smirked at the weak attack, teasing, looks like someone's out of mana again. Then, frowning darkly, Nimrong stepped into block, not smiling yet, and broke into a cold sweat. Staring ahead, worried because no one was in sight, Kong Engen gritted his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it, no mana but still running like crazy. Van Yen pulled out a pair of shoes, saying, boss, use these. A notification popped up, speed item activated. Increases user's running speed by 50% for 15 seconds. The two left Thian Dao behind to chase after. Kong Engen looked at Luxtran standing still at the big gate. Dead end. Let us see where you run now. They threw a bunch of items at him. Blast him to bits if you have to. Thian Dao ducked behind a wall, laughing loudly to himself. Sounds like the real fight's about to start. I am just here to watch you tear each other apart. Suddenly, Hen's eyes went wide in surprise. What the heck are they doing? Thian Dao stared curiously at the two who kept throwing weapons, searching for enemies in the empty space, and flinched as the flames crept closer, shouting angrily, are you crazy? Fighting thin air, and then throwing it at me. Right then, Luxtran appeared behind, swinging his sword in a deadly arc. He sneered as the blue sword grazed Thian Dao. Guess what? I used my mana to help you out. Luxtran chuckled wisely. He is still down there. As the blue sword sliced past Han's neck, Thian Dao screamed in pain but warned. Not done yet. You and I still have unfinished business. The system notification flashed. Player Thian Dao has died. Luxtran looked at Han with pure annoyance. Man, you are such a pain in the neck. Jir kept dropping relentlessly where Thian Dao fell. Luxtran sat down immediately, picking up the loot with a huge grin. Jackpot. Forget Thian Dao. Han's not just loaded, he dropped a treasure trove of rare stuff. Suddenly, a voice chimed in. Luxtran, what is the situation now? Mingayat glanced back at the two still swinging at thin air. Puzzled, why are they going crazy punching the air? Isn't he that Thian Dao? Luxtran stretched his hands and laughed. Those guys tried teaming up to take me down, but they flopped hard. Now, they are just losing their own ammo. The Mingayat crew got the good news. 3 others slipped in, but we already handled them. As for those 2, he said calmly, forget them. Let them play in the maze trap all they want. Luxtran smiled smugly. All the mini-bosses up top are wiped out by us. That is enough to unlock the dungeon below. He raised his hand and pushed open the massive door. Luxtran's face turned serious. The final boss. We have to take it down no matter what. Inside, the room was pitch black. Mingat followed Luxtran quietly, whispering, this place is way too dark. I can see a thing. She heard a sound behind them. The door just shut. The 3 backed up to each other, eyes sharp, scanning around cautiously. Luxtran calmly warned, watch out, everyone. There is something in the shadows. Jahan, flash your light skill. Expand the area to clear all negative effects within 3 meters for me and the team. Jahan shouted as black tentacles shot in from behind. Luxtran twisted around and swung his sword, slicing one tentacle clean off. He struck again, but Jahan groaned. No damage. These tentacles are not real. Physical attacks do not work on them. Jahan raised his weapon again. Warning, it is just a shadow. Min Gayat. Hearing her name, she immediately fired off a spirit bullet. The tentacles quickly wrapped around her legs. Jahan looked worried. Min Gayat. This shadow hates light. It is trying to stop you from using your skills. She lifted her sword, gathering energy for Radiant Holy Strike, hitting with 200% light damage against dark enemies. Luxtran gathered energy, alerting Jihan to be careful. The tentacles lunged toward her again. They quickly coiled tightly, trapping Jihan's body. Luxtran gripped his sword, watching the tentacles relentlessly wrap around both of them. He panicked, shouting, "Jahan? Min Gaya." Luptran spun around and yelled, "Who is there? Show yourself. Now." He fell silent, raised his sword high. Deep in thought, Luptran closed his eyes, focusing his spirit to sense their origin. He started tracking the source of the tentacles. Then, eye snapping open, he dashed toward a spot. "Found you," a voice announced. Luptran swung forward with all his might. "Gotcha now." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Jahan was dragged by a tentacle wrapping tightly around his waist. It climbed up, coiling around Luptran's entire body. Finally, the tentacles wrapped fully around him. Luptran snapped awake, eyes darting, shouting, "Where the hell is this place?" He called out ahead, "Jahan? Min Gayat, where are you two?" No reply. Luptran looked at his hand thoughtfully. "Weird. Why do I feel so relaxed? My body feels full of power." Suddenly, a sound echoed behind him, making him turn his head to ask who was there. Luptran stared into the light ahead, lost in thought. The pressure was overwhelming, his body frozen, unable to move. He eyed the shadow behind him, puzzled. A boss? It was not just any boss, it was even stronger than that. The figure's eyes snapped open, locking onto Luptran with a fierce cry. He widened his eyes in shock, then he collapsed to his knees, murmuring, "This oppressive aura. It is a monarch-class being." Tafi smiled softly. "Centuries have passed. Everyone thought the Tula were extinct, yet here comes a new breed." She took slow steps toward him. "Relax. One Tula alone is not enough to make me move." Tafi gathered energy at her fingertip, placing it on Luptran's forehead as she explained. "When ants crawl under the stars, they think they can see the Milky Way. Only when you climb high enough to see your own insignificance can you challenge me, or else, like other insects, you quietly fade into dust." Clutching his sword, Luptran pondered. Unbelievable, he was a Tula. Yet in the eyes of a monarch, he was no better than a worm. Gritting his teeth, full of defiance, he realized Tula was just the starting point. Good. That meant he could still grow stronger. Luptran reached up to rub his forehead, wondering, what exactly did she do to me just now? He squeezed his eyes shut, searching. Suddenly, he felt it, a connection, a link to the darkness. Like calmly analyzing, he realized he was part of this shadow realm, and the darkness was an extension of himself. The power of darkness was calling him. A wall of shadow flashed in his mind. Standing firm with his sword, Luptran's eyes blazed wide open. Then, with a swift strike of the moonlight slash, he instantly returned to the great hall. In the darkness, the Death Phantom raised its sword high. Luptran mirrored the motion, sword ready to block the strike. The screen flashed. Death Phantom, level 85. Special boss. It stared at him and said, "Finally, the last one has appeared." The Death Phantom slammed its sword down hard. Luptran held up his blade, retreating steadily. No wonder it is a special boss, it is insanely strong. He stepped back. Deep in thought, he had to find a way to escape, to save them all. Luptran dodged the Death Phantom's piercing strike. His mana was maxed out now. This time, there'd be no issues. He stood firm, raising his hand to summon Shadow Prison. "Summon," the system announced. Phase 2. Infernal Spirit Legion of the Underworld Shadows. The Infernal Legion swarmed quickly toward the Death Phantom. Henlung's sword moved to clear them out. If Shadow Prison's on our side, then why fight each other? Humanity's the real enemy here. Luptran swung his sword to back them up. "They are my allies, no matter their race. I won't abandon them." The Death Phantom raised its sword, snarling, "You are insane. You will pay for that choice." Suddenly, its tentacles shot out, breaking free, and quickly raised his sword in response. "I am the darkness. Darkness itself. Within it, I am undefeated." The tentacles lunged forward, but he calmly countered. "Those who tell me to pay the price always end up paying it themselves. Get ready." The Death Phantom began chanting, "Decadent shadows of the underworld, heed my call. Absorb the power of the infernal souls in the name of Death Phantom." His arm glowed as he charged up. Blood Shadow Demon Strike. Lightning Slash. Luptran and the tentacles quickly leapt aside to dodge. She gasped. "What the hell? It is absorbing dark energy and bleeding again." He bit his lip beside her, explaining, "In this shadow zone, we do not stand a chance." The tentacles asked, "Luptran, what is the plan now?" Luptran opened his mouth to unleash a move. Moonlight Slash. He closed his eyes, feeling it. "I sense it. His power and mine share the same origin." Luptran felt their energies connect. Maybe This was at his dark power awakening. A flash of light sparked on his forehead. The mysterious core the monarch left him was heating up. Finally, Luxtran realized it was meant to be used here. A tiny flash of purple light flickered inside the night sky. With a booming laugh, the screen lit up, awakening the fragment holding King Toffee's energy. Luxtran's eyes snapped open as he charged forward. Now's the time. Full power attack. Silently, he whispered, "Thanks, King Tuffy." The Death Phantom's wide-open mouth screamed disbelief. "No way. Just a tiny ghost. How could it possibly steal my energy?" Suddenly, a figure behind unleashed divine protection, the radiant holy robe. Luxtran immediately gathered his strength and struck with a decisive final blow. The Death Phantom finally collapsed. A golden chime rang out, congratulating the player for clearing the Demon Spirit Hall. The figure's image vanished before their eyes. "No way. Is this a bug?" Mingayat frowned suspiciously. "Why did the boss suddenly get so weak?" Luxtran grinned, leaning on his crutches. "Secret, but we better hurry and see what the boss dropped." The moment Luxtran touched it, a nonstop flood of notifications popped up. "Congrats, player, you received the Divine Command Token. X1, congrats. Player, you got Death Warrior Boots. X3, Death Gloves. X3, congrats. Player, you got Great Demon Stones. X10, Death Soul Stones. X10, 99,999 gold. Congrats. Player, you have acquired the skill book Blood Shadow Demon Transmission. Level 1. When AP is higher than mana, it converts to mana. When mana is higher, mana converts to P. He punched the book excitedly. This skill balances mana and HP perfectly. It is like finding a hidden cheat code when you are half asleep. Suddenly, the figure blushed and cried out in confusion. Luftran rushed over, asking, "Hey, did you touch something?" She pulled back her hand. Cheeks flushed. "I touched it, and it felt kinda hard." Mingayat blushed, stammering, "Hard? Like, hard. Luxtran quickly stopped her. "Wait, I do not think we should." She cut him off, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Come on, let us see it already. Just how hard is it?" Mingayat frowned in disappointment and asked, "A sword?" The screen flashed an announcement. Hellforged Sword, a 3-star dark metal weapon. Bonus, increases user's attack power by 17%, boosts scatter shot effect by 20%, and has a 5% chance to trigger Hellforge, dealing massive damage to enemies ahead. Luftran gasped. "No way! A dark metal grade weapon. Nothing like this has ever dropped in the Heavenly Sect before, and we just lucked out and got one." He looked at the figure and bargained. "The loot and the demon stones are yours. But what about this sword?" She agreed immediately. "Here, you take it. After all, you did most of the fighting with the boss. With a sword like this, there is no way you are letting it slip away." Luftran grabbed the sword and jumped up, shouting, "Long live the figure." The room fell silent except for their amazed voices. That loot was insane. We hit the jackpot. Outside, no sign of the other two idiots. Wonder how they are holding up. Luxtran walked out, seeing Kongnevan and Van Yen lying on the ground, laughing. Did they finally kill themselves? Mingayat frowned, puzzled. But why are their auras still here? Should they teleport out when they die? He chuckled. That is because they both got trapped by those distracting items. Even if they die, they have to wait for the item's effect to wear off before playing normally again. She is not getting a free pass. And neither are you. Suddenly, the screen popped up with a world channel message from Thean Dao. "You are asking for it. Kong Ingen, I am coming for you. Bastard, I am not done with you yet." Another world channel message burst out from Ku Vufksich VM. "Luxtran, you got lucky this time. When the time comes, I am coming to take your head." He immediately shared it, shouting on the world channel, "You are gonna pay. You want to waste money on me? Bring it on. Let us, during the day." In reality, Luftran yawned hearing noises outside and walked out, opened the door and asked, "Xiaoshu, why did you forget your keys again?" Suddenly, someone rushed in yelling, "You damn Kongan!" Luxtran grabbed his wrist to stop him. He shouted in confusion, "Wait, bro. Who the heck are you?" The guy punched Luxtran once, mocking, "What is with the act? Paper can stop fire. You trying to steal someone else's meal." The so-called Kong Nian, with Luftran's huge reputation, is no match for this jerk. Luftran frowned and asked, "Hey, do you even know what you are saying?" But he kept yelling, "Where the hell did you hide that bitch? Bakmin Chayat. Come out here now." Luxtran stepped in, blocking him. "Hold on." Surprisingly, that only made him more fired up. "Get out here. Rich guy. You think you own the place. I will skin you alive, could not hold back and shoved him in the chest. Enough already. Luftrand grabbed his phone, threatening. If you do not leave now, I am calling the cops. The guy spat. Realizing you were serious about calling. Furious? He stormed off, but not without a final threat. Just you wait. Bakmin Tayet. There is no way you can hide forever. You watched him go. Thinking. That bastard. He has clearly got some crazy misunderstanding about Xiao Tayet. But what is his real connection to Xiao Tayet? And what about Xiao Tayet herself? Lost in thought, Luftrand suddenly sensed something. Turned around and called out helplessly. Xiao Tayet. Min Gayet. You saw the two of them huddled together. Are you guys hiding from that guy? It is He just got kicked out. Min Tayet's face darkened. She shrank into Min Gayet's embrace. Sister Min Gayet. Hang In arrived and immediately asked, what is going on? Why are you all just standing here? Did something happen? Avi. Hearing this, she cried even harder. Sister Hang Ying. I really thought he was coming back. Min Gayet tried to comfort her. Don't be scared. It is not that bad. Then she turned to the others. Anyway, let us head inside and talk. Min Gayet and Hang Ying sat close, trying to soothe the Min Tayet. That Tam teased. Hey, wipe those tears. Your brother's back. And if he sees you crying, he will definitely tear us apart. Min Tayet finally cracked a smile. It is nothing, Hang Ying then asked. So what actually happened? Don't worry. Just tell us. We will figure it out together. She felt a chill just thinking about it. After a moment, Min Tayet began. Here's the deal. Before I joined our guild, I had a boyfriend in the game. His in-game name was Yi Doi. The top Min Tayet recounted Yi Doi's words. If a girl agrees to hold hands, that means she is down for more. I agreed to hold hands. So what is the act for? But after just 1 week of dating, he wanted to take me to a hotel. I got scared and ran away, breaking up with him. Since then, he has been harassing me nonstop in the game. My brother's already dealt with plenty of his nonsense too, so I never told him about it. Don't think, just cause you have got a big shot backing you, that you are untouchable. Min Tayet wiped her tears and said, I can handle this guy in the game. But who could have guessed he would stalk me outside? Even the Tom, who was joking around, slammed the table in anger. Where do creeps like this come from? And she is clearly a total catch. Min Gayet hugged her. Heartbroken. You should have told me sooner. This kind of guy needs to be dealt with ASAP. No way we will let him get away with this. Ho said. Furious? Best thing is to head straight to the cops and report him. Lassis-chan frowned darkly. That guy said something before taking off. I am pretty sure he is still around here. Calling the cops now won't do much. He has not actually done anything serious yet. She looked at him and suggested, how about I move in too? Tie you tight. If you want to go out, just call me along. Then he started pounding on him. Stop. Please. Lassis-chan shrugged. Well, if that is how it is, let us make it official. Min Tit fought back tears. You guys have been way too good to me. Thank you all so much. Rolled his eyes. Alright. Alright. Enough crying. Stop making us feel like we are the bad guys here. At that moment, he called the others over. Alright, brothers. What is the plan from here? Got it. Good. Dean cuts to Heilong Vian. Mifi T said. Listen up. My boss is none other than Thane Zio himself, but the other guy kept punching him. I call you a dog. Dog. Mitsuki's still trying to intimidate. The three of us let this slide. As soon as he finished speaking, his teammates scattered. Hang in there. I am coming back. I will have Dao Tong take care of this for you. Luxtran cracked his knuckles, looking at Doi. No one's bothering us now. Time to get revenge on those who bullied our little sister. Dunty? Come on. Then he got pounded by you. Stop. Please. My Doi covered his face. Begging. I was wrong. Please. No more. If you keep going, this account's toast. But Luxtran shot back. Keep hitting until it is totally wrecked. The thug outside already sent someone to rough me up once. I swear I won't anymore. The other guy gasped. Just do not hit me. I will tell you a secret. A huge secret. Su Gaivan Jiang asked. What secret? Mitzi he whispered. There is an island in this lake. It holds a massive secret supposedly with insane rewards. Lussi Tron grabbed his hair. Sneering. If you are so nice, why not tell Boss Thin Zio? Why spill it to me? Mitsuki yelled in pain. Ouch. 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 That is because we just arrived and have not had time to. Then he thought to himself. To reach the island, you need a special piece. We have been searching half the day with no luck. Telling you is pointless. He faked tears. Now I have spilled the secret about the island and its mysteries. Please, mighty warrior. Great lord, show mercy on this lowly one. Lassie Tron flicked his hair back. You better tell the truth. If I catch you lying, you will pay inside or outside the game. The guy hurriedly said, it is 100% true. If you trick me, you will wipe this account for sure. You ignored him and turned to look at the turtle staring back. As the system announced, frozen armor fish native creature of Halong Vin, Lassie Tron pulled out a fish. Here, little turtle, have some fish. After it ate, he stroked its back. Little turtle, take me to that island. Mitsuki stared wide-eyed. Damn, that actually works. But then two people suddenly appeared behind him. I am done being mad. But we are not. He got another beating. Stop. I swear I won't do it again. Even for money. Meanwhile, you relaxed and said, if there is treasure here and you do not grab it, you are a fool. Let us see what secrets this island really holds. The armor fish darted swiftly ahead. Well, Luck Tran thought. I had no idea there was a hidden island out here, staring at the distant island. He muttered, man, that is fun. It has been an hour, and we are still nowhere close. This is intense. Tran shrugged and said, this is so chill. Feels like ages since I last got to relax this hard while gaming. But soon, he realized he could not just zone out. His mind was anything but calm. He remembered how he was saved by a kind stranger who refused to reveal their identity. And he still had not even thanked them. Then the boss got ambushed, and little Tyet got tangled up with some dude. And by the time the boss arrived, the sword had already moved into its next phase, desperately searching for those shattered fragments. He discovered that Tam Nian's seemed deeply connected to the king's shards. Somehow, Kintafi Sophia granted him power without explanation, even fixing glitches in the game along the way. Things were progressing on all fronts, but mystery still loomed large. Luck Tran gazed skyward, especially curious about leveling up here. Lost in thought, he did not notice a bird flying by. He would thought reaching Tula made him strong, but turns out, Tula's nothing compared to the king. Other tribes had clear paths after advancing, but he was left figuring it out alone. How does Tula's tribe even advance? Even weirder, when he checked his pet that morning, Tam Nian was gone. Tam Nian always got stronger whenever they appeared. Could it be that Tam Nian's grown so much? They do not need him anymore. But the mission involving Tam Nian was not done yet. Their bond would not just end like that. They would meet again someday. He recalled the system's notice. SES level promise mission. Side quest to awaken the girl Tam Nian. Mission progress incomplete. Finally, Luck Tran leaned back and told himself, no need to overthink. Take it step by step. Strength is everything. Leveling up beats everything else. He closed his eyes and relaxed. This was heavenly. No wonder they called it heavenly fate. This was peak gaming bliss. Suddenly, the armor fish wobbled, jolting Luck Tran awake. Looking at the island ahead, he muttered, no way. This can't be real. Luck Tran squinted. That so-called great secret and huge reward where? There is not even a bird around. Suddenly, he jumped down, startling the armor fish. The moment he hit the ground, it bolted. Done. Go. Bring me back. You can just kill and leave me here, you rotten turtle. Out of nowhere, someone called out, hey. Bryce stared directly at him. Luck Tran jumped in shock. Oh man, a ghost. But Bryce still chased after him. This spirit was relentless. Bryce circled Luck Tran, insisting, no mistake here, this face, these ears, definitely a spirit. Grabbing Luck Tran's hand, he said, you are here to serve the great Princess Sophia, right? Luck Tran glared back. Who are you? And who is Sophia? Why would I serve her? Bryce smacked him. You do not even know Princess Sophia the Great. What kind of spirit are you? You must serve the princess, or I will never forgive you. Luck Tran shouted. Stop. Don't hit me. Holding his head, he listened as Bry ranted, you dumb brat, empty-headed and clueless. All you do is pretend to hide and drink. I, the great prophet of the Bloodfeather Legion, I have waited here on this island for years. You will call me Lord Bree. Hearing this, Luck Tran greeted respectfully, thinking, so he is Lord Bry of the Bloodfeather Legion. I know their captain. Tyet V. Turns out, he was their prophet, not a bad guy after all. Bry snapped. That little Tyet. She is already the captain of the Legion. Then suddenly, Bry hit Luck Tran again. Stop dodging. Are you going to keep your promise to serve Princess Sophia? Or not? Wait. Since when did I agree to that? Trying to block Bry's blows, Luck Tran wondered. Why's this NP showing up on a secret island and no one's even noticing? Thinking it over, this has got to be a high-level mission. Saying no would be pure stupidity. After some thought, Luck Tran grudgingly said, Alright, alright, I am listening. Can you stop hammering me now? Bly flipped the script, quickly assigning the mission. Alright, it is settled. Right then, the system notification popped up. You have accepted the divine mission of the Demon Lock Tower. Level 5. Mission details incoming. Enter the highest floor of the Demon Lock Tower. Slay the Purgatory Demon Army. Retrieve the Demon Sealing Sword. And deliver to Prophet Bly. Warning. Failure to complete the mission will result in account termination. Lufttran's eyes went wide. Wait a minute. Lufttran's jaw dropped. But before he could react, the gate behind him slammed shut, holding him back. Hey, the gate sucked Lufttran in. Ignoring his desperate screams, do not do this, I finally spoke. Kid. Listen up. Soon, Princess Sophia will rebuild the Violet Empire deep within the Violet Forest. But that forest has been ravaged for thousands of years. The demonic energy there is off the charts. Only the Demon Sealing Sword atop the Demon Lock Tower can suppress this dark magic and become the founding sword of the Violet Empire. Standing outside, the old man continued. That cursed place called the Demon Lock Tower, even the soil has fangs. It takes 10 saint-level dark mages to control the demons inside. Right now, the gateway from the underworld to the continent is not fully open. Only I can ferry people through the underworld. Lufttran shouted. If I can retrieve the Demon Sealing Sword, do not expect me to come back, you rotten old geezer. He growled. Just wait, I will be back for sure. Then he dove freely into the molten sea below. Is this really hell? Lufttran looked at his hands and vowed. You rotten old man. Do not underestimate me. Since I am here, I will tear down this Demon Lock Tower right in front of you. He gripped his sword and smiled. Is this your way of welcoming me? Ahead stood a massive, terrifying gate. Suddenly, a purple glow appeared. Moments later, blazing red eyes snapped open. Unfazed, he said, bring it on. Let us see what I am made of. Lufttran lunged forward, slicing one monster in half. Wherever he went, the sword painted waves of icy blue. But suddenly, a spider-like leg shot up behind him. He dodged swiftly. Thinking fast, the spider's sharp legs kept attacking, accidentally slicing his arm. This is the dark power of the underworld. Lufttran eyed his wound warily. This power is not like before. It is top 2. Suddenly, a flash of light sparked on his forehead, and the system announced. Purification effect active. Poison neutralized. Purification power, bestowed by Queen Sophia, cleanses and repels poison, paralysis, and decay effects on the target. Lufttran covered his eyes and laughed heartily. Thanks, Your Majesty. Revitalized, he unleashed a powerful strike, his best move yet. The ground shattered beneath the blow. When the dust cleared, only his silhouette remained, sword raised high. But Lufttran held back, watching carefully, thinking. Something's off. What are they waiting for? Moments later, a massive maw burst from the ground. He dodged nimbly. Suddenly, a long tongue whipped out, snatching Lufttran. He spun around and sliced the tongue clean off. The monster was not done. It unleashed a massive burst of power that stunned him. What the hell? At that moment, a golden light radiated from him. This is the power of Tam Nian. The golden light formed into a solid entity and charged straight at the monster. Lufttran gritted his teeth. I am not fighting alone. His sword pierced the monster once more, shattering it. A glowing blue stone tumbled out, shimmering mysteriously. What is that? Lufttran tensed, ready to leap onto it. He dashed forward so fast he left a purple afterimage. The first floor of the Demon Lock Tower already holds awakened fragments. Holding the blue stone, he muttered, it is Tam Nian's power helping me. Without it, I would not stand a chance against this bug. Without hesitation, he pressed onward. All right, let us see what is ahead. Lufttran paused, puzzled, weird. Flames everywhere, but I do not feel any heat. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the blazing inferno. Inside the flames, two shadowy figures appeared. He could not help but think, this looks like a scene straight out of Purgatory. Could this place really be Purgatory? Lufttran gripped his sword tightly, silently thinking, what the hell is going on? I can control this corpse. Gritting his teeth, he fought to stay calm as a young man with blazing red hair appeared before him. The red-haired figure lunged at him without hesitation, shouting, you worthless loser. How dare you show up here looking for death? Lufttran was caught off guard, muttering, red-haired guy, why are you here? The man cursed loudly, and Lufttran covered his mouth, blocking the opponent's sword, thinking, stay calm. This has to be an illusion. The red-haired figure stared coldly at Lufttran, snarling, I can kill you once, and I will kill you 1,000 more times. No matter how hard you struggle, you want to escape. Suddenly, a tremor hit him, and a symbol appeared on his palm, the word Den. He shouted in anger and slashed at the man, but his hand was stopped. Before disappearing, the man sneered, I am waiting for you. Luxtran. Waiting for the day you become my loser again. Luxtran's eyes darkened with despair. Damn it. This is just an illusion. I can fall for this trap. This place twists your emotions. Amplifies them. Only then did Luxtran notice the symbol on his palm. What was it? He placed his hand on his sword to steady himself. Suddenly, space shifted, and a gentle hand rested on his shoulder. The senior student. He blinked in surprise. Senior, you said you would protect me, right? Then another hand reached out. Luxtran. Hanging stared intensely. Luxtran, come back to me. Another voice echoed. Boss, clutching his chest in pain, he asked, Senior, is this your choice? Quickly, Luxtran dropped his sword and embraced her. Hangmia's voice echoed again. Turns out, I can never compare to her. Luxtran panicked, shouting, Boss, amid the sea of flames. He held them both close, but the word X appeared on his palm. Suddenly, understanding, he screamed in rage. Goddamn it. This is not my choice at all. The scenes shattered one by one. Luxtran yelled, You were never my choice, and why I have become stronger. Because there is someone important I would protect, even if it kills me. He raised his hand to block the tremors. The fire still burned, torturing him painfully. He collapsed. Realizing too late he thought it was just hellfire burning demons, but it was actually karmic flames born from human greed, hatred, and delusion. When humans fall into the three poisons, they turn into demons. Demons continuously spawn karmic flames, which burn them again and again, creating endless cycles of pain. Luxtran's eyes reddened with bloodshot fury. Damn, I am about to break. My consciousness is starting to crumble. If this keeps up, I will become like them. Suddenly, a gentle voice whispered, Kaka, while a tiny hand held out a shimmering stone beside him. Kaka, use this, calm and distant, as if half-conscious. She said, Use it, and you can break her door, she urged again. Trembling. Hurry. Use it, please. Luxtran hesitated but reached out, knowing that absorbing this could shatter her barrier. She opened her tiny hand, revealing countless shimmering fragments. For you, Kaka, how many do you want? Kaka will become the strongest spirit warrior. Luxtran lunged forward like a madman. Strongest. Huh, she trembled again. Kaka, do not you want to be the strongest? Use it. With this, you will be the most powerful being in this tower. Her eyes gleamed sharply. Tula is the key to everything. Don't he deny the desires in your heart. But he shouted, writhing in pain among the flames. He muttered, It is fake. It is all fake. She cried pitifully, hugging him. Kaka, do not you want to be stronger? Trent hesitated, then pushed her away. I want to be stronger, but not by borrowing this kind of power. I want to rely on myself. His sword sliced through her, but she kept speaking. Kaka, you will regret it. You can escape without those fragments. This place will be your prison, you reckless fool. Prison? Since the moment I stepped into this tower, every step I took crushed someone's home beneath my feet. Luxtran burst into loud laughter, as if he would just uncovered some grand secret. So that is how it is now. You are like an outsider silently observing, sinking deep into a swamp of greed, desire, and despair trapped with no escape. Maybe these three poisons can never be fully destroyed. Only by facing and conquering them can one truly ascend. Just as Luxtran finished, the system notification popped up. Congratulations. You have unlocked the hidden poison skill. The Voidless Ascension Mind. Players gain an additional 5% critical damage for each negative status effect they suffer, stacking up to 3 times. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. A max 15% critical damage boost, worth every ounce of pain endured. That familiar golden light appeared again. He could not help but wonder. Earlier it guided him, but this time it blazed straight ahead, like a beacon leading him toward freedom from those 3 poisons. Step by step, Luxtran followed the glowing path. Amid the flames, a figure clad in armor emerged. Joy surged through him. This was Tam Nian. Truly her. She spoke softly. Thank you, Kaka. He gazed at the armored girl before him. Awestruck. Suddenly, a strange memory flickered. A man standing beside her hospital bed whispered, Tam Nian, someone will definitely save you. Luxtran stared at his palm, wondering if those visions were just illusions. But they felt so warm, so real. Entering the barrier, he spoke to the figure before him. I can feel it now. though you have been lost from your pet. Tam Nian. My connection to you has never been clearer or closer. Suddenly, the system announced again, your pet. Tam Nian has awakened the skill Karma Flame Lotus. It grants shields to you and allies, absorbing 10% of damage and converting it into healing. While active, your and your teammates' attack power increases by 20%. More figures emerged from the flames, but then the system notified again. Your pet's soul, S, has recovered 5%. His face lit up with hope. Soul recovery, finally some progress. There is hope for Team Nian's revival after all. Luxtran cautiously turned to the girl beside him and asked, Tam Nian, how do you feel? She grabbed his hand. Stammering, struggling to say, uneasy, he pressed on. Tam Nian, you have regained consciousness. Before she could answer, a heavy object crashed down from above. He quickly shielded her. Warning. Watch out, it was a huge coffin. Suddenly, the lid snapped open, and a sharp hand shot out. Luftran stared in shock at the scene unfolding. The figure stepped out arrogantly. Who dares snuff out the karmic flame sealing me here? The system board flashed. Demon Army. Purgatory. Dark Gold. Level 99. Attack. Defense. And skills all unknown. Lucca's face darkened. You are the final boss. Purgatory did not answer. Just smiled at Team Nian. No wonder. You are the one. Luxtran stepped protectively in front of her. Tam Nian. Step back. Before he could say more, the boss lunged at them. Luck raised his sword, blocking the assault. Purgatory attacked. Sneering. I told you humans would not be kind enough to free me. Looks like I have grown weak after all. So weak. I have no choice but to reclaim my own power. When you betrayed Lord Lina and joined humanity, did you ever imagine where you would end up today? Luxtran was stunned. Wait, this karmic flame. That is actually Team Nian's original power. The boss' sharp gaze pierced him. When Safia sealed me with the demon sword, did she think I would never break free from that shattered blade? Look at you now. Once a proud guardian. Now you are less than a mere insect. Temhain stammered. D-Dao. Discord? Suddenly, a hand clamped down on her neck. Purgatory taunted. Discord is your weakness. You flicker like a candle about to be snuffed out. He slammed her hard. Sneering. This is your path. Luck shouted urgently. Tam Nian. Just then, Luxtran appeared, catching her in his arms. The villain kept mumbling. Is this really your choice? You left these right by your side, overconfident fool. I will make you regret this, Purgatory said as he drew a sword from behind his back. The blazing red sword shimmered fiercely. Without hesitation, he smirked wickedly and charged forward. The two swords clashed, sparks exploding everywhere. Luxtran's face darkened as he told him, You do not deserve to be near her. Purgatory swung a powerful fist toward Luxtran, sneering. Get lost. Now, the force was so strong he slammed Luxtran into the wall, dealing 3,466 damage. Blood covered him. Teeth clenched, burning with rage. Seeing this, Purgatory seized the moment to attack fiercely. Overconfident fool. You are dead. Suddenly, a sharp sword sliced through, forcing Purgatory to block. Luxtran stood up, wiping blood from his mouth. Damn you. Where do you think you are going? He screamed, provoked to the edge. You are asking for death? Then he swung a blazing slash toward Luxtran. The system announced, converting 10% of health into damage and adding 1,000 extra attack points on the target. The clash unleashed a massive shockwave, igniting a fairy aura around him and his allies, absorbing 10% of damage and turning it into healing. While active, attack power for you and your team increases by 20%. After the explosion, the sword flew back into Luxtran's hand, leaving Purgatory stunned for a moment, but then he burst into laughter, charging his sword again. He sneered. Since you care so much about him, I will make sure he suffers worse than death right before your eyes. Temhain watched anxiously, calling out, Big bro, but you easily blocked his attacks. Luxtran's face darkened. Had enough yet? Now it is my turn. He swung his sword fiercely, stabbing at him. Purgatory slash. Critical hit 1999. The recoil pushed both of them back simultaneously. The system chimed. Plus 10 per splash damage. Clearly, Purgatory sensed something, worry flashing across his face. You. Luxtran slung the sword over his shoulder, spitting. Thanks for stirring up so much trouble. It let me stack 3 layers of damage and land that critical hit. Suddenly, Tam Nian spoke up. My dark power. Luxtran stared at her, stunned for a moment. Your power. He wore a triumphant grin. What power are you talking about? The blazing red sword stabbed into the ground, releasing a massive dark energy wave. Since I took this sword, it is no longer yours. Darkness twisted into chains, binding them both tightly in ominous prison of shadows, trapping and stunning them for 10 seconds. That power enveloped them, forming a giant sphere of darkness. But soon a purple light shattered the sphere. Min Guite intervened, holding the sword's hilt nervously. He asked, "You are just a low-level Tula. How could you possibly cut through Min Guite's dark power?" Luxtran stood protectively in front of Tam Nian. Amazed, "There is a lot you do not know." Suddenly, Purgatory unleashed his dark power with a mocking laugh. "Interesting. It has been ages since I met an amusing pest like you." A mad grin spread across Purgatory's face. "All right then, let us play." He looked thrilled and charged again. One dodged. The other countered, neither backing down. But Luxtran only managed to drain 877 damage. He frowned. "Why so little damage?" Purgatory smirked slyly. Surprised. "My defense is stronger than yours. You can beat me." He kicked Luxtran hard, taunting, "You are just a worm to me. I can crush you anytime." Tam Nian's hand blazed with prison fire, calling out, "Big bro." Suddenly, the system announced, "Granted mastery over prison fire. You can freely control the fire and draw the damaging flames toward your allies." Luxtran dodged Purgatory's attack and said, "Thanks, says Tam Nian." He was not about to let you rest. He lipped up again. "I am not done with you yet, little brat." He laughed recklessly, swinging his sword toward Luxtran. "What? Is he just waiting to die?" Suddenly, your eyes snap wide open. Before he could even gather himself, your sword strikes him. Luckenguk is cut down. Luckenguk, reeking and stunned, thinks, "This power, it is the domain of shadow mastery. How could he possess it?" Freezes, watching you carefully. "No way. Could this be the phantom shadow technique he once taught him?" Suddenly, he realizes something and quickly steps back to dodge the blade. "The phantom shadow's power has been ripped away from me. Plus, the anger driving this phantom shadow is not the same as mine. Damn, the sword has struck him. Who is this kid?" "Really?" Lugguk slowly rises. "Kid, you have really pissed me off now." He clenches his teeth in fury. "But do not get cocky next. I will show you what true despair feels like." He keeps swinging his sword, sending out thousands of deadly slashes. Luxtran watches nervously the relentless attacks. "Damn, my skills and my life force are nearly drained at the same time. Can't even use blood demon transmutation. Could this be it?" Suddenly, he calms down and raises his hand, calling out softly, "Kaka." He grits his teeth, pushing himself to stay motivated. "No way I can give up, even if I have lost all my skills." "So what?" Then a sharp gleam flashes in his eyes. "Even if it is a simple move, this old man's gotta be at least a rank." The flame in her hand suddenly blazes up. Karma fire. Activate. Luxtran feels a surge of power and dashes forward without hesitation. Luckenguk can believe it. "No way. This is my secret fatal move." Yet how the hell did he block it? "You close in and strike again. Come on. Even if we both die here, I am not backing down an inch." Luckenguk takes the hit from Luxtran's sword, screaming in pain. This can be happening. His whole body is slammed back, crashing hard against the wall. Whispering, "Why?" He never expected such a crushing defeat. Calmly turning away, he mutters, "Just go. Don't let me see you again. The further, the better." He is not willing to accept it. "You leave me, but you will regret it." Luckenguk grits his teeth, veins bulging in fury. But just before disappearing, he suddenly realizes something. "It turns out you only wanted to protect me all along." His body begins to dissolve. So is now. All he can do is reach out to Luxtran and calmly despair. Suddenly, the image of you is replaced by him, as if he has destroyed everything. Then he vanishes completely, leaving only a single whisper, "Luxtran." But suddenly, Luckenguk reappears with a massive burst of energy. "This power, I return it to you." Then he transforms into a glowing red orb, carefully injecting his energy into her body. Careful, Lena. She quickly absorbs his power. A brilliant light erupts, and Luxtran calls out to her in awe. Luxtran. At that moment, the graceful feet of the young woman appear, and her whole body returns to its original form. "He is back with you," the system announces. "Your loyal companion Luxtran's soul has recovered by 10%. You are overjoyed. Is this real?" Luxtran. "How do you feel? Are you okay?" But she stares back at you with a confused look. You feel a bit down. Looks like only her appearance is restored. Her consciousness is not fully back yet. You walk over to the sword and mutter, "Can believe I am the one to finish the mission first." You pull the sword out and complain, What the heck is wrong with this sword? Supposed to seal demons. But who knows what it actually sealed? Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. You shout. No way. Why is it starting to collapse now? She grabs your hand, trying to say something slowly. Get out. You call out. Shocked. Luxtran. She says nothing else and just pulls you along. You are caught off guard and dragged straight into a pillar of blue light. The light fades out gradually, and the space trembles more violently. Outside, Blay stands on his staff, muttering, that kid did not die inside after all. Guess Tula's not useless. Suddenly, a sword slams hard into his back, making him yelp, followed by Luxtran's voice. You old geezer. Who said you are useless? And the demon sealing sword is back in my hands. Raises his hand but says nothing, leaving you a bit awkward. Blay slammed his hand hard on the boy's head, scolding, you rotten brat, turning against me. How dare you lay a hand on the old wizard's head? Luxtran ran away, screaming in pain and desperation. Hey, hold up. Didn't you want the demon sealing sword? Hearing that, the old man snatched the sword right out of his hand. Exactly, that is exactly what Princess Sophia needs. Luxtran held out his hand. Where's my reward? I almost turned into bacon back there. Blay looked annoyed, muttering, you young folks these days, tossing a jade token to Luxtran. He said, working for Princess Sophia is an honor itself. All you think about is money. Money. The system's notification blared nonstop. Congratulations to player Cham Se for obtaining Infernal Training Shoes. Dark Steel Grade 1. Infernal Staff. Dark Steel Grade 2. 1 gold coin worth 100,000. 1,000 and 1,500 reputation points. Congratulations to player Cham Se on earning the Phantom Knight title. Luxtran could not help but admire the old man. His words were a bit sarcastic, but his generosity was impressive. Blay finally noticed the girl beside him. She is Luxtran, still buzzing with excitement, saw 2 official titles pop up for her. What is going on? And she even has an experience reduction title, so that means my level will skyrocket insanely fast later. The old man walked over to inspect her closely. She is. He scanned her from head to toe. Not bad, the face, the hands, the legs. It is definitely her. Only then did Luxtran get mad and step in to warn him. You are way too close. Blay, still holding on to him, kept insisting. It is definitely her. Then Blay turned to rap Luxtran on the head, asking, Kid, why is she with you? Even she looked surprised. Luxtran rubbed his head, wincing. Ouch, you old jerk. She is my friend. By a crazy twist of fate, she became my pet. So of course she is with me. Suddenly, he paused. Wait, how do you know Tam Nian? The old man leaned in. Kid, do you know about the 3 great powers on the Teen Tongue continent? Luxtran stopped in his tracks. Curious, Blay explained. The Silver Moon Alliance is made up of humans, elves, and other races, representing the power of light, aiming to wipe out darkness. The Dark Soul Legion, led by the shadowy warlord Jolenda, represents darkness and seeks to dominate the continent. And then there is the third force, the Blood Feather Legion, commanded by our very own Princess Sophia. Though our Blood Feather Legion is a branch of darkness, we only want to restore the Empire and create a home for kind spirits. Luxtran, still puzzled, asked, so what does that have to do with Tam Nian? Blay pointed. Because she actually is. He tilted his head, waiting for the old man to finish. The old man's voice rang out evenly. She is. Tam Nian's eyes snapped open as she saw Blay stroking Jolenda, whispering something to Luxtran, who then immediately fell flat on his face. Luxtran staggered up. I thought you were going to say something else. That is it. But how do you know? The old man smirked. I am the wisest prophet of the Blood Feather Legion. There is nothing I do not know. Luxtran seized the chance to ask. A wise prophet. Is there a way to restore Tam Nian to her original self? Blay answered without hesitation. Of course there is. The old man paused dramatically. But Luxtran was suspicious. But what? There's got to be a catch. You old punk. I knew you were not going to be nice. The old man did not miss the chance. If you agree to become Princess Sophia's subordinate, the Light faction will definitely help. Luxtran was adamant. I am not joining any faction. He thought. The new expansion just dropped and is already pushing me to pick a side. That just means I am cannon fodder. Only a fool would say yes. Bright leaned in, emphasizing. Even for her. You still want to agree? Luxtran shoved him away. No way. The old man was not giving up. Kid, think carefully. Don't you regret it later when it is too late? Luxtran snapped back. I do not care. And just as he pulled his words back, the old man kicked him away. If you are not interested, Then scram. Old wizard out. You collapsed on the armored fish's back. Sore all over your butt, old geezer. You are seriously ruthless. Bright stared thoughtfully, then shrugged it off. Well, consider this a twist of fate for her, but this time, her eyesight is way sharper than before. Hearing that, she could not hide her smile. Suddenly wrapped in a warm, glowing energy, the old man spun around and shouted at Luck Tran. Kid, that so-called gentleman's self-defense you talk about, it is just selfishness in disguise. Luck Tran refused to back down. Mind your own business. Old man, I pick my own path. I thought silently. He just does not know the true identity of his ice-cold friend yet, acting all carefree. But he is one of the top 10 military kings of Chin-Tung continent. Lux Tran had no clue what the old man was thinking and just rubbed his sore butt. Damn old, tough skin but no guts to dive into the dungeon and grab the sword himself. At that moment, the system panel popped up. Your pet, Tam Nian, has been returned to the pet space. Lux Tran pondered. Even though I guess Tam Nian is not ordinary, judging by the old man's attitude, her true identity is way more complicated than I imagined. He sighed deeply. But what does any of this have to do with me? Lux Tran looked up at the sky, wondering, no matter who Hun really is, what kind of upheaval will Chin-Tung face? And what challenges lie ahead? He clenched his fists. Determined. This world still speaks the language of power. I have to get stronger and forge my own path. Then, exhausted, he stretched and grinned, flipping open the system panel to check out his loot. Coming back this time, he had tons of great stuff to share with everyone. Materials for the Grand Demon Flame, gear for the Little Demon, potions for GG, and that demon staff from the prison dungeon. He would auction it off, so the boss could fund the guild. To reality, he turned on the faucet, stared at his reflection in the mirror, and wondered, have I been overworking myself lately? Suddenly, Lux Tran spotted something odd in the bathroom. Blushing, he picked it up. Underwear. Oh right, I rented a new studio with boss Min Gayet and Xiaoxiu. But this, could it be Min Gayet's? Just then, a voice outside startled him. Lux Tran, hurry up and dry off. Come eat, came the call. All right. He quickly tossed his pants back where they belonged, nearly scaring himself. Then he opened the door and stepped out like nothing happened. As soon as he stepped out, he asked, what is cooking? Smells amazing. I am starving. Min Gayet frowned. This lazy bum is exhausting. Who told you to sleep until you almost missed school? No wonder you are starving. Feeling awkward, he forced a cough and dodged her gaze. He hesitated. Isn't my goal to help the new studio grow faster? But a second later, Lux Tran switched gears and praised her. No way. Min Gayet, did you cook all this? She blushed. I just helped a bit. Then she pointed to someone in the kitchen. See, the head chef's right over there. Hangi turned around with a smile. Come on over. The last dish is ready. Lux Tran stared dumbfounded at those pale white legs. Damn it. Min Gayet saw his reaction and smirked. Looks like little brother Lux Tran's caught off guard. He panicked and stepped back quickly. I do not have that. Unexpectedly, he bumped right into Min Gayet behind him. She rubbed her red nose. Boss, you are so stubborn. Why are you so hard-headed? Lux Tran blushed, stammering, snapping out of it. He said, I am gonna grab some drinks, and vanished instantly. Leaning against the door, Lux Tran panted. Determined. Nope. Gotta play more next time. Otherwise, I will never digest all this food. Suddenly the door creaked open and Min Gayet called gloomily. Hey. Lux Tran. She dragged him back inside. All right. Your embarrassment is written all over your face. Now hurry up and eat. Ivy hit level 75 and unlocked special quests. Lux Tran blinked. Seriously? Then let us roll. Soon, everyone got ready to head out. Hangin spoke up. You ready? I am activating the quest. Let us. The system flashed quickly. Your team has accepted the Moonlight Love quest. Current quest level. S-Rank and above. Eng Uda kept complaining as they walked. Finally snapping. What kind of creepy place is this? We have been walking for half an hour and have not seen a single soul. Lucy Trun led the way, asking, Boss, got any new mission hints? She glanced at the system screen but shook her head. Still nothing. Just the same old keep exploring. The system only displayed a single line. Please explore this area. Suddenly, he held up a hand. Wait a sec. Lasitron drew his sword cautiously, muttering, a wolf? Right ahead of them was a wolf tomb surrounded by bizarre skeletal remains. Min tight, trailing behind, wondered aloud. It is just a wolf, Tom. Do we really need to be this on edge? I chimed in. Maybe it is the resting place of some big shot. Tron finally spoke up. Come on. Let us check out what is written on the stone tablet. They moved closer together, completely unaware of the shadows lurking behind them. Tron read the inscription aloud. Nam Thin Teng 7114. Large-scale undead invasion. Bang City fell. The human princess of Bang City, Samplun, after sacrificing herself at the royal fortress, was laid to rest in this wolf tomb. His face darkened as he murmured, Nam Thin Teng 7114. Eng Udra looked at him worried. What is wrong? Tron. Suddenly, he asked off topic, does anyone remember the exact date we entered this game? Min Tai thought for a moment. Honestly, I can't recall. When was it? He said nervously. Nam Thin Teng, 8124. She gasped. So that means Princess Lam San died over 1,000 years ago. Someone dead for 1,000 years still guarded by elite soldiers. That is seriously weird. Just then, a strange sound echoed in eerie, repetitive creaking that put everyone on high alert. Moments later, they traced the noise back to the wolf tomb. She whispered fearfully, no way. Is there a ghost in here? This is creepy. Tron was more worried than scared. Ghosts? Nah, it is just a game. There has got to be some mission clue behind this, ghost or not. We will find out once we check it out. The group cautiously approached the wolf tomb. Excuse us. Chief Guard. The system alert popped up. Phantom Eye City Stealth Soldier. Level 75. Skill. Soul Slash. The eyes of the two guards flashed sharply. Tron was stunned. So these are Night Spirit soldiers. One guard called out at the noise. Who is there? He raised his hand in peace. Chief, we are just passing through and need to ask you something, but it was insanely aggressive. Anyone who dared get close was dead meat. You could not help but curse. Damn it! Another stubborn brat. Haning struck back swiftly. If it won't listen, then let us just storm that wolf's tomb. Min Thuok and Min Gayat heard this and joined the fight. Got it. Soon, the whole group charged into battle against those reckless soldiers. Tran jumped up to kick one. Die. Amid the chaos, Tron called out, now's our chance. Let us move. They all dashed inside while the guards scrambled to catch up. Stop. Tron pushed forward. Hurry. Once everyone was inside, he locked the door behind them and seized the brief moment to slip in. The guards were left stranded outside. Tron glanced at them trying to reach in. Puzzled. This place is seriously weird, guarded by a squad of Night Spirit soldiers. Could it be a trap? Eng Unin whispered. Not sure. Maybe it is tied to a mission clue. Suddenly, that familiar eerie sound echoed again. They tensed up. It was that crying sound once more. Still, they pressed deeper inside. Or crack. Let us see what we find and figure it out. Soon they reached a large chamber. In the center sat a girl, face buried in her hands, sobbing. The system alert appeared. Spirit of Princess Lam San. Min Tai looked at the tear-streaked face and sighed. So this is Princess Lam San. She is beautiful. The girl kept muttering, Father. Kill father. All four exchanged confused glances. Father kills father. Suddenly, he asked, who exactly is her father? Eng Yin quickly stopped him. Hold on. Tron. Min Tai agreed. She is right. What if this really is a trap? Why else would there be elite guards outside, but not a single soldier inside? Min Inguite, standing nearby, nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, based on past encounters with bosses, it is either Vonglin or Dilin. But what if this princess is actually a boss? We can't afford to rush in blindly. Tron saw it differently. A boss? If this dungeon definitely holds an awakening shard, and it is nowhere to be found this time, maybe this princess is not the boss after all. She kept repeating one phrase over and over. Kill. Father. Tron remained silent. But watching her state felt like staring into a wounded soul, pure. Broken, he took a few steps closer to Lam San. Don't worry. I have got a plan. Tron knelt beside her and asked gently, Princess Lam San, who is your father? And why do you want to kill him? She struggled to answer. Father. Tep Din. For now. Min Guite's eyes widened in realization. Tep Din. For now. Is not that the current king ruling the Ice City? Min Thot was baffled. This human princess died over 1,000 years ago. How could her father still be alive? Tron's mind raced. Father. Kill father. Why would a daughter want to kill her own dad? The D Lin soldiers are guarding the souls of mortals. Yet the king who should be dead is still alive. What is really going on here? Suddenly, Tron's eyes lit up. I get it now. He turned to the others. Everyone. This mission is way more complicated than we thought. Outside the castle gates, the system displayed skill info. Light Priest's passive skill can cloak the target's aura using the power of light. Mingite frowned. The aura is hidden well, but do we really trust that princess words? Minthode agreed. Yeah. That princess does not seem all there anymore. Someone dumb enough to assassinate the king just based on her ramblings. It could be a trap the princess set. Lusitron waved off their doubts and moved ahead. The tomb of a human princess, yet guarded heavily by Lin soldiers. Something is definitely off. The four walked down the hallway a bit before Lusitron spoke. One more step, and we will reach the castle's heart. Minthode still worried. If the king really has a problem, with so many players coming in and out of Ice City taking quests, how did no one notice? Oh chimed in. Yeah? And how are we even supposed to find the king? Lusitron finally explained. The king rarely shows himself. If there is something wrong, no one would notice easily. We gotta do some digging first, he smirked. Ladies? Looks like we will be relying on Manhwa's skills, she asked. You have got a plan? Yeah? I have got it all figured out. Manhwa has that dark power detection skill. We will use that. She stepped forward. Alright. Let me give it a shot. Manhwa activated her Holy Veil skill, the Light Priest's detection ability that senses dark energy within a 100-meter radius. After scanning, she said, definitely something's wrong here. Not just outside with the Lin, but inside the castle too. There are quite a few dark creatures lurking. Lusitron stepped forward. Let us head inside the castle and see what is up. Maybe the king's been controlled like the princess. Hanin agreed. Right? Instead of guessing, let us explore and get to the bottom of this. Everyone nodded. Sounds good. The four of them walked down the hallway until Lusitron said, one more step, and we will reach the heart of the castle. Suddenly, he hesitated. Huh, that is strange. Mintich quickly asked. What is wrong? You explain it. There is a faint dark power here. Min Ingwite was a bit shocked. Right here. Yet my detection skill shows absolutely nothing. At that moment, a strange aura flickered beside Lusitron. It was a black-purple energy seeping out from behind a decorative painting. The closer they got, the stronger the aura became. To everyone else, it was just a plain landscape painting, nothing special at all. Mingite frowned and closed her eyes. Still, can't he sense anything? Lusitron gripped his sword tighter. Maybe only someone like me can feel this power. Let me try. Without warning, he slashed through the painting in one clean cut. Gasped behind him. Wait, what is that? They all saw a sword mounted on the wall behind the torn painting. There was definitely something there, a sword. Lusitron grabbed the sword. This had to be a trap set by some shadow spirit. The sword's mark was in the light zone. The most dangerous place was ironically the safest spot, meaning I was still being watched. Hangi moved closer to inspect. It was just a plain old sword, nothing special at all. So why bother hiding it here? You are curious too. Then we have got to find out which shadow spirit purposely hid this sword. Just then, soldiers drawn by the loud noise rushed over. Hey, what are you all doing here? Everyone panicked, ready to bolt. Come on, let us get out of here. But Lusitron stayed calm and stopped them. Wait up, you guys. He grinned slyly. Perfect timing. In the blink of an eye, a few slashes of gleaming sword light flashed, blocking them off. They switched tactics to sneak in. Lusitron saw them swap shadow spirit disguises for soldier uniforms and head toward the other checkpoint. Real soldiers. Huh. Wait, which squad are you? What is your business here? Lusitron raised his armor's badge. We are the Elite Light District Engineers, ordered by the chief officer to escort high-ranking clergy for a royal blessing. The soldiers relaxed. So that is it. Come on through. Passing through easily, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The four quickly approached the king's presence. Mintayet whispered, so this is the king. Sitting on a golden throne was an elderly man with a gentle look, the Ice Fortress king. The troops were a bit surprised. Such a kind ruler. You would never guess anything was off just by looking. Lusitron stepped forward and knelt and spoke. Your Majesty, thank you for tirelessly protecting the Ice Fortress. Your kindness spreads through the people. We bring high clergy to offer blessings. Touched by your mercy, we offer these light magic blessings. We have been ordered by our commander to deliver this. Please accept. The king's pale eyes scanned them, then suddenly glowed red. After a moment, he stood. Having loyal subjects like you here at the Ice Fortress truly comforts me. However, I just received blessings from the high priest yesterday, so these clergy are not needed. You may leave. Lusitron introduced Manga. Your Majesty, this clergy's heart is pure. Please kindly accept. She stood, Casting a blessing spell, holy wine sparkled. Spiritual energy swirling, light of blessing shone forth. Shielding the king with peace. Guiding with light. Dispelling dark thoughts. The sudden danger caught the king off guard. Pain struck him unexpectedly. Unable to resist the holy magic, the light cut through, banishing the dark thoughts. The king's eyes blazed red as he ordered. Soldiers, kill them all, now. Luxtran saw the king lose it and realized the blessing was a blessing to humans, but a curse to shadow spirits. Tossing aside his helmet, he shouted the curse. Luxtran launched himself into the attack. The king was definitely a fate. When the holy sword stabbed the king, he screamed in pain, confirming Luxtran's suspicion. Such a fierce reaction meant the shadow spirit could not escape. Without hesitation, Luxtran carved the sword through him, finishing the shadow spirit. Just then, the system popped up. Update available. Congratulations. The squad has triggered the Ice Fortress transformation. The Royal Return version has been updated instantly. Squad must complete the mission, eliminate the Shadow Spirit King while all members survive. Fail, and every team member drops 3 ranks with their reputation reset to 0. Mintai panicked. Fail and our rep goes to 0. No way, that is brutal. Hanging was puzzled too. Wait, did not Luxtran just kill the king? But then they got their answer. Impossible. That thing came back to life. Just then a girl suddenly appeared before them, making Luxtran smile. Perfect timing. Let us take him down together. But when the king attacked her, she threw her spear toward them. Luxtran panicked. Tam Nian. Luxtran blocked the attack and called out. Tam Nian. Hanging was horrified. What the hell's going on? Mintai quickly asked. What happened to Tam Nian? Isn't a bee supposed to never attack her master? At the same moment, soldiers burst through the door. This is bad. The wild spirit troops are here. Eng Ai shouted. We will handle the foot soldiers. Lassie Tron. You good? You are fighting too alone? He replied. I can hold my own. The king suddenly swipes his claws, startling Lassie Tron. What is going on? The king's been hit with a critical spear wound. So how is he still moving like this? Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the girl Tam Nian, her eyes calm as ever. That is when Lassie Tron noticed how she was staring at that sword. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind, because Tam Nian's gaze was crystal clear. Completely lucid. This only strengthened Lassie Tron's suspicion. He immediately tossed the sword aside. Tam Nian's eyes still locked onto it. As the sword passed through the king's body, she lunged forward, stabbing the D Lin with a spear straight through. Lassie Tron grabbed his weapon and charged at the sword, shouting, You cunning fiend! How dare you hide inside that sword? Come out here. The sword trembled violently. Henga also noticed its reaction. What the hell is that? Mingguite rushed over to shield her. Boss? Be careful, she cast Kwang, divine light shielding her, but a wisp of dark soul pierced the barrier. Shocking in. What the hell? The 3 girls stared at the screaming monster outside. Pathetic humans. If only I had not lost my body. It revealed its true form. Boss Kadira. Level 9 elite. D-Lin Sorcerer? Kadira had already locked onto a new target, laughing loudly. He taunted. Even you guys slip up sometimes. Kadira possessed Tam Nian's body. She trembled slightly. Lassitron panicked, calling out, Tam Nian. But Kadira's wicked smile appeared. This is I am just casually picking a host body. But lucky me to find a gem. With that, he mocked them. Lastron clenched his fists in rage. You old demon. Get out of Tam Nian's body now. But Kadira just smirked, showing a skull mask. What nonsense are you babbling about? This body's not perfect yet, but it is enough to unleash some real power. I have to use it carefully. Suddenly, a magic circle formed beneath him. Kadira raised his hand, responding to the summoning command. Tadi. Cerberus, a monstrous beast, slowly emerged from the circle. The Hellhound Cerberus, level 75 demon beast. Its deafening roar sent chills down everyone's spine. Cerberus opened its mouth, gathering dark energy into a massive cannonball. Its 3 heads simultaneously unleashed fairy attacks. Someone warned Leapsy that Hellhound's no joke. It is basically a mini-boss, he responded loudly. Got it. Without hesitation, Lassitron leapt down, unleashing the Purgatory Slash. The Hellhound, hurt, slammed him away. It whipped its tail, aiming to knock back Engengen. Attacking up front, she shouted, Boss, here's our chance, and launched the Shooting Star Slash. Lastron seized the moment, striking down from above. Eng Uda jumped again. No matter how strong, it is just a demon beast with Loic. Kadira laughed atop the Hellhound. You 2 are good, but do not celebrate yet. There are plenty more kids. Where that came from. That. He clapped his hands and summoned a horde of white skeletons. Dark power. Obey me. Come be my servants, Mintai warned. Mingayat. Guard yourself. She instantly cast a spell, reinforcing her shield firm wall defense. Min-type fired spirit arrows while grumbling. Why are there so many? We can possibly kill them all. Min and Guite strained to strengthen her shield, absorbing 20% of enemy damage at the cost of 30% magic power, but she was nearly spent. We need a plan. My magic power's almost gone if this keeps up. We won last. Lasitron angrily flailed. Damn it! You think I do not know about your little tricks? I am onto you. Suddenly, a fierce black aura exploded around him. Triggering the prison of exchange, countless spirit mists appeared beneath Luctran's feet. Kadira sneered sharply, unleashing an oppressive aura that forced him to stagger backward. He could not believe it. How could the prison of exchange be so easily broken? Kadira mocked him, flailing his arms like a clown. You really thought you could strike first in front of me? I am Linus Knight Spirit Mage. Anyone else want to summon ghosts with me? Keep dreaming. Then, a terrifying blood aura erupted from him, raging wildly, boosting his target's attributes by 20% and driving them into a berserk frenzy. The monster Cerberus howled crazily, its blood-red mouth snapping as it lunged at Luctran. Luctran nimbly dodged the monster's flame breath. With the boss buff, Cerberus' power was now stronger than ever. Hanin carefully observed the monster. No worries. Whatever comes at us, we just slice it down. But when she charged again, Cerberus repelled her with a surge of magical force, and its projectile shot straight at Luctran. Hanin quickly shouted, Boss, be careful. This three-headed dog's got 3 different power types. Before they could react, Cerberus unleashed a third attack. Both Hanin and Luctran swiftly dodged the liquid it spat out. Hanin was shocked. Turns out the third attribute is poison. That stuff causes continuous damage, so we gotta avoid getting hit by it. She raised her sword, glowing with radiant light. Don't worry. I have got light attributes too. That poison 1T touches light shield activated. The system popped up. Light shield effect. Divine light protects teammates, reducing poison damage by 20% and resisting attacks. Luctran smop. Impressed. Damn, boss. You have got skills too. Hanin confidently swung her sword. Of course. I did not reach level 75 and become nearly invincible for nothing. If we work together, we will take this guy down. Taking their cue, Luctran dashed left. Fire nice. Leave those to me. Boss, you focus on that poison head. Hanin instantly replied. Got it. No problem. She swung fiercely at the remaining head. Timed it. Hanin charged in to finish it off. Even Luctran was confident their plan would work, but out of nowhere, Kadira launched a brutal fireball. Its explosion dealt 3,000 damage and slowed targets by 10%. That blast instantly immobilized Hanin. Luctran shouted, Boss. Kadira sat back, smug. Don't he just focus on fighting the beasts? I am still here. Remember, his taunt ignited Luctran's fury. Damn it. Luctran rushed forward, blocking the skill's effect on Hanin. Fighting while calculating, these 3 heads took turns attacking endlessly. Meh. Cover me. My healing powers can restore 5% FP for me and the team every second. She asked Mentai it. Tu tie it. Can you hold them off? Mentai fired 6 spirit arrows and replied quickly. No problem. I have got this. Someone come help me. Luctran regrouped. Boss, there is a gap between Cerberus attacks. Let us circle the boss. Attack from left and right, then strike the third head when it is vulnerable. She nodded without hesitation. Just then, Cerberus fires, and they split to dodge. Kadira grinned, amused. You think the boss is not ready to attack yet? Cute idea. But too bad. All 3 heads are about to strike at once. It is not just single attacks anymore. Everyone staggered, unable to resist. Boss, run. Kadira laughed maniacally. Everyone's gonna die. Then Cerberus readied a simultaneous blast again. Suddenly, a soft melody filled the air. Stopping him cold, Gayat had pulled out a small harp, playing a soothing tune. Kadira still sneered. A puny priest kid. How could he possibly withstand this assault? But she stayed cool, playing her lute calmly. Who says priests are weaklings only good at shielding others? Turns out, Cerberus kid yawned big as soon as he heard the music. Could not fight off sleep, and dozed off. Kadira was stunned. How could this be? But just then, Luctran appeared behind him, demanding the body of Tam Nian back. Unexpectedly, the girl called out boldly. Simon, you are weak. Show me what you have got. Tam Nian. But when Luctran turned, Kadira hurled a dark orb straight at him. The team gasped, shouting for Luctran. But luckily, he effortlessly blocked it with his sword. Luctran's face twisted with disdain. A lackey of Lamnap. Huh. Besides sneak attacks, what else can you do? Say it again. Give me back Tam Nian's body. Now. His sword pressed close to Kadira's throat. She just smiled. All right then. Come and get me. That line tightened the knot of tension inside him. Kadira pressed her neck against the blade. Taunting. What is wrong? Can't he do it? Come on. Strike me, Haning quickly warned. Luxtran, do not fall for it. That is not Tam Nian, that is the boss. Just then, Chaco screamed in pain. Catching his attention, 3 girls were being attacked from behind by Frost soldiers. Shouting, Boss, Kadira warned. Kill me? And all these little toys disappear? Come on then. Luxtran's fury exploded. You fake witch. Die. Kadira sneered. You dare. This body took so long to grow strong. If it is gone, there is no coming back. Luxtran coldly grabbed Kadira's neck. You think hiding inside Tam Nian's body keeps you safe? He activated his skill. Soul seizure elite after the target dies. It steals their soul's flame. The higher the target's level, the stronger the soul you capture. Over level 70, Luxtran ripped Kadira's soul out of Tam Nian's body, making him scream in agony. Impossible. Luxtran sneered. You thought I was playing. You are just a formless wraith, a flicker of soul fire, nothing more. Then Luxtran signaled. Min Gayat. Now, without hesitation, she unleashed her skill. Sacred Wrath, draining all her mana to deal 3000 holy damage per second to dark creatures and silencing them for 5 seconds. Lasting 2 hours, the holy beam nearly blew Kadira's soul away. Go! Kadira screamed in pain. No way! Just a puny priest, how could this be? Mingayat laughed confidently. Why not? I am the top priest of the White Moon sect. Sure, my skin's a bit fragile, but my killer moves are deadly. Kadira cursed bitterly. You will regret this. One day, Lord Lynette's Iron Heel will crush this city to dust. Then Kadira vanished completely, leaving only a faint echo. System notification. Congratulations, squad. You have obtained 1 piece of Awakening Shard. Congratulations, squad. You have acquired 3 dark gold level gear pieces. Congratulations. Each squad member received 80,000 gold coins, 30,000 prestige points, and 30,000 experience points. Minket. Excited? Well, that is a ton of loot. The system is seriously generous just like that. I leveled up 3 times. Hanin approached, calling out anxiously. Luxtran. Tam Nian. What is wrong with her? Minket worried. Tam Nian, she was possessed by the boss. Is she up? Is she still herself? Everyone waited as she slowly woke up. Tam Nian weakly opened her eyes. Luxtran beamed. Thank God. You are awake. Are you feeling all right? She mustered strength to sit up. I am. Part of the boss power actually merged with my soul, so I am feeling great now. He laughed with relief. That is awesome. Tam Nian. Can you tell us what happened? I am so glad you are back to normal. Just then, the system announced. SSS-Rank mission complete. Congratulations to player Kang Chamsa for obtaining the legendary Dragon Skillbook. However, due to your low level, your master contract with Tam Nian has been officially terminated. Tam Nian stood up, looking downcast. Thank you all for helping me awaken. The girls quickly waved her off. No problem. It is what we are supposed to do. Then she turned to Luxtran. Hey, can you take me home? Your face looks a bit tense. All right then. Everyone dared you to leave. Late at night, the 2 of them arrive at Tam Nian's gate. Luxtran hesitates. Well, I will head back first. Okay, Tam Nian. Seeing you again really makes me happy. Just as he is about to leave, she quickly calls out. Hey, you have to come visit Tam Nian again sometime. Seriously. Luxtran nods firmly. Definitely. I will. With that, he slings his jacket over his shoulder and turns away. Tam Nian carries too many secrets. But all he hopes is that she keeps living and truly enjoying life. Late that night at Luxtran's place, his phone suddenly rings. He answers quickly. Hey, what is up? It is Rut then. Probably just got out of the shower. Well, senior, you are pulling off some serious moves quietly. Huh? Luxtran chuckles. So the news spread that fast. She checks the info and reads aloud. Announcements blasted across the entire server. Official sites flooded with messages. The new version of then Ancient Inventor just got its first level 80 player. The launch is huge, nobody can miss this. He stands and gazes out the window. With this update, the excitement just skyrocketed. The Borderlands are not as tough as before. He can't wait, she smiles knowingly. Right? We get to explore new maps and dungeons. Just thinking about it makes me so hyped. Luxtran gently warns. But do not get too carried away. You are now top tier in this world. So you gotta step up your game, she teases him. Half annoyed. Half amused. Yeah. You are number 1. You are officially the strongest warrior on the whole server now. Luxtran. Half asleep. Yawns. What is all that noise? Her attitude makes Ji Enchen frustrated. Haven't you even checked the official site details yet? Did you know? Now, players level 80 and above without a strategy can still learn cheering skills. Even small groups get a level up boost. Senior, Baleshtron is already out cold. She keeps calling. Hey. Senior. Hello? In a rainy dreamscape, Lostron sees someone and wonders where he is. This place is Vay Tongue. He watches Tam Nian's figure shift. Her eyes turn cold and distant, then twist into black, while blood-red pupils flare as she attacks. Suddenly, the scene flashes back to her standing reflected on the water. Lostron reaches out. Tam Nian, but around her only chills and dread surround. Then the vision shatters, and he gasps. Do not! Lostron screams as an explosion wipes everything away. Tam Nian. Tam Nian lunges forward fiercely, and the horror finally snaps Lostron awake. He jolts up from his nightmare, finally able to breathe. At that moment, his phone rings again. Jit then texts him. Senior, I still find Tam Nian really strange. She is clearly human, but connected to so many wild spirits and dark forces. She is a total mystery. Be careful not to get played by her. Anyway, gotta run. I am off to bed. Lutran stubbornly thinks. Tam Nian won't do anything like that. Yeah? The rain always turns against me. There is no way. Back in Tam Nian's small garden, he comes to visit again. Lutran stares blankly at the scene. Tam Nian's sitting quietly on the ground. She suddenly turns around, surprised to see him. Tam Nian perks up. Hey, you are here. Lutran greets her, and she beams, urging him inside quickly. They sit together by the garden. Lutran shyly says, I came to specially thank you. Time and again. Whenever Yuan needed help, you stepped in. This time, thanks to you, I learned the Dragon Death skill, the only legendary level skill right now. Her face darkens slightly. It is just what I had to do. His words falter. Tam Nian, you. But Lutran decides to drop it when she is ready. She will talk about her past, changing the subject. Are you still studying those herbs? Has your mother gotten better? But she is strangely silent, clenching her fists tightly. Lips pressed so hard they are almost bleeding. Lutran looks shocked. Tam Nian, did I say something wrong? Please do not cry. She lowers her head. Mom, she passed away. Lutran gasped. How could that be? Tam Nian can't hold back tears. Can you promise me one more thing? Tam Nian still wants to become a pastor. System alert. Your SSS-Rank mission? Promise to help Tam Nian receive baptism from the Archbishop of the Church of Light. Do you accept? Lutran was puzzled. Tam Nian was connected to the Night Spirit and wielded dark powers, so why did she still want to serve as a pastor in the Radiant system? She looked down in disappointment, thinking he would refuse. As expected, Tam Nian was too greedy. Lutran quickly said, Tam Nian, I will go with you. He sighed deeply inside, trying to stay calm and watch how things unfold, but with his race, showing up openly in the church was basically a death sentence. He needed another plan. Sure enough, the soldiers at the door stopped them. Wang City Church. No outsiders allowed. Lutran revealed his identity. I am an explorer from Fubang City. Chamkanche, I am the one who exposed the fake king. I have urgent business with the Archbishop. The soldiers double-checked, then immediately knelt down. Turns out it was the right day he was invited in. He was even more shocked he actually got let inside. As they walked, two soldiers explained. Thanks to him defeating the fake king, under the Archbishop's guidance, our Princess Karen-san has been resurrected. That is right. He is the great savior of Fubang City. Lutran quickly replied, It is nothing. Really? It is also thanks to my sister's support. Suddenly, she froze. The Archbishop? He asked. Concerned, looking over at her, Are you feeling unwell? You look pale. Her eyes were strangely vacant. I am, she said, just a bit tense. Lutran reassured her. Don't worry. I will be right by your side the whole way. But her face only tensed up more. Okay, the two soldiers ahead reported. Archbishop. Explorer Chemkanchamse requests an audience. Behind her, she quietly called out, Hey, they were now granted an audience with Archbishop Anvis. He asked, Young man, are you the brave soul who rescued Princess Corinne-san? Lutran bowed. That would be me. Inside? He doubted. Asterisk, is this really the Archbishop? Asterisk, no sign of rank, but he must be at least level 100. The Archbishop smiled, praising him. Very good. A true young hero. Lutran stayed tense, thinking, don't slip up for even a second. Those 10 green-clad officers are all boss level. Amethyst tier 95 at his current level. Not to mention the whole group. Even one of them could end him. Mama Trang, The guy who crafts hidden spiritual weapons must be legit, of course. If he were here, he would say, Mama Trang made it. Guaranteed genuine, Anvis kindly asked. What brings you here this time? I will do everything I can to help. Luftran felt lucky. This old guy's not bad after all, he said. Archbishop. My sister, Tam Nian, worships the power of light. She wants to become a pastor. We humbly ask you to perform her baptism. Without hesitation, he agreed. No problem. The Lord always loves those sincere of heart. I will perform the baptism immediately. Anvis approached and placed his hand on her head. Ready to begin the baptism, Luftran happily said, That is great. Tam Nian. Congrats on finally making it, but then a spray of blood made him freeze. Luftran stared in shock as Tam Nian stabbed the archbishop to death. Only when he collapsed did everyone snap out of it. The soldiers were the first to react, shouting, Madwoman, how dare you assassinate the archbishop? Grab her. The two rushed to fend off the soldiers. Tam Nian shouted, No need to fight. Sorry. Big bro. I am using you. I can drag you into this. Quick. Take this stone and find Keep V. Hurry. She fiercely held the holy sword. Forget me. Just go. Tam Nian struggled in pain. Sorry. Big bro. I have no choice but to drag you into this. But just then, Luxtran lunged forward to catch her, leaving her stunned. Big bro, why are you such an idiot? You will get crushed here. Go now. Luftran firmly swung his sword. How could I abandon you if I brought you here? Then I will make sure we both get out alive. Tam Nian, already crying, said, All right. Then let us escape together. Let us fight our way out. The soldiers were overwhelming, but just a bunch of mixed-tier jailbirds. Luxtran could no longer hold back his power. It burst out. Someone screamed. Yes, this guy's a wild spirit. Now light slash. Tam Nian charged up to defend. Careful there, bro. She got hit. Her health bar dropped, and that freaked him out. Tam Nian, a staff-wielding guy, stood up. Stop struggling. Those curse-singing creatures will kill you all. Standing before the radiant path means only death awaits. With that, a pure beam of holy light blasted down on them. Their prayers echoed everywhere as the light faded. Judgment passed. Light gone. Judgment over. Tam Nian gasped. Bro, you have done more than enough. Please. Go now, we'll cover our retreat, of course. He refused. What nonsense are you spouting? It is just about countering attributes. Suddenly, the system popped up. Holy light effect from the church's fire can burn away dark power from the underworld, dealing 9,999 damage to the wild spirits and stunning the target. Luxtran gritted his teeth, stepped forward, raising his sword and casting a spell. From the magic circle, a monster appeared, shocking the soldiers. What the heck is that? His violet eyes blazed fiercely. He fiercely controlled the beast to charge, sweeping soldiers aside like nothing. They stood no chance. Then he carved out a bloody path out of the church, dragging Tam Nian along as they fled. The soldiers barked orders desperately. Where are they? Issue a citywide manhunt. Capture the ones who assassinated the archbishop. Tam Nian's pace did not falter. Meanwhile, the two barely escaped the fading holy light. Instantly, a red alert popped above their heads. Damn it, they are wanted now. Luftran carried her while running, calculating quickly. No way back to the main city. Now we are both marked targets for sure. Take the backstreets. Head to the Bloodstorm territory to find Taiyetvai. According to Tam Nian, Taiyetvai will definitely know something. Plus, no matter how strong the Radiant Path forces are, they won't dare enter the Wild Spirit's domain. Luxtran cheered on the badly injured girl in his arms. Hang in there, Tam Nian. Once we reach the Bloodstorm Legion, we will be safe. But she was breathing weakly now. He noticed that too. Tam Nian, stay strong. Taiyetvai will find a way to save you, she whispered weakly. Bro, I am entrusting myself to you. The people coming are here to help. You saved Princess Karam Sam, so they won't harm you. Luxtran frowned. Are you kidding? No matter what, I will never abandon you. Tam Nian looked up at him. Bro, I am really sorry. If it were not for me, you would not be caught up in this mess. Luxtran dodged the holy light while comforting her. I trust you have your reasons, and you are no killer of innocence. Tam Nian decided to confess. Bro, I might not last much longer. I will tell you everything. Actually come from the underworld, reincarnated as a human girl. But my mother was burned alive by the Grand Archbishop because of who I am. She is the one who birthed that monster. She still remembered her mom being captured by the Archbishop. Burned alive. Burn that heretic to ashes. Tam Nian gritted her teeth. I truly can't forgive that Archbishop, but I do not even know how to explain all this to you. I am so, Luctran said calmly. It is not your fault. What is done is done. Now the most important thing is that we survive together. Suddenly Luctran froze. Someone was waiting for him ahead. So it is you. Immediately. They were surrounded by a group. Tiandao smirked. The Archbishop's bounty is a cool million. How could I let a deal this sweet slip by, right? No need to hesitate. Luctran clenched his teeth. Tiandao. Be alert. Damn it. Why is he here? And everyone rushing in is high level too. Tam Nian weakly dropped her arm. Luctran panicked. Calling her. Tam Nian. Tam Nian. At the same time, Tiandao swung his sword, aiming at Luctran. No hesitation. Kill. Luctran hurriedly raised his sword to block. Damn it. Always at the worst time. The system alerted. Skill activated. Bathium. Dealing 3,000 damage and slowing the target's speed by 20%. Tiandao was pushed back. Clearly annoyed. This kid's stronger now. But Luctran's focus was only on the girl in his arms. Tam Nian could not wait. They could not keep fighting like this. He quickly spun around, raising his sword as the demon blade plunged into the ground, activating a magic circle that made the shadow soldiers rise from the earth. Tiandao was confident, knowing this move was coming. But too bad his subordinates were not exactly pushovers. He took down 2 soldiers with just 1 strike, but the rest surged forward to cover Luctran's escape. Breaking through, they shouted back. Tiandao watched them flee, letting them get a head start while Luctran sprinted at full speed ahead. Watching the threat behind, he thought, this thing is tough to cut through, and it seems like it is not even worried about me running away. Suddenly feeling something off, he stopped. This was not right. Out of nowhere, Longhand dropped down from above him. Where you running? Luctran bit back. Just as expected, Luctran easily blocked Hand's strike with his sword. Frustrated, he called it out. You two really are cut from the same cloth? Longhand smirked wickedly. No wonder you are the top-tier fallen god. Carrying all that weight, yet you still react so fast. Just then, Tiandao's crew showed up, making Luctran's blood boil. What a pain in the ass. Hen laughed. Why stop running now? This time, even if you sprouted wings, you would be hard-pressed to fly away. Luctran noticed the figure on his back writhing in pain. Eyes locked on her. Tiandao's men threatened him, closing in. The girl on the rider's back was not even that pretty. Maybe we should help her out. Ease her suffering. What do you say? Longhand sneered sarcastically. Look everyone. Even the great fallen god has his day of reckoning. They all burst out laughing, mocking Luctran's miserable situation. Luctran shouted fiercely. Move aside. Longhand just laughed it off. Go ahead. See if you can break through this trap today. Suddenly Hand froze, shouting in alarm. What? Just one warning from Tiandao. Idiot. Be careful. In front of them, flashes of light streaked through the air. Watch this. Luctran detonated a massive explosion, shouting, clear out. As the smoke cleared, Luctran surged forward, holding Hand back. They wildly swung their swords, desperate not to let him escape. Luctran's eyes burned with deadly intent as he unleashed a powerful black moon slash, sweeping away all the lackeys. Tiandao watched his men scatter, his eyes bloodshot with fury, and gritted his teeth. You won T-scape today. Luctran easily blocked that attack, just relying on a bunch of dumb losers like you to take me down. What a joke. Tiandao tensed so hard even Tiandao trembled. Furious, Luctran swung his arm. Get lost. Leave me alone. Seeing his spells being undone, Tiandao was stunned. What? Luctran fiercely unleashed his Hellfire Touch skill, slicing a path through the battlefield. System message. Skill name. Hellfire Touch of the 3 Realms. Effect. Increases O attack damage by 30%, but Tiandao jumped in front, activating God-Slaying Shield. Effect. Absorbs 30% damage. Last 5 seconds. Luctran roared. I told you. Your blue sword's gotta send him flying. Get lost. So powerful it shocked Tiandao. This guy's not messing around. But just then, a fierce blast knocked them both flying. Luctran steadied himself. Looking up, what was that? 2 dragons and a dragon knight appeared in the sky. The knight shouted, brothers, charge! Luctran was gasping for breath, but the dragons swooped in to attack. Just as Luctran raised his sword to strike, a volley of arrows suddenly rained down. Even the dragon knight got hit by an arrow. What? Turns out, the Blood Warriors in Snow Vale had arrived. The Blood Warriors Legion was ordered to launch a full assault on the Dragon Knight of the Light Sect. They quickly forged a protective path to Luctran's position. Several mages rushed to his side. Sorry, sir, we are late. Your coordinate signal delayed us a bit. Luctran urged. No time for explanations. Save Tam Nian now. Use the best medicine. We have to keep her alive, they swore quickly. Don't worry. We are doing everything we can. Someone noticed Luck Tran's wounds, sir. You are seriously hurt too. You need treatment. Meanwhile, Thean Dao realized things were going south. Damn. This fight's not one we can meddle in. That Long Knight clearly sees us as the target now. Hearing this, Lasitron stands up, drawing everyone's eyes. Sir. Meanwhile, the Snow Warriors are still launching a furious assault. The mage rushes to heal Tam Nian with soul recovery magic. It works. This healing targets the Spirit Clan, cutting 80% of the radiant damage. Exhausted, Lasitron recalls how she told him about Tam Nian's torment, about that cursed sect that burned her family alive. He remembers the pain she endured alone. There is no way he can forgive that grand sect, but he honestly does not know how to explain all this to you. Sorry. He tightly grips her hand and gently says, you did not do anything wrong. No need to apologize. The real culprits are those hypocritical so-called gentlemen. On the other side, Long Kai, the strategist Shang Liang, and the Snow Veil warrior from the Blood Mist Legion are Radiant Sanctuary, has no intention of starting a war. Stop shielding the murderers of the Grand Prelate and hand them over. Hearing this, Luck Tran stood up, drawing everyone's attention. My lord, he gave his orders and stepped toward the battlefield. Tam Nian had already asked for backup. The mage hurried to stop Luck Tran, but it was too late. My lord, his wounds have not healed yet, and the Legion commander's ahead, but he ignores the calls. No matter how desperate. Sir, Lasitron charges into the smoky battlefield. The Snow Warriors freeze as he rushes past. One of them shouts, Trumix, what are you doing? Turn back now. Without hesitation, Lasitron pushes forward and leaps with all his might. A streak of light slices past the dragon that is the Surge skill. Level 2, boosting speed by over 30% in the blink of an eye. Lasitron is right beside Long Knight. One strike, and he badly wounds him. Leaving Long Knight stunned, Lasitron kicks forward, knocking Long Knight's body flying backwards, crashing hard into the battlefield. Everyone freezes, grasping his chest in agony. Long Knight snarls, damn it! Cursed spirit. But fear grows in Long Knight's eyes because Lasitron is not done. He lunges again, piercing him through. Lasitron snarls, you damn grand sect. Long Knight, you should be scared. Drop your weapon. Yet Lasitron calmly says, you deserve to die. Then he shoves him down and pulls his sword back up. Furious, ready to deliver the final blow, Long Knight is no ordinary threat. Just as Long Knight thinks it is over, a blazing golden shield blocks the sword. Lasitron is stunned, then hears a sharp command, drop your weapon. He shouts. Furious, who is there? From the troops emerges a girl. I am the sole heir of the Witch's Tower. Princess Kalinsen. Lasitron sizes her up, then presses his sword against Long Knight's throat. What if I say no? Kalinsen's gaze is steady and unwavering. The Snow Warriors step forward. Trumix, the Blood Dance Legion will always be your strongest backup. But Kalinsen smiles softly and says, Trumix, you better think carefully. That strike you want to deliver, what price will you pay? Her words make him hesitate. Lasitron retorts, price? I do not care about that. All I know is you treat human lives like grass. You deserve to die. Just as he is about to finish Long Knight off, she orders, guards, arrest Long Knight and bring him in immediately. The soldiers move forward on command. Lasitron is a bit surprised. Princess. Long Knight sneers, Your Highness. Why? What wrong have I done? Kalinsen snaps back. Don't pretend anymore. The princess has been investigated. You and the Grand Sect leader are in cahoots, using live sacrifices to help Lime Nepha Peace resurrection. You deserve to die. Her words leave him speechless. She orders, take him away. Interrogate thoroughly. Long Knight still tries to defend himself. This is unfair. Your Highness, I have done nothing. It was all the Grand Sect leader's plan. This is injustice. Then Kalinsen approaches Lasitron and speaks quietly. Trumix, on behalf of Bang City and the royal family, I sincerely apologize for the crimes committed by our subordinates. From this moment on, Bang City officially lifts the special arrest order on you and Tam Nian, and will compensate you both fairly. Tayetvi still had her doubts. How can we just take your word for it? Right now, you are spouting all these lines. Who is to say this is not just some sneaky ploy to keep things quiet? Kalinsen bowed deeply. Sincerity itched in every word. I know it is too late to say anything now. But please, just give me one chance to explain. Without hesitation, Chang'an said, it was you who saved me back then, and even wiped out the wild spirit that killed my father. I should have thanked you personally, but after I took over the purging duties in Wong City, I discovered that most of the civilians were actually spies for Lim Ni. Kept digging. And it was only later that I uncovered the Grandmaster's alliance with the Dragon Knight Order, who were sacrificing people to help Lim Na resurrect. Tam Nian's mother was one of those victims. Wong City is crawling with spies. It is practically a hollow shell, eaten away by wild spirits, all to root out Lim Na's forces. I was powerless to stop it. Chang'an, I have a difficult request. Can you stay and help me cleanse Wong City? Only someone of your caliber can command the Wong City Legion. I truly believe you can. Luck Chen cut in sharply. Please. No more. Princess. Then he turned to leave. Sorry. I do not want to get dragged into this mess any longer. The misunderstandings cleared up now. So I bid you farewell. Callinson refused to give up, even for Tam Nian's sake. Aren't you willing to fight? She is the 10th monarch, the Wind Rider. Tam Nian, the one who betrayed Lim Na 1,000 years ago. The truth sent chills down his spine. What did you just say? Callinson pressed on. It seems you do not know thousands of years ago. Tam Nian fought for the peace of Vay Tongue. She fought alongside me, and the Blood Dance Legions, she fire. Luck Chan turned to Tiat V, asking, is this true? She nodded. Tam Hine's appearance changed so much I did not even recognize her at first. But a few days ago, she regained her memories and revealed her true identity to me, though she forbade me from telling anyone else. Those words hung heavy in the air. Silence falling over the room. Callinson's final warning. Chang'an, I want to shield you. But Tam Nian has betrayed Lim Na before, and Lim Na will never forgive her. Now the monarchs are about to return. When that happens, no one in Vay Tongue will stand on the sidelines. You need to make your choice soon. With that, she left. Let us. The escort called out. Understood. Your Highness. Luck Chan was left deep in thought. Tam Nian is the 10th monarch. He glanced back at her, still unconscious, studying Tam Nian's face. He pondered. No wonder she is tied to so many wild spirits. So that is why she wields such dark power. But if she is a monarch, does not that make us enemies? She has already betrayed Lim Na. But why? Why betray Lim Na? Suddenly, Tam Hine's lips turned blue. The mages panicked. This is not good. Quick. Bring her back to the Legion. Luck Chen watched anxiously as they rushed her off for treatment. That night, in the Blood Dance Legion's quarters, Luck Chen worriedly asked, Master Brian, how's her condition? The old man examined her, shaking his head. No improvement yet. When battling the sector chief of the cathedral, she was poisoned with a deadly toxin. Her current breath is held only by my magic. She does not have much time left. Luck Chan's throat tightened. Not much time. Tai Vip pressed. Master Prophet, is there truly no other way? Brian hummed thoughtfully. There might be. Little Tai Vip. Do you know the 100-Flower Valley? She recognized it immediately, the valley full of blossoms in the southern continent. He explained. Within the valley grows the frost orchid, a flower that can cure 100 poisons. If we could get it, Tam Hine could be saved. But, Luck Chan interrupted. But what? Brian glared. The 100-Flower Valley is deadly. No one's ever survived coming out of there in 1,000 years. Worse, its master was once a general under Lim Na. With our legion's strength, going there is basically a one-way ticket to death. Taiyetvai gripped his collar. How can that be? Our Blood Dance Legion can't even grab a single flower. Brian hurried to explain. You are thinking too simply. It is not about manpower. Temin has a special status, and we are a neutral force, whether it is Lim Na or humanity. This is not something we should meddle in lightly. Taiyetvai's face darkened, ready to speak, but unwilling to upset Lam Nap. She held back and let Tam Nian face death alone. If you are more ruthless than me, then I won't dare kill you. Brian nervously defended. I think you are just old and confused. Why not chill in the military prison with Lam Nap instead? Come on, little Tai Vup. Do not get worked up. The old guy did not mean that. Someone said, but she only got more annoyed. So what is your point? Lutran looked at Tam Nian on the bed, pain in his eyes. Brian stammered. Old man, all he saw was you grab Tam Nian's wrist once, then quietly walk away. I'm out. Brian was right, no more risking the Blood Feather Legion. Gonna batch Ho Valley alone was enough. While everyone argued, someone else walked in. One person. That one T cut it. Jay then and the others arrived. The Blood Feather Legion's stance was clear, no direct show of force. The senior fighting solo was too risky. Better to team up with a few others. Lutran blinked. Surprised. Gee then, boss, who else is here? Why are you guys here? Hamin explained. We were stuck in a dungeon earlier and rushed here right after. Didn't expect to bump into you all like this. Heard what you and Taiyetvai said. Don't face this alone. If we all move together, our chances of snagging the flower go way up. Mintai chimed in. Yeah, the boss fought solo for too long. This time, no matter what, we stick together. Mingai had added. If you want to back out, you will have to get past us first. Lutran was touched. All right, it is settled. During the day, the group reached Bach Ho Valley. According to Tai Advice Map, this had to be it. No wonder it is called 100 Flowers Valley, flowers everywhere. But it did not feel dangerous at all. Lutran stayed on alert. The prettier it looks, the deadlier it probably is. We should stay cautious. Still, the girls chatted happily until he sensed something. A swirl of pure energy wrapped around them. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept the group away, dumping them into a dark, deadly forest. Landing was rough. This place was no joke. Lutran scanned the area. This had to be Bach Ho Valley for real. The system popped up. Your group triggered a hidden quest adventure in Bach Ho Valley. Objective: defeat the Valley King. Level: reward: Awakening Fragment 1, a delicate ice flower. Level plus 10,000. Gold plus 99,999 coins. Lutran's jaw dropped. A hidden quest. I just wanted to pick flowers and leave. Where did the surprise come from? Haning guessed. We already got a fragment in the dungeon. Now we just need 2 more to unlock the next chapter of Vay Tongue. Then they nodded. Exactly. Then we can freely roam the zones, and the whole server can progress the main quest together. This is going to be epic. Min Tayat, fired up and ready to fight, said, then let us get straight to the boss. Quick fight. Quick win. But suddenly she stepped into a spider web, a sticky trap that yanked her up. Little Tayat reacted fast, leaping up and slashing the web to free her. They both tumbled to the ground. Min Tayat froze. Staring at the monsters ahead, Lutran gripped his sword tight. Spiders, the system displayed info. Mountain Spider. Elite Monster. Level 87. Skills: Poison. Webbing. Lutran shouted. Everyone, dodge. As they dodged, the spiders sprayed webs like rain. Lutran chopped them away decisively. Mingai had also struck, then was not far behind. Slicing through the threads, Haning warned urgently. Watch out, these spiders can spit poison too. Mingai rolled her eyes. Great. All elites. They are not messing around right from the start. She raised her staff, casting a radiant shield. The webs shattered the moment they touched her glowing barrier. Mingai worriedly said, these spiders are not only numerous but lurking in the shadows. It is a nightmare for us. Better to retreat for now and find the boss's lair. Lutran slashed down a few spiders and said, they hide in darkness. We stand in the light. Retreating alive won't be that easy. Glance sideways. If that is the case, Lutran burst out of the light shield, startling everyone. Are you crazy? Charging straight into the spider nest, but he shouted, pull back. Pull back. Big boss. Cover the 2 behind me. Lutran easily sliced through the monsters and charged straight into the enemy's den. Lutran easily slashed through monsters, charging straight for the nest. Lutran looked down from above. Sizing up the scene, turns out there is a whole lot more than he expected. He shouted, what is the point of hiding sneakily? Everyone, show yourselves. Lutran unleashed his skill. Infernal Punishment combined with Karmic Flames devastating. It boosted Infernal Punishment's arrow damage by 30%. He charged into the monster nest right in front of the giant spider boss. But the spider trapped him with the Earthnet of Heaven and Earth. This skill controls all creatures within its range and deals 4,000 damage every second for 5 seconds straight. Lutran warned everyone to get out of the way, then suddenly, flames burst up behind him. It was an attack from the monsters below. The Firestone skill shot out a flaming stone, dealing 2,000 damage to its target. Seeing he was surrounded, Lutran said, the Spider King is spitting poison now. Min Gaia. She immediately activated her radiant shield. Divine Protection. Level 2 creates a shield that reduces damage by 30% for 10 seconds. Lutran blinked, catching a breather. Thanks, Sister Mungayat. Alright, boss. You go handle the Spider King. Little Xiu. Protect Sister Min Gayat. Leave these rotten pests to me. Without hesitation, he charged forward like a storm. Rathan and Hanging wasted no time either, rushing in to attack together. Rathan leapt up, swinging and shouting, you damn spider. Taste the wrath of the top roaming hero of Chengfu City. Hanging followed close behind. Rathan nodded approvingly. Nice one. Suddenly, she spotted something. The spider was lunging its fang toward Hang Ying. Watch out, meh. Saved by Rat. Said, thanks. No big deal. Hang Ying reminded, we have to hold down the Spider King. Don't let it mess with luck, Tran. Rat then charged headfirst without hesitation. No problem. Meanwhile, Luxtran used Illusion Strike to take down the monster horde. Suddenly, his gaze snapped toward the source of the strongest dark energy. A large rat gathered a ball of fire in its hands. It was the Rat King. With the fire gun skill Heaven's Judgment, gritting his teeth in frustration, Luxtran muttered, "Damn it!" Even the Rat King showed up. The Rat King charged, unleashing fire gun to surround him. Luxtran calculated too many fire gun attacks. And now the Rat King's here. This is bad news. Battling the Rat King, he noticed it looked a bit stunned. Luxtran smirked mockingly. "Stinky rat, come at me." Without hesitation, he jumped up and landed a solid hit on its head. After the strike, Luxtran darted away. "Come here. Come here." Sewer rat. The others, including Mingyet, were speechless. "Hey, boss. What are you doing?" Luxtran explained coolly, obviously running away. "What else?" Meanwhile, the Rat King unleashed Heaven's Judgment again, striking like lightning, dealing 5,000 damage per second. Lightning bolts chased Luxtran relentlessly. He called out to the two ahead, "Boss." "Rat then." The two girls immediately jumped into action. "Got it." The Rat King got caught in a spider's silk cocoon. Wrapped up tight, Luxtran nimbly dodged and blocked attacks from the rat horde. Henning pulled out a card perfect timing. It was a high-level ceiling card that could lock down level 100+ demons. The golden card shone brightly as it sealed the Rat King successfully. Henning sighed in relief. "Good thing I splurged on this sealing card earlier, finally got a chance to use it." Luxtran urged everyone. "Not bad. But while they are busy fighting, let us get out of here." The group quickly retreated to safety. Mingyet sighed. "For a moment I thought you went berserk, boss. Turns out it was all coordinated." Luxtran nodded firmly. Brains beat brawn. No brute force. Just strategy. Spider Silk is an insulator. It blocks the Rat King's lightning. These two demons are natural enemies. Let them tear each other apart, and I will just sit back and reap the rewards. Dathan checked the quest board. Not bad, killed some small monsters and earned all this gold. Henning was thrilled. The fire gun skill even dropped a demonic ring of the dark gold tier. It can paralyze enemies and interrupt their attacks. The aura of illusion. This ring's powers are useless to me anyway. Better give it to you. Thanks for stepping in back there. Dathan happily accepted it. Nah, no need to thank me. Well then, I will take it. Luxtran wondered. Since when have these two been this close? Probably because they have fought side by side before, Mingyet said with suspicion. Now that you mention it, the boss from the last life probably saved the whole world or something. That is why two stunning guild leaders are on the same team, Mingyet reminded. Luxtran, I am Ivy's friend, do not you dare let her down. He sighed deeply. All right. You two have roasted him enough, stop hitting him where it hurts. Luxtran said, Boss. Dat. I have a theory. I bet this 100 Flowers Valley is connected to the super level Chu City. Maybe this is one of their maps. Otherwise, how could the monsters here be this strong? Dat then agreed. That sounds legit. So we are basically trying out the new game mode. Huh. Luck got even more cautious. But that also means the boss deep inside the Misty Valley won't be easy. We gotta be careful. Dat then nodded. Yeah, suddenly, a noise caught Luxtran's attention. What is that sound? Deep in 100 Flowers Valley. Luxtran warned cautiously. Who is there? A shadow appeared before him. A flower fairy. Level 100+. Skills deadly pollen. Sharp thorns. Thick vine cage. The flower fairy sneered coldly. Outsiders again. Trying to snatch the frost ice bloom. Luck focused on the flower on her back. Dat then guessed. Could she be the boss? Luxtran pondered. Maybe not, but she definitely knows where that flower is. The flower fairy laughed mockingly. You think you can just take the flower from me? She swung vines toward them. Time to system info flashed. Deadly pollen. Level 100+. Effect poisonous pollen slows target by 60% for 8 seconds. Stone shield reduces damage taken by 70%. Luck whispered to the teammate beside him. Mingyet. Boost defense. Leon. Adjust your light shield. Activate Holy Guard. Second stage. Dathan and Mingyet both buffed up, ready to counter. Suddenly, that flower monster opened its huge mouth like it was about to devour them. Dathan stared in horror at the gaping maw but had no time to react. Snap. Luckily, Luxtran acted just in time. He assessed. This flower freak is not fully awakened yet. Everyone, stay sharp. Dathan nodded sincerely. Thanks, Senior, the flower fairy muttered angrily. Not bad, but still too green. Then countless vines sprang up, wrapping around them like a furious storm. What the? Vines kept growing. Tightening the noose, the flower fairy sprayed poisonous pollen, saying, "Become my nourishment." Then she snapped her fingers sharply. The vines wrapped them up, creating a cage. She used the cage to trap them while releasing a corrosive fluid, dealing 100% true damage per second. The vine ball tightened like a deadly prison. Flower fairy boasted, "No creature escapes my cage alive. You will all rot in my toxin. Now, let us savor this." Suddenly, someone appeared behind her. She whipped around in shock. "No way!" Luxtran stepped forward. "Close enough now. Trying to make us your snack." He unleashed a moonlight slash. "Let us see if you can even handle this." Ming Gaiet appeared with the others. "Sorry, but your tricks are not breaking my defenses. You better watch your own back." Only then did she realize the backup was right behind her. The flower fairy screamed in pain from the slash. "Damn it! Since when did you sneak up on me?" Luxtran explained calmly. "While you were busy showboating, we slipped past your moves." Dat. "Hurry up." Lime pulled out a gadget stun grenades. Electric shocks rained down on the flower fairy, paralyzing her completely. At the same time, Luxtran pointed his sword at her, demanding, "Where's the frost ice bloom?" The flower fairy stammered desperately, "Don't kill me. Please, come with me." So she led them down a narrow path deep inside the valley. Beyond this gorge lies the destination. Luxtran scanned the surroundings. This place matches the map perfectly. But could it really be that simple? A level 100 boss this week? No way. It was not until the fairy stopped and pointed that she said, "There it is, the frost block flower right there." Min Tight blurted out, "It is stunning. Looks exactly like the Snowy intelligence." "Looks like we were right." The fairy silently stood behind them, gently swaying beside her. Suddenly, Lassitron leaned in and asked sharply, "What is the plan here?" He did not hesitate to land a hit on her back. "They are trying to trap us here, planning to lock us in the facility. I know you are not one to play nice," he warned. "We have to be extra careful when picking those flowers." Pointed. "Little Tide, let us head over there and pick them." But no one expected Min tied up front to fall under the flower's spell. It was genuinely mesmerizing. Lassitron finally sensed something was off. He quickly shouted, "Danger! Little Tight, do not touch it." It was too late. Min Tight had already grabbed the flower. Suddenly, a cold aura surged up behind them. Lassitron yanked her away just as a blast of frost exploded out of nowhere, while countless icy spears rained down from above. From the shadows, a chilling voice declared, "My nourishment has finally arrived." Sweat dripped down Lassitron's face as he realized the fairy was just bait all along, deliberately losing to lure them in. It was all so the boss could use pollen to hypnotize them. Little Tight's low level made her an easy target. The boss was cunning and ruthless. But still, say your goodbyes. A fiery inferno crashed down like an avalanche, causing Jithen to scream in panic. "Senior," after the blaze, the system announced, "Player Bivrumphan Guide has been defeated." Jithen could not believe it. How could Dinan fall? The boss laughed. "This power was gifted by Lady Lena herself. No one can escape my attack. Next up, your turn." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, killing me won't be that easy." Everyone cheered as he appeared. Dinan. "Lassitron," the system explained. "Your immortal shield skill activated. Full hep restored instantly." The boss sneered in disbelief. "How? Just moments ago you..." Then Mind Tight's message popped up. "Sorry, big brother. Sorry everyone. I am handing the dungeon over to you." The boss cursed bitterly. "Outsider scum." Drawing his weapon, he snarled, "Fine. Then I will get serious with you all." Lassitron leaped, narrowly dodging the boss's strike, and swung his sword. "You should not underestimate me." But shockingly, the boss's skin remained unscathed under the blow. Lassitron blinked in surprise. Such tough defense. The boss laughed disdainfully. "So you think you are strong?" He swept his weapon in a wide arc, landing another hit. "Underestimating me? Big mistake. I am a lieutenant under Lady Lena. Wiped out entire human legions. Not even Princess Karen Sansgard could match me. And what are you?" Balastron shot back sarcastically. Lady Lena. Lady Lena. I am about to go deaf from hearing that name so much." "Don't mention Big Brother, and you act like you can live without him." The boss roared in fury. "What did you say?" He mocked. "You will always be the little brother." The demon lunged fiercely at Lassitron. But he dodged, rattling. "Hurry!" Hanai shouted. Leaping down, Hai unleashed a devastating one-way strike. The system explained. Devastating strike effective breaks 60% of enemy defense. Adds 10% extra damage. After attacking, she quickly retreated to safety. This time, the boss could not avoid getting hurt. "How dare you sneak an attack while I am distracted?" Hiyadi struck again, while he was not paying attention. Not done yet. A blue slash cut through. Slicing the demon's guard, Mingite raised her staff and shouted. Battle him. The cleric's support skill boosted 10% mana for every team member. Finally, it was Lassitron's turn. My move, he unleashed a powerful Hell Cleave. Slashing the boss many times with a 30% burn effect, Lassitron swiftly raised his sword midair, pushing the boss back with force. Unexpectedly, countless ice shards rained down from above. He quickly assessed the situation shockingly. The boss had vanished. Lassitron's alertness shot through the roof in the blink of an eye. He spotted the boss and shouted, Min Inguite. Watch out! The boss is targeting the backline, and laughed loudly. As if only you guys knew how to sneak attack well. I can do it too. The boss unleashed his fury skill. Ready to finish off Mungayat, this scene made Luctran furious. He quickly activated his summon skill. Dark clouds instantly cloaked the sky, and the monster wasted no time attacking. Seizing the moment, Luctran charged forward to strike him head-on. The boss was blasted away by Luctran, and before vanishing, he sneered. You are just wild spirits daring to oppose me. Lady Lina will never forgive you. At the spot where he died, a frost bloom sprouted. Luctran stepped forward and plucked the flower. Studying it closely, he realized the boss's true form was this frost bloom. No time to waste. Heal the Bloodstorm Legion quickly. At the same time, the system notified. Congratulations, player. You have completed the task Rampage Chariot and earned rewards. Star Awakening Fragment 1. Frost Bloom. 100,000 XP. 99,999 gold. Later that day, the Bloodstorm Legion lit a cigarette for Tam Nian while Luctran anxiously stayed by her side. Tam Nian stayed unconscious until she finally opened her eyes. Brother, he breathed a sigh of relief. Tam Nian, you are awake. Feeling any better? Any pain anywhere? Tam Nian weakly nodded. Aya? Do not worry, Bly warned him. The drug just kicked in. She needs a few more days to fully recover. Luctran understood immediately. Good. That puts my mind at ease. Rest up well. I will come visit you again in a few days. But just as he was about to leave, Tam Nian sat up and said, Wait a moment, don't you want to say something? Luctran hesitated. Troubled inside. Of course I do. I want to know why you are a monarch. What your connection with Lina is but now. Luctran smiled awkwardly. There is so much I want to say, but this is not the time. You just woke up. It is not right yet. Just then, Jadhen stepped forward. If it is not the right time for you, then let me ask. Startled, Luctran watched as she approached. Jadhen bluntly asked. Prophet, what exactly is Tam Nian's identity? Can you tell me? I do not want our team dragged into this mess again. Luctran quickly stopped her. Now's not the time. Besides, helping Tam Nian was my own choice. Amin advised him. Of course I know. We helped Tam Nian from the bottom of our hearts. But we need to understand the whole story. Otherwise, she could get hurt again. Don't you care about her? Unable to argue, Luctran looked to Tam Nian for her input. She smiled faintly. It is Go ahead. Then the old man spoke up. Looks like things have come this far. There is no point hiding anymore. Prophet, Tam Nian is actually the 10th monarch. Years ago, she severed ties after rejecting Lina's plan to dominate Vay Tongue. Since then, Lina hunted her relentlessly until she was tragically killed by Lina's hand. Her soul then entered a human girl, this current Tam Nian. Perhaps sensing Lina's return, her memories have slowly come back. For Vay Tongue's peace, she decided to help Princess Sophia reclaim the throne, which requires the demon sealing sword and stone. That is why Tam Nian appeared here, and that is the real reason she showed up at the demon sealing tower, to kill the Grand Prelate, not just to settle old scores. Young man, I hope you won't blame her. If it were not forced, she would not have dragged you into this. Tam Nian cut him off. No need to defend me. It was my fault for involving others. But Luctran placed his hand on her head. You poor thing, you have been fighting alone all this time. You are my little sister. How could I ever blame you? All I want is for you to be safe. Tam Nian could not hold back her tears. Brother. She sobbed. She buried her face in Luctran's chest, crying her heart out. Brother, you are so good to me. What would I do without you? He gently reassured her. All right, now get back to bed. Everyone else in the room nodded, satisfied with how things turned out. Suddenly, music blared. Grabbing everyone's attention, someone's playing the lute. What is going on with the Legion today? Before they left, Bright said, Young man, I have asked you 3 times to pledge loyalty to Princess Sophia, but you refused every time. But now, it is time. You have no choice, said Bright. Lassitron looked puzzled. What do you mean? Without answering, he led the way. Come see for yourself. and you will understand. From the tower's rooftop, countless citizens cheered. Princess Sophia. Long live the princess. The princess spoke. Everyone. For too long, Lin has been a thorn in our side. Some humans see us as monsters. Only by building an eternal empire will we have a place to truly belong. This is Princess Sophia herself. Now, thanks to brave warriors who've reclaimed the demon-sealing sword and stone, I have made my decision. In 3 days, the Bloodstorm Alliance will lead a massive assault on the fortress in Violet Forest, wiping out the Lin Legion's base, and paving the way for a new era of the Violet Empire. The commander below solemnly declared, "We obey the sacred orders of Diffinits, for the glory of the Violet Empire. For the glory of the Violet Empire." Sophia raised the sword high. "All right. I will wield the demon-sealing sword and stone to lay the foundation for this new empire." And just like that, a new storyline was triggered. The system announced to all players, "Attention! The grand-scale storyline quest, Restoration of Violet, has now activated. The Restoration battle officially begins tomorrow at noon. Players can join the fight against the D-Line faction and earn honor points. The top 10 players with the highest honor points will have a chance to win legendary gear, epic pets, and rare skill books." Oh, gasp. I did not expect a major quest to trigger, and the entire Ice City is jumping in too. At that moment, Chen-Jit nodded in understanding. So this is the moment of no turning back. We have to fight, whether we want to or not. Jit then reminded everyone. "All right, let us log off early. Get some rest. Just in time. Team Nian needs a good break too. Tomorrow at noon, we tackle the mission together." "All right. Yeah. Sounds good." Earlier at the Violet Forest Fortress outskirts. It is now 2 p.m. Din Zhao is battling the Frost soldiers. "Kid, let us see if I can actually take someone down." Long Hun was right behind him. "Guys, charge. Take down this wave of D-Lin soldiers, and each of you gets 10,000. But they did not realize Lai Sassy-tron was watching from behind a rock. "Nice. This guy's been fighting for over 2 hours and still has not wiped out the small fry. Forget the boss, have not even spotted a shadow yet." "Boss, what is the plan now?" Hung Ein checked info and replied. "D-Lin soldiers are not strong individually, but their numbers are overwhelming. Rushing in like this won't work. I have called the guild leaders on the public channel to coordinate an attack. Titan and Sam has already agreed." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, and a shadowy figure slowly appeared. The one stepping forward was none other than Lun Lone. Near the Skull Tower, some people whispered, "Zun Lone, why is he here?" No surprise there. Though, isn't he rushing in to help Chuma Trem? But this is not the right time yet. Vun Lone chuckled. "La Sis Trun. I should call you Chim Sin Trum now. After all, our grudges have been brewing a long time. I am sure you do not mind me showing up early." Hung Nun tried to calm everyone. "Don't lose your cool. If he's got a trap, it won't end well." Las Trun nodded. "Got it." Jit then stepped forward. "Net Fujun, right, you are a bit shocked by her sudden appearance. Are not you?" She walked over to explain. "Every server is busy with the restoration event from Lelan. Vun Lone showed up first, so the target might not just be Chem Fen Trom." Then Zhao had to side with Lassie Tron this time. "Yeah, I do not care about your personal grudges. But if you are trying to mess with the guild in the city hall, that is a whole different story." He shouted fiercely. "I think you are trying to use personal beef to take on our guild at City Hall. I'm right." And Lone sneered. "Get lost. None of you are worth my time." "What did you say?" The Thin Zhao squad flared up. "Zun Lone, you are way too arrogant. Do you think our city hall is unguarded? You better watch yourself." Their leader quickly intervened. "Calm down, boss. Starting a war here won't do us any favors." But he just laughed arrogantly, saying forget about the Gang's stronghold. Even if all the guilds, big and small, teamed up, they still could not take me down. I am asking you, Dukbai and Quanglong, do you have what it takes to declare war on me? You dare?" Those guys heard that and immediately chickened out. Man, he swung his sword disdainfully again, mocking not just them but the whole Snow Silver clan. "You worthless women." He sneered. "You really think highly of yourselves? That talk alone made my skin crawl. What did you just say?" He kept taunting relentlessly. "Almost forgot, remember that old sword spirit from Ling Dong? Yeah, I beat him down, stomped on him, left him begging for mercy. This time, Lutran could not hold back either. Bring it on." He charged. "You want to die?" But to everyone's surprise, he actually dodged that slash, his eyes blazing with excitement. "Good. That is exactly the strike I have been waiting for. If you, the strongest player in Ice City, get taken down, then I will make sure Long bleeds from every inch of this frozen town." Lutran was not fazed either. "If you have got the guts, then let us see it." Saying that, He blocked one of his strikes. The other guy hurriedly pulled back his sword from Lutran's counterattack. Chen Dao clenched his teeth Newbie, muttering, "Long bleeding in Ice City. I knew this bastard had no mercy." Hanin reminded everyone sharply, "Let us quickly gather our people. One side's ready to explode. The other is full of enemies. We can't afford any slip-ups." Meanwhile, the attacker kept pressing in relentlessly. No way just a few months ago he grew this fast. Impressive. First, a warning. This divine fire ring of mine is a level 90 metal item. If you get killed, I will stomp you just like that old sword spirit. Sure enough, that strike radiated with overwhelming pressure and blazing bloodlust. But Lutran's single slash easily shattered that aura. "You are just leaning on your gear's power, that is all you got." The attacker hauled in shock. "Damn it. You want to go easy on me? And you stomp me like that? Where do you get this strength? You are way too cocky." Then Lutran unleashed a move that disarmed him completely. Furious, the attacker flexed his muscles, veins bulging on his face. "Eat this." He launched a fierce, fiery thrust straight ahead. Flame spear strike. Luckily, Lutran blocked it just in time. System announced. Player and Lone used flame spear strike on you, dealing only 879 damage. Not giving him a moment to recover, Lutran countered with ice strike, smashing through the enemy's defense with a furious whirlwind, dealing double damage. Sensing he could not hold on much longer, and Lone broke out in a cold sweat, Lutran raised his sword for one final blow, a strike to shake the entire battlefield. He combined it with a sweeping ice strike, but the attacker only staggered back. "Not enough. My defense is still on you." The system alerted viewers. Player Chamsu used ice strike but failed to hit any targets. Chamsu took 2347 damage, and Lone got hit for 3411. The soldiers were stunned. Are these even human anymore? And Lone went berserk, charging forward. Chamsu, and this fight now. Lutran did not hesitate, sweeping his sword with a cold, deadly glare. Meanwhile, and Lone's eyes burned red as he fought fiercely, refusing to back down. Lutran leapt out of attack range just as the air around him suddenly heated up, and Lone's weapon blazed with fiery red flames. Inferno Furnace strike activated, unleashing fire that dealt no less than 3000 damage per second to the target. He laughed loudly and leaped, shouting, "Defense? Can you block this?" Earth Shatter Strike. Strike slammed down, smashing the solid ground and sending nearby fighters flying, and Lone stood tall amidst the sea of flames. Confidently, he smirked. "Chamsu, looks like you are done for this time." Without wasting words, and Lone attacked again. System announced. Player and Lone used Inferno Furnace Strike, hitting you 3 times in a row. He sprang up again. Not done yet. From above, he launched a blazing sword strike, but Lutran stood firm, ready to block. The others panicked. "Watch out! That is Lone's deadly wide area strike. Activate defense now." Yet Lutran remained eerily calm. Who said I am losing? That calmness left him utterly stunned. Now, terrified and shaken, Heming was certain the power his senior carried was not just any force. It was dark energy stolen from the underworld itself. The very power Lutran gained from that dungeon raid. Lutran swung his sword close to him, saying, "You are not wrong. I have definitely grown stronger lately. I went into the underworld. I killed the king's underlings, fought the Bronze Knights, and now you come knocking on my doorstep. I am pretty annoyed too, wondering why so many problems keep piling on me. But I have figured it out now. Plus, the system just notified me your Inferno Sword has leveled up." Lutran's blade glowed with deadly intent as he advanced. "King or eternal enemy, bring it on. Whoever steps up, I will kill him," he growled, the sword trailing thick purple energy. The moment Lutran's sword neared, the martial god raised his blade to block and shouted, "What kind of power is this?" Lutran snapped his sword upward, startling him with a fierce shout. His eyes gleamed as he bluntly declared, "Thanks to the Inferno system. You would not understand." The martial god gripped his sword tighter, instinctively recoiling from the purple aura radiating off Lutran's blade. He slammed his sword into the ground, flames erupting in bursts. The system announced. Fire burst, spitting multiple columns of flame, dealing 1200 to 1500 fairy damage, with a burn effect lasting 5 seconds. As the fire roared fiercely, the martial god leaped up, eyes blazing with determination. "I told you, this little flame won't phase me." Before the martial god could strike, Lutran swung his sword hard at him. The blade sliced across his shoulder, drawing blood. The martial god gritted his teeth. "Damn it! This guy's even stronger than before." Before he could recover, Lutran pressed the attack from below. "You could not beat me before. And now? Forget it." Furious, the martial god glared ahead, brushing off the sparks flying from their clashing swords. "Nonsense. I was holding back then. Hamin and Dathan watched from afar as two forces clashed, one a wall of fire, the other crackling violet electric sparks. Dathan's eyes widened. It is getting hard to see. Hamin's face paled with worry. Looks like he's got full control of this power now. The martial god's eyes flared red as he roared, I am the martial god. He launched himself straight at Luck Tran with a move called Fire Dragon Smash. The system flashed. Fire Dragon Smash activated. On impact, the target explodes into a 3-meter sea of flames, dealing 1,800 damage to everything caught inside. Before the fire could reach him, Luck Tran conjured a protective barrier around himself. He expertly teleported behind the martial god, taunting, you are just a loser beneath me. Martial god, you are nothing but a loser at my hands. Furious, the martial god spun around, yelling, sword raised to block, shut up, I am going to kill you. Luck Tran unleashed a new move. Smartest strike. The martial god dropped to one knee, bracing against Luck Tran's overwhelming power. Luck Tran sneered coldly. That gear you bragged about, it is nothing but scrap to me now. Clenching his fists, the martial god endured the cutting online insults. Back then I lost. Now that I am weak, you think you can take advantage? Pathetic. If you are so tough, face me head on. Yeah? Your skills do not measure up. Looks like you are just playing dirty. Are not you? The martial god's fury boiled over. Lux Tran, I will beat you no matter what. The in-game martial god transformed into a raging demon horn sprouted. Veins bulged across his face. The system announced, Fire God Avatar activated. In this berserk state, fire damage doubles and defense drops by 30% for 15 seconds. Lux Tran raised his sword, daring, bring whatever you have got. Haning blinked in surprise. Is he about to use the Death Dragon Strike? Dathan was equally shocked. No way, their senior was holding back. Death Dragon Strike can only be used once a day. Using it now would hurt their chances against the boss later. Watching their fairy determination, Hamir's eyes widened. Could Luck Tran really be risking it all? Luck Tran swung his sword a few times, trying to wipe the martial god's flames. The martial god roared back fiercely, and their powers crashed into each other again and again. Their clashing forces caused a shockwave explosion. Several bystanders fled in fear, and both warriors were drained of energy after the brutal exchange. Hanging wondered, so who? Jithan anxiously glanced over. Both fighters were barely holding on, with just a drop of blood left. Lux Tran grit his teeth, refusing to admit defeat. You lost. Chuanlo. Jithan cheered loudly. Senior. Hang Ying covered her mouth, moved Luck Tran. The martial god, still standing, declared, I am not beaten yet. Once more, Denda rushed over. Panicked. Boss. Bad news. Kunthan Lakthan's leading troops to Fubang City, planning to surround and wipe out our bamboo dragon crew. The martial god jolted. Really? And clenched his teeth, thinking, what is she doing here? The martial god pointed his blade forward, shouting, the spear still stands. Our battle's not over. One day, we will settle this for good. Luck Tran sighed. I think you are done for. But what is this about running away? Hearing this, the martial god grew even angrier, tightening his grip on the spear and left with a vow. Just wait. I will make you kneel and beg for mercy before me. Luck Tran calmly replied, ready when you are. After Hen left, Luck Tran slumped down, exhaling deeply. Suddenly, Danan, Hang Ying, and Jithan rushed over to check on him. She handed Luck Tran 2 vials, green and red. Quick. Replenish your strength. He downed them quickly. Jithan asked Danan, isn't Kunthan Lakthan part of the celebrity guild? Luck Tran replied softly, yeah. She and Chuan Lone have a lot of beef. If we run into Dang Hong, we owe her thanks. Otherwise, even if Chuan Lone loses, with Han's guild backing, they won. Just let it slide. Longhand Thianha frowned. But why would Chuan Lone attack our Fubang guild? We are supposed to keep the peace. Athena, face grim, added, who knows? She is sneakier than me, probably tied to the game update. Hang Ying glanced at the neighboring city, confessing seriously, I think so too. At first, the zones connected freely. Then came this all-server quest. Maybe Thian Tung's gearing up for something big. She shouted, everyone, we have wiped out the outsiders. But the bots inside the dungeon are the real threat now. I know guilds usually fight among themselves, but for now, put aside grudges. Let us clear this dungeon and break their front line together. Longhand Thianhai and Bathian Dao exchanged puzzled looks. The crowd under the tower raised their weapons, shouting in unison, destroy. System message. Congratulations. All Fubang City players have broken through the front line. Each player receives 10,000 XP and 10,000 gold. Step 3 high-fived the little demon. We did it. We really did it. Luktran wiped sweat from his brow. All right. Let us rest a bit. Then keep pushing the siege. Suddenly, the system announced. Dungeon leveling up, entering Phase 2. Everyone froze. Phase 2. A massive dragon appeared, a level 100 Earth Dragon. The crowd raised their weapons. Aiming at the beast, several dragons roared and charged together. Someone yelled, "Bring it on!" Luktran shouted. Little demon. Thap 3. Let us hit the front line and clear them out. Both nodded. No problem, boss. Luktran leapt forward. Facing the dragon head-on, Bathian slashed across the dragon's body. Damn, it is a dragon clan. With skin this thick. How do we even take it down? Longhand Thean roared. Bathian, you are up. Brothers, no matter if it is Earth Dragon or Sky Dragon, take them all down for the boss. Everyone obeyed. Yes. Lord Dragon, he grinned wildly. Go on. Go on. You will all lose your lives before me. Lighten the load for the boss, Luktran commanded. Thap 3. Little demon. Hit their necks. Both nodded sharply. Got it. Dongfeng jumped out. Let me. She swung her sword hard across the dragon's neck. Blood spraying. System message. Roar of the Earth Dragon. The dragon emits a sonic wave, dealing 2,000 damage per second to targets. Hanging. Atop the dragon. Warned seriously. Min Gaiet. Shield Luktran. He needs to tank that skill. System message. Divine Shield activated. Defense plus 30%. Min Gaiet raised her weapon. Shield is up. Luktran, still fighting the dragon, said, Thanks. Min Gaiet. He leapt up. Slashing fiercely through the dragon's mouth, Min Gaiet unleashed a barrage of arrows with the same name stunning. Boss, just keep going. I have got your back. Longhand Thena sneaks behind Luktran, waiting for this kid to draw all the hate. Then Min swoops in for the final hit, claiming all the points. Suddenly, Bathian Dao spins around, sensing a sneaky weapon coming his way. He swings his sword to block it. Not bad. Longhand Thean sneaking behind me. Bring it on. If you are brave enough, come face me head on. Longhand Thean fumes. Bathian, stop pretending to be a good guy. Don't think I do not know what you are really about. Before he can finish, a dinosaur tail smacks him flying. Dong Quai leaps up, scolding. You idiot. If you are gonna avoid internal fights, at least pick the right time. If you want to die, do not drag everyone else down. Forget Luktran. Let them be. We focus on taking down our real enemy. He strikes. Dragon Strike Kick. Area damage of 2100. Lasts for 3 seconds. Luktran launches 3 attacks on the dragon's Thean, Hyan, Tram, and all 3 vanish in an instant. Luktran raises his weapon and yells. Attack! Break through the royal city. The weapons simultaneously point at the closed city gates. A surge of power shatters the gates into 100 pieces. The explosive force inside blurs everything into chaos. The soldiers inside panic, shouting, Holy crap! Save us! Little Kwai blinks in shock, blurting out, Damn! What kind of boss is this? Is this for real? The people inside scramble to dodge the overwhelming power. Their faces turn pale. Panic-stricken, run. The boss is here. Just looking at him tells you we are outmatched. Before they can escape, a sword slashes through, spilling blood. Tam's eyes widen. Oh man! La Luck, this boss is brutal. Luktran freezes. Warning! Don't act rashly. I can sense a false spiritual aura. A glowing red aura floats brightly in the sky. A massive figure steps forward, radiating terror. Foolish humans. Do you dare try to kill me? Nifong glares sharply, sword raised defiantly. Then come on. My blade will drink every drop of your blood, Iron War General. No Fong, an epic level boss. Luktran contemplates. An epic boss has surpassed the dark and death tiers. Even I am not sure I can withstand a single strike from him, and it anxiously asks, What do we do now? He replies, We retreat for now. Everyone is stunned. Retreat. Luktran mocks Bathian Dao. Looks like someone's been itching to grab the loot, but still can't he get it. He is probably fuming now. Bathian Dao grits his teeth in frustration. You got a lot of loot earlier. This boss should be been ours. Luktran casually turns his back and leaves. Suit yourself. We will take the rear. Bathian Dao smirks coldly. Haha. Guess you know your place. He shouts, raising his weapon to charge. Brothers, follow me. Let us take down this boss. Little Kwai asks softly. Boss? Are we really letting this boss go to them? Luktran calmly replies. Quiet. Just watch and wait. Weapons point at No Fong. Whether they can bring him down is another story. Nofeng turns angrily, flicking his hand. Where did that nerve come from? How dare you talk back to me? Luctran thinks, this boss is too strong. Strikes fast. He is definitely powerful. But how agile? That is the real question. Bathian Dao fearlessly leaps to attack. It is just a wild spirit. Watch me chop him down just as his sword nears Nofeng. The giant raises his hand wide to block. What did you say? With a powerful flick, Nofeng sends Bathian Dao flying. Foolish humans. A dark red aura radiates ominously from Nofeng's entire body. He leaps up. Beg for your lives now. Or join the cycle of hell. Come to the embrace of the mighty wild spirit. Luctran seems back terrified. The boss is about to unleash his full power. Get down now. Nofeng slashes, creating a massive explosion that sends Bathian Dao's crew flying. He hurls his sword forward with brute force. Bathian Dao's group stares wide-eyed in fear. Another massive explosion rocks the area. The boss attack devastating everything in its path. Luctran raises his sword high and declares, "Alright folks. Now it is our turn to take the spotlight." While Luctran and Dathan charge forward, I will go ahead with Dathan. You guys circle around from behind. The rest of our crew follows, no big deal. She leaps up with her sword flashing. He strikes immediately, but despite the fury, Nofeng stays eerily calm. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving them both stunned. Luctran grits his teeth, thinking, he is gone. Nofeng suddenly appears behind Von Kiem's slash. Relying only on his men still too inexperienced, Dathan staggers on the ground, blood pouring steadily from a wounded shoulder. She flashes a crazy grin and taunts, "You sure about that? System alert. Demon Realm just activated." Dathan unleashes 100 electric sparks aimed straight at Nofeng. Luctran praises her while slashing from behind, but Nofeng dodges effortlessly. Nice move. Dathan, he is surprised, wondering why the damage seems so low. Seeing this, the little demon rushes forward. Boss, let me handle this. He extends his weapon, poking Nofeng in the back. At the same time, Mintai fires another barrage of arrows, a chaotic volley, but Nofeng remains unscathed. Luctran watches. Stunned long-range attacks are almost useless. Physical defense is maxed out. Nofeng sneers contemptuously. Do you really think I am just some pushover? He unleashes white and red energy beams. War Powder Shatter. System alert. War Powder Shatter. Thunderous Assault. Dealing triple stack damage within a 30-foot radius. Plus knockback effect. Luctran's crew fights back desperately against those energy blasts. Even Luctran admits this boss is no joke, a stats monster whose every attack packs brutal power. Cotin rushes to where the others struggle, tying Nofeng's sword. Let me. Luctran leaps onto the blade, ready to strike. Distance is key here. He slashes fiercely from behind Nofeng. Nofeng's face darkens. Critical strikes are the only way to break through. Normal attacks are just annoying scratches. Lux stands firm, staring into Nofeng's icy red eyes. Phantom Strike. Phantom Strike. Boosts damage by 50% and suppresses spirit-type defenses by 10%. Their swords clash, sparking fierce electric flames. While fighting, Nofeng taunts, "Some weakling spirits dare challenge me." Pathetic. Luctran grits his teeth. When I strike you, your soul will burn forever in the Inferno Forge. Nofeng is not scared. He just looks down on him. You are nothing but lean nace lapdog. I have already cut down your comrades. You are rushing to die too. Nofeng slams his sword down hard. You are asking for it. Luctran quickly dashes away in the opposite direction. Nofeng refuses to let up. Think you can run? Not that easy. Luctran shout. Dathan? Do not be reckless, let me take this. While retreating, he analyzes quietly. Boss hits hard and from afar, but is not very agile. He can win by using mobility and burst damage, but the dragon's fury takes too long to charge. He has to weaken the boss first by draining his energy. Nofeng laughs loudly and swings hard. Scared? That is all you got. Luctran spins around, aiming a slash at his chest, but less than 3 seconds later, Nofeng blocks it with a powerful sword strike. Useless. Their swords spark fierce electric flames again. Luctran's eyes blaze with determination. This fight is not over yet. He pauses, calling out as purple energy swirls around him. The power of the king. Nofeng's eyes widen in shock. Why does he have the king's power? Luctran barely glances back and charges forward. Coincidentally, I want to know the answer too. But right now, he slashes hard at Nofeng, but luckily the boss dodges. First, hit him, then talk. Nofeng gets serious, unleashing red electric flames across the battlefield. Enough. Little spirit, I am done playing. Earth's Wrath activated. System alert. Earth Fury unleashes, dealing 8,000 to 10,000 damage, plus a 5-second burn that burns 200 damage per second. While knocking back all targets in range, Jihan screams in terror. This is bad. That is the boss's ultimate move. The entire crew, including Mingyet, watches anxiously, eyes glued to the scene. Flames roar wildly, engulfing everything around as Nofeng charges up, unleashing a colossal power that tears through the earth and sky alike. Facing the crew, Jihan's vision darkens, sweat streaming down his face. Suddenly, a girl clad in knight's armor appears, her weapon surrounded by swirling red-black energy. Riding forward, she declares, Lieutenant General Nofeng, your ambush on the Bloodstorm Legion's Night Spirit troops has been completely wiped out. The bunker's about to fall too. Drop your weapons and surrender, and this princess might just spare your life. Nofeng can't believe his ears. Stammering, my elite troops, all wiped out. And Shuren raises his sword and shouts, Nofeng, you traitor of the temple, pretending to be loyal, but betraying us all, and you still throw your life away for these weak humans. You are the disgrace of the underworld. Calmly he replies, that filthy underworld holds nothing worth clinging to. There is no betrayal here, no pride either. In the underworld, the only law is life and death, and today, you are the one who dies. Nofeng sneers with contempt and a booming laugh. You think you alone can take me down? Haha. The ancient king was defeated by a coalition of foes, not a lone attack. Do you really believe you are still the mighty king who once ruled all beneath the heavens? She boldly challenges. Test me and find out. As Liu Chen seizes the moment to strike from behind, without missing a beat, she points her weapon straight ahead and calls out, Tynran,